In the dimly lit cave, the sound of dripping water echoed faintly. Suddenly, the splashing of footsteps reverberated through the secluded cavern, causing a man and a woman hidden within to become alert. Pain, someone is coming. The woman furrowed her brow, her palms transforming instantly into sharp paper shurikens imbued with chakra. Her voice was calm yet tense. Aside from us, only Madara and Obito know this place. Is it them? No, it is an unfamiliar ninja. The man lifted his gaze, his peculiar eyes fixated on the cave's entrance, observing the figure that had appeared. His voice was cold and unfeeling. Conan, eliminate him. Even though they had abandoned the principles of the original Akatsuki 12 years ago due to the death of a dear friend, it did not mean they were willing to witness a stranger invade a place once cherished by their fallen comrade. Killing an intruder in this sacred ground posed no moral burden for either of them. They were accustomed to bloodshed. Excuse me, is this the Akatsuki's base? Before they could react, the newcomer boldly addressed the man and woman within the cave. I'm a son of Yahiko, Nagato. 12 years ago, he informed my mother that he had joined an organization called Akatsuki to follow Lord Yahiko, but he has not returned since. The woman's motion of wielding her paper shurikens froze, while the man's expression became noticeably rigid. They had heard a somewhat familiar name. At least for the woman, it was familiar. Yahiko had once sacrificed his life to protect her, a senseless loss. As the figure approached, the man and woman discerned the newcomer's appearance. He was a boy whose ninja headband was askew, clad in an oversized robe that seemed ill-fitting for his age. The first-generation Akatsuki uniform appeared quite shabby now, a testament to the organization's former poverty, yet it evoked a sense of nostalgia. You are Yahiko's son? The man scrutinized the boy intently, recognizing the resemblance between him and his father. He spoke in a low, grave tone. We have no record of such a person in our organization. You should leave. The woman seemed to want to interject, but upon glancing at the man beside her, she saw him shake his head slightly. She bit her lip, ultimately succumbing to silence. The boy clutched a kunai tightly, attempting to maintain his composure. However, as he paused to turn away, he inadvertently caught sight of the couple's features, causing him to retract the kunai and reach into his pocket. The man and woman exchanged glances, their expressions revealing surprise. Just as their wariness heightened, the boy produced a photograph. He lowered his gaze to examine it before looking back at the man and woman. Then, he raised the photo towards them, softly asking, "Are you Lord Conan and Lord Yahiko?" The couple fell silent. The photograph represented the only recorded moment of the first-generation Akatsuki, missing many who came after. At that time, they had believed the Akatsuki was a peaceful organization, thus neglecting to prioritize personal information about its members, many of whom had sent details to their families. The boy's mention of Yahiko weighed heavily on both of them. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to Yahiko, as his body had been transformed into a powerful puppet. The one controlling the puppet was the red-haired youth depicted in the photograph. Yahiko seems unchanged, the boy chattered. Though Lord Conan appears somewhat older, I can still discern the contours of her youth. The woman's expression darkened. The man calmly regarded the boy before stating, "Your father is dead. He perished 12 years ago. I have long forgotten his name. The weak are not worthy of remembrance." Panic flashed across the woman's face. She had never anticipated that the man would so bluntly reveal the truth, especially concerning their fallen comrade. The boy's demeanor fell, and he retorted, "If you have forgotten his name, how can you claim he is dead?" "Because." The man locked eyes with the boy, his tone icy and deliberate. "Only 2 of us survived the Akatsuki 12 years ago." "He could have survived," the woman suddenly exclaimed, adding, "If it weren't for me, many could have lived." The man seemed to contemplate offering her solace, but seeing her despondent expression, ultimately held his tongue. "I understand." The boy's expression hardened as he waved his hand dismissively. "Since he has been dead for 12 years, I shall not hold it against him." With that, he turned to leave. However, as Nagato took a few steps away, an inexplicable force pulled him back, and the man seized his collar forcefully. "Though your father lacked great power, he was a ninja worthy of respect. Do you feel no connection to him?" "Pain, let him go." The woman anxiously grasped the man's arm, urging him to release the boy. Nagato tugged at Pain's hand, tilting his head to meet the man's eerie gaze, a hint of mockery flashing across his face. "I'm sorry, but I was born only a short while ago. Aside from this photograph and this robe, I have no recollection of him." From his words emerged the image of a man who had forsaken his family. After all, Yahiko had abandoned his newly born son and wife to pursue a mysterious organization, a rather peculiar choice. "I apologize," the woman murmured, offering an apology. Tears welled in Conan's eyes. 12 years ago, they had been mere children, unable to grasp the sacrifices made by the ninjas who had followed them. Now, they were aware of only a fragment of that iceberg. There is no need for apologies, that was his choice. The boy shook his head, freeing himself from the man's grip. "I sought the Akatsuki's base solely because my mother wished to know of his whereabouts before her passing." Conan regarded the boy anxiously, asking, "Both your parents have passed. Where will you go now?" "To join Lord Hanzo, of course." Nagato shrugged, explaining, "For the past few months, I have wandered as a rogue ninja, gathering information about the Akatsuki and my father's whereabouts. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I shall go to Lord Hanzo and become an official ninja." Pain and Conan exchanged glances, astonished that the descendant of a first-generation Akatsuki member intended to seek out the very man who had slain his father. The young boy, Uehara Nara, remains oblivious to the truth. How could those who were aware, especially Conan, tolerate such occurrences? "No way." Conan seized his shoulder, crouching before him, her expression icy as she declared, "Your father, Uehara, has joined Akatsuki thus. His child is also a member of the organization. This organization resembles a pyramid scheme." Uehara Nara glanced back and forth between Conan and Pain, unable to suppress a blink of disbelief as he instinctively voiced his critique. However, he ultimately achieved his true objective. A resonating chime echoed in Uehara Nara's mind. Side quest. Join an Organization 11. Task completed. Reward. The Justice Titan, Galio, spiritual contract. Uehara Nara is, in fact, a time traveler. Furthermore, he is endowed with a system that grants him extraordinary abilities. In a future filled with numerous ninjas who relish in their own advantages, the absence or presence of one more is of little consequence. Yet it still distinguishes him within the ninja realm. A month prior, he was simply Uehara, an ordinary individual. During a casual stroll, he encountered an eccentric book vendor. And after a brief exchange, he felt a kinship with the proprietor. Both being aficionados of the second dimension, they could easily engage in conversation on any topic. Before departing, feeling slightly embarrassed, Uehara purchased a book from the vendor's modest stall, truly just selecting one at random. As the ancients wisely stated, within books lie treasures beyond measure. Reading is never a detriment. Their words ring true. Upon returning home and opening the book, he was unexpectedly bound to a system named "The Wishes of All Anime Enthusiasts Shall Come True," abbreviated as the Anime Wish System. This system, somewhat rudimentary and lacking artificial intelligence, merely issues tasks. Once activated, it conducted a comprehensive analysis of Uehara's preferences and promptly transported him to the ninja world, thus transforming him into Uehara Nara. His origins are rather peculiar. His father was indeed a first-generation member of the Akatsuki, who, after fathering him, pursued Yahiko and subsequently vanished without a trace. As an orphan in the war-torn village of Amigakure, Uehara Nara had to learn to harness chakra from a young age, ultimately becoming a wandering ninja, only to meet his demise at the hands of an Iwagakure shinobi. Now, as Uehara Nara, his primary mission is singular: to fulfill the wishes of the book vendor and ascend to become the greatest boss of the ninja realm. With his progress at a mere zero, such a straightforward and blunt system. Yet, why does it not allow him to pursue the wish of simply being an ordinary person? Instead, it compels him to realize another's desires. Is the system not concerned that one day, someone might wish to transform into a crow, altering their very essence, and it would comply with that wish? In addition to the main quest of becoming the greatest boss, the system intermittently issues a variety of random side quests, each with varying degrees of difficulty. Strictly speaking, these tasks resemble the aspirations of anime enthusiasts, given the bizarre and eclectic nature of their content. Even if the system lacks sophistication, it would be improbable for it to issue blatantly contradictory tasks simultaneously. For instance, one side quest may involve darkening Naruto Uzumaki, while another seeks to keep him eternally warm, and yet another desires for him to unite with Sasuke. What nonsensical pursuits! From Uehara Naraku's perspective, the task issuers are rather eccentric, and the rewards they offer differ. Currently, the rewards for side quests primarily derive from League of Legends. Sometimes, they grant skills of champions, occasionally summoning heroes as companions, and at times, they provide monetary rewards. This currency is not the ninja world's currency, but rather genuine gold coins, usable for procuring peculiar equipment. Uehara Naraku accessed his status panel, as this was the first exhibition, anticipating that it would be a long while before he would again review his attributes. Name, Uehara Naraku. Gender, male. Date of birth, April 4th. Year 44 of the Leaf Village identification number, censored, life energy, 698, standard Chunin stamina ranges from 500 to 1000, chakra energy, 1350, standard Jonin level chakra ranges from 1000 to 3000, life recovery, 2-second chakra recovery, 1. 5-second available skills, sky dance technique, allows the user to fly using chakra, consuming 3 chakra points per second, with no cooldown. Command, shockwave, releases a chakra puppet that generates a gravitational pull, drawing nearby enemies towards it, with a range proportional to the chakra used, minimum 100 points. Cooldown of 110 seconds. Wind barrier, releases wind chakra to form a wall of air, blocking enemy attacks, with a range proportional to the chakra used, minimum 50 points. Cooldown of 26 seconds. Thunder prison induction, generates a circular storm of lightning around the user, with range, power, and duration proportional to the chakra used, minimum 75 points. Cooldown of 120 seconds. Card trickery, employs a powerful card-throwing technique, with enhanced power every 4th card thrown, no cooldown. Equipped, Tear of the Goddess, 250 chakra. 750 chakra accumulation, refunds 10 of chakra upon using ninjutsu. Summoning contract, Justice Golem Galio, consumes 3000 chakra points. Remaining gold coins, 1320. For Uehara Naraku, the only fortunate aspect is that his current skills are quite commendable, not the typical underwhelming skills of an orphan. Aside from the sky dance technique, which he acquired during his initial training in chakra control, the others were obtained through combat missions. As for the Tear of the Goddess, he procured it using some funds acquired from side quests through the system's sporadic shop, fully aware of the significance of chakra in the ninja realm. As it can be a lifesaver, the system previously assigned him 2 side quests, to establish an organization and to join one. If he were 22, he would undoubtedly choose to create an organization. However, he is merely 12. With the acting skills he just displayed, should it be problematic to occupy a position of influence? This identity is remarkably advantageous. Failing to exploit, it would be a tremendous waste. As for who should become the true mastermind behind the Akatsuki and the ultimate boss of the ninja realm, Nagato, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, or Black Zetsu, let them all compete fairly. What a delightful nested doll game. Why not partake? Uehara Naraku is not particularly discerning. His sole aim is to become the final doll, capable of surpassing Kagaya Otsutsuki, thus fulfilling his primary mission. Currently, the Akatsuki is somewhat downcast, akin to a half-hearted troop. The later Akatsuki team comprises only half its members, with their secret base nestled within a river gorge, and members engaged in various missions. Some remain stationed within the base. Among the 2 significant spenders within the Akatsuki, one is Orochimaru, who delights in human experimentation. The other is Deidara, who appreciates human art. Has a new member arrived? Upon seeing Uehara Naraku, who stood behind Pain and Conan, Orochimaru instinctively licked his lips. Is this perhaps intended as experimental material for me? Pain shook his head and calmly stated, he will be the new intern within our organization, Uehara Naraku. Please take care of him. Uehara Naraku's smile radiated warmth. Yet within the confines of the dim cave, his youthful exuberance felt starkly out of place. Humph. The others merely scoffed at him, choosing to ignore him. Uehara Naraku's smile instantly faded. A bunch of scoundrels. It's rare for him to smile so brightly. Could it be that the carefully crafted smile of his can only be used to deal with the likes of Might Guy and Rock Lee? Xiaonan reached out and patted the boy's head, bending down to whisper in his ear. Laura, could you find a place to practice on your own? Oh, of course. Uehara Naraku stepped back a little and nodded. The iris flower gently swayed atop the woman's head as Xiaonan strolled into the depths of the cave. Despite the dim light, a colossal figure could be vaguely discerned within. Its appearance was exceedingly grotesque, yet its power was formidable. The tin-tail shell, the outer path golem, lay concealed here, evidently. The members of the Akatsuki organization were still oblivious to the true purpose of this behemoth. Haha, you're also an intern of the organization. Just as Uehara was lost in thought, a comical voice sprang forth. A hand clapped on Uehara's left shoulder, and when he turned to look, he saw nothing. Immediately, he felt a pat on his right shoulder, indicating that the person had dashed to the other side, an old yet tiresome prank. If this individual were also an intern of the Akatsuki, he could only be a Bito Uchiha, Uehara Naraku's future colleague and rival in the shadows. Uehara furrowed his brow, pressing his palms together forcefully as he activated his skill, Lightning Release, Thousand Thunder Prison. Suddenly, a storm of thunderclouds materialized around Uehara Naraku, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning descended, striking towards the man behind him. Ah, it hurts. The man standing behind Uehara made no effort to evade. Instead, he allowed the lightning to strike him, his body swaying precariously. The wooden mask on his face began to emit smoke, and his red cloud-patterned black robe bore scorch marks, even flickering with little flames. This man gave the impression of being a complete simpleton, devoid of any threat, serving merely to bring a modicum of amusement. However, anyone who thought so would be gravely mistaken, for he had inflicted enough torment on the shinobi world to drive them to the brink of madness. Uehara raised his head, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared intently at the masked man. The days ahead would likely not be particularly dull. Nevertheless, one must not grow complacent. But in the next moment, Uehara's expression grew solemn, for he spotted a young man clad in tight-fitting attire standing not far from the masked figure. The young man bore tear troughs on his face, wore a spiral-patterned ninja headband, and wore an expression of stern dignity, suggesting he had been raised with excellent manners. Uehara's countenance darkened. Is that Itachi Uchiha from the Anbu era? No, since he appeared in the Akatsuki. It indicated that he was no longer a Konoha Anbu ninja, but an S-rank rogue ninja who had slaughtered his entire clan and fled from Konoha. Compared to other S-rank rogues, Itachi's methods were particularly ruthless. Kakuzu had merely exterminated the high-ranking officials of Takigakure, a mere vassal village of Konoha with scant strong figures. Deidara had only killed the third Kazekage, a role often assumed by the Kazekage. Itachi, on the other hand, had annihilated his own kin. That was a clan with a 1,000-year lineage, historically known as the premier clan of the shinobi world, the Uchiha wielding the Sharingan. Hey, kid, show some respect for your senior intern. The masked man pointed angrily at Uehara, but upon meeting Uehara's gaze, he quickly raised his thumb and gestured towards the young man behind him. With a chuckle, he continued, Hey, I've recruited a powerful member for the organization. Soon, I'll no longer be an intern, but a full-fledged member. Even in his anger, the masked man continued to feign foolishness before Uehara, revealing no intention of exposing his hidden identity. After this statement, he proudly introduced, Do you know who he is? Although he is about your age, he has already slain the entire Uchiha clan, powerful enough to become a full member of our organization. Uehara regarded the masked man as if he were a fool. How could he have the audacity to perform such ostentatious theatrics in front of him and Itachi Uchiha? Did he truly believe his acting was impressive? Uehara Naraku stood before him, while Itachi Uchiha stood behind. Both were capable of vying for the title of Best Actor. Well, the masked man's acting was indeed commendable. Uehara had just gained Shaunin's trust, perhaps even Pain's. Itachi, meanwhile, had played his brother like a fiddle, revealing nothing until the end of the Pacific War. The masked man had remained hidden until the Fourth Great Ninja War, and even when his mask was knocked off, his identity had never been uncovered. Even if someone suspected him, they would face vehement rebuttals from others. Had Uehara not known his true identity, he would likely have presumed him to be a figure like Izuna Uchiha. How amusing. 3 individuals confident enough to vie for the title of Best Actor were now competing in their performances, believing they could outsmart one another. Honestly, it felt somewhat foolish. One day, he would unmask their identities and encourage everyone to be forthright. Suddenly, the masked man patted Uehara's shoulder, coaxing him amiably, Kid, how about a spar with Itachi Uchiha? If you manage to kill him, you could surely claim his position as a full member. Uehara Naraku looked at the masked man with the same incredulity one might reserve for a simpleton. If he wished so fervently to become a full member, why not kill him and usurp his position? Ha ha ha. Of course, it's because. After a prolonged moment of laughter, The masked man dejectedly admitted. My strength is too weak. I might very well be killed by him, but my strength is weak as well. Uehara blinked innocently, given his current abilities. Unless he could summon the righteous giant Galio, defeating the S-rank rogue ninjas of the Akatsuki would indeed be quite a challenge. If Uehara conserved his chakra, he could utilize his skills a dozen times or so. Defeating someone like Kizashi would likely pose no issue. However, facing a well-rounded expert like Itachi Uchiha would be an entirely different matter. Mastery in ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and dojutsu rendered his combat style exceedingly diverse. The most troublesome aspect was that this individual possessed considerable intelligence. He would never underestimate any adversary, meticulously dismantling their techniques while employing countermeasures. Then it's simply your own weakness to blame. The masked man shrugged, turning to the young man behind him. Hey, Itachi-kun. If you wish to establish yourself within the organization, then you must kill someone. Interns within the organization are not afforded protection. The 13-and-a-half-year-old Itachi Uchiha glanced at the masked man, then slowly turned his gaze to Uehara Nara, ultimately nodding in agreement as he unsheathed the ninja blade from his back. He had been brought in by the masked man. In Itachi's memory, the masked man claimed to be Uchiha Madara, a mysterious and powerful figure who had recently assisted him in the slaughter of the Uchiha clan and introduced him to the Akatsuki organization. The masked man had mentioned that the Akatsuki was his organization, and this in turn was likely someone he intended to eliminate. Previously, their agreement had just been reached, with the masked man promising not to attack Konoha or harm Sasuke in exchange for his allegiance to the Akatsuki organization. Now, the masked man's insinuations were clear. He sought assistance in dealing with another intern from this organization. It mattered little, as long as this individual honored the agreement. Itachi Uchiha was willing to assist him with minor troubles. Intriguing. Uehara Nara glanced at the kunai-wielding Itachi, recalling two side missions that had appeared before. Defeat Itachi Uchiha once, 01, reward unknown. Defeat the mysterious masked man once, 01, reward unknown. Itachi slowly closed his eyes and nodded slightly towards Uehara, conveying his apologies. I have my reasons for this. As soon as he spoke, his figure vanished from sight. How swift! In an instant, Itachi reappeared behind Uehara, wielding his kunai and ruthlessly slashing at Uehara's neck, as if he had slaughtered countless adversaries before, displaying a chilling familiarity with the act. Lightning release, thunder prison. Although Uehara had yet to detect Itachi's presence, he wasted no time in activating his defensive and offensive skill. Thunder prison, a technique they had previously discussed that had just cooled down enough for reuse. Storms of thunderclouds materialized above Uehara, and a bolt of lightning struck down, forcing Itachi to employ a substitution technique to evade. Countless bolts of lightning danced within the storm, threatening to descend once more at any moment. Once outside the range of thunder prison, Itachi frowned. This fellow, with just a single hand sign, could unleash such potent lightning techniques. Were all the interns in the Akatsuki such monsters? Clap, clap, clap. The masked man clapped vigorously, exclaiming in astonishment. Wow, wow, wow. This is truly spectacular. Whether it's Itachi's substitution technique or the little one's lightning ninjutsu, it all seems extraordinarily impressive. Fool. Uehara could no longer suppress his disdain, thinking how insincere such exaggerated praise was. Glancing at Itachi's position, 4 cards suddenly appeared in Uehara's hand and shot towards him. Sizzle. The harsh sound of metal scraping echoed. Itachi's kunai swiftly intercepted the 4 cards, which were as sharp as steel. My cards are not something just anyone can withstand, Uehara remarked with a sly smile, his gaze darkening. As his words fell, an explosion reverberated. One of the cards detonated instantly. Itachi was sent sprawling, kneeling on the ground. The rogue ninja from Konoha appeared somewhat disheveled, having been caught in the explosion despite his quick reaction after using the substitution technique. Goodness, how terrifying. The masked man anxiously clasped his hands over his head, nearly paralyzed with fear. 1 card packs more power than an explosive tag. Truly frightening. There must be a substantial amount of chakra attached. Itachi pondered, glancing up at Uehara. Was this organization's power truly so formidable? Although he had yet to fight at full strength. The sheer might of the 2 techniques wielded by this in turn suggested a combat capability at least on par with that of a jonin. A 12-year-old jonin? Itachi closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, revealing a fierce glint. His pupils transformed into crimson, with 3 black tomos swirling around. Whoosh! Uehara could almost hear the wind. He did not directly meet Itachi's Sharingan gaze, only observing the moment his toes vanished. That massive explosion should have attracted Konan and Pain otherwise. He would have to resort to purchasing some extraordinary items from the system with his coins. After all, his primary goal was to obtain skill rewards while showcasing his strength. This organization was notorious for its lack of scruples in recruiting powerful members. This little brat even knows how to counter the Sharingan. Quite remarkable indeed. The masked man continued to chatter excitedly about the battle, which was beginning to grate on Uehara's nerves. Had it not been for the need to remain vigilant against Itachi's surprise attacks, he would have certainly devised a means to deal a decisive blow. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged towards Uehara. The signature fire technique of the Uchiha clan, which Itachi, as a prodigy, executed with ease, unleashed a great fireball. It must be said, Itachi and Appo's hand sign speed was astonishing. In just 1 second, he formed 6 hand signs and released the technique. But Uehara's speed in forming signs was even quicker. He symbolically clasped his hands and unhesitatingly activated his defensive skill, Wind Barrier. The blazing fireball struck against the wall of wind, dissipating into nothingness, leaving only the searing air heated by the flames. Both the masked man and Itachi wore serious expressions, for Uehara had unleashed another ninjutsu with merely 1 hand sign. However, Itachi did not relinquish this opportunity. In almost the blink of an eye, the rogue ninja appeared behind Uehara, swinging his kunai with lethal intent. Is it happening? A small magical sphere materialized in Uehara's palm. He surmised that Itachi was likely using the great fireball as a feint, as it was a technique that had never proven fatal in the anime. Command, Shockwave. The space around Uehara distorted instantaneously. A gravitational force drew Itachi closer, and the dizzying effect of the warped space rendered Itachi unable to retaliate. Without hesitation, Uehara seized Itachi by the neck, pinning him to the ground. You've lost. Had he not used his palm, but instead sliced Itachi's neck with a card, he could have certainly killed him. However, that was not Uehara's objective. Itachi, while ostensibly a Konoha spy, was in reality a diligent model within the Akatsuki. Eliminating him here would be a tremendous waste. Moreover, if he had employed the card, Itachi might have activated Susanoo for defense. Suddenly, a chime echoed in Uehara's mind. He instinctively believed it was the completion of the first side mission, but instead, he discovered a side mission completed that had been tucked away in a corner. Mission completed. Defeated by Itachi Uchiha once, 1-1. Reward, 100 coins. What a joke. Who would wish for such a masochistic fate? No. The pressing issue now was why the system deemed him to have lost despite his clear advantage. You and Appo's, V lost. Itachi and Appo's eyes finally met Uehara and Appo's. The mesmerizing Sharingan with its 3 black tomo ensnaring him. Even caught off guard by the command, Shockwave, Itachi still sought an opportunity to counter. Though unaware of Uehara's leniency, he did not hesitate in his resolve. Only by subduing the enemy could one achieve ultimate victory. Uehara was plunged into an illusion, experiencing immense copper spikes embedding into his body, rendering him immobile. Jinjutsu, metal binding technique. In the mind of Uehara Nara, another side quest that had been cast aside upon his arrival in the ninja realm was finally completed. Task accomplished. Experience the power of the Sharingan, 1-1. Reward, Life Disintegration Ray. Life Disintegration Ray. A powerful beam released from both eyes that analyzes the life characteristics of the enemy, causing disintegration of their body for 5 seconds. The chakra cost and duration are correlated, with a minimum of 100 chakra required and a cooldown of 120 seconds. This skill is indeed formidable, but Uehara must immediately break free from the illusion. This was an unprecedented crisis. How could he falter at such a critical moment? Was it not said that the soul energy of a traveler is potent enough to resist illusions? What should he do to dispel the illusion now? Just as Uehara Nara contemplated unleashing the life disintegration ray for indiscriminate assault, someone slapped him on the head, dispelling the illusion in a manner reminiscent of scolding a child. What are you doing? Konan interrupted their battle. The woman with azure hair grasped Uehara Nara by the collar and pulled him beside her, speaking coldly. What are you doing? Uehara Nara sighed in relief. Upon seeing the members of Akatsuki emerge, he pointed at the masked man and Itachi Uchiha, hastily accusing, Lady Konan. These two want to kill me. No, no, no. The masked man stepped forward, shaking his hands in an exaggerated manner as he explained, We were merely testing the combat prowess of the organizations in turn, and we were surprised to find he could defeat someone who is fit to be a full member. Although Itachi Uchiha did not employ his Manjiki Sharingan techniques, in his ordinary state, his strength is beyond that of a typical ninja. To Uehara's astonishment, this young boy had managed to suppress Itachi with his strange techniques and almost eliminated him before he could reveal his trump card. If the masked man was not mistaken, the last technique used by the boy was likely space-time based, as he perceived a distortion in the fabric of space. This young boy was indeed remarkable. He could be considered a potent force for Akatsuki in their quest to gather tailed beasts. The members of Akatsuki had been in a constant state of turnover, and the teams were persistently understaffed, with members occasionally trading their allies for monetary gain. As for the potential threat posed by Uehara Nara, the masked man dismissed the idea after a brief moment of contemplation. It appeared that this boy lacked any significant bloodline traits, and his chakra merely seemed slightly above average, hardly qualifying him as a promising candidate. However, his innate talent was commendable, as he had managed to develop a technique that could be unleashed with a single-hand seal. But that was where it ended. He understood well that only those with powerful bloodlines could aspire to greater heights. As for Uehara Nara's method of merely distorting space, it had a certain time delay. With adequate information, one could easily evade it. Just moments prior, Itachi was caught off guard by the shockwave command, a sudden assault. Had Itachi chosen to expend his ocular power from the outset and directly employed his Manjiki techniques, the battle could have been concluded much sooner. Fortunately, he did not take that route. Otherwise, Akatsuki might have lost a formidable asset, which could have also drawn Conan's ire. Conan's gaze was tinged with skepticism as she looked down at Uehara Nara, brushing his hair gently and asking, "Is this true?" She found it hard to believe that a boy of 12 or 13 years, a wandering ninja at that, could possess the strength to contend with a full member of Akatsuki. However, during the earlier meeting, Zetsu had mentioned some intelligence indicating that Uehara was indeed a highly talented child. Truth and falsehood intertwined. Uehara Nara's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze on the rising Itachi Uchiha, softly stating, "I fought him using the secret techniques I developed, but he was not serious at all. His Sharingan is powerful." Uehara Nara pondered for a moment and added, "As soon as he activated his Sharingan, I fell into an illusion and couldn't break free." I understand. Indeed, ordinary ninjas easily fell into disadvantage when facing bloodline users, especially the Uchiha clan, which had a reputation for being unbeatable in one-on-one combat. Conan nodded, believing his words. When she first encountered Uehara Nara, she had harbored doubts about his identity and from which faction he might have been sent as a spy. However, during the meeting, Zetsu provided them with information about Uehara Nara. That little boy's father was indeed a ninja named Uehara Yeshu, hailing from a small village in the land of rain. The intelligence regarding Uehara Yeshu had also been uncovered by Zetsu. That individual was a common member of the original Akatsuki organization. Uehara Nara had lived in his father's hometown village all his life, occasionally referring to himself as a ninja while accepting tasks from the villagers, until his mother passed away over a month ago, prompting him to leave the village. With his identity confirmed, there were no further issues. Conan gently patted Uehara Nara's shoulder and instructed, "Naraku, you should rest for now. We have some matters to discuss with Mr. Itachi." After all, 12 years of age was still rather young. When they were 12, survival was a necessity, and now that Akatsuki had the means, it would be wise to nurture the next generation of the organization. "Wait," Zetsu interrupted Conan with a sly grin, stating, "Conan, I believe this little fellow could very well become a formal member of the organization." Uehara Nara's father had died while protecting Conan, slain by the roots of Konoha under the command of Danzo Shimura. Now, with his evident talent, a bit of guidance could lead him down a dark path, transforming him into an exceptional force. But he is still too young. His combat prowess is somewhat lacking, isn't it? Conan countered, as she had other plans for Uehara. A woman's emotions are inherently softer than a man's, and Conan wished to conceal the darker affairs of Akatsuki for a while longer. Yet his combat prowess is not lacking. Zetsu retorted, his smile taking on a chilling quality. "If I recall correctly, the new member we welcome today is only 13 years old, correct?" "Indeed." Itachi Uchiha was merely 13 this year. One could not deny that the inhabitants of the ninja world matured far too early. What was 12 years of age in combat? Itachi had accompanied his father to witness the great ninja war at the tender age of 4, having claimed the life of a rock ninja on the battlefield. Pain pondered for a moment before speaking. Conan, let him join us. Even with Itachi and Appo's addition, we still have a vacancy within the organization. Conan suddenly lowered her head, speaking softly. Pain, we are about to launch an assault on the Rain Village, to avenge them. I wish for Naruto to participate as well. Pain's brow furrowed, and for a moment, his Rinnegan displayed hesitation. Ultimately, he nodded, accepting his friend's proposal. Over the years, he had been secretly developing the techniques of the Rinnegan, awaiting the moment to exact revenge on Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village. Now, with the 6 paths of pain fully created, it was time to venture into the Rain Village and savor the fruits of vengeance. Originally, only he and Conan sought revenge. Now, with an additional ally, it was all the better. Therefore, Zetsu was tasked with continuing to seek suitable personnel for Kakazu. Pain cast a sweeping glance over the gathered assembly, his gaze settling upon Itachi Uchiha. He had previously acquired intelligence regarding Itachi. In Pain's perception, he was a youth of ruthless means, a slayer of his own kin, burdened with profound anguish and darkness. After a brief exchange of words with Itachi, Pain produced a ring from his sleeve. Welcome to Akatsuki. Your codename shall be Suzaku. From this day forth, you shall act as Itachi Uchiha of Akatsuki. You will bear the name of Akatsuki in your endeavors. Itachi nodded slowly, accepting the ring, and removed his ninja headband, carving a neat incision with his kunai. The Leaf Village's whirlpool headband reflected Itachi's somewhat grim visage, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind as he gazed upon it. Standing beside Conan, Uehara Nara observed the scene and suddenly spoke up. When you subdue him later, could you spare me a uniform? The Akatsuki attire is quite stylish. Perhaps due to Uehara's overly vigorous performance, Conan was reluctant to let him entwine with the darkness of Akatsuki, wishing instead for his bright future. Uehara received no new garments and could only gaze enviously at Itachi as he donned the black cloak adorned with crimson clouds. Conan glanced at the enviously gazing youth and tousled his hair, saying, Naruto, your future will be bright. In fact, it is quite fine as it is. Uehara pouted slightly, mumbling in response. However, when he saw Conan produce 2 bottles of purple nail polish to hand to Itachi, his expression twitched involuntarily. Must the Akatsuki's makeup be so heavy? Do men truly need to apply nail polish? Conan observed as Itachi calmly accepted the nail polish and abruptly addressed him. Itachi Uchiha, in the future, keep your distance from Uehara. If I see anyone wishing to harm him, I shall not show mercy. Itachi lowered his head to glance at Uehara, who stood beside Conan, and gave a slight nod. Senior Conan, reasonable combat can expedite a child's growth. The masked man beside Itachi took interest in Uehara, remarking, It seems this little brat's card throwing is quite similar to Senior Conan's paper techniques. Could he possibly be her younger brother? The woman with azure hair furrowed her brow, neither confirming nor denying, and urged them, If you have no further business, you may leave. All right. I'm off to buy some dumplings. The masked man exclaimed, whistling as he departed. As for Itachi, having just joined the organization, he would temporarily reside in their secret base, awaiting Pain's assignment to a combat team. Inspired by the masked man's comment, Conan grew curious about Uehara's abilities. She wanted to ascertain how he could match a trained rogue ninja from Konoha in a spar that left room for leniency. Upon seeing the card in Uehara's hand, Conan reached out to take it, lowering her gaze to examine the design. It was a Red Heart King. Is this a card used in gambling? Conan's expression turned slightly cold as her gaze on Uehara grew increasingly disapproving. Have you been involved in gambling? No, the youth shrugged, explaining. When I was a child, my family could not afford shuriken, so I practiced throwing with cheap cards. I've grown accustomed to it, and even developed techniques that utilize cards in combat. Beyond that, it was challenging to elucidate further. After all, the card master's throwing skills were quite practical. The explosive effect of the cards alone rivaled that of explosive tags. Is that so? Naruto, then you shall be my disciple. Conan opened her palm, and a flurry of origami emerged, transforming into paper butterflies that danced around them. She directed one butterfly to land on her fingertip and softly said, My paper techniques share a similar essence with your cards, and I can teach you many ways to engage in battle using paper. This was not only to nurture his growth, but also to ensure the legacy of Akatsuki. Uehara Nara felt somewhat dazed. Was there a misunderstanding in this matter? With his strength, did he truly need a teacher? Yet, if he wished to remain in Akatsuki, it seemed inappropriate to refuse Conan. Then, I humbly request your guidance, Lady Conan. A peculiar side quest notification popped into Uehara's mind, which he had not examined closely before. Quest completed. Become Conan's disciple. 1-1, gold 150. Such a meager sum. Did they think him a beggar? According to Uehara's understanding of the system's side quests, he grasped that the rewards for tasks widely accepted by the public were more substantial. Conan crouched before Uehara, tidying his clothes, her tone softening. Naruto, from now on. Call me teacher. Yes, teacher Conan, Uehara blinked, acquiescing readily. In truth, Conan lacked any inherent talent for teaching, pondering what to impart first. She decided to rely on her previous teacher's methodology by conducting a combat test. Although her teacher had been a Konoha ninja, she had not undergone the bell test, but had instead worked with her teammates to defeat her teacher's shadow clone. Clearly, she intended to replicate this approach. Conan brushed her hair from her forehead, gently explaining, in a few days, I will test you by having my paper clone fight you, determining which techniques to teach you and assessing your readiness for our next mission. Mission? Yes. Conan nodded, placing her hand on Uehara's shoulder, whispering, We seek vengeance for Akatsuki's former members, for your father. I do not wish for you to live in hatred, but I believe you must be informed. For some truths should not be buried by the sands of time. Uehara nodded, feeling somewhat constricted. In truth, he was well aware of those matters. He knew far more about the truth than Conan and Nagato could fathom. Thus, was it time to test his acting skills? Conan's expression gradually darkened, her demeanor growing cold as she articulated each word. 12 years ago, those who killed the other members of Akatsuki were Hanzo of the Salamander from Amigakure and Danzo Shimura from Konoha. What? A hint of surprise flickered across Uehara's face. So, do we attack Konoha or Amigakure? Pain, having overheard, approached and stood beside them, stating gravely, Conan, disclose the mission to him directly. Uehara Nara must partake in this task. It is his destined fate. No, involving Nara could be perilous. For the first time, Conan confronted Pain head-on. I must first assess him to ensure he can survive the mission. If he falls in this endeavor, it would be due to his own weakness. Unworthy of existence in this world. Pain. Xiaonan suddenly lifted her head, meeting his gaze with an unwavering resolve for a brief moment before ultimately lowering it. Murmuring, I still remember Master Jiraiya's teachings. It is the young who are the embers of the future. Moreover, Naraku is the only one. Since Yahiko fell in battle, this is the first time she has defied Pain's will, an occurrence that has not transpired in a long, long while. The emergence of this youth is akin to a beacon, illuminating their past. It made Xiaonan realize that she bears a profound responsibility. She must ensure that the Dawn's will, which once sought to illuminate the shinobi world, is inherited by Uehara Nara. The orange-haired man fell silent for a moment, then turned to leave, leaving behind a single remark amidst the rain. Do as you wish. We have prepared for this war for 12 years. The involvement of a mere child will not sway the outcome. The lake lay tranquil. The ninja treaded upon the water's surface, creating ripples. Uehara Nara stepped onto the lake, following Xiaonan's lead, gradually establishing his position. After 2 days of rest, today marked the official testing of his abilities. It was unclear what Pain was truly thinking. Just days prior, he had expressed displeasure at Xiaonan's decision, yet today he had come to observe the duel between master and disciple. Xiaonan closed her eyes, clasping her hands together, softly stating, Naraku, do not take this test lightly. My paper clones are not to be underestimated. Her voice gradually diminished. Countless origami figures emerged from her, swirling in the air to coalesce into a humanoid form, creating a paper clone that could rival her own prowess. This clone was distinct from the ordinary shadow clone technique. While shadow clones are indeed corporeal, they dissipate upon receiving damage. However, the paper clone possesses a unique advantage. When struck, it can fragment into smaller paper pieces, scattering afar only to reconvene later. Furthermore, the paper clone can execute any ninjutsu that Xiaonan is capable of wielding, and even an ordinary sheet of paper, under her chakra's manipulation, possesses a sharpness that rivals that of shurikens, let alone the countless explosive tags cleverly concealed among the paper fragments. Alas, if she cannot even best a paper clone. Uehara Nara raised his head, a confident smile gracing his lips. Then I would indeed be quite useless, wouldn't I? He had toiled for a month, amassing chakra bestowed by the tears of the goddess, achieving a level akin to that of a jonin. His previous defeat to Itachi Uchiha was due to his overconfidence. falling prey to the Sharingan's Genjutsu, and ultimately succumbing to Xiao Nan's decisive blow. Now, Uehara was well-versed in Xiao Nan's intelligence, fully aware of her techniques and weaknesses, and with his specialized skills. Should he still fail to overcome Xiao Nan's paper clone, he would devour the cards in his possession on the spot. That would have to wait until the conclusion of the test. Xiao Nan's paper clone surged forward across the lake's surface, calling out, "Naruto, it's time to begin." Paper shuriken. Dozens of paper sheets soared through the air. The sharpness of her paper shurikens was nearly indistinguishable from metal, with flight speeds and angles that were particularly unpredictable. Uehara Nara gripped 4 cards in each hand, swiftly hurling them towards the paper shurikens. Boom, boom. 8 cards shot forth, 2 of which were enhanced with chakra and detonated instantly, altering the trajectory of the paper shuriken. The remaining 6 cards hurtled towards Xiao Nan. Well done. The water's surface rippled once more. Xiao Nan was quite pleased with Uehara Naraku's method of countering her paper shurikens. Her paper clone's back unfurled into overlapping origami, forming a pair of wings that lifted her body into the air, evading the card assault, and once again utilizing her wings to launch an attack. Dance of the paper. Paper rain. Sheets of origami transformed into a torrential barrage of sharp paper fragments, raining down towards Uehara Naraku, leaving no room for evasion on the ground. Wind barrier. Uehara Naraku symbolically clasped his hands together, forming a hand seal, conjuring a wall of wind that rose from the water's surface, blocking the onslaught of paper rain. Yet the crisis had not abated. Even if the wind barrier could hold for a few fleeting moments, it could not endure indefinitely. Xiao Nan's paper rain had an almost inexhaustible capacity for renewal. The wind wall gradually dissipated. The paper rain surged forth once more towards Uehara. Uehara Naraku darted to the side, narrowly avoiding another wave of paper rain, but the threat remained unresolved. Was it time to resort to that technique? Uehara Naraku clenched his fists tightly, chakra surging through his body, his toes tapping upon the water's surface as he leapt into the air, evading the dense downpour of paper. It was the flight technique, void dance. Naraku, can he truly fly? Xiao Nan's brow furrowed. Flight skills were not uncommon, but ascending into the sky so effortlessly was rather unexpected. In the next moment, she beheld Uehara's figure rushing towards her. His speed was remarkable. Xiao Nan's paper clone swiftly ceased its downward barrage of paper rain, and countless sheets stacked together to form a paper spear, launching towards Uehara's direction. However, Uehara Naraku's movements in the air were astonishingly agile, evading the paper spear with a mere sidestep. Was he truly this nimble even midair? The woman's brow, once furrowed, gradually relaxed. This little rascal, Naraku, should not be underestimated. Bang! The two finally clashed in close quarters. Yet Uehara's taijutsu left much to be desired. Even in midair, he could not surpass Xiao Nan's prowess in physical combat. This was to be expected. His life energy was barely over 600, a statistic intrinsically linked to his physical capabilities, strength, and speed, rendering him comparable to a chunin in terms of data. Nevertheless, it mattered not. As long as he reached Xiao Nan's side, the battle would surely conclude, for the storm of thunderclouds had begun to gather around him. Lightning release, 10,000 thunder prison. The storm unleashed a relentless barrage of lightning, cleaving through the paper clone before him into scattered origami fragments, some of which crackled with electricity. This spectacle left Uehara astonished. Only on paper dampened by water could the electricity manifest. Yet these wet sheets, possessing conductive properties, rendered them nearly impervious to lightning's wrath. Teacher Xiao Nan, did you soak the paper clone in water beforehand? Indeed. Xiao Nan nodded, neither confirming nor denying. If I hadn't taken such precautions, my paper clone would have struggled to withstand fire release techniques. Uehara Naraku sighed in exasperation, realizing Xiao Nan had ingeniously used damp origami to channel lightning. Countless pieces of origami flitted to the opposite side, reassembling Xiao Nan's form, who softly spoke. Naraku, aside from oil with adhesive properties, it is nearly impossible for any other technique to utterly obliterate my paper clone. If you lack an alternative strategy, that perilous mission will not permit your involvement. Understood. Then I shall resort to another secret technique. The boy nodded, his expression serious as he regarded Xiao Nan, his hands weaving a mishmash of hand seals. He was indeed Uehara, the symbolic seal of Naraku. As his skills were instantaneous, sealing merely served as a means of misdirection. Xiao Nan observed this scene. her heart weighing heavily. Yet she did not impede Uehara's actions. The exchange between mentor and disciple should indeed allow the apprentice to showcase his true strength. Moreover, Xiaonan was curious to see what powerful ninjutsu this disciple, who could summon anything with just a clap of his hands, would unleash when he suddenly began to form serious hand seals. The life-form disintegration ray. After completing the chaotic hand seals, Uehara Nara abruptly brought his palms together and fixed his gaze on Xiaonan and Appo's paper clone. A surge of purple energy erupted instantaneously. Under the assault of the purple energy, Xiaonan's paper clone didn't even have time to split again before it completely vanished, dissolving into nothingness. Simultaneously, a peculiar sound resonated in Uehara Naraku's mind, indicating the completion of yet another bizarre side quest. Quest completed. Defeated the Angel of the Akatsuki, Xiaonan, 1-1. Reward. Angel skill, Holy Judgment. Holy Judgment, a skill that signifies the descent of an angel. Upon noticing the effects of the Holy Judgment skill, Uehara Naraku felt a slight sense of relief. He would no longer have to worry about instant death. Holy Judgment grants an invincible shield to oneself or another for a duration of 3 seconds, simultaneously. A purification blade will appear around the invincible individual, inflicting tremendous damage to nearby foes. Chakra consumption is related to duration, with a minimum consumption of 100 points and a cooldown of 160 seconds. Naraku, Xiaonan and Appo's real body waved at Uehara Naraku in the air, and once he landed, she inquired, "So, Naraku, was that technique a Kekkei Genkai?" The power of the life disintegration ray exceeded her expectations. When that purple energy first made contact with the paper clone, it felt negligible. However, within less than a second, a searing pain erupted from within, as if her very body were being erased. I'm not sure." Uehara Naraku shook his head, deflecting the question. "I can't determine if that was ninjutsu or a Kekkei Genkai. If my father were still alive, I could ask him if our family possesses any peculiar Kekkei Genkai." Xiaonan shook her head, choosing not to press further. Perhaps it was due to the myriad of strange jutsu within the Akatsuki, such as Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear or Sasori's Eternal Human Puppet. Pain stepped forward, speaking coldly. "His taijutsu is severely lacking, even inferior to you, Xiaonan. This will become a fatal flaw in battle." Xiaonan. Pain's remark cast a shadow over both of them. Previously, Pain had asserted that regardless of Uehara Naraku's abilities, he must participate in the revenge mission of the Akatsuki, yet now he seemed to be nitpicking. However, Pain's words held truth. Uehara Naraku's taijutsu was indeed riddled with flaws, evident even to her, who was not particularly adept in that area. Uehara Naraku scratched his head. His taijutsu was indeed subpar, but he believed that once his life energy accumulated over time, it would naturally improve. All right. Pain glanced at Uehara Naraku before turning back to Xiaonan. "Now that you have tested him, his strength is sufficient to participate in the mission." Uehara Naraku looked up, obediently observing the woman with azure hair. "Teacher Xiaonan, what exactly is the mission we are to undertake?" "We will be assaulting the Rain Village stronghold, compelling Hanzo the Salamander to summon his loyal subordinates, and ultimately execute them all." When Xiaonan mentioned that name, her countenance turned icy. 12 years ago, that man, revered as the demigod of ninjas, Hanzo the Salamander, betrayed his promise and conspired with Danzo Shimura of Konoha, murdering the leader of the Akatsuki and most of its members. She had etched every detail of that day into her memory. What she once thought would lead to the Akatsuki's bright future was obliterated overnight. Apart from her and Nagato, everyone else had been slain. Among them was Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki. He was a companion they had grown up with, guiding her and Nagato through the ravages of war, nurturing the dream of peace for those who trusted him. He did not perish while striving for peace, but fell victim to a conspiracy, leaving a profound shadow on the hearts of his 2 closest friends. Moreover, Nagato's legs were injured by explosive tags, resulting in his loss of mobility. He even made a pact with those 2 wicked individuals, leading the Akatsuki down a path of terror. In pursuit of vengeance and in remembrance, Nagato chose to preserve Yahiko's body, transforming it into the strongest Deva path among the 6 paths of pain, establishing the current Deva path Pain as the eternal leader of the Akatsuki. 12 years. Xiaonan and Nagato endured for 12 long years, waiting until the 6 paths of pain were fully realized before they gained the confidence to seek revenge against the Rain Village. Since it was revenge, It was only natural that no one else should interfere. Yet, who could have anticipated that before launching their assault on the Rain Village, they would encounter another young man who ought to join their ranks for vengeance? Uehara Nara pondered deeply. Their impending assault on the Rain Village should proceed without complications. Given the strength of the 6 paths of pain, capturing Hanzo the Salamander would not be a challenging feat, implying that this would merely be a journey of minimal consequence. The primary objective was to complete several tasks, including a series of quests that Uehara Nara had previously overlooked. Advanced Task 1. Eliminate 10 Wandering Ninjas, 10-10. Reward: 100 points of life energy, 100 points of chakra energy. Task completed. Advanced Task 2. Eliminate 10 Official Genin, 3-10. Reward: unknown. Based on Uehara's speculation, future tasks would likely involve a series of Genin, Chunin, and Jounin, potentially culminating in encounters with shadow-level figures. Well, it is quite probable, given his current strength. Facing shadow-level adversaries would be utterly futile, and considering the nature of the system and Appos' tasks, those shadow-level figures would undoubtedly be the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages, rather than rogue ninjas like Kakuzu. Presently, Uehara Nara's sole hope lay in the fact that the system's future advanced tasks would ideally involve ordinary Jounin rather than the likes of Might Guy and Kakashi, who were practically overflowing with exploits. Such encounters would be perilous indeed. However, if he wished to enhance his strength, undertaking advanced tasks was imperative. Uehara Nara surmised that these tasks would yield complementary life energy and chakra energy. The rewards should not be insignificant. Upon his arrival in this world, Uehara Nara had encountered several underwhelming wandering ninjas, and thanks to his skills, he had easily dispatched them. However, official genin typically belonged to their respective ninja villages and operated in groups. Even during his wandering days, he had only chanced upon a small team from a Wagakure that was terrorizing the Land of Rain. To fulfill the required number of advanced tasks, he needed to locate a gathering place for ninjas, and nothing could be more suitable than a ninja village. Completing a multitude of advanced tasks in one go, thereby significantly augmenting his strength, was a rare opportunity. As the preparation time unfolded, Uehara Nara sensed an odd atmosphere. According to his understanding of the world of Naruto, Nagato would typically store the pain bodies when not in use to conserve chakra. Who could have anticipated that during this pre-war period, Pain not only failed to return to his designated place, but frequently appeared at the training ground where he and Xiaonin practiced, critiquing Uehara Nara's taijutsu and posing a myriad of questions? Your arm strength is too weak. It lacks the power to crush your enemies. Your kicking speed is too slow, leaving you vulnerable to enemy counterattacks. Pathetic, kid. Are your punches merely for tickling the enemy? The man with orange hair stood at the edge of the practice field, occasionally offering his critiques, which undeniably tarnished the imposing image of the music-imbued Devapath Pain. Upanishad Naraku found it difficult to respond. Conan, unable to endure the situation any longer, interjected, Pain, Naraku is merely 12 years old. He is still quite young and has ample time for growth. I am simply expressing concern for the members of our organization. The orange-haired man articulated his points with a certain conviction, as if his reasoning were self-evident. Uehara Nara was compelled to undergo a week of rigorous physical training, resulting in a mere increase of 3 vitality points, an efficiency so disheartening it tugged at one's heartstrings. Fortunately, this arduous training would soon come to an end. The imminent civil war in the Rain Village was approaching, and no one could have anticipated that it would be a trio of Pain, Conan, and Uehara Nara who would challenge the reign of Hanzo the Salamander. For the time being, the main forces were solely Conan and Uehara Nara. Due to Nagato's physical limitations, Pain could not engage in prolonged combat. Thus it would fall upon Conan and Uehara to eliminate the ninja outposts within the Rain country and the roaming Rain ninjas, compelling Hanzo to muster all his strength. Once Hanzo called back all the Rain ninjas to protect himself, the 6 paths of pain would launch a collective assault to obliterate those who had gathered to resist. The naive youths, once exploited by Hanzo and Shimura Danzo, had finally wised up. Uehara Nara received a mission to clear a ninja stronghold along with pertinent intelligence, revealing the presence of 2 ninja squads, totaling 8 ninjas, including 2 Chunin leaders. His objective was to eliminate 7 of them while deliberately sparing 1, allowing the Rain ninjas to relay the news of the impending war back to the Rain village. Ideally, this would incite panic within the village. This task would indeed test his acting skills. However, Uehara Nara, considering himself one of the four principal actors of the Akatsuki, was not lacking in talent for performance. Ready to rival Kaguya, Obito, and Itachi for the title of Best Actor. In the eastern region of the Rain Country, there lay a stronghold concealed beneath a cliff. This outpost was manned by 2 Chunin and 6 Genin, whose primary duty was to monitor for any large-scale military incursions, wandering ninjas, or anyone daring enough to defy Lord Hanzo. One of the Rain Chunin, Kamakura, ambled to the entrance of the stronghold, gazing vacantly at the torrential downpour outside, muttering, "Every day brings this dreadful weather. I wonder when it will cease." Suddenly, a peculiar sound pierced through the cacophony of rain. It was unlike the relentless patter of the downpour. Kamakura halted his musings, straining to listen, for those raised in the Rain Country could easily discern the sound of rain hitting a bamboo umbrella. Swiftly, Kamakura turned to his comrades, signaling them quietly, "An enemy approaches." After all, amidst such dismal weather, anyone arriving at the rain stronghold could hardly be a mere traveler, could they? "Are you all prepared?" A youthful, timid voice chimed through the storm. Just as the rain ninjas exchanged puzzled glances, a purple energy beam sliced through the cliff, cleaving it in two, causing the torrential rain to cascade down. The rain ninjas, disregarding the rain splattering on their faces, stared in shock at the collapsing cliff. The breathtaking scene overwhelming their senses. What on earth was that technique? With a single strike, the entire cliff had been severed in an instant. In that critical moment, only Kamakura retained some semblance of composure, leaping behind a nearby rock and shouting, "The enemy is formidable. All personnel, remain vigilant and evade." As Kamakura cautioned his subordinates, he cautiously peered up to observe the adversary who had decimated their stronghold. It was a young ninja wielding a bamboo umbrella. Kamakura instinctively wished to dismiss the scene before him. How could such a powerful foe appear so youthful? Yet, this was the undeniable truth. Uehara Nara stepped forward, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the gathered rain ninjas softly. "So, shall we commence?" "Kid, what are you doing here?" Kamakura clenched his kunai tightly, his nerves fraying as he struggled to discern whether the moisture on his brow was rain or sweat. "What meaningless drivel are you spouting?" Uehara Nara raised his umbrella, revealing his smiling visage, yet his words were laced with menace. "I am here, of course, to eliminate you." Though his youthful face bore a smile, the bloody proclamation sent chills through Kamakura, as if he were gazing upon a demon. "Scoundrel, kill him!" Kamakura shouted, brandishing his kunai and charging forward, rallying his comrades to swarm the intruder. Under their captain's command, the rain ninjas advanced, weapons in hand, ninja swords, chain blades, and shurikens at the ready. Uehara Nara sighed, holding his bamboo umbrella low. "Life is so fleeting. Why do you still choose to take shortcuts?" A flash of golden light enveloped him. It formed a golden barrier, shielding him from the onslaught of weapons. Golden, ethereal swords materialized around the shield, and with a mere gesture from Uehara Nara, they descended in unison, piercing through the bodies of the approaching rain ninjas. Kamakura was struck dumb with astonishment. In his line of sight, neither shuriken, kunai, nor chain blade could pierce that seemingly thin golden shield, instilling a sense of despair. With a mere flick of his wrist, the boy had decimated the majority of the outpost's defenders, leaving only himself and another Chunin standing. Fortunately, the remaining Chunin retained his wits, swiftly forming hand seals. He unleashed a torrent of water release, water chaos. Clearly, such a C-ranked water technique posed no threat to the enemy, as Uehara Nara simply sidestepped the raging waters. Suddenly, a stream of water morphed into a whip, ensnaring Uehara's body. Water release, water whip. Kamakura tightly gripped the other end of the water whip. His mind now steady as he calmly instructed his companion, "Return to the village and report the situation here. I will hold him off." Without hesitation, the other rain Chunin nodded and dashed away, confident that Kamakura could not defeat the boy. However, he at least had to convey the information back. As long as Kamakura could stall the boy for a moment, he could blend into the torrential rain and escape this battlefield. Abandoning your comrade to flee doesn't seem very honorable, does it? A card materialized at Uehara Nara's fingertips, twirling gracefully before he flung it at the fleeing rain Chunin. Though it appeared merely a card, it was sharper than a shuriken. The card swiftly cut through the deluge, embedding itself in the fleeing ninja, followed by a thunderous explosion. The escaping rain Chunin was obliterated. Uehara Nara broke free from the water whip, raised his bamboo umbrella, and turned his gaze to the remaining Chunin. Even if you wish to return and report to Hanzo, let me decide who gets to leave alive. Scoundrel! Kamakura wailed, witnessing the death of his last comrade. His fury boiling over as he slammed his fist into the ground, mud and rain splattering onto him. Another fool seeking to challenge Lord Hanzo. Decades ago, Hanzo the Salamander had been revered in the ninja world as a demigod, the closest to the legendary first Hokage, and thus he had faced numerous assassination attempts and challenges. The ninjas of the Rain Village had grown accustomed to this. Kamakura had seen many hot-headed youths who believed that mastering a few techniques made them invincible, entering the Rain Village with aspirations of claiming Hanzo's head, yet most met their demise at the hands of Hanzo's trusted lieutenant, Pain. Kamakura suddenly regarded the youth before him, sheltered by a bamboo umbrella, as a fool, one oblivious to the heights of heaven and depths of earth, foolishly seeking fame through the defeat of the esteemed Hans. Uehara Nara did not deny this perception. Instead, he approached Kamakura, the Ch-nin, and with a light chuckle remarked, "You have guessed only half correctly. My desire to claim Hans's head is also to offer it as a tribute to those he has slain. That old man has certainly lived long enough. Hasn't he? Scoundrel! How dare you insult Lord Hans?" Kamakura gritted his teeth. As a Rain shinobi, he could not tolerate anyone disparaging the ninja demigod they revered. Just as Uehara Nara expected a fierce struggle, Kamakura swiftly hurled a kunai and formed hand seals, Rain Hidden technique. A cloud of smoke billowed up amidst the downpour. As a ninja from the Rain Hidden Village, Kamakura was well-versed in how to fight and evade amidst torrential rain. This man intended to flee. Confronted by a formidable foe who had annihilated all station ninjas at the Rain Hidden Stronghold, Kamakura was acutely aware of his own limitations. That brat had effortlessly dispatched 6 genin and 1 ch-nin, all the while maintaining his grip on the bamboo umbrella. It was imperative to relay this intelligence back to the village. Kamakura's figure darted, utilizing the rising smoke to obscure Uehara's line of sight as he deftly concealed himself within a crevice in the rocks, a spot he had long identified. As an ordinary ninja, when faced with an insurmountable enemy, the only recourse was to send intelligence regarding the adversary back to the higher-ups in the village. This was the code of the common ninja. The rain intensified. The Rain Hidden Ch-nin, Kamakura, dared not breathe too loudly, cautiously hiding in the rocky crevice, listening to the diminishing sound of raindrops striking the bamboo umbrella. Had the boy left? Kamakura slowly exhaled in relief. He waited a moment longer to confirm the youth's departure before cautiously peering out to observe his surroundings. Aside from the splashes of the torrential rain, there was no sign of life on the ground. Finally, Kamakura, the captain of the Rain Hidden Ch-nin, felt a sense of ease and stepped out from the rocky niche, only to realize that the rainfall seemed to have lessened. The sound of raindrops hitting the bamboo umbrella reached his ears once more. The boy had not departed. Kamakura's gaze shot upwards. In the sky, a shadowy figure hovered, the silhouette holding a bamboo umbrella, causing Kamakura's eyes to widen in disbelief. Could that brat actually fly? Uehara Nara descended, adjusting his position to meet Kamakura's gaze. He tilted his head and inquired, "Hey, even if you wish to escape, shouldn't you at least consider my opinion?" Kamakura, aghast, stared at the youth with wide eyes, stammering, You sensed my position all along." "Indeed," Uehara Nara nodded, producing a card and pressing it against Kamakura's forehead protector. The seemingly thin card cut through the iron of the ninja's headband with an alarming sharpness, embedding itself slowly. Kamakura trembled at the sight of the action, paralyzed in fear before an enemy who defied all logical understanding. He could distinctly feel a shallow cut on his forehead, blood seeping through the gap in his protector. Just when Kamakura believed he was to be slain, Uehara Nara halted and softly stated, "All right. Remember to inform the pike fish Hans that 12 years ago he evaded death, but this time he shall not escape." Kamakura muttered in a daze. Why? Why didn't you kill me? Who on earth are you?" Uehara Nara pondered for a moment, raising a finger and earnestly explaining, "Perhaps. I am a kind person." A month prior, upon entering the ninja world, he might have indeed been a kind soul. However, the harsh realities of life in the land of rain had taught him that kindness would not suffice for survival in this realm. Thus he had become a rather unconventional individual. When one bears witness to a world in ruins, the seed of malevolence begins to blossom. and the latent malice within humanity compels one to become a being indistinguishable from good and evil. Good, kindness? Kamakura could not help but lower his head, gazing at the fallen bodies of the rain ninjas surrounding him. What kind of kindness was this? Uehara Nara lowered his umbrella to the ground, stepping into the torrential rain. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped, turned, and smiled. Rather than slaughtering all of you, it is far more effective to leave you alive to spread fear to Hans the pike fish. You, Kamakura, still in shock, reacted. Uehara Nara waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Go on, return and inform Hans that the Avengers from 12 years ago are coming back to claim his life." With that, the boy with the bamboo umbrella gradually faded from Kamakura's sight, leaving destruction in his wake. 12 years ago, Kamakura sank to his knees in the rain, remembering an old tale from the rain-hidden village. 12 years prior, Hans had led numerous trusted rain ninjas on a mission, the specifics of which were unknown. However, aside from Hans, none of the other ninjas ever returned. Since then, Hans had issued a command to hunt down the Akatsuki organization. Yet the rain ninjas had never uncovered any trace of them, and the matter ultimately faded into obscurity. Now, had a member of the Akatsuki come seeking vengeance? The downpour grew even heavier. After completing his task, Uehara Nara observed wet papers swirling in the rain, coalescing into a woman with light blue hair. Her temples dampened, clinging to her face. It was none other than his teacher. Konan extended her hand to take the bamboo umbrella from Uehara Nara, drawing him close so they could share the umbrella and shield themselves from the rain. "I witnessed everything just now." Konan looked down at Uehara Nara, placing an arm around his shoulder, softly complimenting the boy beside her. "Naraku, you did well." "Not at all. It's all thanks to Teacher Konan." The first mission had been executed flawlessly. Uehara Nara exuded confidence, which was precisely what Pain desired. The vengeance of the Akatsuki was meant to be bold and straightforward. With godlike power, he would unflinchingly dismantle Hans's reign and resolve. As two individuals bound by a deep-seated enmity towards Hans, both Konan and Pain understood the ninja demigod's cautious and suspicious nature, which would undoubtedly compel him to gather all his trusted allies to safeguard his own safety. No matter how he considered it, Hans could never have anticipated that, following the likes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in the Warring States, someone could single-handedly dismantle a ninja village. The rain continued to pour. Konan led Uehara Nara to a cave to escape the downpour. Before them lay a fire pit with two fish roasting over the flames. As neither possessed the skill to use fire-release ninjutsu for rapid cooking, Konan stirred the roasting fish, carefully tending to the fire, softly stating, "We'll need to wait a little longer." "It's all right. I'm not too hungry yet," Uehara Nara replied nonchalantly, merely watching her focused demeanor, and quietly inquired, "Teacher Konan, do you enjoy grilled fish?" The woman fell into a contemplative silence. After a long pause, Xiaonan nodded and spoke. "Back when I, Yahiko, and Nagato were training under Master Jiraiya, the war between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind was still ongoing, and food was scarce. We often relied on grilled fish to stave off hunger." Jiraiya, one of the legendary three of Konoha? Uehara Nara discerned her enthusiasm for reminiscing and initiated the conversation. "He is a renowned ninja. I have heard his name before." In truth, he was well aware of Jiraiya's life story, but what intrigued him more were Jiraiya's celebrated works. Regrettably, most bookstore owners in the ninja world were quite principled and steadfastly refused to sell Ika Paradise to a 12-year-old boy. They did not even have it in stock. However, the bookstore proprietors were more than willing to promote another book, The Will of Fire, Tales of Resilience, penned by the same author, Jiraiya. It is widely known that this book did not fare well in sales. Out of curiosity, Uehara Nara purchased it. After reading a few pages, he realized that it was essentially a self-help book for ninjas, intended to comfort those who had endured the traumas of war. Unfortunately, ninjas were not fond of such sentimental literature. In contrast to The Will of Fire, the more risque Ika Paradise was much favored by those bloodthirsty ninjas. Thus, the great literary master embarked on an irretrievable path into the realm of romance. Of course, compared to the Ika series, Jiraiya's stature was far greater, being one of the legendary three of Konoha, the Toad Sage from Mount Myaboku, the disciple of the third Hokage, and the mentor of the fourth Hokage, among other accolades. That white-haired old man had a profound impact on the ninja world. Master Jiraiya is indeed quite famous. Xiaonan handed a grilled fish to Uehara Nara, and gently said, "He is not haughty or cruel like Orochimaru. It was his deeds that inspired us to seek him out and become his disciples." And then, Uehara prompted. Then, Xiaonan furrowed her brow, reminiscing about the past, and quietly replied, "We spent 3 wonderful years together until Master Jiraiya departed. Every day was filled with joy." "It seems that teacher Xiaonan cherishes those days," Uehara remarked, biting into the grilled fish. Xiaonan's expression turned serious as she said, "Indeed, those days are worth cherishing. If possible, I would prefer that Nagato had not acquired such formidable power, that the Akatsuki had never arisen, and that we could continue living those ordinary days. If given the chance, I too would like to meet Master Jiraiya." Uehara chuckled lightly and added, "I hope he is not as difficult to deal with as Orochimaru from the organization. That legendary white-haired figure is truly worth meeting. Moreover, there are numerous side missions related to Jiraiya. Although it may be challenging to locate him now, in a few years, during the Chunin exams in Konoha, he will undoubtedly appear within the village. Once there, many missions could be accomplished. Yes, let us keep our distance from Orochimaru. He is not a good person." Xiaonan patted Uehara on the shoulder, gazing intently into his eyes, and earnestly cautioned him, "Aside from me and Pain, do not trust anyone else." Uehara blinked, internally rolling his eyes, and nodded at Xiaonan, saying, "Understood, teacher. All right, let us finish eating and rest early." Xiaonan tousled his hair and softly said, "Tomorrow we will advance on another stronghold. We might encounter a few formidable opponents." Uehara was slightly taken aback, given the combat abilities of the ranged shinobi he had encountered. What could possibly be so formidable? Even if there were a few jonin, could they truly overcome Xiaonan? Uehara was still viewing things too narrowly. The village hidden in the rain had long been among the most prominent of the smaller ninja villages, second only to the 5 great nations. At its peak, it even dared to declare war on the surrounding great nations. Although ultimately subdued, its strength was still not to be underestimated. The second-range stronghold that Xiaonan and Uehara were to attack was situated atop a remote mountain, with a terrain that was easy to defend yet difficult to assault, and a greater number of ninjas whose vigilance surpassed that of ordinary ninja strongholds. As they ascended the mountain, Uehara looked perplexed at the desolate peak and asked, "Teacher, what purpose does establishing a ninja stronghold here serve?" "Because it houses a salamander," Xiaonan replied, raising her finger as a paper butterfly fluttered down to her fingertip, transforming back into a blank sheet of paper that merged into her body. "A salamander?" Uehara exclaimed, gazing around the inconspicuous mountain. "Isn't that the summoning beast of Hanzo, the leader of the rain?" As a mystical beast dwelling deep in the rain country's mountains, the salamander was notorious for its formidable physique and lethal venom, making it a nightmare on the battlefield. This creature, not among the 3 great sacred lands of the ninja world, could rival them in strength, and many ninjas had perished from its toxic sting. Even the legendary 3 of Konoha had once been subdued by it and Hanzo. "Precisely," Xiaonan nodded, producing a scroll and quietly stating, "The venom of the salamander is potent. During the Second Great Ninja War, if a ninja lacked a gas mask, they stood no chance of surviving on the battlefield. Sealing technique, release." After saying this, Xiaonan retrieved 2 rather unattractive gas masks from the sealing scroll and handed one to Uehara Nara. "Put this on. Neither of us are medical ninjas, so we must ensure our safety." "All right." Uehara accepted the mask with a peculiar expression. After entering the deep mountains, Uehara Nara and Konan could visibly see areas shrouded in purple toxic gas, with withered shrubs scattered all around. These regions had been contaminated by the toxins inadvertently released by the salamanders. Given the lethal nature of this place, it was no wonder that few dared to tread here. Konan frowned slightly and whispered, "The salamander harbors a venom sac within its body. Should it release its toxins, anyone inadvertently inhaling them would almost immediately succumb to fatal poisoning." Uehara Nara nodded in acknowledgement. The potency of the salamander's venom was formidable. Even Hanzo, known for his high resistance, could fall victim to it. It was said that aside from Tsunade of Konoha and Chiyo of Sunagakure, no one else possessed the ability to swiftly counteract the salamander's venom. "Let us discuss our plan," Konan proposed, surveying the terrain before outlining her strategy to Uehara. "I will scout for the salamander's location, divert its attention, and lead it away for extermination. You will be responsible for delaying the actions of the station ninjas or eliminating them directly." Uehara nodded in agreement. The plan appeared flawless. The only complication in this mission lay with the venom sac of the salamander, should it unleash a toxic deluge upon its demise. Both sides would have no choice but to retreat, as the use of gas masks would severely hinder the ninja's ability to observe the battlefield or track their opponents. Moreover, the masks were inherently fragile and could easily be damaged during fierce combat. Should a Jainin fail to notice a shuriken thrown by a genin due to a compromised view, it could very well lead to his own downfall. Before taking action, Conan turned back to the young man and whispered, "Naraku, I will handle everything. The mission will proceed without issue. Remember, you must protect yourself." "Yes," Uehara Naraku replied earnestly, perhaps receiving more care from Conan due to being the child of the first generation of the Akatsuki. The operational plan was progressing smoothly. Following the trail of the toxins, Conan swiftly located the salamander's lair, planting several explosive tags in the ground before detonating them. Boom! The mountains trembled as a massive salamander erupted from the earth, its brown body covered in grotesque bumps, appearing rather clumsy. Yet, its movements were anything but sluggish. In response to Conan's assault, the salamander opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of purple mist, forcing Conan to deploy the paper wings on her back to evade the toxic onslaught. The commotion had not gone unnoticed. The stationed rain ninjas quickly reacted, fully armed, rushing from their stronghold. At least 20 rain ninjas emerged, gathering atop a towering rock formation. Swiftly identifying their adversary, a ninja clad in a red cloud-patterned black cloak, drawing the salamander away from their territory. "Someone is attacking Lord Hanzo's summoned beast. No. He aims to lure the salamander away. Quickly stop him." The rain ninjas descended rapidly, intent on pursuing Conan and the salamander, but were obstructed by a flurry of cards. 3 cards pierced through the bodies of 3 rain ninjas, and the final card landed with a thunderous explosion, forcing the remaining ninjas to halt their pursuit. "Stay vigilant. There are other enemies." The leader of the rain ninjas gestured for his subordinates to disperse, only to turn and spot a boy wearing a gas mask. "Humph, just a brat." Uehara Naraku was still reflecting on the sound that echoed in his mind, a notification indicating the completion of his task, having just slain 3 rain ninjas, thereby fulfilling his advancement mission. Advancement Task 2, eliminate 10 official genin, 1010. Rewards, 500 life energy, 500 chakra energy, and 500 gold coins. The rewards were rather generous. Uehara furrowed his brow. In the previous month, he had dispatched numerous rogue ninjas, completing Advancement Task 1, which had only granted him 100 life energy and chakra energy. Now, upon completing Advancement Task 2, the system had generously rewarded him with 500 life energy and chakra energy, along with an additional 500 gold coins. If his assumptions were correct, the initial 100 points corresponded to the promotion from a regular ninja to a genin, while the 500 points indicated the transition from genin to chunin. This implied that by merely completing advancement tasks, such as slaying 10 official genin, even without fulfilling other peculiar tasks, the system would assuredly elevate him to the status of a chunin. However, the additional 500 gold coins appeared to be a bonus intended to encourage him to purchase enhancement equipment from the shop, ensuring he did not fade into obscurity. At last, his statistics were beginning to take shape. Life energy, 1201 chakra energy, 1850 life recovery, 2-second chakra recovery, 5-second gold, 2070 regrettably. The gold could only be spent on trivial and ineffective equipment in the shop. Uehara Naraku resolved to save diligently. Aspiring to acquire a powerful item capable of augmenting his life energy, known as the Berserker Armor. Concealed behind his mask, he licked his lips. Now that his life energy had significantly increased, his strength, speed, and physical resilience should meet the standard of an average Jainin, albeit perhaps just the bare minimum. His gaze shifted towards the remaining rain ninjas, who regarded him with disdain. There were still a dozen or so left, including at least 4 or 5 chunin leaders. Perhaps even more. Advancement Task 3, eliminate 10 official chunin, 210. Rewards, unknown. Uehara Naraku's third advancement task required him to kill 10 chunin. In the months since his arrival, he had already eliminated a rain squad, taking down 1 chunin leader, and during a recent mission to destroy a stronghold, he had slain another chunin leader. "Hey, Brad, if you surrender quietly and tell me where that guy in black went, as well as your reason for attacking the salamander, perhaps we might grant you a swift end or spare your life." The leader of the rain ninjas observed the unmoving boy with contempt and continued, If you dare to resist, when we capture you, I shall show you the brutality of the Rain's Stinger. The Rain's Stinger. At first glance, it sounded like a formidable individual. However, in the ninja world, such titles often held little weight. Uehara Nara was well aware that a genin from Sunagakure had once dubbed himself Crimson Sand and Wind's Great Maru, despite lacking any real prowess. Relying solely on an impressive moniker to intimidate. The leader of the Rain Ninjas, however, was not merely bluffing. He was a certified Jainin from the Rain Village, known as Habuto Hirakawa. Habuto, feeling somewhat capable, had adopted the moniker Rain Stinger for himself. Naru Uehara raised her head to gaze at Hirakawa Habuto. Her voice muffled within her gas mask. The Rain Shadow's sting, is it? Sounds like quite a formidable figure. Good to know. Habuto, feeling a sense of pride, appeared somewhat pleased. Uehara adjusted her gas mask and stated seriously, "All right, I won't tease you any longer. I was merely jesting." After all, the name Rain Shadow's sting sounds utterly ridiculous. Infuriated by the scorn from the young girl, Captain Rain Shinobi's smugness instantly vanished. He drew his ninja blade with a swift motion and charged towards Uehara. Without acknowledging his subordinates, he commanded, "Hey, I'll deal with this brat. You all pursue the enemy that lured away the mountain pepper fish." "Yes, Captain Habuto." The group of Rain Shinobi sprang into action, pivoting to chase after Shao Nan and the mountain pepper fish. Lightning release, thunder prison. Uehara formed a hand sign, extending her palm toward the sky as storm clouds gathered ominously above her head. As she unleashed her chakra to enhance her ninjutsu, arcs of electricity radiated rapidly outward from her body, expanding the storm's reach. Once the thundercloud enveloped the Rain Shinobi, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, striking directly at Habuto. In an instant, Habuto created a water clone to intercept the blow, his heart racing as he muttered, "That little brat, with just one hand sign, unleashed such powerful lightning ninjutsu. If it weren't for my water clone, I would have felt utterly powerless to evade that strike." Even though the lightning appeared diminutive, he dared not test the wrath of natural thunder. However, this was merely the beginning. As the storm clouds fully engulfed the area, bolts of lightning sporadically struck down, leaving every Rain Shinobi in uncertainty about whether they were the target of an attack. Some resorted to using the substitution technique to evade the lightning, while others took refuge behind cover to redirect the strikes. Yet, none could ascertain when this ninjutsu would cease or who would be the next victim of the lightning. In her mind, Uehara calculated. The duration of Thunder Prison was 3 seconds, with lightning striking every 0.5 seconds. It required a minimum of 100 chakra points. But she was using 1,000 chakra points, amplifying the area and duration tenfold. Within half a minute, each individual would experience 60 strikes of lightning. And it wouldn't even take that long. Moments later, the first ninja succumbed to the relentless assault. With lightning striking every 0.5 seconds, he could no longer withstand the pressure and was struck down, collapsing to the ground. Perhaps due to his survival, the lightning continued to rain down until he was reduced to a charred husk. Soon after, the second, third, and fourth followed suit, within mere seconds. Half of the Rain Shinobi had been decimated. The interval between strikes was approximately 0.5 seconds. While Habuto desperately dodged the bolts, he shouted, "Quick, everyone gather together. Protect me while I use Earth Release for defense." His strategy was sound. Regardless of the ninja, the 0.5 seconds were insufficient to form a hand seal, let alone complete a defensive ninjutsu. If they clustered together, as long as one could utilize the water barrier to shield them from an attack, they could subsequently rotate the use of defensive techniques. 3 Rain Shinobi, fully aware of their likely demise, chose to sacrifice themselves, each helping Habuto withstand a lightning strike, granting him the time needed to form a hand seal. Earth Release, Earth Prison. Habuto bellowed as stones rapidly flew towards him, encircling him and his remaining subordinates to create a rocky sanctuary. Initially intended to imprison foes, this jutsu was now employed solely for their protection. Several bolts of lightning struck down. Sparks erupted upon the rocky shelter. The stones shattered under the onslaught. Habuto hurriedly channeled his chakra, reinforcing the thickness of the rocky haven as his subordinates rushed to contribute their earth-based chakra. However, this would not sustain them for long. Given the intensity of the lightning strikes, even with ample chakra remaining, they could not rely solely on the thickness of the stone structure to withstand the attacks. It would eventually crumble. Habuto turned and cast a sorrowful glance at his subordinates. Just moments ago, There had been 4 intact ninja teams, and now only 5 remained. Captain Habuto. Captain Habuto. Trusting gazes were cast upon him, and one of the range shinobi murmured, Captain Habuto, let us cover your escape. There is no way out. The man known as the Rain Shadow's Sting shook his head, solemnly explaining, I've observed that each lightning strike originates from the storm clouds above. To survive this ninjutsu, there are only 2 options. The first, of course, is to find a way to escape the storm's coverage, which is at least several hundred meters away and exceedingly difficult. The second option is to muster all our strength to charge and eliminate that boy casting the jutsu. We are merely a few dozen meters from him. Time was of the essence for the range shinobi. Habuto quickly devised a strategy and exclaimed, we charge out and kill that brat. No sooner had he spoken than the entire rocky sanctuary was obliterated by lightning. The 5 range shinobi dashed toward Uehara, throwing various sizes of stones while simultaneously employing the substitution technique to shield themselves from the lightning, all while closing the distance to their adversary. Uehara stared in astonishment at the charging range shinobi. Were they truly intent on ending her life? How tragic. If only they had held on for one more second, the Thunder Prison would have concluded, and there would have been a significant chance for them to escape. Yet, they had made a grave error in judgment. The storm clouds above began to dissipate, and Uehara, channeling chakra, formed a small magical orb in her hand. Her expression concealed behind her mask, she spoke in a resonant voice. You are courting your own demise. Earth release, tremor core. One of the range shinobi swiftly formed hand seals, slamming his palms onto the ground as chakra surged through the earth toward Uehara. This was a technique capable of altering the terrain. Uehara barely processed the situation before feeling the ground beneath her give way, and she slipped into a square pit. However, the pit created by the range shinobi's tremor core was somewhat constricted. Uehara could almost reach both sides of the rocky walls with a mere stretch of her arm. Observing their comrade's success, the other range shinobi seamlessly joined forces, simultaneously forming seals to unleash their jutsu. Water release, water surge. 3 torrents of water erupted from their mouths, swiftly coalescing into a river, gushing into the pit where Uehara had fallen. Standing at the bottom of the pit, Uehara utilized her air dance technique to hover above the ground, effortlessly evading the waves. She then lightly applauded, your coordination is commendable. You nearly succeeded in burying me. Her applause was undoubtedly a humiliation for the range shinobi. However, Habuto, the leader, remained unfazed, focusing intently on forming his seals, forcing himself to hasten his speed. Faster. Even faster. Due to the intricate hand seals required for his current jutsu, he found himself on the verge of executing one of the most complex techniques in the ninja world. He aimed to utilize the water release, water dragon bullet technique. After all, with his companions having created such a favorable environment for water release ninjutsu, it was only fitting to wield this formidable technique. Hattori Hirakawa couldn't help but contemplate the second Hokage of Konoha, questioning why such a convoluted jutsu needed a staggering 44 hand seals. Uehara Nara hovered above, surveying the gathered crowd, his gaze gradually resting upon the frantically forming seals of Hattori Hirakawa. Hey, do you really consider yourself a legitimate ninja when it takes so many hand seals to perform a single jutsu? The Rain ninjas were collectively puzzled. Ignoring Uehara's taunt, Hattori continued to focus, determined to complete the water dragon bullet technique by forming 18 more seals within 6 seconds. Uehara Nara frowned, observing the devoted ninja, and swiftly threw his recently gathered chakra puppet orb, command, shockwave. With such an array of seals, could they be those bizarre forbidden techniques? For safety's sake, he decided to interrupt him. The small chakra puppet landed among a group of Rain ninjas and suddenly began to spin, warping the very space around them. The distorted space pulled the group of Rain ninjas together, causing them to collide into each other in a dizzying disarray. Hattori Hirakawa, interrupted mid-seal, cursed the second Hokage of Konoha inwardly, lamenting why he couldn't have improved the seal formation when he invented the technique. 44 seals. Even if he could manage to form 3 in a second, it would still take around 15 seconds. Uehara Nara stepped on Hattori Hirakawa, seized his ninja blade, and plunged it into the ground beside him, softly stating, how about a wager? Hattori Hirakawa felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. Uehara deftly avoided the blood, chuckling lightly. This world is already a mess. With your temper, how do you expect to survive? Hattori gritted his teeth for a moment before exclaiming, you little brat. You hardly act your age. Uehara shrugged. Exasperated. I isn't it because your lot has caused so much misery in the land of rain that I've had to grow up quickly? Hattori paused, then solemnly replied. Everything we do now is for the greater glory of Amage Cure and the land of rain. The pain of a few is merely a necessary sacrifice. All right. I have no interest in your dreams. Uehara pointed to the 4 rain ninjas nearby. Let us discuss matters more immediate. Which of you are Nin? The 4 rain ninjas exchanged glances. Uehara, discerning their unspoken communication, quickly identified the 2 most scrutinized ninjas as the Nin captains. Suddenly, 2 cards shot out from Uehara's fingers, striking the chests of the 2 captains, blood erupting from their hearts. Hattori, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of helplessness and hatred surge within him, shouting, "You bastard! I will kill you." His subordinates comprised only 4 ninja squads, 3 of which were standard Nin captains accompanied by genin members, while the last was his direct command of 3 Nin. The 2 he had just seen killed had been his loyal companions for over a decade, trusted allies in countless battles. Don't be too eager to meet your end. Uehara pressed down hard on Hattori, pointing at the remaining 2 rain ninjas, inquiring, "More of your companions will join them in the afterlife. Let us focus on these 2 genin. Care for a wager?" "What wager?" Hattori's face turned icy. Uehara, appearing intrigued, softly proposed, "Tell me a story that brings me joy, and I shall let you all go." "What do you say?" The absurdity of the wager struck Hattori. What kind of story could possibly please him? His mind momentarily blank, he found himself pondering what tales might amuse this mere adolescent. After a brief silence, he gazed at Uehara, perplexed. "I've certainly encountered many events, but you must at least tell me what kind of story you enjoy. If I told you, this wager would lose its meaning. So pray your tale brings me joy, for only then will those 2 genin and yourself be spared." As Uehara spoke, he crouched slightly, his tone turning chillingly menacing. "If your story fails to satisfy me, then pray your demise is at least a dignified one." Hattori's countenance darkened. Yet upon glancing at the trembling genin, he lowered his head and murmured, "Do you truly intend to keep your word and not humiliate me?" "Of course not." Uehara nodded, suddenly adding, "By the way, you're not a Nin, are you? If you were, we could skip the formalities, and I could send you straight to the afterlife." Hattori, uncertain of Uehara's sentiments, quickly replied, "No, I am a jonin of the village." "Ah, then let us store your life for now." Uehara expressed satisfaction at Hattori being a jonin, clapping his hands. "Now, please regale me with a tale of manly romance." Hattori, feeling numb, nodded mechanically, his thoughts racing. Why had they encountered such a lunatic? Hattori pondered, realizing that Uehara had only granted him a single chance, with a hint that the 12-year-old boy was keen on stories of masculine romance. However, such tales could be categorized in countless ways. As a battle-hardened ninja, Hattori's favorite stories were undoubtedly those from Paradise of Affection, albeit they were somewhat inappropriate for children. He pressed his brow, contemplating whether this young boy might not grasp the exquisite nature of Paradise of Affection due to his age. Should he tentatively inquire? After a prolonged moment of reflection, Hattori, noticing Uehara's growing impatience, spoke first. Have you heard of Paradise of Affection?" Uehara's impatience melted away as he slowly lifted his head, curiosity, confusion, and desire filling his gaze. Even through a gas mask, Hattori could discern the insatiable thirst for knowledge in his eyes, and for reasons unknown. He felt a glimmer of hope for survival for himself and the 2 genin. "Give me the book, and you can leave." Uehara extended his palm. In truth, he wasn't particularly intrigued by the contents of Paradise of Affection. His primary interest stemmed from several side quests related to it. There were numerous book-related side quests, though their rewards remained a mystery. Upon his arrival in this world, Uehara had purchased the poorly received book The Strong Will of a Ninja and, upon completion, received a reward of 100 chakra points. Perhaps this indicated that there were indeed many individuals in this 2-dimensional realm who enjoyed reading, prompting the existence of such side quests. Hattori Hirakawa gritted his teeth and retrieved an orange book from his ninja tool pouch, presenting it to Uehara Nara. "This intimate paradise has been quite popular in the Hidden Rain village, and I had to wait for a long time to acquire this copy." Uehara Nara accepted the precious book, and as he did, a notification chimed in his mind. Could it be that simply obtaining a book had completed a side quest? Side quest: acquire a copy of Intimate Paradise. Reward: 100 gold coins. How surprisingly simple this task was. It indicated that there were indeed others who yearned for such a seemingly trivial wish. Was the book truly that captivating? Instinctively, Uehara Nara opened the book's first page and glanced through it, murmuring, this book is somewhat intriguing. Hattori Hirakawa, clutching his chest, slowly rose to his feet. So can we leave now? Whenever you wish, Uehara Nara replied, pausing his perusal to watch Hirakawa depart with his two subordinates. Suddenly, he called out with a smile, wait. When you return to the Hidden Rain village, do not forget to inform Hanzo the salamander that we have slain the salamander today. His turn shall come soon. Upon hearing the boys' derision aimed at their leader, Hattori Hirakawa clenched his teeth but did not look back, leading his two subordinates away. The three fortunate ninjas who had escaped did not remain silent throughout their retreat. Various jumbled remarks drifted on the wind, reaching Uehara Nara's ears. Captain Hattori. That guy looks quite young, yet possesses such formidable strength. He seems only 12 or 13. But at such a young age, he's already reading Intimate Paradise? That kid will surely be ruined. Uehara Nara dismissed their chatter, sparing the lives of those two subordinates and Hattori Hirakawa, merely following his own whims. For they would not dare interrupt Conan in the Salamander-S battle. After bidding farewell to the Rain Ninjas, Uehara Nara reflected on his gains. Advancement Task 2 had been completed, and only 2 Chunin remained for the completion of Task 3. Additionally, he had acquired a rare copy of Intimate Paradise, adhering to the principle of not wasting resources. Uehara Nara began searching the system panel for tasks related to Intimate Paradise and soon discovered several relatively simple ones. Side Quest: collect 2 volumes of Intimate Paradise. Reward: unknown. Side Quest: read Intimate Paradise in its entirety. Reward: unknown. Side Quest: recite Intimate Paradise with emotion. Reward: unknown. Upon seeing the third side quest, Uehara Nara couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. How could there be a task so steeped in embarrassment? However, such simple tasks were not impossible to accomplish. It merely required selecting an appropriate location, one that was tranquil and devoid of prying eyes. A gentle breeze swept by, and Uehara Nara felt an emptiness in his hand. When he looked up again, he saw folded origami forming Conan's likeness. Killing a salamander beast without a master to command it was, for Conan, quite effortless. In her hands, she held the book Intimate Paradise, her brow furrowed, her expression dark. Uehara Nara hurriedly attempted to explain, Conan-sensei. No need for excuses. Upon returning, Conan had immediately recognized the book's cover. Recalling having seen it advertised at a bookstore, it was an exceedingly popular title. As Jiraiya's disciple, she had certainly heard of her teacher's work. Out of curiosity, she had once stealthily queued to acquire a copy, only to be greatly disappointed by its content, even suspecting that someone was misusing Jiraiya's name. After all, Jiraiya had been a lifelong bachelor. How could he possibly pen a proper love story? Yet, it was confirmed that he indeed authored it, and the material was far more provocative than any romantic narrative. Knowing this was not a book suitable for someone of his age, she had snatched it from Uehara Nara's hands. You must never read such a book. With her azure hair veiling her profile, she lowered her gaze upon Uehara Nara, continuing earnestly, no, you can never look at such books. Uehara Nara watched as the Intimate Paradise in Conan's hands disintegrated into countless scattered pages. As if witnessing a multitude of gold coins drifting away, Conan reached out to remove Uehara's gas mask, gazing at his youthful face, and softly inquired, Naraku, where did you acquire this book? Sensei, you're being a bit too strict. Taking a deep breath, Uehara Nara defended himself. I just let a few people go, and they gifted me this book. I intended to present it to you, knowing you would cherish a piece of your teacher's work. They said it was quite difficult to obtain. I see. Conan sighed, ruffling his hair. If anyone ever gifts you this book again, eliminate them on the spot. Do you understand? Yes, Uehara Nara replied, his youthful face earnest. Her words were spoken so gently, yet the content was undeniably grim. Initially, he had thought the side quests related to Intimate Paradise would be quite simple, but now he realized that completing them might not be so straightforward after all. The Intimate Paradise series was immensely popular. It was likely that he would only manage to procure it after the publishers found Jiraiya and secured his consent for a large-scale reprint. All right. Satisfied with this matter, Conan shifted the topic to their mission. Hanzo the Salamander should now be aware of our vengeance. We need to return to the base and lay low for a while to avoid his traps. Moreover, there are several issues within the organization that require my attention. Revenge must be executed with precision. Conan was well aware that Hanzo the Salamander was cunning and malevolent, likely to set traps at other ninja outposts, although any trap would be trivial for her at this stage. Their goal was to compel Hanzo to summon all his loyalists back to the hidden rain village for protection, while ensuring he did not escape in fear of their might. In the ensuing time, Conan resolved to return to the Akatsuki's base to handle some mundane affairs before continuing selective assaults on the rain ninja strongholds. A mere hidden rain village could be dealt with if one applied themselves. The Akatsuki, however, was different. It was a matter of their future and dreams. The organization frequently encountered various chaotic issues, and this time they faced particularly troublesome challenges. During Conan's absence from the base, 3 teams within the Akatsuki had encountered misfortune, resulting in the loss of 3 members. Firstly, Kakuzu had lost yet another partner. During a mission, his unfortunate teammate was obliterated alongside an enemy by Kakuzu's fire techniques, and his remains were traded for a box of money. This incident was not particularly surprising. The Akatsuki members had grown accustomed to Kakuzu's methods, and for the sake of the reward, they refrained from voicing their objections. However, the situation with the newcomer Itachi Uchiha was different. His partner, Kisame Hoshigaki, had perished, and it occurred in their hometown of the Hidden Mist Village. According to Itachi's report, their team had encountered the 4th Mizukage Yagura and his pursuing ninjas during a mission in the Hidden Mist Village. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen who had defected from the Hidden Mist Village, Kisame was acutely aware of the dire consequences should he fall into the hands of Yagura and his pursuers. Despite their desperate attempts to escape, they were ultimately surrounded by Yagura and his men. Yagura is not only the 4th Mizukage, but also the Jinchuriki of the 3 Tails. During the battle, Yagura entered a semi-tailed beast transformation, and Pai-Pa Shirzong forcefully intercepted the tailed beast ball with his decapitation blade, saving Uchiha Itachi. However, Shirzong was not so fortunate, as the broken blade pierced through his chest and abdomen. These events were mere trifles. For Pain, the death of a member during a mission merely indicated a lack of strength. The final matter, however, was absolutely intolerable. Orochimaru launched an attack on the returning Uchiha Itachi, but was vanquished by Itachi's Jinjutsu. Perhaps fearing retribution, the serpent fled. When Conan returned to the base with Uehara Nara, the remaining members of the Akatsuki were discussing the pursuit of Orochimaru and the need to replenish their ranks. "Conan, you've returned," Pain remarked softly, glancing at her and the young man beside her. "We are deliberating on the issue of reinforcing our ranks within the organization. We have identified 2 suitable candidates to serve as partners for Kakuzu and Uchiha Itachi. We need someone to recruit them." "Understood," Conan replied, her brow furrowing slightly. The first candidate was a cultist from Takigakure named Haiden, rumored to possess immortality, enabling him to act alongside Kakuzu. After sharing the intelligence on the first candidate, Pain turned to Conan. "Conan, take Uchiha Itachi and Kakuzu to recruit Haiden." "Yes." "Zetsu, please share information about the next candidate." The second individual was named Kisame Hoshigaki. After Zetsu presented the information about the first candidate, he turned to the mysterious masked man, his voice hoarse as he continued. "He is a member of the Hoshigaki clan from the Land of Water, known as the Mist Monster, and like Pai-Pa Shirzong, he is also one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist." Hey, I discovered Kisame." The masked man suddenly interrupted, waving his hands enthusiastically. "Let me recruit him for the organization as a partner for Itachi." Pain pondered for a moment, looking quizzically at the masked man. "I recall hearing that name. Kisame is not a rogue ninja yet, is he? He could be lured into defection at any moment." The masked man chuckled, dismissing the concern. "Kisame has always been tasked with slaughtering his own comrades in the Mist Village. He must have long wished to defect." Pain nodded, trusting the masked man's methods, and assigned him the task. "Then you go recruit Kisame." All right." The masked man agreed with a grin, then hesitated, saying bashfully, This mission might be a bit troublesome. Could I bring along another intern from the organization?" "What nonsense," Uehara Nara thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Why would this insidious character want to involve him? Before he could voice his thoughts, Conan preemptively declined. "No." "Huh." The masked man protested, shaking his head. "But if I go on this mission, we will be short-handed. The Mist Village is a perilous place." "He is my disciple," Conan replied, her gaze icy as she looked at the masked man who coveted her student. "I do not believe he needs to accompany you on this mission. If you find the Mist Village so dangerous, I can go recruit Kisame in his stead." The masked man hesitated, speaking up, Konan-senpai. He is also a member of the organization. We are both interns. Why can't he accompany me on the mission? Conan's expression grew impatient. She understood that the mysterious masked man was none other than the exceedingly malevolent Uchiha Itachi, and she was resolute about keeping her disciple away from any interaction with him. Not just Itachi, but apart from herself and Pain, Konan wished for Uehara to have no contact with anyone else in the Akatsuki. At that moment, the crowd's gaze turned toward Konan, their expressions a mix of surprise and peculiarity. A group of S-rank rogue ninjas, though unafraid of danger, found it quite unfair that Konan was so evidently biased, refusing to let her own disciple undertake a perilous mission while assigning it to them instead. Pain surveyed everyone present and made a final decision. Konan, you, Kakazu, and Uchiha Itachi will go recruit Hyde. As for Uehara, let him accompany Tobi to make contact with Kisame. Konan cast a reluctant glance at Pain, and upon seeing him shake his head slightly, she could only bow her head in acquiescence. Understood. Actually, it need not be so complicated. Uehara Nara raised his eyes to the assembly and softly suggested, since Konan-senpai is concerned about danger, why not let me go to the Mist Village myself? It is merely a matter of recruiting someone to join the organization. It hardly qualifies as a particularly dangerous task. That's great. The masked man suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, in that case, I can free up time to assist Zetsu in helping Sasori-senpai find his partner. That is acceptable, Pain agreed. However, Sasori voiced a different opinion, his puppet emitting a raspy voice. You may go, but I do not enjoy aimlessly searching for people. After speaking, Sasori turned to Pain. Now that Orochimaru has defected, may I proceed to eliminate him? During Orochimaru's time in the Akatsuki, he and Sasori frequently clashed over ideological and financial disagreements. With Orochimaru's defection, Sasori naturally sought revenge. Of course, Pain replied softly. Do you have any leads? Sasori nodded, his voice grim. I have already placed a spy close to him. I will soon ascertain his whereabouts. Then the pursuit of Orochimaru will be entrusted to you. As the meeting concluded, everyone departed the base. Konan looked at Uehara Nara with concern, reproaching him. Nara, I have told you, matters of the Akatsuki are not something you should involve yourself in. Konan-sensei. Uehara Nara's expression fell, and he lowered his head. Pain shook his head and gently advised. Konan, we must maintain fairness. Uehara is a member of the organization and should not be exempt. But he is still just a child. Konan gazed down at Uehara Nara, speaking earnestly. When we were his age, we were merely following Jiraiya-sensei and hadn't learned any ninjutsu. Though Nara possesses considerable strength, he is heading to the reclusive land of water, where Pai Pa Shirzong met his end. What if Nara encounters unforeseen dangers there? It won't happen, sensei, Uehara Nara reassured her, attempting to quell her worries. Everything will be fine. Enough with the worry. Pain produced a slender black rod from his palm, gently snapping it in half before stepping forward to Uehara Nara. Ora, have you learned the summoning technique? Not yet. The boy's expression betrayed a slight embarrassment. He had yet to master the authentic summoning technique of the ninja world. However, he could complete his own summoning with a mere thought. Currently, he possessed only one summoning contract, that of the Just-Stick Giant Galio, which required 3,000 chakra points, far beyond his current capacity. I will teach you the summoning technique now. After stating this, Pain began to demonstrate the hand signs for the summoning technique, explaining as he performed the signs. The summoning technique is the simplest space-time ninjutsu. One must use their own blood as a contract before summoning the contracted entity. After demonstrating the summoning hand seals to Kamiyama Nara, Pain observed his nod of understanding before handing over a slender black rod. If you encounter danger in the hidden mist village, insert the chakra sensor into your body and directly use the summoning technique. Do you understand? Yes, Kamiyama Nara replied, his expression peculiar as a ringing sound echoed in his mind. Side quest completed. Learn the summoning technique. 1-1. Quest complete. Reward, summoning contract, Deep Sea Titan Nautilus. The summoning contract allowed the summoning of the Deep Sea Titan Nautilus at the cost of 2,000 chakra points. Kamiyama Nara felt that the system's summoning contract was a severe trap. Whether it was the Justice Colossus or the Deep Sea Titan, he lacked sufficient chakra. He needed to find a way to complete advanced quests or gather funds to purchase items that could enhance his chakra. Fortunately, he could summon other entities as well. Kamiyama Nara accepted the chakra sensor from Pain. This sensor was present on each of the 6 paths of Pain, and the figure hidden behind Pain, Nagato, utilized these sensors to input chakra and control their actions. Besides these functions, it also served for summoning. For instance, Konan had a small lip stud that functioned as a chakra sensor, enabling her to be summoned by animal path pain or to summon the 6 paths of pain herself. Due to the presence of chakra sensors, the 6 paths of pain were not only powerful but also akin to summoning beasts. Kamiyama Naraku had long harbored this suspicion, and upon receiving the black rod from Pain, he realized that this chakra sensor could summon Pain, potentially saving his life. Unlike Conan's gentleness, Pain had consistently treated him with disdain. Who would have thought he could be so tsundere? With a subtle sigh, Kamiyama Naraku looked at the 2 individuals present and provocatively asked, "Konan-sensei, Lord Yahiko, did you find that masked turn earlier a bit peculiar?" To maintain the facade of the Akatsuki's heritage, Kamiyama Naraku continued to refer to Pain as Yahiko, while Konan typically called him Nagato. Pain nodded, glancing at Konan as he explained, "His identity is inherently different from others. Like Konan, I too was suspicious of him being a threat to you. Therefore, when you head to the land of water, I will caution him and ensure he does not act out of line." Kamiyama Naraku's expression grew complex. 12 years had passed since Yahiko's demise. Why was Pain still so naive? "You must be 27 this year. If the mysterious masked man intended to harm him, he wouldn't even need to act directly. Manipulating the 4th Mizukage and the likes of Kisame Hashigaki from the Hidden Mist Village would suffice to achieve his goals." This was a point Konan and Pain had never considered, a consequence of their lack of intelligence. Kamiyama Naraku was not particularly afraid of the masked man's petty tricks. Armed with the invincible skill Holy Judgment and the flight technique Sky Dance, he could easily escape whenever he wished. If the masked man plotted something behind the scenes, Naraku would not hesitate to show him what a surprise truly meant. However, Konan soon surprised Kamiyama Naraku by pulling out several summoning scrolls from her possession and handing them to him. As he regarded the scrolls with a puzzled expression, she ruffled his hair and softly explained, "Inside are 100 million explosive tags." Kamiyama Naraku, even with an understanding of Konan's techniques, he was taken aback by the concept of 100 million explosive tags. How long would it take for him to utilize such a quantity? Moreover, the ringing in his mind system seemed incessant, indicating signs of a potential crash. Upon checking the system panel in his mind, he was left astounded by the multitude of completed tasks. Side quest: collect 1 explosive tag in the ninja world, 1-1. Quest complete. Reward: skill, mutual explosive tag technique. Side quest: collect 100 explosive tags in the ninja world, 100-100. Quest complete. Reward: 100 gold. Side quest: collect 10,000 explosive tags in the ninja world, 10. 00010 000. Quest complete. Reward: 150 gold. Side quest: collect 100,000 explosive tags in the ninja world, 100 100 000. Quest complete. Reward: 200 gold. Side quest: collect 1 million explosive tags in the ninja world, 1 000 0001 000 000. Quest complete. Reward: 250 gold. Side quest: collect 10 million explosive tags, 10. 000 00010 000 000. Quest complete. Reward: 300 gold. Side quest: collect 100 million explosive tags, 100 000 000 100 000 000. Quest complete. Reward: 350 gold. In addition to the aforementioned rewards, Kamiyama Naraku noted that there remained 4 or 5 subsequent explosive tag tasks, culminating in a final task requiring the collection of 600 billion explosive tags. Unable to restrain himself, Naraku glanced at Konan, realizing his teacher had been exceedingly generous, handing him several scrolls that allowed him to complete a plethora of tasks. Thinking that he had been daunted by the sheer number of explosive tags, Konan gently helped him stow the sealed scrolls into his ninja tool pouch, stating, "I can create explosive tags myself. 100 million is not an excessively large number. Your safety is my utmost priority." "Understood, sensei," Kamiyama Naraku nodded, though his thoughts drifted to the skill he had received, the mutual explosive tag technique. Regrettably, this was a system skill he could not impart to Konan. Yet, this skill originated from the ninja world. Kamiyama Naraku could not resist a cunning thought. If given the chance, he would certainly visit the Konoha Forbidden Jutsu Room to obtain the training methods for the mutual explosive tag technique for Konan. If the woman in the ninja world with the most explosive tags acquired this technique, it would be intriguing to see if she could withstand any malevolent intentions from the mysterious masked man, the foremost female tycoon in the ninja world, wealthy to an unreasonable extent. Thus, Kamiyama Naraku departed from the Akatsuki base, clutching 100 million explosive tags and a chakra sensor to summon pain, bidding farewell to Conan's wave. Aside from him, the other ninjas were also tasked with their respective missions. A woman with azure hair stood at the base's entrance. Watching Kamiyama's figure gradually fade from view, her concern still etched upon her face. Nearby, Kakuzu and Itachi Uchiha exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat nuanced. Kakuzu, the eldest among the Akatsuki, known for his vast knowledge, could not help but comment, "Humph. Can a ninja truly go a lifetime without encountering danger?" Conan shot him a glance, her brow furrowed as she replied, "Naraku is not like us. He is only 12 years old, a child. I was already undertaking solo missions at 12. Kakuzu countered, visibly displeased, casting a sidelong glance at Itachi Uchiha. "Hey, you little brat from the Uchiha clan. Isn't the graduation age for your Konoha ninjas also 12? Indeed, Itachi nodded. He had graduated from the Ninja Academy at 7, became a captain in the Umbu by 11, and at 13, due to the massacre of his clan, had become an S-rank rogue ninja in Konoha. Observing Conan's demeanor, Itachi felt compelled to interject, "Conan, he is only a year younger than I, yet his strength is formidable. If not for his carelessness during our first meeting, I might have also faced defeat." As Xiao Nan's furrowed brow relaxed, she nodded and said, "All right, let us proceed to the hidden hot water village now." Uchiha Itachi sighed with closed eyes. Indeed, regardless of age or temperament, any woman could be swayed to fulfill one's intentions simply by acquiescing to her desires. Xiao Nan departed the base with Kakuzu and Uchiha Itachi, embarking on a quest to trace Haiden's whereabouts. Suddenly, a spatial vortex emerged at their previous location. The figure of the mysterious masked man emerged from the vortex, addressing the empty air. "Kuro Zetsu, I shall investigate how to recruit Kisame into our organization." His tone lacked the joviality previously exhibited during Akatsuki meetings. Instead, it bore a heaviness, tinged with the solemnity and authority of a higher-up. From the ground, a creature resembling a half-white, half-black pitcher plant emerged, rasping, "Abito, do not pay such heed to a mere child. His existence poses no threat to our plans. He may even become a valuable asset in collecting tailed beasts. The boy named Uehara has no dark past." The masked man let out a cold chuckle, looking down at Zetsu, continuing, "Will he truly embrace our ideology in the future? Since Pain and Shaonan discovered him, they have been protecting him. This time we spare him, but we may not have such an opportunity again. What do you intend to do with him? If you were to kill him, Shaonan and Pain would surely suspect us. Abito, this contradicts our plans." Zetsu shook his head, asserting that everything was proceeding according to their scheme, and he hoped the masked man would not complicate matters further. "Rest assured, I have no intention of taking his life." The masked man grasped the intricate patterns of his mask, murmuring, "I will manipulate Uehara Naraku into descending into darkness, just as I did with Uchiha Itachi." Previously, he had witnessed the 12-year-old effortlessly defeat a mixed squad of J-Nin. Now, he had undoubtedly attained J-Nin level strength, with the potential to grow even stronger. It was imperative that he not develop unwavering loyalty to Nagato. While Shaonan and Uehara Naraku attacked a rain ninja stronghold, Kuro Zetsu and the masked man quietly observed Uehara's condition. Upon witnessing Uehara effortlessly dismantle a squad of over 20, Kuro Zetsu felt relatively unperturbed. He had seen many grand spectacles. However, his raspy voice conveyed confusion as he looked up at the masked man. A 12-year-old possessing J-Nin level chakra and strength seems unremarkable. Unlike Kakashi Hatake from Konoha, he is unlike that waste. "Kakashi," the masked man interrupted coldly, dismissing the notion. If all went according to plan, Uehara Naraku would undoubtedly reach the level of a Kage. Unlike Kakuzu, Itachi, and Sasori, who were part of Akatsuki's neutral faction, Uehara aligned himself with Nagato and Shaonan. His existence posed a potential risk of the masked man losing control over Akatsuki's direction. However, the masked man suddenly realized that if he could turn Uehara, he could utilize the boy for broader purposes. He could even manipulate Uehara to become a spy between Shaonan and Nagato, gathering intelligence on their movements. For instance, when the time was ripe, He might incite Nagato to launch direct attacks on the major ninja villages, causing mutual destruction. Transforming that boy would not be an easy task. Kurozetsu quietly relayed the information he had gathered. Uehara Naraku's father had perished 12 years ago while protecting Xiaonan. His mother had succumbed to illness just months prior. Apart from Nagato and Xiaonan, he had no ties binding him. Shattering a ninja's bonds to plunge him into darkness was the swiftest method, and they had some practical experience in this regard. Yet, Uehara Naraku was an orphan. Currently, it appeared that Uehara had the deepest bond with Xiaonan. However, should anything befall her, Nagato might abandon his quest for tailed beasts and transform into a harbinger of doom. If any mishap were to occur with Nagato's Rinnegan, the repercussions could be dire. Not only Kurozetsu, but also the mysterious masked man would not permit such a scenario to unfold. Thus he resolved to guide Uehara through alternative means. Bonds are not inherently useless, they can be cultivated. Kurozetsu looked at the masked man. Sensing he had just heard something remarkable, Abito, are you contemplating arranging a friend for that boy? Destroying a bond is easy, but nurturing one is far more challenging. Humph, there will always be a way. The masked man clenched his fist, muttering, prepare a white zetsu for me. I shall craft a suitable identity for it. Kurozetsu nodded reluctantly. Fine, do as you wish. Ultimately, this is not a matter of great importance. Success will benefit us, while failure is inconsequential. Unbeknownst to Uehara Naraku, someone was plotting to arrange a friend for him. He found himself embroiled in another dilemma. As he had never ventured beyond the land of rain and was unfamiliar with the geography of the ninja world, his task was to travel to the land of water to recruit Kisame Hashigaki. Not only did he have to leave the country, but he also needed to traverse the sea. At the entrance of a bookstore, Uehara Naraku gazed down at the ninja world map he had just purchased. Unable to resist remarking, "Boss, your map is rather abstract." "Uh-huh." The bookstore owner scratched the back of his head, laughing awkwardly. "There's no helping it. Only the great ninja villages can produce detailed maps. This one won't hinder your travels." The vital pathways of the ninja world were controlled by ninja themselves, unless a village was willing to dispatch ninja to gather terrain intelligence. Who would be willing to pay a hefty price for a more intricate map? Uehara Naraku shot him an exasperated glance. Tapping the location of the land of water on the map, the depiction of the sea was merely a circle, prompting him to exclaim, "But isn't the area of the land of water a bit exaggerated? Are you heading to the land of water?" The bookstore owner's expression shifted to one of alarm as he leaned closer to Uehara's ear, warning, "Do not venture there. I've heard many merchants who went there never returned. Anyone who sets foot in the land of water will surely be killed by the local ninjas." "All right, I understand." Uehara Naraku sighed, tucking away the rudimentary map. The land of water, under the governance of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was a puppet leader manipulated from the shadows. He continued to enforce the blood mist policy, keeping the land of water isolated from the outside world and theoretically rejecting any foreign presence. Hidden within the blood mist, the village of Kirigakure not only allowed but even encouraged its ninjas to engage in internecine conflict. The individual orchestrating Yagura from behind the scenes seemed intent on ensuring the village's demise, gradually depleting its vitality through the blood mist policy and tormenting all the mist ninjas. If such brutality was directed at their own, what would become of outsiders? Uehara Naraku perused the abstract map in his hand, plotting his route to the land of water and selecting the quickest and safest path. The fastest route currently available was to travel east from the land of rain into the land of fire, then from the land of fire into the land of waves, where he could take a ship to the land of water. This route also held its advantages. Though there may be encounters with the ninjas of Konoha along the way, there is no need for concern regarding danger. Apart from the third Hokage and Might Guy, there seems to be little to fear from others, with the exception of Kakashi Hatake. If there were a means to infiltrate Konoha under a different identity, it would allow for the completion of numerous inconsequential side quests within the village. The system has issued an abundance of side quests pertaining to the various ninjas of Konoha, which is hardly surprising, as it is the very heart of the ninja world. Uehara Naraku's primary consideration is that this route leads directly to the land of waves. Should the land of waves currently be under the control of Kato, that wealthy smuggler would undoubtedly know how to reach the land of water, and he must have some connection with the village hidden in the mist. Uehara could easily manipulate Kato to gain entry into the land of water or perhaps extract information about Kisame Hashigaki from him. The tasks assigned by the Akatsuki organization are quite troublesome. Merely recruiting Kisame into the organization requires an inordinate amount of mental effort. The system offers no respite, incessantly issuing tasks. If only he had a white Zetsu by his side. They are the most adept at reconnaissance. This thought flitted through Uehara Naraku's mind like a fleeting shadow. If he truly had a white Zetsu companion, it would imply that the mysterious masked man and black Zetsu intended to do him harm, and Uehara would undoubtedly retaliate without hesitation. At that moment, someone unexpectedly tapped Uehara on the shoulder. Turning to face the source, he beheld a somewhat sweet-looking girl, her smile exaggerated. Upon noticing Uehara's attention, the girl curiously blinked her eyes and asked, "Hello, do you know what it's like to take a poop?" What a devilish question. Just as Uehara had been contemplating the white Zetsu, the girl's peculiar inquiry instantly reminded him of the bizarre white Zetsu he had encountered in the sealed underground base with Obito Uchiha. Uehara's expression turned cold as he grasped the girl's neck, pinning her against the wall, and whispered, "Hey, you're a white Zetsu, aren't you?" The girl's face momentarily stiffened upon hearing Uehara's words. Her eyes darted around, and she feigned ignorance, saying, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Uehara was not swayed by her charade. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind, indicating that he had completed a side quest. Side quest: Unmask the White Zetsu's Disguise. 1-1. Quest completed. Reward: Innate Illusion. Innate Illusion: the ability to disguise oneself as any living being, which will be broken upon sustaining damage or using a skill, consuming 100 chakra points with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Uehara's furrowed brow relaxed. After uncovering the white Zetsu's disguise, he had acquired a skill akin to the remarkable transformation technique of the white Zetsu, even more extraordinary. This skill, Innate Illusion, stemmed from the survivor of the Mist Clan, Nico, and allowed him to take on the appearance of any creature within the ninja world. For instance, he could transform into a small cat. The white Zetsu, oblivious to the transformation technique, continued to feign fright, attempting to evade detection. "Let me go. I don't know what you're talking about. I just wanted to say hello. With so many people around, why did you come to me?" Uehara tightened his grip on her neck, snapping it with an emotional outburst. "Damn it, stop pretending." His system rewards had already been claimed. The townsfolk, witnessing Uehara commit murder in broad daylight, gaped in horror, with one audacious individual daring to question him. "Hey, kid, why did you kill her?" "Because she insulted my intelligence," Uehara retorted without looking back, watching as the girl's corpse transformed into a grotesque white humanoid monster, the form of a white Zetsu. Ding! The system resonated within Uehara's mind. Side quest: Eliminate a white Zetsu from the ninja world. 1-1. Quest completed. Reward: Mayfly Technique. Mayfly Technique: merging oneself with the earth and flora, allowing for rapid movement underground among plants, suppressing all presence during the technique's activation, consuming 3 chakra points per second. The villagers screamed in terror at the sight of such a hideous creature and the gruesome scene, scattering in panic. Uehara paid them no mind, retrieving a sealing scroll to encase the corpse within. Whether to present it to Konan and Pain to discredit Zetsu and the masked man or as a future sacrifice for Edo Tensei. Having strolled away from the small town, a spatial vortex materialized atop a roof, and the mysterious masked man pressed his hand against his mask, lamenting, "Those white Zetsu are truly incorrigible. If they can't manage, I shall seek out another suitable spy." Indeed, the white Zetsu had not changed their ways. Years ago, when they first encountered Obito Uchiha, they were just as curious, and even after all this time, they had shown no improvement. A single careless remark had revealed their vulnerability before Uehara. The encounter with the white Zetsu disguised as a girl had confirmed Uehara's suspicion that the masked man had been surveilling him. Once he departed the town, Uehara sought a concealed corner, employing the newly acquired Mayfly technique to burrow underground and swiftly venture forth. The mysterious masked man, having lost Uehara's trail, remained unperturbed. Knowing Uehara's mission location, by lying in wait near Kisame, he would inevitably cross paths with him. What a nuisance, that little brat. The masked man adjusted his mask, contemplating his next strategy, the woman from the land of locks who constantly longs for that useless Kakashi. "I've heard she was trained as a spy from a young age in her homeland. She could be of use." "Humph. That woman's name is Hanar." The masked man became aware of her information through Kakashi. During his youth, Kakashi had once returned to Konoha later than expected from a mission and casually mentioned rescuing a little girl on the road. By chance, while uncovering secrets within the ninja world, the masked man discovered that Hanar, trained as a spy in the land of Locks, possessed considerable talent. Denied the chance to return home, with a little guidance, she could be invaluable. However, after observing Hanar for a few days, the masked man realized she was the very girl Kakashi had saved, instantly losing interest. In his eyes, Hanari's poor taste in men, favoring the inept Kakashi, rendered her undesirable. Now, in need of a competent spy, the masked man initially considered Kabuto, but he was male, lurking beside Orochimaru, and entangled with Sasori, making him unsuitable. Hanar, while only marginally appealing, possessed some feminine wiles that might win Uehara's acceptance. The masked man swiftly devised a perfect plan, feeling a thrill at its formulation. He. I am the true genius. The heavy timbre of the masked man's voice softened, adopting a comical tone. Let Kisame educate that little brat. In a life-or-death situation, let that woman named Hanar risk her life to save him. He felt a sense of admiration for himself. If this strategy had not been crafted by his own hand, even he would be unable to discern its authenticity. A vortex of time and space materialized behind him, enveloping him entirely, leaving only his neurotic voice echoing. First, locate the woman named Hualing, and use the Kingdom of Locks as leverage to threaten her. In the land of fire, amidst a dense forest, Uehara Nara emerged from the foliage, surveying his surroundings. Only when he confirmed the area was deserted did he quietly reveal himself. He traversed the underbrush with remarkable speed, albeit at the cost of chakra expenditure. To facilitate his journey to the land of fire, Uehara Nara had upgraded his equipment. Embrace of the Seraph. Chakra energy increased by 1,400 points. Skill cooldown reduction enhanced by 20, and chakra consumption decreased by 25. Initially, he had completed a series of side quests through advanced tasks and explosive tags gifted by Conan, amassing over 3,000 gold coins. Yet now he found only a little over 1,000 remaining. Uehara Nara felt a twinge of pain at the thought. Having spent so much for merely a 400-point chakra increase, just enough to elevate his chakra beyond 2,000 points. Were his chakra to be at full capacity, he could summon the Deep Sea Titan. Nevertheless, Uehara was no longer fixated on accumulating chakra through equipment, as advanced tasks rewarded ample life energy and chakra energy. His current priorities lay in the recovery of chakra and life energy, as well as the reduction of skill cooldowns. Life energy, 1201 chakra energy, 1332250 life recovery, 2-second chakra recovery, 5-second remaining gold, 1070 due to his prolonged underground journey. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, necessitating a rest of over 20 minutes to recuperate. 20 minutes is not an insignificant duration. Uehara Nara believed he had found a secluded spot, forgetting that this was the fastest shortcut from the western part of the Land of Fire to Konoha, thus destined to see many passers-by. For instance, 2 Konoha returning from a mission in the Land of Rivers. 1. A masked white-haired ninja walked along, engrossed in an orange comic book. Beside him was a masked purple-haired female ninja, her uniform accentuating her slender form. Let us take a break here. The purple-haired female ninja's voice, reminiscent of a lark, resonated in the tranquil woods. Senpai, after returning to the village this time, will you be retiring from the Umbu? That's not entirely incorrect, the white-haired ninja replied, lowering his head softly. The third Hokage hopes for me to take on the role of a guiding Nin for the graduating class in the village. What a pity. The female ninja cast her gaze downward, her purple hair cascading over her chest. She sighed and continued, I hope there will be opportunities to undertake missions together again. Well, there's no need to be so disheartened. If I'm not mistaken, your next partner is actually quite a gentle fellow. Suddenly, the words of the white-haired ninja faltered, and he halted, slowly turning his head to peer into the depths of the forest. There, he spotted a man with a patterned mask resting beneath a large tree. The purple-haired female ninja instinctively halted as well, following his gaze to the masked man beneath the tree, drawing her ninja blade. This was an instinctual reaction of ninjas. The population in this area was sparse. Due to the proximity to Sunagakure and Amagakure, and the scars left by several shinobi world wars had driven most civilians to migrate closer to Konoha. Moreover, the appearance of this masked man, clad in peculiar attire, in such a perilous forest, marked him as a dangerous individual. At this moment, Uehara Nara, having transformed into the mysterious masked man through his innate illusionary charm, was steadying his emotions, for this was his grand debut in the Land of Fire. Upon overhearing their conversation, Uehara had secretly observed them for a while, and even through the mask. He recognized the identities of the white-haired and purple-haired ninjas, Kakashi Hitaki and Yuzuki Yugao. Thus, after replenishing his chakra, Uehara Nara not only refrained from evading with the insect technique, but instead conceived a brilliant idea. This time, he intended to present the masked man with a significant dilemma. Ties are the most intricate relationships in the shinobi world. Both Uehara Nara and the mysterious masked man were unaware that the gifts they prepared for each other bore striking similarities, both striving to achieve their own goals through the manipulation of human emotions. The masked man sought to use Hualing as a spy to forge a bond with Uehara Nara, only to shatter that bond and plunge Uehara into darkness. Conversely, Uehara Nara believed that rather than allowing the masked man to covertly track him and devise plots, it would be more prudent to draw upon a substantial complication. Eventually, one must confront their past. Moreover, both Uehara Nara and the masked man possessed a profound self-awareness, firmly believing in their own intellect, each considering their plans to be flawless. Currently, the number of individuals aware of the mysterious masked man's identity could not possibly exceed a handful. The masked man would never anticipate that Uehara could traverse the borders swiftly using the insect technique. Furthermore, as long as Uehara did not reveal his true identity, the masked man would remain oblivious to his involvement. Kakashi Hitaki approached, gazing at the masked man beneath the tree, and inquired, "Who are you? What is your purpose for infiltrating the Land of Fire?" "This is my homeland," Uehara Nara, in the guise of the masked man, opened his palm and replied softly, "O esteemed Umbu of Konoha, may I not return to my homeland?" Uehara felt his performance was exquisite, embodying the sentiments of a wanderer long estranged from home. Alas, he had but two oblivious spectators. The Konoha Umbu were not swayed by such theatrics. Yuzuki Yugao brandished her ninja blade toward him, her voice resolute. "Hey, remove your mask first. That seems rather unfair." Uehara Nara touched the patterned mask on his face, lifting his gaze to the white-haired ninja, and softly said, "If we are to meet as old friends, shouldn't we unmask each other? What do you think, Kakashi Hitaki?" Clang. The white-haired ninja abruptly drew his ninja blade, bending at the waist and assuming a combat stance, though his tone remained somewhat casual. Knowing I serve in the Umbu and still being able to recognize me, you must indeed be someone familiar." Kakashi Hitaki's mind raced. The masked man before him was concealing his identity, indicating a dubious background. Most likely a rogue ninja from Konoha or an operative from Danzo's route. However, following the recent annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Danzo had been inexplicably imprisoned by the third Hokage, and the entire root organization had been dismantled. Hence, it could only be a rogue ninja from Konoha. Coincidentally, Kakashi knew of a suitable candidate. The man who had obliterated his own clan, becoming Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja, was none other than Kakashi's former teammate in the Umbu, Itachi Uchiha. Yet, in Kakashi's perception, Itachi had always been well-mannered, displaying courtesy whether facing enemies or comrades. The ostentatious demeanor of the masked man before him seemed uncharacteristic of Itachi. However, the Uchiha clan was known for their eccentricities. Who could fathom how he might have changed? Aside from Itachi, he truly could not conceive of anyone else. Kakashi Hitaki tightened his grip on his ninja blade, his crimson Sharingan fixed upon the masked man before him. After taking a deep breath, he solemnly inquired, "Are you Itachi Uchiha?" A momentary silence enveloped the air, after which the masked figure raised a finger and shook his head. "You are mistaken, Kakashi." Upon hearing this, Kakashi fell silent for a moment, before suddenly lunging forward with his ninja blade, coldly stating, "If you continue to play tricks, allow me to unmask you." The enigmatic masked man seemed startled, narrowly evading Kakashi's attack, before leaping to a tree. His voice turned increasingly somber. "As expected of you, Kakashi. You remain unyielding even when faced with the death of your comrades." Kakashi's form froze at that moment, as memories of Rin flooded back, her face marred with agony. Lifeless beneath his raikiri, drenched in blood. Yuyuki Saigen, glancing at the paralyzed Kakashi, exclaimed, "You bastard! What nonsense are you spouting? My senior is not that kind of person." "Is that truly so?" The masked figure looked down upon the two below, slowly removing his mask to reveal a visage half intact and half scarred. This was the true face of Obito Uchiha. The innate illusion of Uehara Nara could mimic anyone, and thus could easily take on the guise of Obito. With a mocking smile, Uehara Nara held the mask and asked, "Kakashi, do you still recognize me?" Kakashi's hand trembled, gripping his ninja blade so tightly that it seemed on the verge of shattering. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Despite the years that had passed and the changes in Obito's appearance, Kakashi could still discern the outline of his former friend. How could the person he buried years ago possibly be alive? Kakashi removed his own mask, eyes wide in disbelief. "You are Obito?" Uehara Nara, masquerading as Obito, erupted in laughter. "I never imagined that Sharingan Kakashi would still remember me, the underachiever. How rare." "Obito." Kakashi's voice came out hoarse. He was at a loss for how to respond to his old friend's mockery, words lodged in his throat. Yuyuki Saigen stepped closer to Kakashi, her expression grave. "Is he the hero who fell in battle, Obito? Has he defected now?" Saigen's words jolted them back to reality. Over a decade had passed. And if Obito still lived, why had he not returned to the village? Was it due to Rin's death? "Obito, why did you not return to the village back then? If only our teacher knew you were still alive." Kakashi's thoughts halted once more, realizing that their teacher, Minato Namikaze, had perished 8 years ago during the Nine-Tails incident. "I killed Minato-sensei," and Kushina, Uehara Nara, disguised as Obito, lowered his head, gazing at Kakashi's rigid face, and spoke with a smile, surprised. "I was the one who unsealed the Nine-Tails and controlled it with my Sharingan. You must have sensed it. The gift I gave you when you became a Jonin harbored astonishing power, didn't it?" Kakashi's mind spiraled into chaos. The revelations from Obito were too shocking, unraveling the calmness he usually maintained. Even the words Obito spoke sounded like a haunting echo. "Now, Kakashi, cherish that Sharingan. It possesses powers beyond your imagination. I must take vengeance for Rin. Farewell." Uehara Nara waved and leaped away into the distance, vanishing before Kakashi and Saigen could react. As Uehara Nara slipped into the forest, employing the insect jutsu to ascend a large tree, he observed Kakashi frantically searching for Obito's whereabouts before quietly sinking underground. Today, he had unwittingly performed a good deed. After Obito's disappearance, Kakashi searched in vain for a long time, eventually leaning against a tree to regain his composure. Kakashi furrowed his brow, confirming that Obito's identity was genuine. After all, Obito had mentioned the Sharingan as a congratulatory gift for his promotion to Jonin. This title of a Jonin gift was known only to him, Rin, and Obito. With Rin deceased, only the two of them remained as witnesses. As for Obito's other claims, such as the death of Minato-sensei and Kushina, Kakashi's first instinct was disbelief, recalling how kind Minato and Kushina had been towards Obito. However, the Nine-Tails incident indeed held many mysteries. Kakashi gritted his teeth and punched the nearby tree. "If I can find Obito, I can uncover the truth of that day. If Obito seeks vengeance for Rin, he must not have killed me. Which means he has either gone to the land of water or remains hidden there." From Obito's deliberate hints, Kakashi swiftly deciphered the information he sought. Clenching his fists, he realized his intellect had always surpassed Obito's. He had deduced Obito's whereabouts. Obito's earlier emotional outburst had inadvertently revealed vital information, showing his usual forgetfulness. Kakashi donned his mask once more, now certain of Obito's location. If he traveled to the land of water, he would surely find Obito, and then he could unveil all the buried truths. "Senpai, shall we return to the village?" Yuyuki Saigen approached, her expression conflicted, having grasped a significant secret. Her purple-haired demeanor slightly dazed. "Yes, wait." Kakashi nodded and suddenly turned to Saigen. "Whatever transpired today, please keep it confidential from everyone. It could incite turmoil in Konoha. Until I ascertain the truth, this must remain unknown to others." Saigen responded solemnly. "Senpai, does others include Lord Hokage?" "Indeed. There are many hidden truths regarding Obito. The upheaval surrounding the Uchiha clan's demise is not yet over. It is best to keep it from the third Hokage for now. Once I uncover the truth, I will report everything to him." "Understood." Saigen stared intently at Kakashi, noticing his expression of frustration before nodding in agreement. Concerned that Obito might encounter uncontrollable dangers while seeking revenge against the Mist Village, Kakashi led Saigen back to Konoha after a brief rest, hastily requesting leave from Sarutobi Hiruzen to venture out. Unbeknownst to Uehara Nara, He had unwittingly facilitated Kakashi's premature exit from the Umbu. At this moment, Uehara had already arrived in the Land of Waves. This neighboring country, close to the Land of Fire, was indeed impoverished and had not yet heard of the name Kato. It seemed that the wealthy Kato had yet to set his sights on this small nation. Uehara Nara promptly lost interest in the country, making his way to the docks of the Land of Waves. Observing the rows of fishing boats, he inquired, "How much does it cost to travel to the Land of Water?" The boatmen glanced around, shaking their heads in unison. One of the leading boatmen finally spoke, "Guest. The Land of Water is a closed-off nation. The esteemed ninjas do not permit us to approach." Uehara Nara, intrigued, scrutinized them and softly inquired, "How much would I need to pay for you to take me to the Land of Water?" "No matter the sum you offer, we will not go," they replied resolutely. "Money can be earned, but life is singular. How could one risk their life for mere coins?" This group of boatmen exhibited more integrity than Uehara had anticipated. Born into a destitute nation with low consumer prices and minimal life pressures, they would not jeopardize their lives for material gain. Amidst the clamor, a voice suddenly pierced through. "Kid, what price are you willing to pay? If it's reasonable, I wouldn't mind taking you along." The boatmen fell silent, their gazes shifting towards a small boat at the edge, where a stranger, his face wrapped in bandages, sat. He appeared to be an outsider, not one of their own. However, the man who spoke bore a fierce countenance that deterred the boatmen from intervening. Upon seeing the man, Uehara couldn't help but smile. A stack of explosive tags appearing at his fingertips. 100 explosive tags. Will that suffice? The man's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of contemplation upon seeing the tags, he slowly nodded. "That will do." The prices of explosive tags varied across the ninja world. In some war-torn regions, a single tag could cost thousands, while in more prosperous areas, it could be as low as 2,000. Uehara's offer was exceedingly generous. 100 explosive tags could easily fetch 1,000,000 in the Land of Water, though only ninjas would accept such currency. Uehara leaped onto the small boat. Casting a glance at the bandaged man, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed fortune favored him this time, first encountering Uchiha Itachi, followed by one of Kakashi's adversaries, Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza, still donned in the Mist Village's uniform, had likely yet to defect, as there was no sign of his beautiful accomplice. However, Uehara's attention was drawn to the broad ninja blade resting on the boat. Recently, the blade belonging to the deceased Hoshigaki Kisame had been reclaimed by the 4th Mizukage, only to find its way into Zabuza's possession. Zabuza sensed Uehara's gaze, but appeared indifferent, merely starting the boat's motor and departing from the dock of the Land of Waves. Soon, they found themselves amidst the vast ocean. Zabuza regarded Uehara and finally asked, "Kid, do you recognize this blade?" Uehara nodded, speaking softly. "It is one of the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village, the decapitating blade. Regardless of how it may be shattered in battle, it can restore itself by absorbing the iron from human blood." Zabuza's intrigue grew, his expression turning colder. "It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge, kid." Uehara humbly waved his hand, maintaining a smile as he continued. "Let me ponder how to address you. One of the new 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Mr. Zabuza Momochi?" Clang. Zabuza abruptly seized the decapitating blade, positioning it at Uehara's neck. "Since you've recognized my identity, why would you dare accompany me to the Land of Water? What is your true intention?" "Do not act impulsively," Uehara replied calmly, casually holding up a card. The thin card intercepted the blade's edge, leaving Zabuza momentarily startled. Could a mere piece of paper truly withstand the might of the decapitating blade? Uehara tossed the card towards Zabuza, who hastily drew back his blade in defense, only to witness the card pierce through and embed itself into the blade's surface. Uehara raised his gaze, leisurely continuing, "Mr. Zabuza, one who knows too many secrets often does not live long." Such words were typically meant to intimidate ordinary folk. In the ninja world, knowledge often equated to longevity, as exemplified by Kaguya Tsutsuki, while the likes of Zabuza, Navi, and Reckless often met their demise prematurely. "Humph." Zabuza scoffed, his demeanor arrogant. "Who do you think you are? Kid, if you disclose your identity and purpose for going to the Land of Water now, you might avoid a harsher fate. Are you certain you wish for me to divulge?" Uehara's lips curled into a mysterious smile, mockingly observing Zabuza as he stated, "My purpose in going to the Land of Water is to guide one of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Mist Village to assassinate their Mizukage. Is that what you desire?" Zabuza's expression shifted, his aura of menace intensifying as he fixated on Uehara. his piercing gaze seemingly capable of inflicting harm. Uehara had struck a chord deep within him. Every aspiring ninja from the Mist Village recognized the detrimental effects of the fourth Mizukage Yagura's blood mist policy and yearned for change. Zabuza was among them. During his time at the Ninja Academy, he had resolved to alter the blood mist situation, even resorting to killing his entire graduating class to abolish a potentially harmful examination method. Upon reaching adulthood, he joined the Mist Village's Umbu, growing increasingly powerful and earning the moniker Demon of the Mist. Recently, he had reclaimed the decapitating blade, becoming the second generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Since obtaining the blade, Zabuza had formulated new ambitions, believing himself sufficiently strong to execute a plan to assassinate the 4th Mizukage Yagura and transform the entire Mist Village. Should the plan succeed, all would go smoothly. If it failed, he would prepare for escape. Zabuza's presence in the Land of Ways was a means to find a route of retreat, with intentions to plot the assassination upon his return. The boy before him seemed to have discerned his innermost thoughts. This plan had remained concealed within his heart, never uttered to another soul. Panic surged within Zabuza. He contemplated swiftly eliminating Uehara while simultaneously yearning to extract which of the 7 ninja swordsmen Uehara sought to entice into the assassination of the Mizukage. Should Uehara reveal a name, Zabuza would risk everything to sever his head. If another name was uttered, he would return to the village to probe that individual, assessing whether they could act in unison. Regardless of whether their assassination attempt succeeded or failed, Uehara's demise would be inevitable. The question remained whether he could carry it out. Such was Zabuza's nature, marked by a penchant for vengeance. With this resolution, Zabuza stared at Uehara, contempt evident in his tone. Humph. The 7 ninja swordsmen are the 7 most formidable masters of blade techniques from our village, the most loyal to the Mizukage. How could any of them be swayed by a mere kid like you to assassinate the Mizukage? Shifting his gaze, Zabuza's eyes suddenly brimmed with murderous intent. Or do you imply that you, a mere child, are already in league with one of the traitors? Speak their name, and perhaps I might spare your life. The name cannot be divulged just yet, Mr. Zabuza. Uehara Nara leaned against the cabin of the ship, gently shook his head, and a mocking smile returned to his face. Isn't Mr. Zabuza already aware of the loyalty of the 7 ninja swordsmen? The first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen were obliterated by a mere Leaf Village genin, while Black Horaiga and Pai Pa Shizuka defected, leaving only Suigetsu Hozuki with his own ulterior motives. The second generation had only 4 members. Hozuki Mangetsu and Ringo Aimuri succumbed to illness, while Kisame Hashigaki and Zabuza Momochi chose to betray. The third generation had merely 2 remaining. Hozuki Suigetsu was a rogue ninja from birth, and Chojuro remained within the confines of the Mist Village. The defection rate among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village is extraordinarily high. It seems some measures must be taken. Zabuza Momochi raised his fingers. Currently, only 3 individuals comprise the second batch of the 7 ninja swordsmen: Hozuki Mangetsu, Kisame Hashigaki, and Zabuza himself. The dilemma lies in the fact that aside from Zabuza, the remaining 2 appear staunchly loyal to the 4th Mizukage. Since Kisame eliminated Suigetsu, he seemingly gained real power within the village. Hozuki Mangetsu, being a descendant of the 2nd Mizukage, possesses the ability to wield all the swords and is regarded as a promising genius. Zabuza hesitated to gamble. He sought a name from Uehara Nara to confirm a potential ally. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. A shroud of fog enveloped the small vessel upon the sea. Zabuza stepped back, his towering figure vanishing into the mist, his voice echoing from all directions. Kid, are there any parts of you that you wish to be rid of? I can assist you in removing them. Fool, Uehara Nara muttered under his breath, slowly closing his fingers and softly replied, Zabuza, there are certain individuals in the ninja world you absolutely must not provoke, yet you seem to delight in antagonizing them. Like this idiot here. Like the future genin of the Leaf Village. Lightning release. Heavenly prison of thunder. Within the mist over the sea, a colossal storm cloud surged, and a bolt of lightning struck Zabuza's location with precision. Fortunately, he narrowly evaded it using the mist body flicker technique. However, within a second, 2 more bolts of lightning descended. This kid is adept at lightning techniques. Zabuza gritted his teeth, swiftly clasped his hands together, and absorbed one of the lightning strikes, forming a technique, water release, water prison technique. The surging waves of the sea coalesced into a hollow water sphere, encapsulating Zabuza. A lightning bolt struck down, the electric current coursing through the water sphere and splashing onto the sea. Upon retreating into the water prison, Zabuza barely exhaled in relief. Though his expression was grim, that little brat had merely used a single ninjutsu, and his position was already betrayed. Uehara Nara trod upon the water, advancing step by step towards Zabuza's location, his youthful voice retaining a hint of childishness. When offered a toast, don't drink it, you'll face the penalty. Scoundrel! Being insulted by a mere boy, Zabuza cursed silently, yet he did not fall for the bait. Instead, he remained quietly within the water prison, awaiting the dissipating storm clouds. In mere seconds, Zabuza discerned the frequency of the lightning strikes. As long as he infused chakra into the water prison, he could sustain it for a considerable duration. Yet that little brat was already tracing the lightning's path towards him. Uehara Nara clutched a stack of explosive tags, nonchalantly scattering them atop the water prison, murmuring softly, "These are the 100 explosive tags we agreed upon in the Land of Waves. Consider them your payment." Zabuza. Where did this method of payment come from? 100 explosive tags equate to approximately 100 high-ranking fire release techniques, detonating simultaneously, capable of evaporating the water from the water prison. Uehara waved his hand, raised a finger, and sternly declared, "Art is an explosion. Go." Fool. Zabuza could only facepalm in exasperation. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions resounded across the sea. The defensive water waves shattered in an instant by the bombardment of the hundreds of explosive tags. Zabuza's eyes widened in shock as he was directly struck by the blast. A spray of water erupted. It was a water clone. Zabuza within the water prison had transformed into a water clone, while his true self had vanished without a trace. The storm clouds above gradually dispersed, rendering Zabuza's true position undetectable. Uehara Nara frowned, cautiously observing the surrounding mist when suddenly he heard Zabuza's furious shout, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." Zabuza's chakra surged intensely as a massive creature broke through the mist, a gigantic water dragon lunging towards Uehara's position. Wind release, wind barrier. Uehara, unfazed, performed a symbolic hand seal and unleashed a wall of wind. Watching the water dragon collide with the wind barrier, sending up spray, he calmly remarked, "A technique that took 44 hand seals to conjure. Quite the labor, I senti it." A red light shimmered beneath Uehara's feet. Zabuza was nearly shrouded in crimson, emanating a torrent of chakra as he descended from the sky, his decapitating blade poised with lethal intent. The earlier water dragon bullet was merely a feint. Now, the silent killing technique represented Zabuza's true lethal strike against Uehara. The blade was but a second from cleaving Uehara's arm. That was his intention. If Uehara lost his arm, he would be unable to properly weave seals, leaving him vulnerable to slaughter. Crack! A golden shield materialized around Uehara, the immense force splintering the decapitating blade into fragments. Several golden chakra swords swiftly pierced Zabuza's body. This was the ultimate skill of the angel, holy judgment's moment. Zabuza was impaled by chakra swords, bloodied and bewildered, staring at the unscathed youth, his eyes revealing a hint of resentment. "You scoundrel, it was a trap all along. You little brat concealed it well. You initiated the ambush first." Uehara seized Zabuza's wrist, effortlessly grasping the fallen, decapitating blade from his hand, before delivering a kick to Zabuza's chest, sending him tumbling onto the ship. Side quest: defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen, 1-7. Reward unknown. Side quest: defeat Zabuza Momochi, 1-1. Task complete. Reward: My Style Secret Technique, Haze Array. My Style Secret Technique, Haze Array. Release a smoke-filled area, becoming invisible within the haze and recovering 40 of chakra. The invisible state cannot be struck by enemy attacks. Lasting for 5 seconds. Upon attacking or using a skill, one becomes visible, with no cost, and a cooldown of 20 seconds. This skill left Uehara Nara utterly perplexed. Is this it? Just this? He had just defeated Zabuza Momochi. Throughout the timeline of the Naruto world, only 3 individuals had ever placed the complete Team 7 into peril. The first was Zabuza Momochi, the second, Uchiha Madara of the 6 Paths, and the third, Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, the reward for the Haze Array skill was quite decent, serving as a life-saving technique, especially since it also offered chakra recovery. Uehara returned to the ship, calmly seated himself, and gazed at the injured Zabuza, softly advising, "Take heed. Those you should not provoke, do not antagonize. Umph. The notorious Zabuza Momochi couldn't help but grind his teeth upon hearing the taunts of the young boy, who continued to boast about his remarkable identity and strength. Uehara Nara, detecting his disdain, smiled and said, "Mr. Zabuza, I am inherently a kind-hearted person. Even though you attempted to ambush me earlier, I am still willing to let you live. For you possess a modicum of usefulness." Zabuza's anger flared at his words, and he stifled his rage, retorting sarcastically, "Sounds like I'm truly fortunate." "Indeed," Uehara replied earnestly, nodding as he looked at him. "After all, if I wish to meet the other member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, I must rely on Mr. Zabuza." Gradually, Zabuza's demeanor relaxed, and he cast a sidelong glance at the young man. "Since you need my assistance, you must tell me who it is you wish to meet." "Kisame Hoshigaki." Uehara stated the name without hesitation. Throughout the history of the ninja world, there have been few who could be called true ninjas, and Kisame was undoubtedly a qualified one. If possible, Uehara even contemplated the idea of swaying Kisame to his side. The man with the shark-like visage was an invaluable ally, and to let him go, given his dedication to higher missions, would be a grave waste. However, the method of persuasion posed a significant challenge. If all went as expected, Kisame had likely fallen under the influence of the enigmatic masked man, perhaps even captivated by the promises of the Moon SI plan, remaining unwaveringly loyal until his dramatic demise. Apart from his necessity to weave hand signs for every jutsu he unleashed, it was challenging to find any faults in Kisame. Zabuza scoffed upon hearing Kisame's name, casting a disdainful glance at Uehara. "If you had mentioned another name, I might have harbored some doubts. But Kisame would never betray the 4th Mizukage." Kisame was indeed a close confidant of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. When Yagura sought to seize control of the Umbu, he had instructed Kisame to eliminate the previous Umbu leader, the formidable F-ton user, and promoted Kisame to join the ranks of the 7 ninja swordsmen, gifting him Samahata. The entire village of Kirigakure was aware of Kisame's loyalty to Yagura. Only Yagura's commands could sway him, and he would disregard anything else, even if someone privately invited him to propose the abolition of the oppressive blood mist system. Should Yagura ever be overthrown within the village, the last person standing to protect him would undoubtedly be Kisame. Such a man could never be disloyal. As their vessel docked in the land of water, Zabuza had tested Uehara on several occasions, yet he remained uncertain whether the name Kisame Hoshigaki was genuine. If not Kisame, could it be Suigetsu? However, Suigetsu was an undeniable genius and the most promising candidate to succeed as the 5th Mizukage. Would he be willing to take the risk of assassinating the 4th? Among the current 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza believed he was the only one truly intent on eliminating Yagura. Both Suigetsu and Kisame appeared steadfastly loyal, and any slip of the tongue could jeopardize his plans. After they set foot on the soil of the land of water, Zabuza made a request to Uehara. "I can only provide you with Kisame's movements once. I won't take you to meet him. And even if I did, you wouldn't trust me, would you?" "Indeed, Mr. Zabuza's credibility leaves much to be desired," Uehara replied, furrowing his brow. Ignoring Zabuza's suddenly sour expression, he continued softly, "Then let us agree on a time to meet again. How about 3 days from now, in this very location?" "Agreed." Zabuza consented to the proposition. His willingness to assist stemmed from his recognition of Uehara's strength, seeking to exploit the opportunity. Kisame was the most loyal ninja to Yagura in all of Kirigakure, and in earnest combat, he surpassed Zabuza. If Uehara could delay Kisame, Zabuza could immediately execute his plan to assassinate the Mizukage. In the entire village, only Kisame was willing to protect the foolish Yagura. No other Kirigakure ninja dared to approach him. Such an opportunity was rare. "Then I wish us a fruitful collaboration." Uehara extended his hand towards Zabuza. Zabuza shot him a glare, refusing to shake hands, coldly replying, "This is not a collaboration. I am merely providing you with information." "How unfortunate." Uehara sighed, his demeanor turning somber. "Before we part, I must remind you, although I enjoy deceiving others, I do not relish being deceived myself." "I understand," Zabuza responded, inwardly cursing the young boy for his audacity at such a tender age. Uehara was not overly concerned about being deceived by Zabuza. Even if he brought a group of Kirigakure ninjas to surround him, Uehara was confident in his ability to escape, provided he activated his invincible holy judgment and subsequently utilized the insect technique to burrow underground. with 3 days remaining until Zabuza exchanged information. Having arrived in the land of water, Uehara had no reason to leave empty-handed. Among the most popular figures in the land of water were Terumi, Mei, and Haku. Yet Uehara held no expectation of encountering the future 5th Mizukage. He sought instead to find Haku, who possessed the ice-release bloodline. Currently, Haku was likely wandering the streets of the land of water, carefully concealing his identity as a descendant of the ice bloodline. His range of activity was rather extensive. Uehara, eager to fulfill the simple tasks related to Haku displayed on his system panel, scoured the dirtiest and most chaotic locations in the land of water for 3 days, but ultimately failed to catch sight of Haku. Dejectedly leaving the refuse heaps, Uehara decided to temporarily abandon his search for Haku and wait for Zabuza's intel. Just then, a strand of brown hair caught his gaze. The youth looked up, following the strand, and beheld a gentle-faced, brown-haired female ninja who smiled at him. Like a magician, she suddenly revealed a handful of cookies. The woman bent down, extending her hand filled with cookies, saying, "Little one, please eat. These are for you." Huh. Uehara was left utterly confused. The brown-haired young woman was none other than Terumi Mei, the future 5th Mizukage. Uehara hadn't anticipated encountering her at this moment and in such a place. What could Terumi Mei's gesture of offering cookies possibly mean? Uehara tilted his head, glancing at the 2 ninja attendants behind her. One of them, flushed with admiration, gazed at the female ninja, exclaiming, "Ah, Terumi Mei-sama, you truly are enchanting when you are gentle." The other attendant wore a pained expression. If only Terumi Mei-sama's techniques weren't so fearsome, many more would adore her. An awkward silence fell over the air. "Shut up, you're so annoying." The once gentle Terumi Mei's expression darkened upon hearing the slander from one of her subordinates. In an instant, she pivoted and delivered a knee strike, sending the individual flying. Kazumime cast a cold glance at another ninja, drenched in sweat, and with a disdainful snort, she flicked her long hair before turning back to Naruto, her face once again assuming a gentle and amiable expression. The speed at which her demeanor changed was truly astonishing. The brown-haired female ninja, perhaps realizing her previous actions lacked grace, elegantly approached Uehara, took hold of his arm, placed a cookie in his palm, and affectionately ruffled his hair. "Do not be afraid. Little brother, your sister is a good person." Kazumime offered a warm, maternal smile, squatting down to softly inquire, "Have you been hungry for long? These are all for you. Go ahead and eat." Listening to her encouragement, Uehara mechanically stuffed a piece of cookie into his mouth, his mind a blank canvas. Could it be that his youthful handsomeness had caught Kazumime's attention? Observing him nibble on the cookie, she nodded in satisfaction and gently continued, "Little one, do you have a home?" Uehara silently shook his head, then hesitantly nodded, as if the Akatsuki could be considered his home. For both Conan and Pain had treated him kindly. "I understand," Kazumime said, patting his forehead, her thoughts trailing off as she sighed. "If you encounter difficulties in the future, seek me out in the Hidden Mist Village. You must not scavenge for food in the garbage. I am Kazumime, a jonin of the Hidden Mist Village. Remember that." "Remembered," Uehara replied, taking another bite of the cookie, his expression gradually darkening. How could that woman discern that he scavenged for food in the garbage? After all, he was a wealthy individual, possessing a fortune of 100 million explosive tags. "That's good," Kazumime nodded in satisfaction, turning to leave with her subordinates. One ninja remarked, "I've never seen Lady Kazumime so gentle. If she could be as kind to others as she was to that little one, no, even just a fraction of that kindness, there would be many suitors in the village." "Humph, there isn't a decent man in the village." Kazumime scoffed, her voice fading as she continued. "Don't you think that little one is quite interesting? He is merely a stray searching for food in the garbage, yet his tattered clothes are surprisingly clean. And despite his destitution, he still harbors aspirations." With a sudden crack, Uehara clenched his fist tightly, crushing the cookie into crumbs. How could that woman be so oblivious yet detect the 4th Mizukage's enchantment? Just then, a figure darted past him, snatching the crumbs from his palm and swiftly fleeing. Uehara was momentarily stunned, glancing at the nearby scruffy stray who was devouring the stolen morsels, his brow twitching in disbelief. Were the people of the water country truly so lacking in awareness? How audacious to dare take his belongings. Kazumime had generously given him a packet of cookies, but now that it had been snatched away, his mood soured further. He approached the ravenous child, who, perhaps driven by hunger, hastily gulped down the crumbs. "Hey!" Uehara furrowed his brow, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin, considering he was not in need of cookies. After all, he was a wealthy individual. I'm done. The stray hurriedly shoved the last crumbs into his mouth, curling up and cautiously lifting his head to Uehara. I'm sorry. I haven't eaten in 3 days. If you want to hit or kill me, feel free. Uehara caught a glimpse of the child's dirty face, revealing a delicate beauty that was hard to overlook. The term beautiful child instinctively surfaced in his mind. Was the aesthetic standard in the ninja world truly this high? Even a roadside stray appeared so endearing? As the child lowered his head again, Uehara resolved to forgive him. He stood beside him and softly asked, "What is your name? Are you still hungry?" "My name is Bai," the stray whispered, shaking his head as he hugged his knees, perhaps genuinely afraid of being struck. Uehara gazed skyward, pondering his luck. He had searched diligently for 3 days in the water country without a trace of Bai, only to encounter Kazumime's generosity in the form of cookies that lured out the hungry Bai. In truth, Bai had been hiding, fearful of being discovered by the ninjas, and had only dared to show himself after Kazumime and her companions departed. Uehara scrutinized the crouching child, needing to confirm. "Do you possess the ice-release bloodline? The ability to manipulate ice?" Bai trembled slightly, rising unsteadily and darting into a small alley in the town. He understood that in this land, those who possessed bloodlines were deemed wicked, fearing that Uehara might advocate for their eradication. "Hey, don't run," Uehara called, already certain of Bai's identity, hastily pursuing him and grasping the collar of his ragged clothing. He frowned and whispered, "Are you only thinking of escaping?" Bai hesitated, lowering his head, and murmured, "Well, if I find something to eat tomorrow, can I give it back to you? It might take me until the day after tomorrow, or even later to find food. I can only scavenge every 3 days. I'm not after food." Uehara's expression darkened slightly. Bai cautiously glanced at him and quietly said, "But I saw you searching for food near the garbage for a whole day." "I wasn't looking for food in the garbage." Uehara sighed, glancing at the filthy Bai, and said sternly, "I came to find you. I need your ice-release jutsu, the ability to condense ice and snow." Bai looked up with curiosity, furrowing his brow and softly asking, "But I don't know what I can do. Let me think." Uehara stroked his chin in contemplation before proposing, "Well, in summer, you could help me make iced fruit juice." Bai's eyes sparkled as he tugged on Uehara's clothing, whispering, "Then shall we search for food together in the garbage?" Uehara, damn it, is this a life spent scavenging in the garbage? Suppressing his exasperation, Uehara patted Bai's shoulder and sighed, "We won't search for food in the garbage. No, we don't need to go to the garbage, just follow me, and I promise you'll eat well." "Okay." Bai nodded earnestly, tugging at Uehara's clothing again, asking softly, "So, where do we go to find food now?" Uehara rubbed his face, adopting a gentle expression. "In any case, just follow me, and let us have less chatter." Bai instinctively covered his lips. Although they were of similar age, Uehara felt a peculiar disconnect in their communication, perhaps due to the cookies Kazumime had given him, which led Bai to mistakenly believe they were kindred spirits. As Bai observed Uehara Nara sitting leisurely on a rock by the sea, gripping his self-made fishing rod while fishing, a flicker of surprise crossed Bai's eyes, prompting him to exclaim, "You can fish? That's impressive." Uehara Nara, however, merely responded with a stoic expression, feeling somewhat peculiar about bringing the current Bai to meet Momochi Zabuza. Suddenly, the fishing line began to tremble violently. Bai, noticing Uehara's calm demeanor, gently nudged his shoulder, urging, "Uehara, there's a fish on the line. Take it slow, let's wait a moment." Uehara Nara replied with a smile, just as he was about to share the meager fishing knowledge he learned from Nan when a glint caught his eye. Clang! A shuriken abruptly pierced the fishing line, embedding itself deeply into the adjacent rock. The appearance of the shuriken startled Bai, causing him to instinctively want to retreat. Yet concern for his companion made him clutch Uehara's sleeve tightly, whispering, "Uehara, it's a ninja from the Mist Village. We need to leave." "No need. He is looking for me," Uehara Nara said, patting Bai's arm to signal him to be quiet, then gazing regretfully at the severed fishing line, murmuring, "Zabuza, if you let the fish I wanted escape, there will be a price to pay." From behind a rock, someone grunted heavily and tossed a scroll toward Uehara Nara. He caught it and, upon opening it, glanced at the hastily drawn map of the land of water, marked with a red line representing a route, culminating in a red circle that indicated the destination. Momochi Zabuza emerged from behind the rock, looking coldly at Uehara Nara as he spoke. "This is the information you requested." Tomorrow morning, the person you seek will lead a team of pursuing ninjas to the northern outpost of the Land of Water. Uehara Nara nodded and inquired, "Is this their route? Can we be certain?" Zabuza, with a disdainful expression, explained, "This is our territory in the Land of Water. The pursuing ninja team will undoubtedly choose the fastest route. It is basic knowledge in the ninja world. A ninja from their homeland would even select the safest path in their own country. Otherwise, their village would be utterly useless." Noticing Uehara Nara folding the scroll, Zabuza turned his gaze to Bai and coldly accused Uehara. "Kid, are you not concerned that this little girl you brought here might leak our secret deal?" "No need to worry. I won't spill." Uehara Nara waved his hand, casting a glance at the trembling Bai, and chuckled lightly at Zabuza. "Zabuza, your observational skills are rather lacking. With how adorable Bai is, he must be a boy. No matter how you slice it, Bai is a man." Zabuza glanced at the frail Bai and retorted, "Humph, rest assured, this little one possesses the ice-release bloodline. He certainly won't be an ordinary person in the future. He will eventually become a ninja. You know Bai? Although the Blood Mist village cannot tolerate the existence of bloodline ninjas, for us ninjas, bloodline users are invaluable tools. And this little brat is no exception, even if he only possesses the ice-release bloodline." Zabuza secretly cursed his own Mizukage and continued, "This brat's ice release once caused many deaths, and when the village discovered it, I was responsible for handling it, so I have all his information. With the Mizukage still in power, the Mist village cannot protect him. The upper echelons of the village can only turn a blind eye as he wanders through the Land of Water." "Haraha." Uehara Nara chuckled softly, glancing at the handsome youth beside him. "Well, considering all this, I seem to have quite good luck." "Humph, I hope your luck continues," Zabuza remarked, turning to leave. But then added, "Let me remind you one last time. Do not underestimate the person you seek." The previous owner of the Samahata had no means to resist when faced with him. "You needn't worry about that." Uehara Nara called after Zabuza as he departed. "Hey, Zabuza, if your plans fail, feel free to seek me out in the future. At least I can ensure your survival." "Fool," Zabuza muttered under his breath. Given Zabuza's understanding of Uehara Nara, he believed this youth could never have any connection with Kisame Hoshigaki and might even be killed. The mission Kisame was leading was to capture the intruding leaf ninja, Kakashi Hitaki. To ensure success, Kisame had taken several powerful jonin from the village along with him. After tomorrow, the defenses within the Mist village would be unprecedentedly weak, giving Zabuza the courage to execute his plan to assassinate the fourth Mizukage. In the northern region of the Land of Water, Kakashi Hitaki, in search of Uchiha Itachi, ventured alone into the Land of Water, believing that Itachi would be hiding in this secluded country for revenge. However, before Kakashi could locate Itachi, he was already discovered by the ninjas from the Mist village. Faced with the copy ninja Kakashi, the Mist ninjas dared not be careless and quickly requested reinforcements from their superiors. This was indeed an inauspicious start. As Kakashi pondered his next move, a mysterious masked man received news of Kakashi, his head throbbing in frustration. The masked man aimed to target Uehara Nara and had specifically used Kakashi as bait to lure out the spy Hanar trained in the Land of Locks. Unfortunately, his plan had yet to come to fruition, and the bait had jumped out on its own. Fortunately, the masked man had imprisoned Hanar, who was still unaware of Kakashi's whereabouts. If handled properly, it should not cause any trouble. However, the factions had formed a perfect closed loop. Uehara Nara sought to find Kisame Hoshigaki and bring him back to the Akatsuki. Kisame wanted to locate Kakashi Hitaki and bring him back to the Mist village for interrogation about Konoha's intelligence. Kakashi aimed to find Uchiha Itachi and bring him back to Konoha to uncover the truth, and Uchiha Itachi desired to find Uehara Nara and lead him into darkness. Among these individuals, most were mere pawns. Uchiha Itachi believed everyone was a pawn under his control, including Uehara Nara. Uehara Nara also viewed everyone as pieces he directed, even Uchiha Itachi. Their conflict depended on who had the higher ground. The next day, following Kisame Hoshigaki's route, Uehara Nara aimed to reach the northern outpost of the Mist village and set an ambush. He did not take Bai along, but instead left him at the Land of Water's daimyo's residence, planning for Bai to bring Zabuza along once the latter was wanted by the Mist village after failing to assassinate the Mizukage. The northern outpost of the Mist village was bound to be lively. The outpost was permanently garrisoned by 4 ninja teams led by a jonin, totaling 16 members, organized into combinations of 1 jonin leader with 3 chunin and 1 chunin leader with 3 genin. A single Jonin would struggle to capture Kakashi Hitaki, as this mist Jonin captain had witnessed Kakashi's prowess and would not willingly offer himself up. However, merely allowing Kakashi to escape would not align with the temperament of the mist ninja. This mist Jonin was resolutely adhering to wartime strategies, leading his subordinates to entangle and block Kakashi until reinforcements from the village arrived. After all, this was Kakashi of the Sharingan. Kakashi Hitaki had become the most sought-after ninja in Konoha in recent years. Capturing him would undoubtedly yield a wealth of intelligence for them, significantly aiding the ambitions of the Mist Village to defeat Konoha. Team 13, take the left flank. Understood. Team 15, guard the right. Understood. Team 20, cover our rear and check for any gaps. Understood. Team 11, all of you attack with me. If you encounter Kakashi, entangle him with shurikens, and remember, do not meet his Sharingan gaze. Yes, Captain. The 4 teams of Mist Ninjas continued to entangle Kakashi within this area, their actions delaying his escape and forcing him to devise a counterattack to eliminate this group of Mist Ninjas. While Kakashi Hitaki was concealing his plans, Uehara Nara had already arrived in the vicinity, quickly discovering their whereabouts using his void dance technique. The young ninja gracefully descended before the gathered Mist Ninjas. Amidst their astonished and wary gazes, Uehara wore an innocent smile and inquired, "Would you gentlemen be interested in a game of cards?" After a brief moment of hesitation, the Mist Jonin tightened his grip on his ninja blade and loudly commanded his subordinates, "Proceed with the original plan. Do not let this brat interfere. Eliminate him." Swift and decisive action was the hallmark of the Mist Ninja. At the captain's command, the Mist Ninjas wasted no time and swiftly hurled a dozen shurikens towards Uehara. Wind release, wind barrier. A wall of wind intercepted all the incoming shurikens. Uehara's smile remained unfaltered as he slowly brought his palms together, softly continuing, "Although you were unreasonable first, I still choose to forgive you, because the deceased are paramount." Upon hearing Uehara's words, the expressions of the Mist Ninjas were quite remarkable. The little fellow had indeed deflected the shurikens with an unusual wind technique, yet he stood alone, confidently believing he could eliminate their 4 teams. What an audacious little brat. Both Kakashi, hiding in the shadows, and the Mist Ninjas shared the same initial thought. Uehara Naraku's attitude was far too arrogant. Even a seasoned ninja like Kakashi would not dare to charge directly into this organized group of Mist Ninjas. Yet this young boy was openly provoking them. Was he courting death? Kakashi cautiously peered out, quietly observing Uehara as he began forming hand seals. He was instantly captivated. Uehara was slowly performing the seals, and without the need for the Sharingan, Kakashi could clearly see his movements. Yet the sequence of seals was something he had never encountered. Could the boy be about to employ a technique he had never heard of? Kakashi immediately focused intently, meticulously noting Uehara's seal sequence with his Sharingan, hoping to secretly replicate the young ninja's technique. Unbeknownst to Uehara, he was indifferent to the scrutiny, casually forming a haphazard series of seals. Suddenly, he thrust his hand towards the sky and smiled at the group of Mist Ninjas, saying, "Until we meet again, if you survive." Lightning release, heavenly prison of thousands of thunder. A tempest of thunderclouds swirled around Uehara, and bolts of lightning erupted from the storm, raining down upon the Mist Ninjas. Several were instantly reduced to charred remains, while the others managed to evade the initial strike. However, the subsequent bolts came relentlessly. One Mist Ninja, unable to evade or defend, was struck by a bolt and collapsed, never to rise again. The frequency and speed of the lightning attacks were beyond their capacity to handle. The Mist Ninjas finally realized the dire predicament they faced within the storm, struggling to escape, even lacking sufficient time to form defensive seals. In the face of crisis, human nature unexpectedly emerged. The Jonin captain leaped to a subordinate's side, grabbing him and hurling him into the air to intercept 2 bolts of lightning, turning his subordinate into a charred corpse. Witnessing this, the other Chunin captains similarly grabbed their comrades as shields for their escape. Were it not for the high frequency of the lightning strikes, the Mist Ninja forces might have even descended into a brutal internal conflict. Uehara observed the Mist Ninjas amidst the storm, his smile gradually fading. In the face of mortal peril, their performance was utterly disappointing, far inferior to that of the Rain Ninja. The long-standing blood mist policy of the Mist Village, which both permitted and encouraged internecine violence, had finally borne its bitter fruit. No one dared to trust their comrades easily. Uehara had waged the most effortless battle, without resorting to a second powerful technique. He had achieved a one-sided massacre simply by casually tossing cards. Kakashi Hitaki, who had been observing all of this, was now drenched in sweat. The young man had utilized but one technique to decimate 4 teams of mist ninjas, including an elite squad led by a jonin. Yet, Kakashi felt a twinge of satisfaction. Not only had he escaped the entanglement of the mist ninjas, but he had also copied a formidable lightning technique, perfectly aligning with his own expertise in lightning release. Progression Task 3. Eliminate 10 official Chunin, 10-10, rewards, 1,000 life energy, 1,000 chakra energy, 1,000 gold coins. Life energy recovery increased by 100. Chakra energy recovery increased by 100. Progression Task 4. Eliminate 10 official Jonin, 110, reward unknown. Uehara Nara observed in astonishment as he completed the rewards for Progression Task 3, in addition to the standard life energy, chakra energy rewards, and gold coins. He received additional life and chakra energy recovery bonuses. Life energy, 2201, standard Jonin, 1000 to 3000, chakra energy, 3250, standard Kagya, 3000 to 10,000, life recovery, 4 points second chakra recovery, 3 points second remaining gold, 2070 equipment, Embrace of the Seraph. Increases chakra energy by 1400 points, reduces skill cooldown by 20, and decreases chakra consumption by 20. After assessing his attributes, Uehara let out a sigh of relief. His physical strength and stamina had significantly increased, and his chakra energy had surpassed 3,000 points, finally allowing him a place to survive in this ninja world. In addition to these standard rewards, the increase in life and chakra energy recovery would enable Uehara to use his void dance technique and ephemeral technique without restraint, ensuring his safety. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of Kisame Hoshigaki. Uehara pondered several strategies to recruit Kisame. Yet he was wary of Kisame's loyalty to the mysterious masked man, unwilling to reveal too much. Ultimately, Uehara decided to first severely injure Kisame and then forcibly bring him back to the Land of Rain. That could count as completing a mission, right? Outside the forest, a young man with a shark-like face led a mist ninja pursuit team of over 20 members to the foot of the mountain. Alongside them, a brown-haired woman accompanied 3 ninja squads, including a powerful reconnaissance ninja. Ching is the sole bearer of the Byakugan bloodline outside the Hyuga clan, having fortuitously acquired a Byakugan during the war, thus becoming the most formidable reconnaissance ninja of the Hidden Mist Village. The appearance of the elite forces, Terumi Mei and Kisame Hoshigaki, underscores their regard for Kakashi Hitaki and the Hidden Mist Village's thirst for intelligence on Konoha. Kisame surveyed the towering mountain and spoke softly. Senior Ching, let us begin. We only speak with our ninja blades. We shall rely on your expertise to locate the enemy. Understood. Byakugan, activate. Ching swiftly formed a hand sign, awakening the Byakugan's vision, meticulously scanning the forest for traces of movement. After a brief moment, her expression darkened as she reported, all the ninjas at the northern outpost have been slain. There are 2 survivors on this mountain, a small boy and Kakashi Hitaki, located in the eastern woods. Oh, it seems fortune is on our side, Kisame declared, unsheathing his Samahata sword and addressing Terumi Mei. Shall we proceed to capture Kakashi? Your assistance in encircling him would be invaluable. Does that arrangement suit you? Indifferently so, Terumi Mei waved her hand dismissively, chuckling lightly. Our objective is merely to capture that copy ninja. It matters not who leads the assault or who blocks the escape. Then I shall take my leave, Kisame replied, unceremoniously leaping into the forest, followed closely by the pursuing ninja squad. Terumi Mei, accompanied by her subordinates, set up a blockade within the woods, forcing Kakashi towards Kisame's position. While they paid no heed to Uehara Nara hidden among the trees, only one person truly cared about Uehara Nara's abilities. A space-time vortex materialized at the base of the mountain, revealing the figure of a mysterious masked man. Moments later, a charming young girl emerged from the vortex. Appearing beside him, the masked man glanced at the mist ninjas leaping through the forest before turning to the girl. In a moment, that boy will be gravely injured. You must risk your life to save him. Do you understand? Yes. The girl lowered her head, continuing softly. If I can make him fall in love with me, you promise to spare my homeland and allow me to meet Kakashi. Of course. The masked man tapped his arm, his voice dark. I never break my promises. Yet it baffles me that a woman could be enamored with someone like Kakashi, that useless ninja. Kakashi-sensei is not useless. The girl bit her lip, summoning courage to rebut. Despite her fear of the masked man, he huffed, dismissing her. The masked man would not disclose to Hualing that Kakashi was indeed within this forest, being pursued by a group of mist ninjas, and this crisis was unlike any before. There would be no timely rescue this time. Within the forest, Kisame led the mist pursuit team, tracking Kakashi's position. Suddenly, a card was embedded in a tree. As the ninjas tensed and sought the source of the card, another card shot forth, aiming directly at Kisame. Even as he evaded the attack, one card grazed his face, leaving a narrow wound that trickled blood. The card's residual force severed a tree trunk of considerable girth. Kisame maintained his composure, signaling to his subordinates, Has someone targeted me? Inform Terumi May that I have a minor matter to attend to, and assist her in capturing the target. Yes, Captain. The mist ninjas accepted the command solemnly, leaping away without concern for their leader's safety. Since Kisame had taken command of the Shark Mountain-esque pufferfish ghost, they had witnessed his terrifying prowess firsthand. To date, under Kisame's leadership, they had never failed a mission. Unbeknownst to them, Kisame had long since become a subordinate of the enigmatic masked man behind the Mizukichi. Officially, Kisame had been assigned to capture Kakashi. In truth, his real task was to grievously injure Uehara Nara. The more grievous, the better, allowing a young girl to rescue him. Although Kisame found this peculiar task difficult to comprehend, he remained resolute in executing his orders. Come forth, little boy. Kisame grinned, revealing his sharp teeth with a terrifying smile. It has been long since I fought at full strength. If you can amuse me today, I could offer you a comfortable demise. A boy appeared before Kisame, floating midair, deftly manipulating several cards. Uehara Nara looked down at Kisame, softly stating, While we are aware of the outcome, we must adhere to the process. I am here to invite you to join a righteous organization dedicated to maintaining peace in the ninja world. Are you interested? Certainly not, Kisame scoffed, dismissively dropping his samahata. Coldly responding, Little boy, I am a ninja who revels in slaughter. How unfortunate, for I am an advocate of peace. Uehara's eyes narrowed as he suddenly launched a card towards the ground beneath Kisame. Each card flew with incredible speed, cutting through the air and creating shockwaves. Thanks to the enhancements from his advanced mission rewards, Uehara's abilities had significantly amplified, and the power and speed of his card throws far exceeded his previous capabilities. Kisame's speed was even greater. The moment he perceived the cards being thrown, he evaded the assault, yet one card detonated like an explosive tag, catching him off guard. The blast hurled him back, shredding his clothing and inflicting several wounds. However, the regenerative properties of Samahata swiftly healed him. How does it feel? Uehara circled in the air, softly commenting, If you die, our organization will have to find someone else suitable. If you wish to kill me, this is far from sufficient. Kisame coldly retorted, plunging his Samahata into the ground, fully recognizing the formidable challenge posed by his opponent. As long as Uehara remained airborne, attacking him would be significantly more difficult, as his physical prowess and Samahata's chakra absorption abilities would be hard to utilize. Time to alter the terrain. Water style, Great Water Wave. Kisame rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing a colossal wave that surged beneath him, rising to match Uehara's altitude. Without pausing, Kisame continued forming seals. Biting his finger, Water style, Water Shark Bomb Technique. A water shark emerged beside him, enveloping Kisame and leaping from the surface, agilely charging towards the airborne Uehara. This strategy of attacking an aerial opponent was ingenious. If he could bring Uehara down, he would immediately gain the upper hand with his superior physical abilities. As the formidable Kisame approached Uehara Nara, he noticed the panic-stricken expression on Uehara's face, marked by improperly formed hand seals. Little brat, your summoning technique is flawed. Kisame scoffed, suddenly exerting force in his wrist, ready to seize Uehara by the neck and bring him crashing to the ground. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. However, with a sharp command from the young ninja, a towering creature materialized between them. The beast hurled its anchor with precision, striking Kisame's body and dragging him back down. Kisame felt an overwhelming force pulling him down, and he plummeted into the lake he had conjured. Once he regained his composure, he finally discerned the true appearance of the creature that Uehara had summoned, a monstrous entity nearly 3 times his height, enshrouded in iron armor. with only its glowing yellow eyes visible. Clutching a massive anchor, the chains affixed to it firmly bound it to its form. To Kisame's astonishment, this creature could, like him, breathe freely in water and move without hindrance. Uehara Nara clasped his hands together and descended gracefully around the lake, chuckling lightly. Mr. Kisame, allow me to introduce your opponent. Specifically chosen for you in this aquatic realm, the deep-sea titan, Nautilus. Kisame had never encountered such an unusual summoning beast before, and he remained vigilant, wary of the gigantic anchor. After experiencing the anchor's might firsthand, he understood the terrifying strength it possessed. Although as a member of the Samahata clan, Kisame's physical abilities surpassed those of an ordinary person, he found himself vastly outmatched by the deep-sea titan. It appeared cumbersome in its movements. Seizing his Samahata sword, Kisame glanced at the titan wielding the anchor, a glimmer of opportunity flashing in his shark-like eyes. What a chance! He surged through the water like an arrow, propelling himself towards Uehara's summoned beast. With tremendous force, he unleashed his blade, which elongated into a chain, ensnaring the titan's neck. Oceans boundless. A deep voice resonated from beneath the water. Just as Kisame was taken aback, he watched as the titan lifted a foot, its iron spikes glinting. Before it stomped down with tremendous force, Kisame felt the lake tremble beneath him, akin to an earthquake, as waves surged outward, propelling him and his sword away. Observing Kisame's struggle, Uehara laughed. Hey, Mr. Kisame, are you having fun? If you've come to a realization, feel free to share it. It might just save your life. Humph. Naive little brat. Kisame stubbornly wiped the blood from his mouth, his expression turning grave. That last strike from the deep-sea titan had inflicted considerable internal damage. Initially believing this mission was merely about teaching a lesson to a young boy, he found himself gravely wounded before even confronting a truly formidable foe. No longer hesitating, Kisame swiftly formed hand seals and struck the water's surface. Water release. 5 shark technique. 5 water sharks rapidly materialized, swimming towards the deep-sea titan, jaws gaping to gnaw at its iron armor. Yet, their teeth proved insufficiently sharp, as they were swiftly obliterated by the titan's anchor. Each time a water shark was shattered, another would emerge beside Kisame, surrounding the deep-sea titan in a relentless swarm. This cycle continued, and the sharks were continuously slain. Kisame's expression darkened. His once infallible ninjutsu now seemed powerless against this titan. What was meant to conserve chakra and wear down his adversary now felt like a futile expenditure of his own energy. Samahata, come forth. Kisame grasped the handle of his sword, leaning forward against the deep-sea titan, as the barbs of Samahata suddenly protruded, revealing its true form, a blade with a mouth. In the lake, the iron monster remained unperturbed, aiming its anchor at Kisame, unleashing a shockwave that struck the ground. The lake's water erupted violently, akin to a volcanic explosion. As powerful waves surged forth, there was no evading this deep-sea impact. Both the surrounding water sharks and Kisame were caught in the torrent, with Kisame unable to react before being tossed out of the lake, landing in a heap. The shark-faced youth coughed up blood, his body racked with unbearable pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured. Kisame did not rest. He merely glanced at the anchor hurtling towards him. If he took another hit, it could very well be fatal. He had to resort to that technique. Quickly, Kisame formed another hand seal, casting a cold glance at Uehara perched in the tree, and said, Little brat, I pray you find a stronger summoning beast in the future. Water release. Great shark bomb technique. A colossal shark materialized beside him, circling around before enlarging to a size even greater than the deep-sea titan. This massive shark, with its gaping maw, surged towards the titan. To ensure the shark could engulf the titan, Kisame willingly sacrificed his chakra, nurturing it to achieve a gargantuan size. The water shark clamped its jaws around the deep-sea titan, swallowing it whole, only to explode moments later, sending waves crashing through the water. A cloud of mist dispersed, and Uehara's towering deep-sea titan vanished without a trace, its summoning time having reached its limit. Though it had restrained Kisame in conventional combat, it was ultimately countered by Kisame's most powerful ninjutsu. The water release, Great Shark Bomb technique allowed him to absorb the enemy's chakra, growing in strength and size, effectively countering any chakra-rich foe. Despite having vanquished Uehara's summoning beast, Kisame's condition was far from favorable. To eliminate the creature, he had nearly exhausted his chakra, leaving his body battered and broken, with countless bones likely fractured. Samahata, come to me. Kisame grasped the handle of Samahata, greedily drawing upon the remaining chakra within, desperately attempting to mend his wounds. Yet, this meager amount proved insufficient. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Kisame rapidly formed hand seals, summoning a multitude of sharks, commanding Samahata to devour each one to replenish his chakra and heal his injuries. Initially intent on slaying Uehara's summoning beast to impart a lasting lesson to the young boy, Kisame now found himself relying on the very sharks he had nurtured to restore his body and chakra. Uehara did not interfere, instead watching Kisame's actions with keen interest, even offering, "Mr. Kisame, do you need assistance? I could help you grill some shark fins. I've learned excellent grilling techniques from my teacher." Kisame ignored the taunt, tightening his grip on Samahata, slowly rising to his feet. As the swarm of sharks was consumed, his wounds gradually healed. He could at least sustain himself for a while longer. The battle was far from over. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. The hand of the dry persimmon Zabuza swiftly formed seals, striking the water's surface, causing thousands of water sharks to leap forth, surging toward the direction of Uehara Nara. Alas, I am not proficient in fire release ninjutsu. The young ninja maintained a smile at the corner of his lips, casually tossing out several explosive tags, slowly raising his finger as he murmured, "Ninjutsu, mutual explosive tags." A series of explosions erupted in the air. Each explosive tag was equivalent to a J-level fire release technique, and tens of thousands of them detonated in succession. The searing waves of fire instantly evaporating the 1,000-feeding shark into vapor. Zabuza involuntarily swallowed. Is this guy simply burning through his wealth? Thousands of explosive tags, in the scarcity of the hidden mist village, could fetch over 100 million ryo. As the smoke and steam lingered, Zabuza felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. A card pierced through the haze, embedding itself in him. "Little brat, do you think you can evade my sight?" Zabuza swung his blade, the Kubikirib CH, toward the mysterious location within the fog, instantly discerning that someone was present there. Bang! The Kubikirib CH struck as if it were hammering against steel. The shock reverberated through Zabuza's hand, causing him pain, while the blade let out a pained cry. From the depths of the smoke, a youthful voice emerged. "Mr. Zabuza, it might be wise for you not to be too arrogant in my presence, don't you think?" Uehara Nara's form emerged from the swirling smoke, enveloped in a radiant golden shield that deflected the onslaught of Jay-Z's attacks, a manifestation of his ultimate skill, divine judgment. Golden chakra swords floated around him, casting a faint reflection of the invincible stance of the young ninja. With a sudden motion, Uehara extended his palm, seized the barbs on Jay-Z's body, and executed a swift maneuver, delivering a powerful kick to the nape of Hoshigaki Kisame, toppling him to the ground. The golden chakra swords followed suit, pinning the shark-faced ninja to the earth. How could this be possible? Hoshigaki Kisame lay motionless, gazing up in disbelief at the young man, untouched and unscathed by Jay-Z's blows, his astonishment palpable. "Nothing is impossible." Uehara Nara dispatched Jay-Z, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen shark-faced figure as he traced a card across Kisame's forehead protector, declaring, "From this moment forth, you are a member of the Akatsuki. Do you have any objections?" At that precise moment, the system confirmed Hoshigaki Kisame's inability to resist and issued a skill reward. Side quest: defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen, 2-7, reward unknown. Side quest: defeat Hoshigaki Kisame, 1-1. Quest completed, reward skill, Great Shark Assault. Great Shark Assault summons a colossal void shark from beneath the ground to strike the target area, surfacing after 2 seconds to devour the souls of all enemies within the vicinity, costing 100 chakra points with an 80-second cooldown. Uehara Nara accepted the system reward while continuing to pressure Hoshigaki Kisame to surrender. The enigmatic masked man, who had been observing the battle, found himself increasingly restless. How had Kisame inexplicably lost to Uehara? Hanari stood beside the masked man, her face a mixture of shock as she witnessed the clash between Hoshigaki Kisame and Uehara Nara. Never having imagined that a ninja could be so formidable. With her mouth slightly agape, she whispered, "It seems that young man has won. What shall we do now?" The masked man fell silent. Since Uehara Nara had triumphed, his plans were inevitably thwarted. The priority now was to rescue Hoshigaki Kisame from Uehara's grasp. If Kisame stubbornly refused to surrender, Uehara Nara would not hesitate to eliminate a mist ninja. That would mean losing a carefully selected subordinate. With this thought, the masked man cast aside his hesitation, transforming into a vortex of space-time. Materializing beside Uehara Nara and Hoshigaki Kisame, he suddenly appeared, seizing Uehara's arm, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, it seems your battle has concluded." The abrupt intrusion of the masked man startled Uehara Nara. So, this fellow had been covertly tracking him? Obito-senpai. Uehara quickly shook off his grasp and replied solemnly, "If I recall correctly, your mission was to locate Sasori-senpai and Appo's partner, not to appear here." Well, the masked man awkwardly scratched his head, shamelessly explaining, "I was actually concerned for your safety, intending to assist you in persuading Hoshigaki Kisame to surrender. I didn't expect to arrive too late, but thankfully, you are unharmed." Uehara Nara's expression turned subtly ambiguous. Encountering an opponent, this fellow had quite the audacity behind his mask. Had Hoshigaki Kisame engaged him in a desperate struggle not been due to the masked man's orders, Uehara would have promptly turned JZ into sashimi for Kisame. The masked man, oblivious to Uehara's thoughts, hurriedly explained himself before crouching down to assess Hoshigaki Kisame's injuries. Once he confirmed that Kisame was physically unharmed, he grinned and said, "Hee, Mr. Kisame, both Uehara and I are members of the Akatsuki. Surely now you would wish to join our organization? Do I have any other choice?" Hoshigaki Kisame, taken aback by the mention of the Akatsuki, let out a cold laugh and nodded slightly, signaling his tacit acceptance to join the organization. "No, you could choose to die?" Uehara Nara smiled and shook his head at Kisame, leaving the shark-faced ninja speechless. Even the masked man appeared baffled. Was the masked man's mere words more effective than a fight? How utterly humiliating. Uehara turned to the masked man and continued, "Senpai, this is my mission. I believe I should eliminate Hoshigaki Kisame, invite another individual to join the organization, and then report back to Konin-sensei, which is my own affair." Hey, that is not going to happen, kid." The masked man opposed vehemently. "Inviting Hoshigaki Kisame to join was a decision we made after closely observing him for a long time. No one in the entire Hidden Mist Village is a more suitable candidate. The lack of suitable candidates in the Hidden Mist Village does not imply there are none in the Land of Water." Uehara Nara, displeased, pointed deeper into the forest and proclaimed, "Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja of Konoha, has infiltrated the Land of Water. He is currently surrounded by a group of mist ninjas. We can rescue Kakashi and recruit him into the organization." Such words were purely jest. In reality, Kakashi Hitaki's reputation far surpassed that of Hoshigaki Kisame. If Uehara genuinely attempted to recruit Kakashi under the pretense of saving him, the Akatsuki would likely only gain a spy from Konoha. The masked man did not take Uehara and Appo's words lightly. His attitude was resolute as he loudly countered, "That guy, Kakashi Hitaki, is even worse than trash. We cannot afford to have someone who would kill his own comrades in our organization. But we can." Uehara Nara feigned innocence, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Senpai, have you forgotten about Kakuzu-senpai in our organization? Every time he leaves the base, it's a duo mission, but he returns carrying a box of money. I believe Kakashi is different from Kakuzu." The masked man felt increasingly annoyed by Uehara Nara's persistence, regretting his impulsive plan. If this continued, the young man might genuinely abandon Hoshigaki Kisame and drag that rascal Kakashi into the Akatsuki. Is there really no difference? Uehara tilted his head, softly explaining, "I have heard that Kakashi Hitaki possesses the Sharingan. He would be an ideal partner for Itachi." This proposal was not merely sensible. Uehara himself could not help but entertain the devilish thought, contemplating the possibility of recruiting Kakashi and pairing him with Itachi. Alas, if they successfully recruited Kakashi, who already knew the masked man's identity, the Akatsuki would likely implode from within. Obito. At that moment, an incredulous voice reached their ears, belonging to none other than Kakashi Hitaki, the very individual they had been discussing. The copy ninja of Konoha was battered and bruised. Yet he paid no mind to his injuries, instead rushing toward Uehara Nara and the masked man with fervor. Kakashi stumbled a few steps before collapsing beside the masked man, murmuring in a dazed tone, "Obito, I finally found you." Kakashi Hitaki then lost consciousness. The man bore a burn mark on his arm, and his clothing showed signs of corrosion, likely a result of an encounter with boiling and dissolving ninjutsu. In the entirety of the Land of Water, there existed a woman who possessed both of those bloodline abilities. In the midst of evading pursuit, Kakashi Hatake found himself discovered by Ao, only to face an ambush from Meitarumi. Despite being at a significant disadvantage, Kakashi managed to turn the tide, even bringing the encounter to a stalemate. Unfortunately, his adversaries were not limited to Meitarumi, as numerous mist shinobi surrounded him. In desperation, Kakashi recalled a recently copied technique, the lightning release, lightning prison, intending to use it to vanquish all the mist shinobi. However, as he began to form the hand seals, he sensed something amiss. Thankfully, he had the presence of mind to revert to his signature technique, the lightning blade, which allowed him to carve out a path of escape. Just as he emerged from peril, Kakashi encountered his target in the land of water, a group of mist shinobi posing a lethal threat, but also his former teammate, Obito Uchiha, sparking a glimmer of hope for survival. Kakashi's tense demeanor finally began to ease. Meanwhile, the mysterious masked man was far from pleased. His eyes wide with shock as he gazed down at Kakashi. Someone tell me how Kakashi knows my identity, he thought, realizing that since Kakashi had even called out his name, it could not merely be a wild guess. Who had betrayed him? Obito was on the verge of madness. Nearby, Nayuki Uehara expressed a semblance of surprise, her eyes filled with confusion. A-Fly, did you hear that name Kakashi just mentioned? The masked man's expression shifted instantly, a glint of menace flickering in his gaze as he turned to her, though he managed to restrain himself. I don't know what he's talking about. He mentioned Obito. Uehara innocently repeated, A-Fly, are you acquainted with Kakashi from Konoha? Following her words, her eyes lit up with realization. Of course, you have a close relationship with Itachi, so A-Fly is also from Konoha. The masked man felt a wave of frustration. This brat was analyzing his identity with such seriousness. Did she not realize the peril of knowing too many secrets and prying into others' privacy? His mind raced with the understanding that his identity must remain concealed, particularly from Nagato and Konan, who might accept Uchiha Madara but not an ordinary Uchiha ninja. As Uehara appeared to sense this secret, the masked man's first thought was to silence her. A gloved hand shot out, seizing Uehara by the throat. Kid, I had high hopes for you, but to avoid affecting Nagato and Konan's judgment, I must eliminate you here. Senior, Uehara gasped, gripping the masked man's wrist in a futile attempt to free herself, whispering desperately, I won't divulge this secret. Is that so? The masked man's eyes turned a deep crimson, a hint of bloodthirsty madness flashing within. But I want to kill you now. No. Please. Uehara panicked, hastily affixing explosive tags to the masked man's body, resolutely declaring, if you refuse to agree, we shall perish together. At that moment, Uehara aimed to score full marks for her performance. The masked man, oblivious to the impending danger, perhaps due to overconfidence in his strength, allowed Uehara to attach the explosive tags to him. Was he simply lacking in intellect? Or was he too arrogant? With a cold smirk, he sneered at Uehara. Humph, do you really think you can die with me? Senior, Uehara's face suddenly morphed from pain to a sinister smile. Why do you believe you are unworthy of dying with me? You are merely an intern in the organization. With a sudden exertion, Uehara broke free from Obito's grasp and soared into the air, coldly gazing down at the masked man, disdainfully proclaiming, if you don't wish to perish together, then die? What a naive little brat. The masked man laughed rather than fuming, just as he prepared to deliver another sharp retort. The sound of explosions interrupted him. Boom. The explosive tags detonated in rapid succession. Kakashi and Kisame Hashigaki, who had just regained consciousness, were thrown back by the blasts radiating from the masked man. Yet, the masked man remained unfazed, allowing the explosions to ravage his form without suffering any harm. His right eye transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, housing a bizarre Kamui space within. Utilizing the capabilities of the Mangeki Sharingan, the masked man could phase his body into this space at will, evading external assaults, which allowed him to stand proudly against most shinobi in the ninja world. Inside the Kamui space, he intended to evade the explosions and demonstrate the chasm of reality to Uehara. However, as his body entered the Kamui space, the explosive tags inexplicably followed him. Boom. The Kamui space erupted as if it were a festival of fireworks, the sounds of explosions echoing relentlessly. Regardless of whether the masked man hid in the external world or within the Kamui space, explosive tags inexplicably lingered at his side, driving him to desperation. What was happening? What kind of jutsu was this? The masked man glared at Uehara hovering above, fury evident in his eyes. He was being toyed with by a mere child. Uehara raised a finger, softly saying, "Show. Senior, don't be impatient. I've only used 100 million explosive tags, and this firework display will soon conclude. You brat." The masked man spat blood, his clothing in tatters, his mask shredded, and his body battered, yet the explosions continued unabated. His Kamui space offered no reprieve from the relentless pursuit of the explosive tags. Uehara watched the fiery explosions with composure. Knowing the technique of summoning explosive tags belonged to space-time ninjutsu, its foundational principle rooted in the simplest of summoning arts. As long as one explosive tag was affixed to a target, it could summon an overwhelming multitude of explosive tags to bombard the target continuously until their body was reduced to ashes. Even if the masked man could retreat into the Kamui space, the explosive tags would follow, continuing their relentless bombardment. If he could utilize the Kamui technique to evade, 100 million explosive tags would merely be a spectacular display. Yet now, even with the ability to use Kamui, he could not escape the explosions. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that one technique. Observing the masked man's plight amidst the explosions, Uehara gently remarked, "Well, if you perish here, it will just be unfortunate luck for you. Should you miraculously survive my jutsu, return to the organization and confess your identity to Konan and Yahiko. You brat." The masked man disregarded the pain, turning his gaze to Uehara, slowly bringing his fingers together, realizing he must resort to Izanagi. He had to eliminate everyone present. The enigmatic masked man harbored a sense of relief that he had participated in the massacre alongside Uchiha Itachi, gathering an ample supply of 3 Tomo Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, which would sufficiently serve as consumables for his Izanagi. By employing Izanagi, he could transform all inflicted damage into mere dreams, and as a member of the Uchiha clan himself, the duration of Izanagi would be maximized. Once your million explosive tags are utterly detonated, your demise shall follow, little brat. The blinding light and thunderous sound of the explosive tags drew the attention of others in the forest, such as the girl Hanari and the pursuing mist ninjas. Upon spotting Hitaki Kakashi, Hanari darted from the thicket, swiftly hoisting the gravely injured Kakashi and fleeing the scene. Uehara Nara cast a bewildered glance at the departing stranger before lifting the neck of the shark-faced Kisame into the air, departing the area as well. The explosions continued to roar. The mask on the mysterious man's face fell away, revealing his true visage. He paid no heed to the damage from the explosive tags, fixating instead on the vanishing shadow in the sky, rasping, "You cannot escape, little brat." As the pursuing ninjas from Kirigakure emerged, they gazed in astonishment at the man still standing amidst the bombardment of explosive tags. This man was formidable. However, having failed to capture any trace of Hitaki Kakashi or rescue Captain Kisame, the pursuing ninjas resolved to remain, intending to apprehend Uchiha Obito post-explosion for interrogation. Once the series of explosive tag detonations ceased, Obito's transplanted 3 Tomo Sharingan in his left eye transformed completely to a shade of gray. Even with the guidance of the summoned explosive tags, the brief interval of the bombings was far too fleeting. Izanagi easily converted all damage sustained by Obito during this time into mere dreams. This consideration is what led Uehara Nara to vanish before Obito. He did not yet possess absolute confidence in defeating this adversary. Obito surveyed the mist ninjas present, and amidst their astonished gazes, his form gradually dissipated from sight. Just as the mist ninjas were engulfed in confusion, a hoarse command jolted them awake. Would release, cutting technique. Obito's figure suddenly materialized behind one of the mist ninjas, thrusting a wooden spike into the heart of his victim. Wooden spikes sprouted from the ninja's body, perforating him thoroughly. Obito nonchalantly pushed aside the corpse of the fallen mist ninja, assessing the remaining foes, as yet another wooden spike erupted from his palm. This group would serve as a perfect outlet for his pent-up fury. Obito felt as though he had returned to the past, to the fateful night of Rin Nohara's death, when he had been consumed by similar rage, causing rivers of blood to flow. The screams echoed endlessly. As the final member of the pursuing mist ninja had his head twisted off, Obito gradually regained his composure, reevaluating his subsequent plans. Firstly, the crisis of his identity being exposed stemmed from Kakashi. Had Kakashi not revealed his identity in his unconscious state, Uehara Nara would never have discerned that he was Uchiha Obito. So how did Kakashi come to know he was Obito? This question required resolution. Obito harbored doubts that Kagaya would divulge his information to Kakashi, for it bore no benefit to their plans. This was even more alarming. If someone had already uncovered his identity, then they had been privy to all his schemes from the shadows. This was the gravest predicament. Secondly, the crisis of identity exposure must be swiftly addressed. Among those present who learned of his identity, Hanari and Uehara Nara were on his kill list. However, before eliminating Uehara Nara, he needed to ascertain why those explosive tags continually manifested around him, and whether that technique was a deadly gambit devised by Konan aimed at him. Regarding how to neutralize the seemingly infinite summoned explosive tags, Obito had already devised a plan. As long as he avoided being tagged and locked in place, he would not face the same fatal situation as before. Besides Uehara and Hanari, there was also Kisame. However, Kisame believed he was Uchiha Madara. He could test him slightly later. Should Kisame remain loyal to him, he might be spared. As for that troublesome Kakashi, he was certainly not to be killed, for Obito still needed to extract from him who had leaked the information. Lastly, if his identity were to be irrevocably exposed, how could he regain the trust of Konan and Nagato upon learning he was not Uchiha Madara? An heir of Uchiha Madara? No, any powerful Uchiha would suffice. After all, Obito had long ceased to desire being Madara's puppet, living in his name. That old man had perished long ago. Obito clenched his fists. Ultimately, in this ninja world, only formidable ninjas wielded true influence. Should Nagato prove incapable of countering his Kimui ability, he would have to continue executing his plans as intended. As long as he retained the Kimui Sharingan, he could still manipulate everything from the shadows. First, he needed to locate Kakashi, seizing this opportunity to extract the most crucial intelligence from him, to discern who was orchestrating against him. Obito grasped a mist ninja's headscarf, wiping the blood from his hands, and tossed the bloodied cloth atop the corpse of the mist ninja. He stepped over the body, treading through the sanguine puddles as a space-time vortex materialized beside him, drawing him into the Kimui dimension, leaving behind a scene of gruesome carnage among the mist ninjas. While Obito was slaughtering the mist ninjas, Uehara Nara had already flown with Kisame to a secluded, desolate mountain, discarding the shark-faced ninja onto the ground. Kisame showed no concern, gazing at the youth before him, even smiling as he spoke. "Huh, I thought you would kill me. That would be such a waste of resources." Uehara glanced at the Samahata lying atop Kisame, softly continuing, "I advise you to abandon any thoughts of resistance and tell me about the mysterious masked man. You wish to extract information from me?" Kisame released the handle of Samahata, smiling as he retorted to Uehara. "Clearly, you are members of the same organization, yet you seek information from a person of no consequence. Do you not find that somewhat unwise?" Uehara Nara fell silent, lowering his gaze to Kisame's small eyes on the ground, suddenly smiling. "Mr. Kisame, when did you start to enjoy idle chatter?" In the next moment, Uehara's smile vanished, coldly stating, "Enough, let us not waste each other's time, Kisame. Do you believe what you see is the truth of the ninja world?" Kisame's expression remained calm, as if accustomed to life and death. He quietly inquired, "What do you consider to be the truth, my lord?" "You are merely an ignorant person seeking some nonsensical information from me." As he spoke, he stealthily brought his fingers together, attempting to form seals unnoticed by Uehara. Uehara Nara swiftly kicked his hand aside, fixing his gaze on Kisame's eyes, and sternly warned, "Kisame, do not engage in such antics before me. Should I catch you again, I shall chop your Samahata into pieces to feed to the dogs." Kisame instinctively released his grip on the sword's handle as Samahata recoiled, moving to another side. "Very well, I do not wish to waste time." Uehara Nara lifted the figure of Kisame Hashigaki, sitting upright and gazing directly at him, stating, "Tobi should be attempting to assassinate the fourth Mizukage by now. However, he remains blissfully unaware that the fourth has already succumbed to a Jinjutsu, correct?" Uehara Nara dismissed any further trivialities and boldly exposed the most profound secret lurking within Kisame's heart, simultaneously betraying Tobi. Knowing full well that no one else in the vicinity was privy to Tobi's intentions. Within the entirety of Kirigakure, only Kisame was aware of the truth behind the fourth's manipulation, and he even served the one who controlled the Mizukage. Uehara Nara fixed his gaze upon Kisame, lowering his voice as he continued, "That individual claims to be Uchiha Madara, does he not?" Kisame's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to fathom how Uehara Nara could possess such knowledge. It was indeed true that the one controlling the fourth Mizukage had introduced himself as Uchiha Madara. With Uehara having uttered Madara's name, it became evident that he was thoroughly informed about the affairs within Kirigakure. Kisame composed himself and calmly replied, "Since you are so well informed, what is it that you wish to extract from me? It sounds as though you are aware of that person's true identity." Indeed, Uehara Nara raised an eyebrow and whispered, "He has been deceiving you. As you just heard, his real name is Uchiha Obito. He was merely a chunin from Konoha before awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, using his ocular powers to masquerade as Uchiha Madara, spreading his malevolent ideology, such as the Moon Eye Plan." Kisame's heart raced and then sank with the realization. Now that the true identity of the masked man had been unveiled, the so-called Moon Eye Plan could no longer elude scrutiny. A sense of dread began to creep into Kisame's mind. When he first encountered Uchiha Madara, he had recognized him as the true puppet master behind the fourth Mizukage. Yet, Uehara Nara appeared to be even more knowledgeable than that false Madara. Kisame felt disillusioned, sensing that the world was rife with deception. Each time he believed he had grasped a fragment of the truth, another layer of fog would lift, exposing his ignorance and vulnerability. Yet now, a new opportunity to uncover the truth presented itself. Although there surely lay countless secrets behind Uehara's version of the truth, Kisame resolved to seek clarity. After a moment of contemplation, he looked firmly at Uehara Nara, baring his shark-like teeth. "Can you reveal to me the true nature of the Moon Eye Plan? Do you genuinely wish to know?" Uehara Nara regarded him with a semblance of amusement, then procured a dark spear from his mental inventory, tossing it onto the ground. "If you truly wish to learn, pick up this dark spear and bind your soul to me through a contract." The dark spear. By utilizing the dark spear, one may propose a partnership agreement to others. Upon their acceptance, the spear will enter their body, binding their soul. Should they betray the contract, the traitor's soul will be absorbed by the spear, enhancing its power. Only one binding permitted. May be voluntarily released. If this allows me to glimpse the true face of this world, then death is but a trivial price to pay. Kisame chuckled softly, showing no hesitation as he bent down to grasp the dark spear. A wave of eerie green energy enveloped him, connecting him to Uehara Nara. Once enveloped in this energy, a haughty voice echoed in their ears, akin to the sigh of a deity. "The pact has been sealed." Upon the completion of the soul contract, Uehara Nara discovered new statuses and skills appearing on his system panel. Dark Spear, contracted. Both parties gained 10 life energy, activated. Both parties gain 10 chakra energy, activated. Fate's Summon. If the contracted individual is nearby, they can be drawn towards the user. The contractor becomes invulnerable and untargetable for 4 seconds, with duration tied to chakra consumption. Afterward, the contractor may be hurled in any direction. Minimum cost, 100 chakra, cooldown, 120 seconds. Both the increase in life and chakra energy and the skill Fate's Summon led Uehara Nara to feel that he had gained considerably. He perceived that Fate's Summon was likely designed to protect Kisame, and he began to contemplate releasing the soul contract, intending to have Konan bind to the dark spear in the future. Unbeknownst to Kisame, if he were to learn of Uehara Nara's intentions, he might well tear up the contract on the spot. In addition, several side quests emerged. Side quest: acquire your first subordinate, 1-1. Quest completed. Reward, 100 gold coins. Side quest: acquire a subordinate with shadow level chakra, 1-1. Quest completed. Reward, 1,000 gold coins. Upon viewing the quest rewards, Uehara Nara felt inclined to commend the system, as it not only provided him a substantial boon but also revealed a truth. Kisame had firmly chosen to become his subordinate, thus being recognized by the system as such. Henceforth, he could utilize the system's quest panel to discern who his true allies were. After all, Uehara had previously assumed that Haku regarded him as a superior. In reality, Haku likely viewed him merely as a companion in their struggles. This realization was rather delightful. Uehara Nara glanced at his gold coin balance, suppressing his elation, and swiftly purchased a long-desired piece of equipment, the Rampager's armor, valued at 2,850 gold coins. Rampager's armor, life energy 800, base life regeneration 200, skill cooldown reduction 10. Passive skill: when life energy reaches 3,000 points, the effect of Rampager's heart automatically activates. If no damage is taken within 6 seconds, 5 of maximum life energy is restored each second. Activated. With this equipment acquired, Uehara Nara felt a significant sense of relief. Although he possessed the invincibility skill of divine judgment, it had a cooldown period. Thus, the presence of the Rampager's armor provided him with a greater sense of security. Gazing at his attributes, he felt an inexplicable sense of having reached the pinnacle of his existence. Life energy, 3301, standard shadow level, 3000 10,000, chakra energy, 3575, standard shadow level, 3000 10,000, life energy regeneration, 6 points second chakra energy regeneration, 3 points second remaining gold coins, 320 after reviewing his attributes. Uehara Nara felt elated, his demeanor towards Kisame becoming markedly more amicable as he regarded his first recruited subordinate with a warm smile. Now, what questions do you wish to ask? I can provide answers to them all. At that moment, Kisame's face reflected sheer astonishment. He had merely signed a contract, and yet he had received an extraordinary boost in chakra and life energy from that eerie green energy. Thus, the first inquiry posed by Kakashi Kisame pertained to the newfound power he had acquired. I wish to comprehend the nature of this technique that has enhanced both my strength and chakra. This question left Uehara Nara momentarily speechless. An awkward expression flickered across the young ninja's face as he hastily gestured and offered a casual explanation. This is a gift from the Spear of Darkness. Let us instead discuss the Moon Eye plan proposed by that deceiver, Uchiha Itachi. Kisame nodded, earnestly responding. This is precisely what I wish to understand. Can the Moon Eye plan truly bring about peace in the shinobi world? No, Uehara Nara shook his head, his voice grave. The Moon Eye plan is a colossal conspiracy, orchestrated by numerous schemers who have exploited this plan for their gain. Kaguya deceived Uchiha Madara into serving her, and Madara, in turn, has manipulated Uchiha Itachi, who is now using this scheme to deceive my mentor Kisame. Having absorbed the gist of it, felt a shiver run down his spine. Was not the Moon Eye plan merely a nested series of deceptions? It bore an uncanny resemblance to a pyramid scheme. The one who had deceived him, Uchiha Itachi, was himself a victim of deception. With wide eyes, Kisame murmured, then what will be the ultimate outcome of the Moon Eye plan? Well, Uehara Nara shrugged, a resigned look on his face. Perhaps it will culminate in the resurrection of a woman who, despite being over 1,000 years old and having borne 2 sons, still retains a certain charm. Kisame found himself utterly perplexed. He finally recognized that he ought not to inquire further, for there existed far too many complexities beyond his comprehension. The so-called truths of the shinobi world were exceedingly intricate, far too convoluted for either Uehara Nara or himself to unravel in a mere moment. After pondering for a while, Kisame spoke up. Is there anything I can do? Should I eliminate Uchiha Itachi and put an end to this plan? No, Uehara Nara gently shook his head. What you must do is join the Akatsuki organization, infiltrate it, and feign being a spy sent by Uchiha Itachi to monitor Uchiha Itachi. When I require information regarding Itachi and Itachi, I shall seek your assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Kisame grasped Uehara Nara's intent and chuckled. So, I am a spy sent by you, yet I must pretend to be a spy of that deceiver, Uchiha Itachi, surveilling the clan exterminator, Itachi, correct? You are quite astute, Uehara Nara praised, adding, once we return to the Akatsuki, do not feel overly formal with me. For certain reasons, I am still merely an intern within the organization. How many interns does the Akatsuki have? Kisame asked, somewhat exasperated, recalling how the previous fellow named Itachi had commanded him to severely injure Uehara Nara, also claiming to be just an intern. I am not like him. Uehara Nara waved his hand dismissively. Uchiha Itachi merely masquerades as an intern to conceal himself, secretly monitoring every move of the Akatsuki. I, on the other hand, am a genuine intern of impeccable lineage. Kisame shook his head in silence. He certainly could not bluntly inform his new superior that this individual was far more adept at hiding than Uchiha Itachi. It was perplexing why the Akatsuki harbored so many individuals with diverse motives or schemes, yet had not disbanded until now. It was indeed a remarkably resilient organization, akin to a miracle. As Uehara Nara contemplated this, aside from matters concerning Zabuza Momochi and Haku, there was little else to address in the Land of Water. With this in mind, he inquired of Kisame, do you have any other matters to attend to in the Land of Water? No. Are we leaving the Land of Water now? Kisame shook his head, having no attachments. After a brief moment, Kisame seemed to recall something, grinning as he suggested, I just heard that Zabuza intends to assassinate the fourth Mizukichi. Why don't we leave a parting gift for Uchiha Obito before we depart? How about eliminating that Mizukichi he has under his control? Uehara Nara fell silent for a moment, recalling Kisame's penchant for slaughter, and could not help but remark, "The Mist Village is your homeland precisely. Which is why I aided them in ending the Blood Mist era before my defection." Kisame replied, hefting his sword, the Samahata, and softly continued, "As a ninja who has slain many comrades within the village, I understand the agony of killing one's own. The fourth Mizukichi has issued countless orders resulting in the deaths of his own men. The true him must be in unbearable agony by now. Who can endure the pain of slaying their comrades?" Even Kisame, now numb inside, had once felt such torment. During his loneliest moments, he encountered a kind female ninja, only to be forced by his superior's orders to take her life. If the fourth Mizukichi, Yagura, were to awaken from his illusion and discover that the internal strife within the Mist Village had stemmed from his commands, he would surely mournfully take his own life. Observing the excited expression on Kisame's face, Uehara Nara felt compelled not to dampen his enthusiasm. "Very well. Proceed as you wish." After eliminating the fourth Mizukichi, Uchiha Obito, who secretly controls him, will likely feel a surge of frustration. This could indeed be advantageous. However, Kisame shook his head, revealing his sharp, toothy grin as he replied, "No. I cannot undertake this task, for I still need to infiltrate Uchiha Obito's faction. If I were to kill the Mizukichi, it would raise his suspicions." Uehara Nara immediately grasped Kisame's intentions. He sought to leverage his hand in Zabuza's assassination of the Mizukichi to contribute to their homeland. Were it not for the reasonable nature of Kisame's words, Uehara Nara would have found it challenging to discern who was truly the superior between himself and Kisame. Uehara Nara furrowed his brow, stating, "Assassinating the fourth Mizukichi is no simple feat, especially since he possesses a tailed beast within him. We must first gather intelligence on him, fear not. I am aware of the Mizukichi's whereabouts." Kisame chuckled softly, offering intelligence to his new superior. Ever since Yagura was gravely injured by Uchiha Itachi and Zabuza Momochi, he has remained in his original residence, a forbidden area within the Mist Village, accessible only to his trusted ninja. "Understood," Uehara Nara sighed. "Regardless, if he undertakes the assassination of the fourth Mizukichi, it will not only vex Uchiha Obito, but also fulfill several side missions. The rewards for assassinating the Mizukichi might be quite substantial, no?" Upon arriving at the lakeside residence of the fourth Mizukichi, Uehara Nara and Kisame were greeted by the sight of several corpses of mist ninjas strewn across the shore, the once clear waters now a vivid crimson. Kisame nodded, surveying the surroundings and exclaiming, "Zabuza has eliminated so many of the Mizukichi's bodyguards. It appears he has been preparing for quite some time." Based on the traces of battle and the temperature of the blood, it was evident that Zabuza's assassination attempt on the fourth Mizukichi had occurred not long ago. Perhaps he still lurked nearby. As for the outcome of their confrontation, neither Uehara Nara nor Kisame held much hope for Zabuza's success in slaying Yagura. For the Three Tails Jinchuriki was not one to be dispatched through mere assassination tactics. Suddenly, a splash erupted upon the water's surface. An unsightly behemoth emerged, its spiny back glistening with droplets of water, while Three Tails, as unyielding as steel, swayed behind it, its peculiar eyes fixated intently on the two individuals by the shore. To their astonishment, rather than displaying fear, the face of the Akatsuki member, Kisame Hoshigaki, broke into a smirk. The manifestation of the water shadow's tailed beast was truly impressive. It seemed that Zabuza's strength should not be underestimated. This colossal creature was none other than the Three Tails, Isabu, from the hidden Mist Village. In the next moment, as the turtle-like beast glanced at Kisame, it dissipated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from the sight of the two. From within the smoke stepped forth a youthful ninja, bearing a scar across his face that resembled stitches, not terrifying, but rather endearing. This was the fourth Mizukichi, Yagura Karatachi, who coldly remarked, "Humph, Zabuza is merely a coward. It is unnecessary for me to invoke Isabu's power. I merely allowed Isabu to stretch its legs a bit." Kisame extended his hand towards Uehara Nara, chuckling softly. "If we are to face Lord Uehara, then I would implore the Mizukichi to fully utilize the power of the Three Tails, lest our esteemed Lord Uehara finds the encounter lacking in excitement." "Oh, is that so?" Yagura scrutinized Uehara Nara and nodded earnestly. "Understood. I shall not hold back." Hey, don't listen to Kisame's nonsense." Uehara shot a glare at his new subordinate, then turned to Yagura. After all, if you were to summon the three tails, it would lead to a most agonizing demise for you. It would be far more convenient for me to eliminate you in your current form. Uehara's words darkened Yagura's expression. How audacious was this young man? The fourth Mizukage turned his gaze away from him, focusing instead on the shark-faced ninja, Kisame Hashigaki. It appears you too wish to assassinate me? Is this young brat your chosen aide? No, Mizukage, do not misunderstand. Kisame shook his head, denying Yagura's accusation, and continued with a grin. I will not intervene in this battle, for I am but an innocent pawn coerced into assassinating the Mizukage. According to his and Uehara's plan, he would not partake in the conflict, as he wished to witness Uehara's prowess. Defeating or eliminating someone of the 5 Kage caliber was indeed a measure of strength. Then let me deal with him first before I handle you, Yagura declared, suddenly flipping his hand, seizing a green floral iron staff from behind him, and launched an assault on Uehara Nara. With remarkable speed, Uehara caught the weapon mid-strike. Ever since his life energy surged beyond 3,000 points, both his strength and speed underwent a significant enhancement, allowing him to effortlessly thwart Yagura's attack. Not bad in terms of power, Uehara mused, though it was unclear whether he was praising himself or Yagura. Nevertheless, his words incited the ire of the fourth Mizukage. Yagura's hand transformed into a vivid crimson and struck Uehara's chest, causing a cluster of coral to rapidly envelop his body. This was the ability of the three tails, Coral Palm. Only a Jinchuriki capable of harnessing the power of the three tails could execute the Coral Palm technique. Once struck, coral would swiftly sprout from the victim's body. As a perfect Jinchuriki, Yagura could invoke the semi-tailed beast transformation at will. Utilizing the three tails power, this technique often caught many ninjas off guard. True to his word, the fourth Mizukage did not hold back and immediately unleashed the power of the three tails upon Uehara Nara. Quite troublesome, Uehara observed as coral continued to sprout over him, nearly engulfing his form, and muttered, We barely exchanged blows, and you resort to such power? Moment of divine judgment. A golden barrier erupted from within Uehara, instantly dispelling the coral palm as a multitude of chakra blades surged forth from his hands, all aimed at Yagura. Yagura swung his staff, and a stream of water cascaded down from his floral weapon, forming a mirror that suddenly appeared before them. Water style, water mirror technique. From the mirror emerged a ninja identical to Uehara Nara, the chakra blades poised to pierce through the water clone. Yagura evaded Uehara's onslaught, furrowing his brow in frustration. The replication of the water mirror technique failed. The water mirror technique creates an identical clone of the enemy, capable of utilizing their jutsu, but evidently, Yagura's attempt had faltered. Uehara landed a punch squarely on Yagura's jaw, sending him careening backwards, and then twisted his wrist. The failure to replicate might be due to the fact that this world can only accommodate one of me, right? Such arrogance from a mere child. Yagura, having been knocked down, sprang back up, swiftly forming hand seals, water style, water dragon. Uehara stomped the ground, sending debris flying. His speed was so formidable that Yagura had no choice but to abandon his hand seals. Yet, the fourth Mizukage remained unfazed. A robust tail burst forth from his back. It was the tail of the three tails. Yagura swung his tail with ferocity, striking Uehara and sending him hurtling away. This tactic was a ruse to bait Uehara into an attack. As Uehara stumbled to his feet, brushing off the dirt, he noted a significant drop in his life energy, over 1,000 points lost, indicating that Yagura's earlier strike possessed enough force to easily dispatch an ordinary jonin observing from the sidelines. Kisame shook his head, murmuring, There were far safer methods to interrupt the hand seals, yet you chose the most perilous route. No wonder you exude such confidence. Being able to withstand the power of the three tails, I initially intended to engage you as a typical ninja. But you opted to utilize the power of the tailed beast. Uehara Nara calmly began forming hand seals, gazing at Yagura, fourth Mizukage. I neglected to mention that I abhor when others resort to enhancements in my presence, though Yagura could not decipher Uehara's meaning. He observed the boy's hands forming seals. Confusion clouded his judgment as he could not discern whether Uehara was genuinely executing the seals or merely attempting to provoke him into an attack. After all, Uehara's seal sequence was utterly chaotic, with some seals being improperly formed, yet his expression remained strikingly earnest. Kisame, an ardent practitioner of hand seals, could not endure Uehara's execution any longer and spoke up. Lord Uehara, your seals are incorrect. If you perform the boar seal in that manner, it will be ineffective silence. Uehara's face flushed as he retorted, what does it matter if the boar seal is effective or not? As long as I can unleash my jutsu, that is sufficient. Following his declaration, Uehara raised his hand towards the heavens, commanding, lightning style, thousand thunder prison. A tempest of dark clouds engulfed the sky, and bolts of lightning crackled within the storm. Suddenly, one bolt surged forth, striking down towards the fourth Mizukichi. Yagura's stout tail intercepted the lightning, glancing at the singed appendage with a hint of confusion. How did he release a lightning-style jutsu? Yuzuru was yet to comprehend why Uehara Nara inexplicably unleashed a lightning jutsu, as another bolt struck down upon his tail. As Yuzuru regained his composure and gazed into the stormy clouds, another flash of lightning emerged, causing his expression to grow grave. This technique attacks twice within a single second? The interval is far too brief. It was impossible for Yuzuru to perform a jutsu, let alone rush towards Uehara Nara to interrupt his technique with taijutsu. You little brat. It's no wonder you dare to assassinate me. Yuzuru clenched his fist, a surge of crimson chakra erupting from his body, enveloping him in a sinister and frenzied aura. This was the chakra of the three tails. Yet, this power was still insufficient. As Yuzuru roared, the red chakra completely obscured his face, forming a terrifying cloak of tailed beast energy around him. Onlookers, including Kisame Hashigaki, wore expressions of concern, his grip tightening around the Samahata, which seemed eager to leap from his grasp. This was the power of tailed beasts. For millennia, the strength of the nine-tailed beasts symbolized destruction and madness. And those who could wield such power, the Jinchuriki, were all capable of becoming formidable entities on par with the Kage. In the next moment, the ground beneath Yuzuru shattered. Half transformed into a tailed beast, Yuzuru disregarded the lightning strikes, morphing into a crimson monstrosity as he charged towards Uehara Nara. His speed so swift that Uehara could barely perceive his movements. In an instant, Yuzuru was before Uehara, his fist imbued with tailed beast chakra ready to collide with Uehara's chest. Command, Shockwave. A puppet materialized in Uehara's hand, suddenly unfurling as the surrounding space distorted visibly. Yuzuru stumbled, caught in the spatial distortion. Uehara Nara's cold gaze fell upon Yuzuru as a purple energy ray shot forth from his eyes, instantly incinerating Yuzuru's chakra cloak. The overwhelming pain and the agony of his vanishing exterior compelled Yuzuru to howl in torment, his body slowly sprouting scales as he attempted to shield himself from the energy ray's onslaught with the power of the three tails. Finally, a colossal figure emerged. The fully formed three tails, Isabu, reappeared before Uehara Nara, albeit in a pitiful state, riddled with wounds. Roar! The life disintegration ray persisted. Even with the three tails present, it struggled against the soul-corroding agony, surging forth with boundless waves of water towards Uehara Nara. Uehara, with the energy ray still emanating from his eyes, casually extended his palm, summoning a colossal wall of wind. Wind release. Wind barrier. The chakra of the wind wall overturned the three tails water jutsu, sending waves crashing violently against it. The once composed Kisame Hashigaki's expression crumbled upon witnessing this spectacle. Not only was Uehara capable of casting jutsu without hand seals, but he was simultaneously unleashing two diverse elemental techniques. The shark-faced man racked his brain, unable to fathom the underlying principle. The only certainty was that if the three tails remained under the assault of the purple energy ray, its demise was merely a matter of time. The purple energy emanating from Uehara was overwhelming. However, beneath the three tails, a splash of water suddenly surged forth, coalescing into a massive water figure that struck it away, rescuing it from the energy ray's attack. The enormous water entity then turned towards Uehara and extended a finger, a crisp voice resonating in everyone's ears. Water release. Water iron cannon technique. A torrent of water surged towards Uehara Nara. Uehara was struck directly by the water cannon. His body propelled backwards as the uncontrolled purple energy ray swept through everything in its path, reducing feeble flora to nothingness. When did this fellow arrive? Kisame's expression shifted as he grasped his Samahata, standing and directing his gaze towards the colossal water figure. The gigantic water entity gradually morphed, transforming into a sharp-toothed young ninja before their eyes. Kisame-senpai, what is happening? The young ninja glanced at the observing Kisame and then at the rising Uehara Nara. Furrowing his brow, is that guy here to assassinate Lord Mizuki? Indeed. Kisame tightened his grip on the ninja blade, regarding the young ninja with a smirk. Are you, like Zabuza, here to eliminate Lord Mizuki? As the future hope of Kirigakure, it wouldn't bode well for you to defect. Kirigakure's Uchiha Mangetsu, now capable of employing the water transformation technique and the Uchiha clan's ancestral jutsu, he possessed formidable power, making him one of the most powerful members of the legendary Seven Ninja Swordsmen. Mangetsu had never responded to Kisame's remark, instead scrutinizing the bandaged wounds on Kisame's body, and retorted, Kisame-senpai, please first answer me. Why are you here? Otherwise, I will consider you an enemy to be eliminated. Then which side do you stand with? Kisame grinned at Mangetsu, resting the samahata on his shoulder. Little Uchiha, I recall you were never permitted to approach this place. Are you here to rescue Lord Mizuki? Or do you intend to eliminate both him and the assassin? Mangetsu fell into silence. Kisame's words pierced through the illusion of peace that Mangetsu had constructed. The Uchiha clan of Kirigakure was a noble family, their prominence most evident during Uchiha Genjetsu's tenure as the second Mizuki, which solidified their esteemed status. However, since then, the Uchiha clan had seldom aligned with the Mizuki, their status far too transcendent. Ninjas of the Uchiha clan, endowed with the water transformation technique, had always wielded immense power, commanding the Seven Ninja Swordsmen and leading a formidable team of ninjas that were often disobedient to the Mizuki. The Seven Ninja Swordsmen, who were generally defiant towards the Mizuki, maintained a cordial relationship with the Uchiha clan, as they could freely summon the Seven Swords. Was this not a reckless endeavor, testing the boundaries of survival? The position of the Uchiha clan was strikingly akin to that of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. No, the status of the Uchiha clan surpassed that of the Uchiha clan, as at least one of their own had once served as Mizuki, while the Uchiha clan's leader had never attained even a high-ranking position in Konoha. In any case, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Seven Ninja Swordsmen assured that they could never harmoniously coexist with the high-ranking ninjas led by the Mizuki. After enduring years of warfare, the members of the Kirigakure's Uchiha clan suffered tremendous losses on the battlefield, and their ranks dwindled. Coincidentally, the Uchiha clan of Konoha is now left with only Itachi Uchiha and his brother Sasuke Uchiha, while the Uchiha clan of the Mist Village is reduced to just Uchiha Mangetsu and his younger brother Uchiha Suigetsu. Observing the silent Uchiha Mangetsu, Kisame Hashigaki chuckled softly and remarked, if you were to slay Lord Mizuki here, despite your tender age of 13, you would likely be nominated by many to succeed him as the fifth Mizuki. However, Uchiha Mangetsu shook his head, grasping the ninja blade at his back, and replied solemnly, that would only disappoint you, Kisame-senpai. I shall not betray my village, nor will I conspire against or kill Lord Mizuki. Then why are you still here talking? Came the voice of Uehara Nara, as his figure morphed into a shadow and appeared before Uchiha Mangetsu, delivering a punch to his head that sent a spray of water flying. The splashed water quickly reformed, taking the shape of Uchiha Mangetsu's head, a manifestation of the Uchiha clan's hydration technique, which renders such physical attacks completely ineffective. Uehara Nara, observing the impact on Uchiha Mangetsu, appeared unfazed and marveled. Ah, the hydration technique? Truly remarkable. Yet Uchiha Mangetsu's expression grew increasingly grave as he tightened his grip on the ninja blade behind him, murmuring, to withstand a direct hit from the water iron cannon technique without a scratch, I have never seen such a feat. Well, now you have, Uehara Nara said, relieved that he had acquired the madman armor early, allowing his life energy to recover at an extraordinary rate. In the brief conversation with Uchiha Mangetsu, he had nearly restored his life energy. Just as they faced off, the three tails in the lake suddenly dissipated into smoke, and the fourth Mizuki, Yagura, emerged, clutching his arm tightly as blood seeped through his fingers. As the Jinchuriki of the three tails, Yagura possessed formidable healing abilities. Yet the purple energy unleashed by Uehara Nara left a wound that was peculiarly unhealable, as the tailed beast chakra could not mend it. Everyone's gaze shifted slowly to the injured fourth Mizuki, who glared coldly at those present and commanded, Uchiha Mangetsu, I order you to kill this brat and Kisame Hashigaki. Uchiha Mangetsu raised his eyes to scan the crowd, swiftly drawing his twin blades, he replied, Understood, Lord Mizukichi. Uehara Nara quickly raised his finger, intent on confronting Uchiha Mangetsu, but Kisame Hoshigaki abruptly swung his sword to block him. As Uehara stared in astonishment, Kisame smiled and said, Uehara-sama, there's no need to rush. The situation in Kirigakure is far more complex than you realize. In this village, so-called companions are merely souls beneath the butcher's knife, Kisame observed Uchiha Mangetsu as he slowly maneuvered his ninja blade, his smile widening. An injured Mizukichi presents a tremendous temptation for any ninja seeking to eliminate him, as Kisame's words lingered in the air. Uchiha Mangetsu indeed tightened his grip on his blades and turned to strike at Yagura from behind. Uehara Nara frowned, watching yet another member of the 7 ninja swordsmen betray Yagura, unable to restrain himself from asking, what is going on? If it were a fully capable Mizukichi, no one would dare to act. Only that madman Zabuza Momochi would attack. Kisame grinned, watching the fierce clash between Uchiha Mangetsu and Yagura, and continued. But if it's a severely wounded Mizukichi, that changes everything. After all, every mist ninja harbors a dream of transforming the blood mist. Our 4th Mizukichi has never truly cared for his subordinates. He merely maintains control over the ninjas with the power of the 3 tails. Moreover, the decline of the Uchiha clan is undeniably tied to the 4th Mizukichi's actions. Since the village has become a blood mist, Yagura has long lost the support of the higher-ups in Kirigakure, and his own rules have stripped the ninjas of their respect for him. Furthermore, the gradual demise of the Uchiha clan is closely linked to the 4th Mizukichi's implementation of the blood mist policy. Uehara Nara gazed at Uchiha Mangetsu, his expression tinged with confusion. If his aim is to kill the 4th Mizukichi, why did he just stop me from killing Yagura? Because he seeks revenge as well. Kisame chuckled, explaining, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the 4th Mizukichi is like fire and water. Since I joined the Umbu, I have witnessed many missions to eliminate Uchiha clan ninjas. That was all. Uchiha Uehara Nara began to speak, pondering why all the blame for the chaos in Kirigakure shouldn't be placed on Uchiha. However, upon reflection, Uchiha Mangetsu was indeed oblivious to this. Kisame shook his head, muttering, Uehara-sama, the suppression of the ninja clans in Kirigakure by successive Mizukichi has become a tradition. It is merely the person manipulating the 4th Mizukichi behind the scenes who has exacerbated the conflict. Uehara nodded, deep in thought. Does every ninja village have such sordid affairs? With so many deep-seated grievances, it is hardly surprising that Uchiha Mangetsu wishes to kill the Mizukichi. Just recently, the late Uchiha Fugaku, if he were to encounter a severely injured Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, would likely wish to scatter their ashes. Yet, this individual desires even more. Kisame's expression grew serious, only to suddenly relax. Unless Uchiha Mangetsu intends to defect, he is surely contemplating silencing us 2 informants. It is impossible for one person to accomplish 2 tasks simultaneously, and there are allies as well. Uehara nodded, a card appearing at his fingertips, as he used the flying technique to elevate himself, hovering in the air to survey the surroundings. It seems you have guessed correctly. Uchiha Mangetsu slashed Yagura away, revealing his sharp teeth as he smiled. No one can escape. The Uchiha clan has always been bloodthirsty. If Uchiha Mangetsu were a gentle ninja, how could he justify those sharp teeth? Since Uehara Nara and Kisame had deduced his intentions, Uchiha Mangetsu felt no need for concealment, calling out loudly, come forth. Zabuza Momochi. The air was suddenly filled with a brief silence. Uehara Naraku's expression turned slightly peculiar, even bordering on laughter. If he hadn't misheard, the name Uchiha Mangetsu had just called sounded somewhat familiar. Uehara's neck stiffened as he turned to Kisame. Are the ninjas of your Kirigakure so reckless in their dealings? Why would he assume that Zabuza Momochi could stop us? Kisame shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Yet he did not underestimate Zabuza. Kisame murmured, Zabuza excels in the techniques of Kirigakure and indeed possesses the ability to impede me. But I do not believe he can surpass Uehara-sama. Incomprehensible. Uehara Nara gazed at Uchiha Mangetsu, who was still suppressing Yagura, and frowned, asking, before seeking allies, do you not inquire about their combat capabilities? Peach Land's Zai Bujan, once underestimated, suddenly sprang forth, cursing vehemently before leaping into the air, brandishing a large blade aimed at Uehara Nara. Uehara, unfazed, displayed far greater agility in midair, merely lowering his head to evade the deadly strike, and with a swift motion, His wrist struck against Zai Bujan's chest, unleashing a powerful force. Thud! Zai Bujan tumbled to the ground in disarray. Uehara observed him with a sigh, remarking, Zai Bujan, it seems that after 3 days apart, your strength has diminished even further. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Zai Bujan, though weakened from an earlier assassination attempt on Yagura, felt distinctly that Uehara's power had grown exponentially. How could it be that in such a short time, this young boy had experienced such a remarkable increase in strength? Zuki Mangetsu could not help but glance at Zai Bujan, softly inquiring, do you two know each other? Zai Bujan remained silent, recalling his previous defeat at Uehara's hands, a memory far from glorious. As Uehara landed beside him, seemingly understanding Zai Bujan's thoughts, he chuckled lightly. There's no need to be reserved about our relationship, Zai Bujan. Many have fallen to my hand, yet few have been spared. Zuki Mangetsu's expression reflected surprise. The current situation seemed to spiral beyond his control. 6 hours prior, Zai Bujan believed he had found the perfect moment to assassinate Yagura, stealthily approaching the 4th Mizuki's abode. However, his power was insufficient, and he was swiftly defeated, forced to flee as word of his failure spread. Zuki Mangetsu, responsible for village security, received the news of Zai Bujan's attempted assassination and, instead of dispatching aid, eliminated the returning escort ninja and swiftly sealed the information. Upon locating Zai Bujan, he gleaned information regarding Yagura and plotted to seize the opportunity. Should Yagura remain unscathed, Zuki Mangetsu would remain loyal to the 4th Mizuki, if severely injured. He would not hesitate to assist in his demise, for the Zuki clan had never entertained notions of pacifism. However, upon arriving, he was unaware that Uehara Nara only needed a moment to eliminate Yagura himself. Zuki Mangetsu fixated on the injured Yagura, leading him to decide to strike, aiming to eliminate both Yagura and Uehara. Yet the situation had clearly spiraled out of control. Let us clarify the current circumstances, Uehara stated, clapping his hands and gesturing towards the gravely injured Yagura. It appears our goals align. We all wish to eliminate the 4th Mizuki. I trust there are no objections? The 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen exchanged glances. Zai Bujan scoffed. Zuki Mangetsu nodded, and Jinin Akabino smiled faintly. How tragic it was that the strongest ninja team of Kirigakure, the 2nd generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, now consisted of only 3, all conspiring against their superior. Yagura's expression shifted as he surveyed the gathered individuals, a melancholic smile gracing his lips. I never imagined you would. Apologies. I nearly forgot that the Mizuki is still alive. Uehara paid no heed to Yagura, maintaining his focus on Zai Bujan and Zuki Mangetsu, merely snapping his fingers. As the others looked on in bewilderment, a bizarre shark erupted from the earth beneath Yagura, devouring him whole. Moments later, the shark plunged back into the ground, leaving the lifeless body of the 4th Mizuki sprawled on the ground. The peculiar ability, Great Shark Assault, proved unexpectedly potent when executed flawlessly. Uehara's finger snap had summoned the strange shark that ended Yagura's life, leaving Zai Bujan and Zuki Mangetsu astonished. Jinin Akabino chuckled softly. Indeed, Lord Uehara excels in the art of ninjutsu without seals, does he not? Whenever Akabino witnessed Uehara forming seals, he sensed an oddity, often feeling that mistakes were afoot. In retrospect, perhaps those were merely Uehara's feigned displays of weakness. As a skilled seal user and loyal subordinate, Akabino kindly offered, if Lord Uehara desires, I can assist in crafting some elegant seal gestures for you. Akabino was well versed in the intricacies of sealing techniques. Uehara, contemplating, nodded slightly but then shook his head. Perhaps we can discuss seal techniques later. For now, let us address the matter at hand. I do not wish for anyone to know that Akabino was involved in Yagura's demise. How fortuitous. Then, Zuki Mangetsu remarked, slowly grasping a scroll, beside Zai Bujan. I too wish to keep my intentions to eliminate Yagura under wraps. The atmosphere fell into a tense stalemate. Yagura's death did not alter their opposition. Aside from the outsider Zai Bujan, both Uehara and Zuki Mangetsu sought to guard their secrets. Uehara needed to ensure that Uchiha Itachi remained oblivious to Akabino's betrayal, requiring Akabino to operate as a spy. Conversely, Zuki Mangetsu wished to conceal his assassination plot against Yagura, aiming to inherit the position of Mizuki due to his Zuki lineage. Jinin Akabino unsheathed his sharkskin sword, grinning, Lord Uehara, if a clean execution is required, I believe I could assist. Patience, Uehara waved his hand, wanting to first ascertain the rewards for Yagura's death. Hidden quest. Break Uchiha Obito's control over the 4th Mizuki Yagura, 1-1. Quest completed. Reward. Purification skill. Purification removes all negative effects from oneself. Cooldown time of 210 seconds. No cost. Uehara was puzzled, having never noticed a hidden quest before and feeling the completion was rather arbitrary. Did killing Yagura equate to breaking control? Nevertheless, the reward of the purification skill was indeed substantial. From this point forward, he would no longer need to fear being ensnared by Genjutsu from the Sharingan, avoiding the fate of being swiftly eliminated like Orochimaru or Kakashi. Additionally, there were 2 ordinary side quests. Side quest. Defeat the Three Tails Isabu, 1-1. Quest completed. Reward. Spike defense skill. Spike defense enters a defensive stance, doubling life energy. During this time, any physical attacks from enemies will rebound half the damage back at them. The defensive stance lasts a minimum of 6 seconds, consuming 40 chakra points, with duration and chakra consumption being interrelated, cooldown of 4 seconds. Was the reward for defeating a turtle merely a turtle's skill? Why not grant him a summoning contract directly? Yet, the spike defense skill significantly enhanced his combat capability. The final task yielded what could be deemed the most lackluster skill, as Uehara Naraku's companion, Jinin Akabino, possessed a similar technique. Side quest. Defeat the 4th Mizuki Yagura, 1-1. Quest completed. Reward. Roar of the Raging Tide skill. The roar of the torrent, summoning a wave from beneath. It sweeps away all enemies ahead, with its range and chakra consumption correlated, requiring a minimum of 100 chakra points and a cooldown of 100 seconds. Is this not merely a water-style ninjutsu? Uehara Naraku sighed. Standing beside him was the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki, who could unleash a water-style technique capable of demolishing a dam with a single breath. This skill could hardly be deemed substantial. "Hey Mangetsu, what are your thoughts?" asked Zabuza Momochi, thrusting his executioner's blade into the ground, murmuring, "Only the dead can keep secrets. Yet these two here are quite formidable. We must ensure their silence." Mangetsu, holding a scroll, replied, "Mizuki is still in the village. I do not wish for my brother to become a rogue ninja." Upon mentioning Mizuki, Zabuza's expression darkened, for the boy was incessantly clamoring to claim the executioner's blade for himself, a clear indication of his intent to kill him in the future. Had it not been for the protective presence of Mangetsu, that loose-tongued Mizuki would have likely met his demise countless times over. Kisame recognized the scroll in Mangetsu's hand and remarked, "Indeed, a prodigy favored by the 7 ninja swordsmen. Even my Samahata acknowledges you, Mangetsu. Is that the scroll that allows for summoning the 7 swords?" Uehara Naraku inquired curiously, "How many swords can he summon now?" "Currently, it seems to be 4, Kisame replied. "Well versed in the 7 ninja swordsmen, Samahata remains with me. The executioner S-blade is in Zabuza's hands. The Thunderblade is still with the traitorous Yagura of the previous generation, leaving for that he can fully wield." "Huh." Uehara Naraku's interest was piqued. "I've heard that one of the swords is called the Exploding Blade, Splash, capable of summoning countless explosive tags. Is that one among them?" While Uehara was unaware of the mechanics of this sword, which likely involved seals or summoning explosive tags, its mere potential was enticing enough. This sword could seamlessly integrate with his own explosive tag techniques. Uehara possessed the skill to utilize explosive tags in conjunction, regardless of their quantity. It would never suffice for him. If all else fails, perhaps he could gift it to Konan as a decorative piece? Kisame, oblivious to Uehara's thoughts, nodded, "Indeed. The explosive capability of the Exploding Blade, Splash, is quite troublesome." Uehara Naraku's demeanor instantly grew serious as he crossed his arms, fixating on Mangetsu, coldly stating, "Let him surrender the Exploding Blade, Splash. That sword is one I greatly desire." Kisame's expression shifted to one of amusement, as if recalling the dread of being controlled by Uehara's explosive tags, yet now aligned with Uehara, he chuckled and nodded. "That sword is indeed suitable for you, Uehara-dano. Alas, it seems he is reluctant to hand it over directly." Uehara tightened his wrist and approached Mangetsu, softly instructing Kisame, "I will take on Mangetsu, Mr. Kisame. Can you handle Zabuza?" "Of course," Kisame replied confidently, tearing the bandages off Samahata, continuing with a grin, "It would be splendid for you to confront Mangetsu. After all, I have little confidence in taking down the village's prodigious ninja, among the current trio of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Mist Village." Although their true strengths had never been directly compared, they were all somewhat aware that in a direct confrontation, Zabuza's capabilities were likely the weakest. As for Kisame and Mangetsu, they had rarely interacted, and the 13-year-old Mangetsu had yet to experience defeat. Due to Mangetsu's nonchalant approach to each mission, he had effortlessly overcome formidable foes, earning the title of the most enigmatic genius of the Mist Village, a prodigy whose true power remained an enigma. As for the opponent Mangetsu faced, it was equally intriguing. Kisame had never discerned the full extent of Uehara's hidden powers, as he always exuded unwavering confidence and composure, whether facing Obito Uchiha or the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Kisame playfully turned to his designated opponent. Over there, two ninjas whose true strengths have yet to be tested face off. Who do you support, Zabuza? Humph. I only support myself, Zabuza declared, brandishing his executioner's blade and charging at Kisame, igniting a fierce internal conflict among the 7 ninja swordsmen. The clash of blades between Zabuza and Kisame was far less intense than the battle unfolding between Uehara Nara and Mangetsu, which belied their tender age of 12 or 13. Mangetsu swung the Hiramakiri, leaving a deep trench of murderous intent upon the earth, yet the blade met a yellow circular defensive net. It was Uehara's defensive stance, tightly encasing his form, with spikes protruding at the intersections of the grid. Is this all you've got? Uehara smirked. The recently acquired skill of spike defense from defeating the Three Tails proving sufficient to withstand his adversary's techniques. Unless he encountered the likes of Might Guy from Konoha, his physical prowess could easily match the majority of contemporary ninjas. Observing Uehara's smile, Mangetsu twisted his wrist, an aura enveloping the Hiramakiri. Release, Hiramakiri, he proclaimed. The blade aimed at Uehara. As he spoke, a chakra orb coalesced from the Hiramakiri, striking Uehara and sending him hurtling through the air. But this was merely the beginning. Mangetsu swiftly retracted his hand, unfurling the summoning scroll beside him, raising a finger, summoning technique. Blunt blade, Digari. The blunt blade, Digari was peculiar. One end resembling an axe, the other a hammer. Mangetsu sprang forward, wielding the sword against Uehara with his other hand. He lifted the hammer and struck the back of the blade. The blunt blade, Digari, was renowned for its ability to breach any defense, as it combined two forces upon impact with the enemy. Clang! The blunt blade, Digari, struck the yellow circular defensive net once again. Yet this time, Uehara was propelled backward from the force of the combined attack, unable to withstand the impact. Mangetsu also suffered from the recoil of the spike defense, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. This sword is excessively noisy, isn't it? Uehara Nara rose, dusting off his clothes, disregarding his energy expenditure, and pointed at the Digari in Mangetsu's grasp. The hammer and axe are poorly matched. A sickle would be far more fitting. What? Mangetsu stared at Uehara in confusion, ignoring his ramblings, still astonished by Uehara's earlier defensive technique. What was that yellow spherical mesh? Could the Digari not shatter his defense? As the Digari transformed into smoke, Mangetsu swiftly unfurled the scroll, summoning another ninja blade. The long blade, needle. I do not want this. The voice of Uehara Nara reached the ears of Akatsuki Mangetsu, who instantly dashed to the side of his adversary, aiming a kick to send the ninja blade flying from his grasp. In response, the long sword in Akatsuki Mangetsu's hand suddenly rose, deftly evading Uehara's attack, and the steel wire behind the blade, needle, swiftly ensnared Uehara's ankle. Humph, this time, you cannot escape. Akatsuki Mangetsu hurled the needle, its sharp, slender blade embedding deeply into a large tree, the wire binding Uehara tightly to the trunk. Truly, a genius ninja well-versed in the 7 ninja swords. Akatsuki Mangetsu exhibited a remarkable mastery of each peculiar blade, employing them at the most opportune moments. Observing the restrained Uehara Nara, Akatsuki Mangetsu extended his left hand and intoned softly, water release, great water arm technique. Instantly, his arm visibly thickened. This was the secret technique of the Hozuki clan, capable of concentrating the body's moisture to enhance the strength of the wrist. Glancing at the battlefield on the other side, he noted that Momochi Zabuza was entangled with Kakashi in the mist, seemingly without the need for a ninja blade. Zabuza, lend me your beheading blade for a moment. Following a swift hand seal, Akatsuki Mangetsu opened his palm, summoning technique. Beheading blade. Take it, you brat. Momochi Zabuza cursed from the mist, but ultimately offered no objection, secretly observing the clash between Uehara and Akatsuki Mangetsu. Though these 12 or 13-year-old boys did not employ powerful ninjutsu, their physical confrontations were strikingly intense. Each time Zabuza thought Uehara Nara would meet his end, Uehara would effortlessly withstand the blows and rise anew. Conversely, the actively attacking Akatsuki Mangetsu had sustained considerable internal injuries. Uehara Naraku's defensive techniques were extraordinarily formidable. What kind of fear of death does this boy possess? While Akatsuki Mangetsu could not pinpoint many powerful offensive jutsu, Uehara exhibited remarkable proficiency in defensive techniques. Now that Akatsuki Mangetsu had once again seized a winning opportunity, Zabuza was certain to offer assistance, especially for a mere temporary use of the beheading blade. Only the beheading blade could sever all. However, Zabuza recalled Uehara Naraku's mysterious technique and called out, "Be cautious. This fellow seems capable of employing a completely invulnerable defensive ninjutsu, even stronger than that previous yellow technique." Yet, Zabuza's warning came too late. After summoning the beheading blade, Akatsuki Mangetsu was keen to seize the rare opportunity. Gripping the blade tightly and striking towards Uehara Naraku's head, a dazzling golden shield emerged from Uehara's form. The golden light met Akatsuki Mangetsu's gaze and reflected off the sharp, smooth beheading blade into the sights of both Kakashi and Zabuza. As ninjas who had battled Uehara Naraku, Kakashi and Zabuza understood the tremendous strength of that golden shield. An involuntary thought crossed their minds. That little brat Akatsuki Mangetsu is doomed. The 7 ninja swordsmen are about to be bested by Uehara. Bathed in golden light, Uehara Naraku calmly faced the beheading blade, having set up an additional layer of yellow spiked defense beyond the invincible shield of holy judgment, directly meeting the blade's edge. Bang! Countless blades flew in all directions. The moment Akatsuki Mangetsu's beheading blade made contact with Uehara Naraku's first layer of defense, he was met with an overwhelming rebound force, utterly shattering the blade. The once sharp beheading blade was ruined, and Akatsuki Mangetsu's body suffered greatly. The genius ninja from the hidden mist coughed up blood, unaware of how many bones he had broken. Uehara Naraku opened his eyes, gazing down at the injured Akatsuki Mangetsu on the ground, tilting his head and saying, "Ha, I haven't even struck yet. How did you fall?" Akatsuki Mangetsu turned to look at the remnants of the beheading blade in his hand, now just the hilt, wondering if he had fallen under a jinjutsu. However, the situation left no room for hesitation. Water release, water transformation healing. After forming seals with his fingers, his body transformed into a splash of water, swiftly merging into the nearby lake through the Hozuki clan's secret water transformation technique. In mere moments, he emerged from the lake, having regained his original form. In less than a few seconds, Akatsuki Mangetsu had completely healed, his wounds and blood completely vanished. Though he had expended a considerable amount of chakra, he was now entirely restored. The water transformation healing technique was truly miraculous. This technique resembled the Great Snake Flow's substitution technique, allowing one to recover all bodily injuries by consuming vast amounts of chakra. Uehara Naraku gazed at Akatsuki Mangetsu in admiration, saying, "If you possessed a top-tier bloodline, you might become a genius ninja rivaling Uchiha Itachi." This was Uehara's genuine thought. At merely 13 years of age, Akatsuki Mangetsu had mastered the family secret of water transformation, granting him immunity to physical attacks and restorative abilities, along with exceptional swordsmanship. Moreover, he wielded every special ninja sword of the hidden mist as if they were extensions of his own limbs. In terms of combat prowess, Akatsuki Mangetsu surpassed the average J-nin of the ninja world. It could be said that he was indeed worthy of being the eldest son of a prestigious ninja clan. In some aspects, Akatsuki Mangetsu bore a resemblance to Uchiha Itachi. Both were 13 years old and heirs to prominent ninja clans, destined to meet tragic ends in the annals of future ninja history. The infamous S-rank rogue ninja who exterminated his clan, Itachi? Akatsuki Mangetsu shot a puzzled glance at Uehara, unclear as to why he suddenly mentioned Uchiha Itachi, a figure of formidable strength. Not long ago, Itachi and Kisame had reportedly dealt a heavy blow to the 4th Mizukage, causing considerable upheaval in the village. This prompted Yagura to leave the hidden mist for recovery, and Zabuza was spurred to assassinate him. Consequently, the hidden mist had been quietly gathering information on Itachi, recalling the descriptions from the bounty notice circulating in the ninja world and certain rumors he had heard. Akatsuki Mangetsu shook his head, stating, "I would never harm my own kin or torment my brother." Uehara Nara chuckled lightly, offering no further explanation, finding it somewhat amusing. Did all ninjas with younger brothers possess an overwhelming obsession with them? As he contemplated this, a smile crept onto Uehara's face as he tentatively proposed, "If you surrender now, I might consider sparing your brother's life." Following this, Uehara theatrically pressed his temples, chuckling, let me think. His name is Akatsuki Suigetsu, and he should be 8 this year, right? Akatsuki Mangetsu's face instantly darkened with anger. This usually composed genius of the hidden mist clenched his fists tightly. With a serious expression, he warned Uehara Nara, "If anyone dares to speak of harming Suigetsu, I will fight to the death." It seems my guess was correct. Nara Uehara's smile widened, as if he had discovered a way to contain the formidable Hozuki Mangetsu. Indeed, this individual was a devoted little brother and a talented ninja. To deny such a genius the opportunity to join the Akatsuki, an organization dedicated to love and peace, and to confine him within the hidden mist village, would be a colossal waste of potential. The mere thought was amusing. During a meeting at the Akatsuki's base, Uehara boldly asserted his capability to recruit Kisame Hashigaki into the organization. Conan cautioned him not to focus solely on the mission, emphasizing the importance of ensuring his own safety. If he were to bring back the remaining 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Hidden Mist, it would nearly constitute a significant mission accomplishment, wouldn't it? At the very least, a confrontation would be warranted, right? How did Pain and Conan manage to recruit their team when they embarked on their journey? Was it not through initial displays of force and intimidation, gradually forming a formidable alliance within the ninja world? Uehara's expression grew even more mischievous, brimming with provocation. "But even if you struggle, it will be futile. I shall eliminate you first, then your brother." To bolster his argument, Uehara continued his analysis. "If news of the 4th Mizuki's demise spreads, the Hidden Mist village will surely descend into chaos. In such turmoil, eliminating your brother would hardly be a challenge." "You insolent fool." Hozuki Mangetsu understood the young ninja's intent to provoke him, yet when it came to his brother, he could not restrain his fury. "Abandon your delusions. I will kill you here." Following his furious declaration, Hozuki transformed into a colossal water figure, delivering a powerful strike towards Uehara. Boom! The splashes erupted. The water figure's fist struck Uehara, causing the ground to tremble under its immense force. As a torrent of water surged forth, inundating the area, was such devastation merely the result of a water transformation technique? Uehara floated to the surface, gazing at the gigantic water figure, slowly extending his arms. Alas, there exists no ninjutsu without its weaknesses. Every technique has its flaws. For instance, your Hozuki clan's water transformation technique is particularly vulnerable to lightning techniques. Hozuki Mangetsu's water figure hesitated upon hearing Uehara's words. The massive hands began to weave hand seals, while the surrounding water surged upward, cascading down like a waterfall through the figure's fingers. Hozuki's voice resonated from within the water figure, coldly commanding, "You will not have the chance to unleash your water ninjutsu." Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. A torrent of water surged from the figure's mouth, rushing toward Uehara, creating a massive spherical lake that ensnared him. As Uehara glanced at his drenched attire and prepared to break free from the watery sphere, he suddenly felt the density of the surrounding water diminish, inexorably constricting around him. Hozuki Mangetsu had completely merged with the water. In the ninja world, every water release ninja utilizing the great exploding water colliding wave, a technique capable of altering terrain yet highly taxing on chakra, did so as part of a coordinated attack strategy. For instance, Senju Tobarama would follow up with wave propagation attack after using the great exploding water colliding wave, striking from beneath the water, while Kisame Hashigaki would enter the shark skin form to deliver devastating blows to his adversaries. Hozuki Mangetsu aimed to employ the great exploding water colliding wave in tandem with his water transformation technique, wherein every droplet within the immense spherical lake was a part of him. Each droplet was under his command. Hozuki had perfected his family's water transformation technique to an extraordinary degree. It was no wonder he felt confident in confronting Uehara. In this very state, defeating a Jinchuriki would seem well within reach. Alas, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Uehara's eyes turned icy as he raised his palm. "Let me demonstrate my lightning ninjutsu." Lightning release, Thousand Thunder Prison. A tempest of storm clouds materialized, Uehara smirked, channeling chakra from within into the storm. The storm expanded rapidly in volume. Let me see where you are. As Uehara's words echoed, the storm's expanse enveloped the enormous water sphere, arcs of lightning dancing within. A streak of lightning swiftly descended from the clouds, striking a specific point in the water where Hozuki's face flickered into visibility. Hozuki could only brace for the blow, his head slowly emerging. Disbelief etched across his features. I didn't see any hand seals. Yet time did not afford Hozuki the luxury of distraction. Outside the storm, an arc of lightning swirled, coalescing into an isolating prison, within which relentless strikes of lightning rained down. One after another, bolts of lightning struck Hozuki. The intensity of the ninjutsu was not overwhelmingly powerful. Hozuki endured the onslaught, contemplating, but is this technique sustained? Moreover, the frequency of the attacks is exceedingly high. In mere seconds, Hozuki was compelled to relinquish his water transformation state. This was the inherent flaw of the Hozuki clan's water transformation technique. Once confronted with lightning, the body could not maintain adequate transformation, resulting in forced visibility. The vast spherical lake, now devoid of Hozuki's chakra, dissipated into waves, revealing both Uehara and Hozuki. Water release, water prison technique. Just as the massive water sphere began to dissolve, Hozuki swiftly formed hand seals, activating his defensive ninjutsu. The pooling water surged upward, forming a hollow water prison that encapsulated Hozuki, shielding him from the lightning storm's onslaught. Bolts of lightning continued to strike the water prison. Uehara advanced step by step towards Hozuki, his gaze penetrating the prison as he decided to test the waters. Do you wish to spare your brother's life? Surrender to me now, join our organization, and I shall grant both you and your brother a chance at survival. Hozuki raised his head, gazing at the vast storm of thunderclouds above, his thoughts gradually settling into a heavy silence. If he were to perish here, his 8-year-old brother, Hozuki Sujetsu, would undoubtedly struggle to survive in this merciless hidden mist village. Yet he bore the weight of revitalizing his clan's legacy. After a moment, Hozuki slowly lifted his gaze to Uehara. The Hozuki clan played a role in the founding of the hidden mist village. My ancestor, Hozuki Mangetsu, became the second Mizukage. Oh, I know of him, Uehara interjected, spreading his hands. I heard that the second Mizukage led the mist forces to attack the land of fire, but failed, only to turn and assault the land of earth, ultimately perishing alongside the second Tsuchikage. Not only that, their bodies were buried together in death. Later, they were exhumed by a grave robber named Kabuto Yakushi. Uehara suddenly smiled, softly adding, what relevance does your lineage have to your capitulation? We have Uchiha clan ninjas within our organization. The Hozuki clan hardly seems particularly noble, does it? Not noble, Hozuki furrowed his brows, uncertainty creeping into his expression. The Hozuki clan consists of only myself and Suigetsu. I carry the responsibility of revitalizing our clan. I cannot turn traitor. It was not merely a matter of choice. It was a matter of fear. Should he, as an elder brother, become a traitor? How would his younger brother Hozuki Suigetsu survive in the hidden mist village? He would surely be slain. As Goezong Manue spoke, he proposed an alternative solution. If possible, he was willing to establish a subordinate relationship with you, and could even provide information from the village. Goezong Manue was genuinely concerned for his brother, to the extent that he was prepared to defy his own ninja principles and become a spy for Uehara Nara within the village of Kirigakure. Should Goezong Manue ascend to the position of Mizukage, Uehara could potentially replace Uchiha Ibito as the new puppet master of the village. However, Goezong Manue's fate was to perish before reaching the age of 17. Was he to languish in Kirigakure awaiting death? Moreover, Uehara Nara lacked Jinjutsu. How could he restrain Goezong Manue? The latter's heart was solely occupied with thoughts of his brother and the restoration of their clan. Nothing else held any significance for him. Wait, brother? Uehara Nara suddenly recalled another pair of uniquely bonded brothers in the ninja world. Gazing at Goezong Manue with a sly smile. Do you believe your brother will become stronger than you? I have a method. Would you like to hear it? What method? Goezong Manue instinctively raised his head. As an older brother, he firmly believed his sibling would undoubtedly surpass him. What if your brother became a ninja seeking revenge against you? A malicious smile crept across Uehara Naraku's face. Could he not achieve unimaginable strength and become a figure capable of reviving the Goezong clan? Perhaps he could even aspire to become the 5th Mizukage in the future. After a moment of confusion, Goezong Manue shook his head, With only Suigetsu left alive in the blood mist, he would not be able to survive. Many in the village harbored animosity towards the Guizhong clan. Then entrust him to someone trustworthy. Uehara Nara recalled the brown-haired kunoichi who had once shared cookies with him and suggested softly, "Now that I have killed Yagura, the blood mist should soon come to an end. Think of a way to entrust your brother to that kunoichi named Terumi Mei. Do you think she would take good care of him?" Terumi Mei, that woman with an unsettling gaze, seemed to be quite fond of nurturing the younger generation of Kirigakure. And the third successor of the ninja sword, Chojuro, had greatly benefited from her guidance. "Terumi Mei senpai?" Guizhong Manyue's eyes suddenly lit up. Though he hesitated, Terumi Mei indeed takes good care of the village's youth, but she is 23 this year. She will likely marry soon. Oh, just 23? Uehara Nara recalled how youthful and vibrant Terumi Mei appeared when she had given him cookies, yet this did not deter him from continuing. Rest assured, not only is she merely 23, but even at 32, she would still be unmarried. To bolster his argument, Uehara Nara added, Terumi Mei's dual Kekkei Genkai is exceptionally formidable. No one in Kirigakure would dare to wed her. You make a valid point. Guizhong Manue unconsciously nodded. Many ninjas who once admired Terumi Mei abandoned their pursuits after witnessing her combat style. Now, she had no suitors left. Some gossipy men in the village remarked that it would be better to hope for her to become Mizukage than to marry off. Guizhong Manue did not dwell on Terumi Mei. His focus remained on his brother. He earnestly looked at Uehara and implored, "Now please tell me, how can Suigetsu become stronger? It seems he has set his sights on surpassing Zabuza Momochi, which is rather short-sighted." Guizhong Manue was most dissatisfied with his brother Suigetsu for aiming to surpass Zabuza Momochi. He believed that once Suigetsu inherited a ninja sword, his strength would surely exceed that of Zabuza. This goal was simply disgraceful. Although it was the truth, it was somewhat inappropriate to voice it in this situation, as the other party was still present. Zabuza Momochi, still entangled with the techniques of Kirigakure and Kisame Hashigaki, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Guizhong Manue's words. "Hey, Guizhong Manue, what do you mean?" "Gotcha." Before Guizhong Manue could respond, Kisame Hashigaki smirked, extending the hilt of his sword towards a position within the mist, shark skin, flying chain slash. Bastard. Without his decapitating sword, Zabuza could only watch helplessly as the shark skin sword cleaved him from the mist, crashing to the ground with a spurt of blood. An awkward tension filled the air. Guizhong Manue observed this scene, shrugging his shoulders apologetically. "I'm sorry, Zabuza-senpai, I meant no offense, but your strength is indeed somewhat lacking." Zabuza shot him a fierce glare, then glanced at the hilt of his decapitating sword lying on the ground, coldly retorting, "I sent it because you little brat borrowed my sword." Guizhong Manue countered, "Even if Zabuza-senpai had his decapitating sword, the odds of defeating Kisame-senpai wouldn't exceed 30%, would they? Bastard. I'm merely stating facts. You think I can't kill you, even without my sword? The chances of you defeating me are still quite slim." In a matter of moments, the fragile alliance between Guizhong Manue and Zabuza Momochi crumbled as they began to argue heatedly. "Enough already." Uehara Nara impatiently interrupted them, surveying all present, his gaze settling on Guizhong Manue and Zabuza. "You two have already lost. Will you join me in the Akatsuki, or shall I bury your corpses in your homeland?" Everyone present understood that both Zabuza Momochi and Guizhong Manue had lost their power of choice. Their only option was to surrender gracefully. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zabuza snorted, "My goal is to kill Yagura and end the blood mist, and since that is accomplished, I'll accompany you to that organization called Akatsuki." How diplomatic of you. Guizhong Manue, unlike Zabuza, who had no lingering attachments, made his demands clear. "If you can truly do as you say and help Suigetsu revive the Guizhong clan, I will comply with any request you make." "That is acceptable." Uehara Nara struggled to contain his smile, not overreaching, merely stating, "If your brother truly is the kind of waste that can't be lifted even with help, Suigetsu's talent surpasses mine." Guizhong Manue confidently proclaimed, "As long as he is guided properly, Suigetsu will undoubtedly surpass our ancestors, becoming the strongest ninja in the history of the Guizhong clan." It would have been better left unsaid. Upon uttering this, Uehara felt a twinge of uncertainty. He was acutely aware that the Guizhong clan lacked a powerful bloodline, and the ninja world was precisely one that valued lineage, except for that one Konoha individual. Sighing, Uehara Nara looked at Guizhong Manue. "Let us tentatively try my method. The rest shall be left to fate, at the very least. You can set a grander goal for your brother, allowing him to strive to catch up to you. I understand. Goezong Manua clenched his teeth, seemingly resolute in his decision. This year, his brother Suigetsu had turned 8 and was performing exceptionally well at the Kirigakure Ninja Academy, even eligible for early graduation. Goezong Manua had always worried that without proper guidance, Suigetsu might become complacent and stray down the misguided path of Zabuza Momochi. This thought could not be voiced, lest it lead to dire consequences. Uehara Nara ascended to a tree trunk, declaring, "Since you have sincerely surrendered to me, I shall graciously accept your submission." Upon hearing Uehara's words, the expressions of Momochi Zabuza and Kirigakure's Hozuki Mangetsu visibly darkened. The individual they sought to ally with possessed an intimidating strength, not to mention a rather alarming intellect. At that moment, Uehara Nara himself bore a rather grim countenance, glancing helplessly at Hozuki Mangetsu, for he had received the most meager defeat reward in history. Side quest: defeat Hozuki Mangetsu, 1-1, reward, 100 gold coins. It was perplexing to Uehara that while Hozuki Mangetsu was an exceptionally powerful ninja, he believed that overcoming him would be even more challenging than defeating the fourth Mizukichi. Perhaps due to Hozuki's untimely demise and limited appearances in the ninja world, few had paid attention to him, leading the system to issue the bare minimum reward for the task. Was this truly a pittance for a beggar? However, the spoils from defeating Hozuki Mangetsu were not limited to a mere 100 coins, for Uehara also noted the completion status of another quest. Side quest: defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen, 6-7, reward, unknown. Uehara was taken aback to discover that the system had counted Hozuki Mangetsu's 4 swords as 4 individual foes for the task of defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen. The final member yet to be vanquished was likely the fugitive Kiryu Raiga, known for wielding the Thunderblade, who was mentioned by the rogue Kisame. As Uehara's gaze fell upon another quest, his eyelids twitched involuntarily, and his expression soured slightly. Side quest: have 3 subordinates, 2-3, reward, unknown. Currently, the 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen in Kirigakure were nominally under Uehara's command. Kisame was the first to pledge his loyalty. Who would be the second? No. It was more accurate to ask who among the present, Momochi Zabuza and Hozuki Mangetsu, was not genuinely inclined to submit to him. Uehara Nara was not particularly concerned about who his second loyal subordinate would be. Rather, his true worry was identifying the individual who remained obstinately unyielding. This was quite easy to ascertain, as Uehara Nara soon discovered the final task. Side quest: have 2 subordinates with Kaga-level chakra. Task completed. Reward, 1,000 gold coins. This task clearly indicated that the second individual choosing to align with Uehara Nara was a ninja possessing Kaga-level chakra. It required no further contemplation. Who among those present was the weakest? Uehara's gaze swept over Hozuki Mangetsu, inwardly marveling. No wonder he is so elusive, even to Kisame Hozuki Mangetsu, possessing Kaga-level chakra at merely 13 years of age. It's no surprise he met an early demise. Surely, his brilliance was too dazzling. Uehara's attention gradually settled on Momochi Zabuza, who had always harbored his own ambitions, albeit with strength that did not quite match his aspirations. Uehara tilted his head, contemplating whether to take him back as an additional asset or simply bury him where he stood. Kid, your gaze is rather perilous. Zabuza, sensing the intensity of Uehara's scrutiny, instinctively reached for the kunai at his waist. Why was Uehara staring at him so menacingly, as if he were ready to entomb him at any moment? No. Uehara shook his head, retracting his gaze to the lifeless body of Yagura, murmuring, I was merely pondering who should bear the blame for the trouble of slaying the 4th Mizukichi. Conveniently, you expressed a desire to eliminate Yagura just moments ago. Did you not? Are you still apprehensive about this? Zabuza cast him a disdainful glance and coldly replied, If you fear the pursuit of Kirigakure, I can inform others that I was the one who killed Yagura. As Uehara anticipated, Zabuza verbally acquiesced to Uehara's authority, though inwardly he could not reconcile himself with the notion of a mere child becoming his superior. Regarding the assassination of the 4th Mizukichi, Zabuza found it neither troublesome nor unbeneficial. Yagura had transformed Kirigakure into a land of blood mist. His reputation among the villagers was far from favorable, and many ninjas resented his oppressive policies. In their eyes, Zabuza would emerge as a genuine hero. Uehara recognized this potential and smiled at Zabuza, nodding. This is not merely a burden, Once word spreads of your slaying Yagura, many ninjas in Kirigakure will undoubtedly lend you their covert support. Umph. Zabuza grunted, offering no response, surprised that Uehara had so swiftly unraveled his intentions. Truth be told, he indeed planned to return to the land of water under the heroic title of Slayer of Yagura, Liberator of the Blood Mist. Uehara was indifferent to this matter. Kisame also remained unconcerned, for only he and Uehara knew that Yagura was merely a puppet under someone else's control. My lord Uehara, Hozuki Mangetsu interjected, frowning at Zabuza. If Zabuza carries too much on his shoulders, could it jeopardize our plans? Mizukage is currently enamored with his beheading sword. Uehara, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean? Perhaps we should eliminate Zabuza. Hozuki Mangetsu's aura flared with menace, his sharp teeth bared in a fierce display. I could just as easily wield the beheading sword. Fool, do you think you can kill me? Zabuza retorted, his tone dismissive. That would not pose any significant challenge. The two erstwhile allies were soon embroiled in another quarrel. Uehara remained uncertain whether Hozuki was envious of Zabuza's standing in the eyes of Mizukage or simply coveted the beheading sword. However, the eagerness to turn on one's own comrades was quite alarming. The moral standards among the 7 ninja swordsmen were indeed rather low. Only Kisame remained trustworthy. Enough, Kisame said, kicking the now hiltless beheading sword towards Zabuza with a chuckle. Zabuza, go repair your sword and retrieve the corpse of the Mizukage. My lord Uehara, where shall we head next? Kirigakure, Uehara commanded, surveying the group with a serious demeanor. Zabuza will declare to Kirigakure that you were the one who killed the 4th Mizukage. Hozuki, attend to your own matters. Tonight, Kisame and I will await you outside Kirigakure. Understood. Got it. Zabuza and Hozuki each acknowledged, vanishing in an instant before Uehara, leaving only Kisame standing behind him. Kisame regarded Uehara's back and remarked, today, it seems my lord Uehara has exhibited even greater strength. Just so, Uehara replied, somewhat bashfully, reluctant to admit that he was a cheat, as honest individuals like Kisame could scarcely grasp the existence of such advantages. Naturally, he also found it difficult to comprehend the grind of the ninja world. Kisame smiled, interpreting Uehara's humility as modesty, and continued, at your age, my lord Uehara, you will only grow stronger in the future. Perhaps you may even surpass that demigod of ninjas from the Hidden Rain. Hanzo of the Salamander, you mean? Uehara couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, Kisame, using him as an example seems to mock my own strength, doesn't it? The dry persimmon ghost shark chuckled and shook his head, then suddenly became serious. No, the power of Lord Uehara is beyond my comprehension. I cannot fathom why that fellow, Uchiha Itachi, would dare to stand against Lord Uehara. Upon hearing the ghost shark's words, Uehara Nara softly advised, Ghost Shark, do not underestimate him simply because he is not the true Uchiha Madara. In certain respects, Uchiha Itachi is far more troublesome. Is that so? Ghost Shark pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. I suppose I know how to regain his trust. But how should I explain why Lord Uehara is willing to spare my life? Uehara Nara contemplated for a while and came up with an excuse. Let us say, I am an intern striving to become an official member of Akatsuki. After all, my mission in the Land of Water is to recruit you into Akatsuki. Understood, Ghost Shark grinned. Let us go. I need to accompany you to meet someone. Uehara Nara recalled the white figure he had previously arranged to await the arrival of Zabuza Momochi. Since there was no need to assist Zabuza anymore, he decided to bring White with him. Their journey in the Land of Water had gone relatively smoothly, with all objectives achieved, even exceeding expectations. The only concern was, where was Uchiha Itachi? Surely, he would not be relentlessly pursuing Kakashi Hatake? Uehara Naraku's speculation was accurate. Uchiha Itachi had indeed been tracking Kakashi Hatake and Hanari's movements. As dusk approached, Kakashi and Hanar had taken refuge in the woods outside of the Hidden Mist Village. Kakashi believed that Uchiha Itachi was still nearby, plotting revenge for Rin. However, Hanar suspected Obito was a schemer aiming to eliminate them, continually urging Kakashi to flee the Land of Water. Yet, Kakashi, intent on uncovering the truth from Obito and bringing him back to Konoha, refused to abandon his quest. He analyzed the intelligence gathered from Hanar and felt that his dear friend had significantly matured. People truly do grow, don't they? Hanar nudged Kakashi's shoulder, pointing towards the flickering flames below in the Hidden Mist Village. Kakashi, it seems something has happened in the village. The sounds of battle could even be heard from their vantage point in the mountains. Kakashi's expression tightened with worry, disregarding his injuries. Determined to investigate the situation in the hidden mist village. It could be Obito. I must see for myself. He will kill you. Hanar grasped his arm tightly. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, slowly extricating himself from her grip, and lowered his head. Even if Obito intends to kill me, I must extract the truth from him. Even if he refuses to return to the village due to Rin's death, why would he seek to harm the fourth Hokage and his wife? The air became thick with a metallic scent. The chaos in the hidden mist village had startled many. With the fourth Mizuki Jigura and the 7 ninja swordsmen absent from the village, it had fallen into disarray as a group of bone-armed ninjas stormed in, wreaking havoc. These ninjas hailed from the Kagaya clan of the Land of Water, possessing the Shikatsu bloodline and a cruel, bloodthirsty nature, long harboring ambitions to seize the hidden mist village. The Kagaya clan's large-scale assault on the hidden mist village was no mere coincidence. They had received news of the fourth Mizuki Jigura being severely wounded by Uchiha Itachi, and later learned of his assassination attempt, prompting their leader to finally unleash an attack on the village. However, the Kagaya clan's advance was swiftly thwarted as Ao quickly organized the village's ninjas to counterattack. Faced with the overwhelming number of ninjas from the hidden mist village, the mere few hundred Kagaya clan members stood no chance of victory, ultimately failing to escape. The entire Kagaya clan was soon annihilated by the hidden mist ninjas, except for a small boy named Kagaya Kimimaro, whose body lay among the fallen. The hidden mist ninjas finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they prepared to bury the bodies, another diminutive corpse landed among the heap like a rag. As they examined the small body, the expressions of the hidden mist ninjas changed drastically. Panic ensued. Mizuki-sama. It's the fourth Mizuki. Someone has killed the Mizuki. Quick, inform Elder Genjutsu. Someone has slain the Mizuki. Regardless of the hidden mist ninja's sentiments towards the blood mist policy or their respect or disdain for Yagura, he remained the leader of the hidden mist village. Yet, the corpse of this Mizuki had been discarded before them, provoking outrage among every hidden mist ninja. Is this an insult? Silence. Do not raise your voices too much. A cold voice interrupted their clamor as Zabuza Momochi leaped onto a pile of bodies, holding his executioner's blade aloft. I killed Yagura. Do you have any objections? Zabuza-sama. That was the Mizuki. Zabuza-sama, why did you kill the Mizuki? Upon hearing the barrage of questions from the hidden mist ninjas, Zabuza surveyed the crowd and casually remarked, I killed Yagura because I despised this blood-soaked village. Zabuza, a blue-haired ninja broke through the crowd, glaring at Zabuza atop the corpse pile, gritting his teeth. Are you trying to defect? Indeed. Zabuza sneered, fixing his gaze on the interrogator. Ao, who do you think leaked the information to these mindless monsters from the Kagaya clan? The truth was, it was Zabuza who had relayed the information. Prior to assassinating the fourth Mizuki Jigura, he had informed the Kagaya clan of the assassination attempt, primarily to ensure his own escape from the pursuit of the hidden mist ninjas after his plan failed. Now it mattered little. The Kagaya clan's attack had conveniently gathered the hidden mist ninjas, allowing Zabuza to boldly declare his success in assassinating Yagura. As for whether he could escape unscathed, within the village, a defection among the 7 ninja swordsmen was about to erupt, while outside, Uehara Nara and the dry persimmon ghost shark awaited their rendezvous. Did you leak the information? Ao's face darkened, clenching his fists as he ordered loudly. All ninjas, follow me to capture Zabuza? We cannot allow this scoundrel to escape the hidden mist. Humph, you think you can stop me? Zabuza disdainfully glanced at the crowd below, leaping onto a tall building, proclaiming, Ao, do you believe I am the only one planning to defect? As Zabuza's words fell, a torrent of water surged from atop a high building, instantly overwhelming a group of hidden mist ninjas. Seizing the opportunity created by the chaos, Zabuza swiftly vanished from their sight, escaping his homeland. On that high building, standing by the window, was Hozuki Mangetsu, retracting his fingers from the hand seals, turning to speak softly. Elder Terumi-me, after I leave the village, please take care of Suigetsu. Must it be this way? Terumi-me lowered her gaze at the unconscious Suigetsu in her arms, continuing softly, if you proceed like this, he will hate you for a lifetime, won't he? Earlier, Hozuki Mangetsu had suddenly brought her here, entrusting the unconscious Suigetsu to her, while laying bare his plans to defect under the guise of espionage. With all plans set in motion and having mistreated his brother, Hozuki Mangetsu's defection had indeed become inevitable. The situation has reached an irrevocable point. Hozuki Mangetsu shook his head and murmured, "For the safety of the hidden mist village, I must infiltrate that nefarious organization to uncover the mastermind behind the assassination of the Mizukage by Momochi Zabuza. In the future, I will find a way to deliver crucial intelligence regarding the land of water to you." "I understand," Terumi Mei sighed, her expression turning serious. "Tomorrow, I will petition Lord Yondaime to issue an S-rank rogue ninja warrant for you and Zabuza. In that organization, you must be vigilant and safeguard your own safety." "Yes," Hozuki Mangetsu replied respectfully, adding, "By the way, Senior Terumi Mei, there's also the S-rank rogue ninja warrant for Kakuzu." Terumi Mei's countenance, already grim, darkened further as she looked up in shock. "Wait, Kakuzu has defected too? What is happening?" The newly reformed Second Seven Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist now has only 3 members, and suddenly they've all betrayed us overnight? What on earth is going on? Terumi Mei felt overwhelmed. Could they declare the 7 ninja swordsmen disbanded? Hozuki Mangetsu contemplated for a moment before articulating his thoughts. "I suspect Kakuzu may have long been a member of that wicked organization, secretly instigating the slaughter of our village's ninjas under the guise of loyalty. I will also seek to clarify this matter." Terumi Mei clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. After a moment of stiffness, she reluctantly spoke. "I understand. You should leave now. The villagers will soon begin to pursue you. When we have the strength to dismantle that evil organization, I will find a way to resolve matters between you brothers." "Understood." Hozuki Mangetsu vanished in an instant before Terumi Mei. After departing the hidden mist village, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. His new superior truly understood Terumi Mei. The auburn-haired beauty not only agreed to look after Hozuki Suigetsu, but also promised to help him in the future. Hozuki Mangetsu felt a twinge of guilt. The sounds of battle had faded from the hidden mist village. Kakashi Hitaki hadn't had time to rush over and search for Obito Uchiha. As he and Hanar encountered another barrier in their path, Kakashi shielded Hanar behind him, gripping his kunai tightly as he eyed the ninja blocking their way. "Orochimaru. What a coincidence, Kakashi-kun." Orochimaru chuckled, his lips curling into a smirk. Ever since he completed his forbidden jutsu and defected from the Akatsuki, he had been scouring the ninja world for suitable vessels. He had manipulated Shimura Danzo to return Kabuto Yakushi to Konoha, allowing Kabuto to scout young, talented ninjas through the Chunin exams. Furthermore, Orochimaru himself had come to the land of water to search for youths possessing Kekkei Genkai. Naturally, he wouldn't miss the commotion in the hidden mist village today. Coincidentally, Orochimaru had found a promising candidate for his vessel, a boy with captivating eyes and the Shikatsumiako bloodline. If this boy could escape the hidden mist village alive, Orochimaru intended to take him back to his base as a backup vessel. However, while waiting, he unexpectedly spotted Kakashi nearby. What an unexpected turn of events. It was rare to encounter a fellow ninja from his homeland while abroad, and Orochimaru felt it would be remiss not to greet him. He surveyed Kakashi and Hanar, recalling how Kakashi had once saved Yamato in his presence, a smile flickering in his eyes. "Oh, Kakashi-kun, are you saving someone again?" Kakashi ignored him, sweat trickling down his face as he urgently asked, "Orochimaru, why are you here in the land of water?" "That should be my question for you, Kakashi-kun," Orochimaru replied, casually raising his hands. "This is the land of water. It shouldn't be a place for Konoha ninjas." Kakashi fixed his gaze on Orochimaru's movements, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart as he pushed his forehead protector aside. "Regardless of the country we are in, encountering the village's most dangerous rogue ninja, I cannot let you slip away." This man was truly his inner demon. Ever since Orochimaru's defection, Kakashi had been relentlessly tracking him, encountering numerous occurrences that only intensified his disdain for Orochimaru. Isn't the most dangerous rogue ninja in the village supposed to be Itachi? Orochimaru guffawed, fixing his gaze on Kakashi. "If we were to fight here, we would certainly attract the attention of the mist ninjas. I don't mind, but the girl behind you, Kakashi-kun, might find it quite difficult to survive." Kakashi fell silent. Because Hanar had saved him earlier, he could not abandon her to fight recklessly, leaving him to tread carefully. Now, to protect Hanar, Kakashi had to find a way to escape first. Orochimaru seemed to sense Kakashi's thoughts and smiled. "Rest assured, I won't make a move against you here. Before I acquire the vessel I desire, let us simply chat for a while." Kakashi thought, Orochimaru is still the same lunatic. One was a Konoha ninja, while the other was a Konoha rogue. How could they possibly engage in a peaceful conversation in such a perilous location near the hidden mist village? Orochimaru glanced at Kakashi before returning his gaze to the gradually calming hidden mist village, realizing the boy he wished to take would likely not return. What Orochimaru did not know was that the vessel he coveted was right here. Uehara Nara and Kakazu had first met with Haku outside the hidden mist village, and later they encountered Momochi Zabuza and Hozuki Mangetsu. However, they also came across another white-haired boy escaping the chaos of the hidden mist village. This boy tightly clutched a bone spike, nervously surveying the large group before him. Uehara Nara frowned upon seeing the somewhat familiar boy and quietly inquired, "Was it the Kagaya clan that attacked the hidden mist village?" "Indeed," Zabuza nodded, sneering at the white-haired boy. "Is this brat a stray from the Kagaya clan? Allow me to deal with him." Upon hearing Zabuza's words, the white-haired boy's face turned pale, and he surged forward, gripping his bone spike tightly. However, his strength was no match for Zabuza, especially after having just fled the hidden mist village, his stamina and chakra woefully inadequate. Zabuza swiftly severed the white-haired boy and Appo's spike with his sword, raising his weapon to behead him. "Wait." Uehara Nara halted Zabuza, stepping beside the white-haired boy, and asked, "What is your name?" "Kagaya Kimimaro." The white-haired boy spoke slowly, seemingly unaccustomed to conversation. Uehara Nara's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected to encounter Kagaya Kimimaro while planning to leave the land of water. He had thought Kimimaro had long been taken by Orochimaru. Uehara Nara regarded the white-haired boy softly. "Now that your clan has perished in the hidden mist village, where do you intend to go?" Kimimaro lowered his head, hesitating for a moment before quietly replying, "I don't know. I have nothing left." Kagaya Kimimaro had long existed in solitude within his clan, regarded by his kin merely as a weapon and confined as such. Yet, he had always perceived the cage that imprisoned him as his home, and those who guarded him as his family. Now, with the entirety of the Kagaya clan perishing in the civil strife within the hidden mist village, Kimimaro found himself liberated, yet bereft of everything, including the very essence of life itself. Uehara Nara recalled the brief existence of Kagaya Kimimaro and the bloodline disease afflicting him, instinctively uttering, "You are not entirely devoid of possessions. You still bear your illness, do you not?" The moment the words escaped his lips, Uehara regretted them. The others turned to him with puzzled expressions, questioning the nature of his remarks. In stark contrast to their reactions, Kimimaro gazed at Uehara in astonishment, asking, How did you know?" Uehara's demeanor grew slightly awkward. Fortunately, his companion, Bai, tugged at his arm, anxious that he might utter something inappropriate once more. As a wanderer from the land of water, Bai found a semblance of understanding for Kimimaro. He looked at Kimimaro and offered, "Kimimaro, you can join me and Uehara. We can scavenge for food at the dump together or find ways to earn a living." The confusion in Kimimaro's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning warmth as he gazed at Bai and asked, "May I stay with you?" Bai, with his endearing appearance, exuded a certain charm that naturally fostered trust in Kimimaro. Just as Bai was about to respond, he paused and turned to Uehara, asking, "Ora, if we leave here, can we take Kimimaro with us?" Thankfully, he was aware of who held authority over their little group. After a moment of silence, Uehara sighed and replied, "Of course. But please refrain from mentioning that we live off scraps from the dump." Uehara Nara scanned his small team, 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, 2 burdens possessing bloodline limits, one of whom was a severely ill patient. He turned to Kagaya Kimimaro and quietly inquired, "Did you encounter any peculiar individuals on your way here? Perhaps someone with serpentine eyes?" There exists an unspoken rule in the ninja world. Wherever gifted youths find themselves in a plight, the notorious human trafficker Orochimaru often appears, accompanied by a large brown snake, to abduct these children. "Yes," Kagaya Kimimaro replied, then lowered his head to recollect, struggling to articulate the individual's features. "That person is powerful, far stronger than many I have encountered, and quite handsome as well." Uehara Nara found himself momentarily dazed. Was this truly Orochimaru? Why would he be described as handsome? Had he transformed from Uncle Snake to Aunt Snake? Kagaya Kimimaro continued, "I recall that person mentioning that if I returned alive, he would take me away from here." A slight smile crept onto Uehara Nara's lips as he nodded. "Then let us go and discover what he perceives as the essence of life. Should they indeed encounter Orochimaru, he would also reclaim the Void Ring." a symbol of formal membership in the Akatsuki organization, which would grant him the ability to perform the body flicker technique. Uehara Nara envisioned returning to the Akatsuki base with 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the Void Ring, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Upon returning, he might finally become an official member, donning the red cloud black robe of the Akatsuki. As for the gaudy nail polish, he decided it was best left unadorned. His desire to wear that robe stemmed not only from the allure of appearing more dashing, but also due to a corresponding side quest. Given Uehara's understanding of his peers, he knew that many enthusiasts of the two-dimensional realm coveted the red cloud black robe, suggesting that the rewards for such a quest would be substantial. Regrettably, Conan wished for Uehara's future to be bright and did not encourage him to involve himself in the current affairs of the Akatsuki. Every time Uehara mentioned the organization to Conan, her words implicitly urged him to distance himself from its members. This was the consequence of an overly zealous performance. Uehara Nara's identity and the talent he exhibited prompted Conan to consider nurturing him as a successor to the Dawn. However, Uehara Nara simply desired to indulge in his own games. In the mountainous woods outside the hidden mist village, thanks to Kagaya Kimamaro's guidance, Uehara Nara and his companions swiftly located Orochimaru, who was still in a standoff with Kakashi Hatake and Hanar. Upon seeing Kagaya Kimamaro, Orochimaru could not suppress a smile. It appears the candidate I sought has returned alive. Yet, the smile on Orochimaru's face quickly turned rigid. For Kagaya Kimamaro was not alone. He had brought along several others, clearly not to join him, but to confront him. At the rear stood 3 men, each bearing a uniquely shaped ninja sword, the infamous members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi, Hozuki Mangetsu, and Kisame Hashigaki, whom Orochimaru had heard of. Just as he was about to make a remark, a youthful voice interjected. "Everyone, take a good look at our esteemed predecessor. This is Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Normally, you wouldn't even get a chance to see him." Orochimaru's expression darkened. Who dared to speak such words? Did they intend to make a spectacle of him? Zabuza Momochi and Hozuki Mangetsu parted to allow Uehara Nara to step forward, a sight that tightened Orochimaru's gaze. He recognized Uehara Nara. As one of the only 2 interns in the Akatsuki, the youngest member left an impression on Orochimaru. Uehara Nara advanced, his eyes fixed on Orochimaru, the smile on his face gradually fading into a fierce glare, having witnessed the demeanor of a predecessor. It is now time to properly entertain this elder of the ninja world. A flicker of anger crossed Orochimaru's eyes as he gazed derisively at Uehara Nara. A mere child believes he is worthy of such bravado. Orochimaru-senpai, Uehara Nara interrupted. What right do you have to boast before me, having been bested by a mere glance? Do you think I am easier to bully than others? Uehara deduced that the best way to confront a formidable foe was to relentlessly expose their vulnerabilities, thus diminishing their stature and elevating his own. You insufferable brat. Orochimaru seethed. Having been humiliated by Uchiha Itachi's mere gaze, a source of his intense obsession with the power of the Sharingan. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly obstructed Kakashi's path. However, as a seasoned ninja, Orochimaru's composure was commendable. He merely scowled before regaining his smile. "Well, I must thank you for returning the individual I sought. Have you grown so old that you cannot discern the situation?" Uehara Nara remarked, glancing at Orochimaru and then at Kakashi Hatake. "So, it seems Kakashi-san from Konoha is also present." Kakashi Hatake felt a surge of anxiety. During the verbal sparring between Orochimaru and Uehara Nara, he had struggled to gauge the situation and refrained from speaking. Kakashi had witnessed Uehara obliterate numerous mist ninjas with a unique lightning release technique that even the Sharingan could not replicate. This boy, surrounded by admirers, possessed immense strength. Moreover, there seemed to be a connection between him and Obito. Unable to contain himself any longer, Kakashi asked, "Who exactly are you? What is your connection to that masked individual?" With Orochimaru nearby, Kakashi hesitated to mention Obito's name. Yet, Uehara Nara was undeterred, intent on unveiling the truth. "What you wish to inquire about, Kakashi-san, is regarding Obito-senpai. I should now refer to him as Obito-senpai, correct?" Obito? At the mention of this name, Orochimaru's expression shifted. He was well aware of how Kakashi had obtained his Sharingan. Orochimaru regarded Kakashi with a sardonic smile, then turned to Uehara Nara. "So, the farcical Obito is a fallen hero of Konoha." Kakashi's countenance darkened. If others learned of Obito's true identity, it might be tolerable. But Orochimaru was the type to meddle in everything. Uehara Nara, however, remained unfazed by Kakashi's thoughts and continued. I am uncertain why Obito-senpai chose to conceal his identity. But as for my relationship with him, Uehara hesitated, pondering how to frame his words to create trouble for Uchiha Obito without revealing his own secrets. Hana has already informed me that you two engaged in a fierce battle. Kakashi furrowed his brow, attempting to steer clear of the topic of Obito, and gently continued. Who are you? Some secrets are perhaps best left unexplored, Uehara Nara replied, casting a deep glance at Kakashi before redirecting the conversation back to Obito. Had I known Obito-senpai's identity, perhaps our conflict would not have escalated so severely. So, who exactly are you? Kakashi Hitaki reached for his ninja tool pouch and softly continued. Why must he seek to kill you simply because you know his identity? Uehara Naraku's expression darkened. Surely, this Kakashi must be somewhat dim-witted? Why was he not inquiring about Obito but persistently questioning his identity? Was he not merely sowing the seeds of fabrication in Uehara Naraku's mind? The reason Uehara Naraku refrained from attacking Kakashi was to remain in the shadows, using Kakashi, who was publicly aware of Obito's identity, to create some trouble for him, ensuring that everyone knew Obito was still alive. If possible, he also wished to leak Obito's abilities. With this, how could Obito compete with him, let alone act as a clandestine puppeteer, forcing him to bear the identity of a rogue ninja from Konoha? Alas, Kakashi was not cooperating. This white-haired individual was exceedingly tiresome in conversation. Did he not comprehend the adage that knowing too much could bring about one's own demise? Orochimaru's eyes flickered, and he scrutinized Uehara Naraku and Kakashi with a playful curiosity. Suddenly, a notion struck him, and he interjected, Kakashi-kun, do you need me to make an introduction? Silence does not imply that you are mute. Uehara Naraku coldly interrupted Orochimaru, clapping his hands and instructing those behind him. You all, ensure that Orochimaru-senpai is treated well. Spare his life. Understood. Yes, Lord Uehara. Got it, brat. Kisame Hashigaki and others leapt forward, drawing their ninja swords and forming a triangular formation to encircle Orochimaru, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Orochimaru's gaze darted back and forth among the trio of swordsmen, unable to suppress a sneer. Your reach is quite extensive. Orochimaru-senpai's reach is even greater, Uehara Naraku remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him, then directed Kisame and the others. Do not let him interfere with my conversation with Kakashi-sensei. Understood. Kisame Hashigaki and Kirigakure's Manatsu each wielded their swords and charged forward, followed closely by Zabuza Momochi, who snorted disdainfully. After watching Orochimaru being pushed back by Kisame and the others, Uehara Naraku then turned to Kakashi and the girl beside him, speaking softly, Kakashi-sensei. We hope to engage in an open and honest dialogue. Kakashi hesitated, feeling somewhat uncertain. He was not well versed in many matters, only aware that his friend was still alive. The sole piece of information he possessed was from Hanar, who had revealed that Obito intended to manipulate the life of the boy before him, and that this plan had failed. Kakashi steadied his mind, suppressing his previously nonchalant demeanor. Adopting the posture of a Konoha Yenbu negotiator, I'm afraid I cannot disclose information regarding the ninjas of the village. After saying this, Kakashi continued, however, I can inform you that you currently find yourself in grave danger. If you are willing to cooperate with Konoha and provide me with all the information, I will find a way to ensure your safety. This sounded exceedingly official. Typically, Konoha ninjas would engage in such discussions with those seeking their assistance, thoroughly understanding the situation before deciding on a course of action, which usually yielded favorable results. Unfortunately, today Kakashi had encountered Uehara. Uehara Naraku could not help but smirk. Was Kakashi attempting to extract information from him with empty words? Uehara raised his head to regard the feigned Kakashi with a cold smile. But your power is inferior to mine, is it not? Konoha's copy ninja. My backing is Konoha. Kakashi's expression remained impassive as he continued softly. I am aware that Obito has devised a plot against you. If we could collaborate and you share your circumstances with me, I can assist you in thwarting his scheme. Is that so? Uehara rubbed his forehead, stealing a glance at Zabuza, who was engaged in a fierce battle, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with Kakashi's tactics. If Uehara truly had no means to counter Obito, if Uehara was genuinely unaware of Kakashi's strength, perhaps he would have believed him. How disingenuous, Kakashi-sensei. Uehara sighed in disappointment, casting a puzzled look at the girl who had stepped out from behind Kakashi. She approached Kakashi's side, gazing intently at Uehara. Hanari's eyes quivered slightly as she scrutinized Uehara Nara, silently attempting to invade his memories. This was her unique skill. Hanar could form seals with her eyes to deploy mental techniques to extract information from her target's mind, hoping to assist Kakashi in this manner. Unfortunately, she had miscalculated her target. In the next moment, Uehara Nara sprang forward, delivering a swift punch to Hanari's abdomen, sending the girl, who had been sealing with her eyes, flying. Kakashi drew a kunai, intercepting Uehara's next move. Hey, what do you mean by that? You should be asking her. Uehara Nara disregarded Kakashi's kunai, pointing at the fallen Hanar, and coldly stated, Kakashi-sensei, your companion's gaze is amiss. Hanar retorted, I am not. Silence. Uehara interrupted her, his eyes turning icy. Do you think I do not comprehend the methods of sealing with one's eyes? After speaking, Uehara abruptly blinked, his eyelashes fluttering, as a massive wave surged forth from beneath his feet, rushing towards Kakashi and Hanar. This was his water release skill, roaring tides. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kakashi leapt back to Hanari's side, forming hand seals to summon an earthen wall to shield them. The wall was adorned with the image of a comical dog head. However, the wave beneath Uehara rose in relentless torrents, swiftly crashing through the earthen wall and sweeping Kakashi and Hanar away. Uehara Nara coldly remarked, Do you see? Did you think you were the only one in the ninja world capable of sealing with your eyes? Yet, far away Hanar, swept away by the raging tide, had no time to respond. She and Kakashi were engulfed by the waves. Wave after wave battered their bodies. Only when Kakashi and Hanar were thrust into the forest, desperately clinging to a sturdy tree, were they able to stabilize themselves. Uehara Nara floated effortlessly, gradually descending beside Kakashi and Hanar, disdainfully stating, Did you think I lacked knowledge of sealing with one's eyes? Uehara landed, gripping Hanari's face with one hand, coldly continuing, Fool. Dare to flaunt your skills before me, attempting to probe my memories? Who do you think you are? MMM. Hanar pouted under his grip, appearing somewhat adorable. Kakashi, fearing for Hanari's safety, rushed forward, attempting to rescue her from Uehara's grasp. Uehara's hand descended, swiftly seizing Hanari's throat, coldly gazing at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. It seems there is no need for us to continue this conversation. Chapter 50. Are you Konoha also coveting the treasures of our village? Kakashi's momentary hesitation flickered in his eyes as he urged, Do not make a grave mistake. You seek information regarding Obito out of fear for your life, am I correct? The expression on Uehara Naraku's face darkened. Seeing this, Kakashi Hitaki gradually regained his composure and adopted a nonchalant demeanor, advising, I suggest you release Hanari. For I am the only one capable of assisting you now. After uttering these words, Kakashi, wishing to ensure the quality of their conversation, began to praise his old friend. Obito is the most talented ninja in the history of Konoha. Without my aid, you would undoubtedly fall victim to his pursuit. Uehara's expression crumbled once more as he looked at Kakashi, struggling to find words. Mr. Kakashi, do I appear to be a fool? Do not act rashly. Observing Uehara's fingers twitch, Kakashi, fearing for Hanari's life, urged, Release her first, and we can discuss this matter at length. After a moment's hesitation, Uehara continued to grip Hanari's neck tightly, inquiring in a low voice, If my predecessor, Obito, is indeed a spy sent by Konoha, is that correct? Kakashi shook his head vehemently, responding gravely, That is not the case. Obito is now a rogue ninja, having left the village 12 years ago. I do not believe you, Uehara retorted, gritting his teeth. Regardless of whether he is a Konoha spy or a rogue, he must be brought back to the village. That is precisely what I intend to do. Kakashi immediately acquiesced, asking, But you must inform me of his recent whereabouts. Uehara shook his head, speaking with uncertainty. I do not know. Obito merely instructed me to complete a task, to entice a rogue ninja from the Mist Village to defect. I suspect he has been active within the Land of Water. Kakashi, probing for more information, asked, Why would Obito wish for you to lure a Mist ninja to defect? Is it due to his animosity toward that village? What is your relationship with him? And it seems you have managed to entice 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen instead. I hail from a small village, Uehara admitted. After a brief silence, he cursed Kakashi under his breath and began to recount his story. To attain a higher status within my village, I must accomplish a particularly challenging task. Kakashi felt a flicker of understanding. He surmised Uehara was likely the next leader of some minor ninja village. Uehara continued, ensuring his words were devoid of contradictions. Obito recommended me for this mission to our village leader. My mentor, an elder in the village, wished to protect me from danger. But the leader consented. I see, Kakashi nodded, continuing softly, why would your village leader agree to such a perilous proposal from Obito? Uehara clenched his jaw, a flicker of anger crossing his features. Perhaps it is because the leader does not want me to assume that position. And Obito has a close relationship with him. The leader heeds his every word. We even suspected the leader might be under a genjutsu, yet we could find no evidence. Uehara lowered his gaze, his expression melancholic. Before me, only Obito had the potential to attain that position, but then I. His words were veiled, yet they carried a hint of truth. In a sense, he was not entirely mistaken. After all, only Uehara and Obito were the sole interns within the Akatsuki, both outwardly aspiring to become official members. Moreover, even if Kakashi confronted Obito in the future, would he willingly divulge any information about the Akatsuki? I have grasped your meaning. Kakashi sighed inwardly, piecing together the information he had gleaned from Uehara's guarded and convoluted narrative. Years ago, during the Battle of Canopy Bridge, Obito had not perished. Somehow, he had escaped. Subsequently, having witnessed Rin's death at his own hands and harboring resentment toward the Mist's pursuit, he had sought vengeance ever since. Later, Obito concealed himself within a small ninja village and exerted control over its leader through genjutsu. This was not particularly troublesome, if Obito's Sharingan had significantly enhanced its power. Controlling a minor village leader would pose no challenge. He could even control tailed beasts. Kakashi recalled when he first encountered Obito, who had confessed to the murder of Minato and Kushina. Perhaps that incident was indeed true. If Itachi could slay his parents and clan for power, then why could Obito not kill his own mentor? Having analyzed the information thoroughly, Kakashi sought one final piece of intelligence. Then, may I ask which village you hail from? Since Uehara had kept his identity concealed, Kakashi felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and added, if I wish to extricate him from your village, I would require your assistance. Mr. Kakashi, Uehara stood slowly, fixing a cold gaze upon him. There is no need to inquire further. I have already reached my limit in what I can divulge. Even if we meet again, I will not acknowledge having disclosed anything about Obito. As he spoke, a flicker of disdain crossed Uehara's face. Frankly, this matter should be entrusted to other individuals dispatched by the third Hokage of Konoha. Given your abilities, Mr. Kakashi, you might be somewhat inadequate. Kakashi's eyes flashed. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, remained unaware of the situation concerning Obito. At least for now, Kakashi did not wish to inform him. Moreover, should Hiruzen learn of it, he would likely suppress the information and send someone skilled in dealing with dark troubles, like Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Root organization. Recently, Danzo had been inexplicably confined. If news of Obito were to leak, it would merely serve to elevate Danzo's status once more. Leave now, Uehara gestured dismissively, turning towards the battlefield where Orochimaru and the likes of Kisame Hashigaki and Ao were engaged in conflict. I must reclaim the treasures stolen from our village by Orochimaru. Wait. Kakashi glanced at Orochimaru and suddenly spoke. Sir, Orochimaru is a rogue ninja from Konoha. I can assist. Hatake Kakashi. Uehara abruptly turned, his icy stare fixed upon Kakashi, exuding an aura of menace. Does a Konoha ninja still covet the treasures of our village? Depart. Do not compel me to take your life. If it were solely Kakashi present, he would have sought to intervene in Orochimaru's affairs without hesitation, disregarding the notion of treasure. However, with Hinari's life still at stake, Uehara's insistence on concealing the village's treasures and his refusal to allow Konoha ninjas to lay claim were apparent. Kakashi furrowed his brow, lifting Hinari from the ground as he gradually departed the scene, seemingly indifferent to Uehara's claimed treasures. Undoubtedly, once Kakashi ensured Hinari's safety, he would not easily abandon his quest for information regarding Uehara and Orochimaru. Uehara Nara also considered this. Upon witnessing the figure of Hatake Kakashi vanish, he immediately sought to eliminate Orochimaru. What was happening? Uehara Nara flew to the side of the nearest Akatsuki member, Hito Mitsuki, and asked in a low voice, Are the three of you unable to defeat Orochimaru? Hito Mitsuki couldn't help but cast a glance at Uehara Nara, questioning whether their new superior had too lofty expectations, as it seemed to belittle the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Orochimaru was not easily vanquished. During the latter stages of the Third Shinobi World War, Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze led Konoha ninjas to forcefully drive back the mist ninjas to their homeland. Couldn't this superior inquire with the nearby Kisame Hashigaki? After all, he was an eyewitness to those events. Even though the three of them were rising stars among the 7 ninja swordsmen, defeating Orochimaru in such a short time was implausible. Rationally speaking, it was uncertain whether victory was attainable. Hito Mitsuki sighed at Uehara Naraku's naivety, but could only explain, "Sir, the power of the Sannin exceeds our expectations. Orochimaru's ninjutsu is quite peculiar, and we have not yet attempted to coordinate our efforts. The original 7 ninja swordsmen from the mist were adept at group combat, but they were ultimately all eliminated. Hito Mitsuki and his contemporaries had predominantly engaged in solo battles, never coordinating to strike an enemy. To be frank, their combined might did not guarantee a sum of 3. It could very well be less effective than individual efforts, especially since Hito Mitsuki had a vague sense that Kisame was holding back, while the other, Zabuza Momochi, was putting forth considerable effort, though his strength was rather limited. Uehara Nara gazed at Hito Mitsuki in confusion. "He is Orochimaru. Are you saying that you cannot defeat him?" Orochimaru had consistently demonstrated formidable prowess during the internal conflicts among the Sannin, yet in external battles, he often served merely as a backdrop to highlight the strength of others. Hito Mitsuki's expression mirrored Uehara Naraku's bewilderment, even tinged with disbelief. "Does Sir believe we should easily triumph over Orochimaru?" Hito Mitsuki had indeed witnessed the might of Uehara Naraku firsthand. He had effortlessly slain the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, with a mere snap of his fingers. However, Orochimaru was not so easily dealt with as Yagura. To be candid, Hito Mitsuki did not believe Yagura could overcome Orochimaru. Moreover, in comparison to Yagura, Orochimaru was renowned among ninjas, a figure they genuinely revered. Uehara Kisame Hashigaki, observing their conversation, surmised something and discreetly approached Uehara, whispering, "There are other enemies lurking nearby. It might be him." Utilizing his sensory ninjutsu, Kisame detected the presence of other adversaries in the vicinity of this battlefield. Most likely Uchiha Ibito. Uehara Naraku's expression darkened instantly. No wonder Kisame had been holding back. Yet, just seconds after Kisame withdrew from the battlefield, Orochimaru seized the opportunity to unleash a horde of serpents clutching the Kusanagi sword. The serpent's cascade. The still battling Zabuza was pierced in the shoulder by a Kusanagi blade, truly an unreliable ally. Realizing the dire situation, Kisame rushed back to intercept the serpent's cascade. However, due to the presence of an observer, he continued to play it safe. The observer was likely Uchiha Ibito. Moreover, Kisame was keenly aware that placing a spy beside Uchiha Ibito was paramount. Upon hearing Kisame's words, Uehara Naraku instinctively furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings, his confidence in overcoming Ibito waning. Of course, Uehara himself could easily escape by activating the moment of divine judgment and utilizing the mayfly technique. He could burrow underground to evade Ibito's pursuit. However, he could not simply abandon the 7 ninja swordsmen he had painstakingly gathered in the Land of Water, along with Kagaya Kimimaro and Haku. Uehara Naraku's eyes shifted to the center of the battlefield, where Orochimaru stood, and a smile graced his face. "Tisuke, Orochimaru. Consider yourself fortunate. This time in the center of the battlefield, Orochimaru idly dealt with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Although his ninjutsu and jinjutsu might falter against Itachi Uchiha, he felt more than capable of handling the 3 ninja swordsmen. Just as Orochimaru intended to eliminate Kisame and the others one by one, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Followed by a shout, "Orochimaru-senpai, if you hand over the information regarding Akatsuki's leader and the Void Ring, I wouldn't mind letting you go. Do you think you're capable?" Orochimaru chuckled malevolently, casting a sidelong glance at Uehara Naraku, and then at the oddly shaped swords wielded by Kisame and others, suddenly expelling a Kusanagi sword that spanned over 100 meters, sweeping away everything in its path. Although Orochimaru was unaware of the potential dangers that Uehara Naraku and the others might bring, the earlier unsettling sensation compelled him to eliminate them forthwith and vacate the Land of Water to avoid any unforeseen peril. Snakes are inherently sensitive to crises. Step back. Uehara Naraku advanced, grasping the 100-meter-long Kusanagi sword and coldly declaring, "I wish to have a proper discussion with Orochimaru-senpai." "Understood, sir." Hito Mitsuki and Kisame exchanged glances. While Zabuza clutched his wound, and the three retreated from the fray. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes momentarily froze as he gazed at Uehara Nara approaching. The sharpness of the Kusanagi sword seemed ineffective against this young one. Truly, none who could join Akatsuki were ordinary ninjas, even if Uehara Nara were merely an intern among them. Orochimaru-senpai, do not be so impulsive. Uehara Nara closed the distance, looking up into the cold, snake-like eyes and lightly remarked, do not underestimate me simply because I am an intern of Akatsuki as long as you provide me with information regarding Uchiha Itachi and hand over the void ring. I would not mind sparing your life. Orochimaru glanced dismissively at Uehara, snorting derisively. Humph, if you wish to threaten me, you might as well summon pain. Among all members of Akatsuki, Orochimaru regarded none but Pain and Itachi with any respect, having suffered significant losses at their hands. Then let us heed the advice of Orochimaru-senpai. Uehara Nara chuckled softly, finding Orochimaru's suggestion quite agreeable. Suddenly, a black rod materialized at Uehara's fingertips, and he thrust it into his arm, a pained expression crossing his face as he formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. A summoning inscription materialized beneath his palm. As the chakra-infused black rod entered his body, Uehara instantaneously felt another chakra infiltrating him, probing for his location. Crafting a chakra sensor for the 6 paths was exceedingly domineering. As the unusual chakra within Uehara gradually dissipated, the smoke from the summoning technique rose, and a figure appeared before the assembled crowd. It was none other than Devapath Pain. Pain's rinnegan slowly lifted, and his icy voice echoed in their ears. Uehara, have you encountered any trouble? Upon seeing Pain, Orochimaru's smile abruptly faltered. He had merely intended to mock Uehara Nara, yet how had he genuinely summoned Pain? What was going on? Orochimaru's first thought was whether Pain had been summoned due to the Rinnegan's powers, or if Pain was no longer truly human if ninjas could summon one another. What profound implications would that have for the transmission of intelligence and technology among ninjas? Orochimaru found himself fraught with uncertainty regarding his ability to triumph over the Deva path of Pain, particularly after having just undergone the reanimation technique, forsaking his own corporeal form. Lord Yahiko, Uehara Nara's words interrupted Orochimaru's musings as the young man raised his hand, pointing at Orochimaru, and addressed Pain. We have encountered a traitor from Akatsuki. Orochimaru. Is it? Pain's gaze shifted towards Orochimaru as he extended his palm, stating, let us resolve this swiftly. My time here is limited. Universal pull. A peculiar force of gravity yanked Orochimaru towards Pain's position. Unwilling to remain passive, Orochimaru unleashed another serpentine entity from his mouth, which bore a Kusanagi sword, aimed at Pain. Shinra Tensei. A tremendous repulsive force erupted, propelling Orochimaru away at an accelerated pace. Thus, this one-sided confrontation concluded, with Orochimaru rendered severely injured, devoid of any counteraction against Pain's 2 formidable techniques. Gado Mangetsu, Kisame Hashigaki, and Zabuza Momochi regarded Pain with astonishment. The Orochimaru they had just been unable to defeat was dispatched in mere seconds by this man clad in a red cloud-patterned black robe, leaving no room for resistance. Well then, Pain remarked nonchalantly as he withdrew his hand, disregarding the battered Orochimaru in the distance, and turned his attention to Kisame and the others. Ultimately looking down at the young Uehara, are these also foes? The expressions of Gado Mangetsu and his companions immediately turned tense. Uehara Nara shook his head and softly explained. They are all members of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Mist Village. I recruited them for this mission in the Land of Water. Pain found himself at a loss for words. The task assigned to Uehara was merely to recruit Kisame. He had not anticipated that Uehara would enlist additional members as reserves for when Kisame might fall in battle. Conan's disciple is unexpectedly capable, Pain mused. With the ranks of Akatsuki dwindling, Uehara's ability to gather such a substantial pool of backup members alleviated their burden of seeking new recruits. Aside from this, Uehara Nara contemplated his words carefully before continuing. Does Lord Yahiko know the true identity of the elder Akatsuki member? Uehara, why do you ask such things? Pain's expression shifted. He was reluctant to disclose that the elder Akatsuki member was Uchiha Itachi, as the implications were complex. However, after a moment of reflection, Pain reassured Uehara. Conan has returned to the base. Once you return, let your teacher enlighten you. Wait, that won't do. Uehara interjected. If the sole purpose was to deal with Orochimaru, There was no need to summon the Deva Path of Pain. Uehara's primary aim was to deter Uchiha Obito, who was lurking in the shadows. Thus, if Uehara informed Pain of the situation in advance, Obito's intent to assassinate their small team would become moot. Uehara Nara quickly explained. Lord Yahiko, a few days ago, I happened upon Kakashi Hatake from Konoha. Kakashi has had dealings with the elder Akatsuki member and referred to him as Obito. Upon seeing Pain remain unconvinced, Uehara added, the elder Akatsuki member attempted to kill me to silence me upon hearing that name, but thankfully, Konan-sensei provided me with 1,000,000 explosive tags, allowing me to escape. He sought to eliminate you? Pain's brow furrowed, because his name was revealed. He wished to kill you to keep it a secret? This situation has become complicated. Memories flooded Pain's mind. Recalling the time when the mysterious masked man and Zetsu appeared before them, claiming to be the Shura of the shinobi world, Uchiha Obito, the one who guided the Sage of Six Paths Eye. Coincidentally, during that period, Danzo Shimura and Hanzo of the Salamander conspired to eradicate the burgeoning Akatsuki organization, resulting in the deaths of all, including the leader Yahiko, with only Nagato and Konan surviving. If the mysterious masked man's true name was Obito and he was indeed a Konoha ninja, there must be some hidden conspiracy at play. Danzo's alliance with Hanzo to suppress them, another Konoha ninja guiding Nagato. Surely there was a connection between these events, as it was improbable that they were unrelated, especially since Yahiko had previously rejected their proposal right before Akatsuki was besieged by Danzo and the Rain Village. After pondering for a moment, Pain's expression darkened, and he suddenly spoke, that individual. Could he be a spy sent by Danzo? Uehara Nara struggled to comprehend Pain's line of reasoning, his face betraying confusion. This was merely intelligence I stumbled upon. Then, noticing Orochimaru lying on the ground, he suddenly added, wait, I just remembered. Orochimaru mentioned that Obito was a fallen hero of Konoha. He must possess information about him. Well done. Pain's eyes brightened as he praised Uehara. Reaching out to gently stroke his hair, Uehara, the land of water is far too perilous for you now. You must leave immediately. Should I bring Orochimaru back? Uehara Nara nodded, glancing towards the battered Orochimaru, who seemed to have diminished in stature. Pain shook his head, coldly halting Uehara's intentions. That individual fled while we conversed. I will pursue him, Uehara declared, preparing to dash out. Pain grasped his clothing firmly, speaking in a grave tone, do not fret. Akatsuki has another member who is also a Konoha ninja. He has returned to the base alongside Konan and can investigate whether he too is a spy from Konoha. In the land of water, Pain could not expend too much chakra. However, within Akatsuki's base, Pain had little to fear. He merely needed to control another rogue ninja from Konoha within their ranks to extract Obito's intelligence. Is it Itachi? Uehara's face lit up with realization. That man was indeed a true Konoha spy. If Uchiha Itachi wished to extricate himself from suspicion, would he not divulge all he knew about Uchiha Obito? Once Itachi learned of the mysterious masked man's true identity, how would he confront the ninja who had aided him in slaughtering their clan? Uehara Nara was eager to witness the clash of these two titans. Uchiha Madara evoked fear. As for Uchiha Obito, if not for his death that rendered him a Konoha hero, he might have become a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. I shall return to the base. After concluding the conversation with Uehara, Pain coldly instructed, Uehara, you must return to Akatsuki's base at once. Do not let your teacher worry. With that, Pain dispersed, transforming into smoke. Due to the distance between the Deva Path and his primary body, Nagato, the chakra within the Deva Path had nearly been depleted after utilizing two ocular techniques. Without the transfer of chakra from Nagato, the Deva Path could not exert its full potential, rendering its presence here insignificant. It was wiser to return swiftly and gather intelligence from Uchiha Itachi. Uehara Nara did not linger either. Summoning Pain only served to clarify the reality to the lurking Uchiha Obito. His guise had been stripped away. Now, Uchiha Obito should have come to this realization, though it was unfortunate that Orochimaru had managed to slip away. With the matter concluded, Uehara Nara departed the land of water alongside Kisame, Gato Mangetsu, and others, embarking on their journey homeward. After everyone had departed, in the shadowy recesses of the forest, the figure of the mysterious masked man emerged, murmuring with a hint of melancholy, I miscalculated. That little brat was able to summon Pain. My identity is on the verge of being fully exposed. However, the masked man had long anticipated the worst. Should Nagato attempt to cast him aside and independently commence the collection of tailed beasts, such an endeavor would be utterly impossible, for only Zetsu possessed the means to gather intelligence on the tailed beasts. This revelation of his identity would merely affect his status and image, but would not hinder the continuation of his Moon Eye plan. The masked man had not emerged empty-handed. He suspected that Orochimaru had discerned his identity and leaked it to Kakashi, considering Orochimaru's inexplicable appearance in the Land of Water. Logically and emotionally, Orochimaru was the most likely candidate. Very well, I must abandon the effort to contain this information. The glimmer in the masked man's eyes flickered and a spatial vortex appeared behind him, pulling him into its depths. In the Land of Rain, at the Akatsuki's base, Pain had just returned after releasing Uehara from the summoning technique, only to be met by the anxious expression of Konan. Konan, along with Kakazu and Itachi Uchiha, had recently returned to the Akatsuki's base after recruiting Haiden. Nagato, is something amiss with your original body? No, it concerns Uehara. Pain shook his head, his demeanor darkening as he stated, perhaps we can uncover the truth from 12 years ago. We must first apprehend Itachi Uchiha. He must not be allowed to escape. What is happening? That man who claims to be Uchiha Madara is a ninja named Obito, and he is likely trying to exploit our Leaf Village spy. Pain's expression soured as he continued in a low voice. Uehara has discovered his true identity and is now being pursued. I will go rescue Uehara. Konan's paper wings unfurled behind her, ready to depart. However, Devapath Pain intercepted her, quietly explaining, there is no need for concern. Uehara has coincidentally encountered Orochimaru, and I have already assisted him. He is protected by 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, so he should be fine. Then let us proceed to meet Itachi Uchiha. Konan's origami fluttered around her as she spoke coldly. We must extract information from him. Since Uehara had yet to return, Itachi Uchiha found himself without new comrades and could not undertake any missions. Instead, he sat by the lake outside the base, lost in thought. Suddenly, a swarm of paper butterflies descended before him, coalescing into a blue-haired woman standing above the water, creating ripples. Looking at him, Konan furrowed her brow slightly. The infamous Itachi of the Uchiha clan. Do you perhaps have worries of your own? Konan-senpai, is there something you need? Itachi's mood was somewhat somber. He merely wished to sit quietly for a while and was reluctant to engage in a heart-to-heart with the woman before him. Yet, Konan seemed indifferent to his feelings. Her voice icy as she asked, Itachi Uchiha, you are a rogue ninja from the Leaf. Did you hear the name Obito during your time there? Obito? Itachi recalled a funeral he had attended long ago, his brow furrowing in contemplation as he added the complete name Konan mentioned. Uchiha Obito? Konan's brow furrowed slightly as she carefully examined Itachi's expression, noting that he displayed no signs of surprise, which puzzled her. Does Itachi Uchiha not know the identity of the masked man? Konan pressed on. You are of the same clan. You must know someone by the name Uchiha Obito, correct? Itachi lowered his gaze, quietly replying as he stared at the lake. Uchiha Obito perished during the 3rd Great Ninja War. He was the only hero who was not buried in the Leaf's memorial stone because his body was never found. Oh, Konan nodded with keen interest. Do continue. Judging solely from Itachi's words, the likelihood that the mysterious masked man was indeed Uchiha Obito was at least 8 or 9 out of 10. However, based on Itachi's demeanor, it seemed he was still unaware of the masked man's true identity. If that were the case, Itachi might not be a spy for the Leaf, considering he had annihilated the entire Uchiha clan. Itachi looked at Konan with some confusion. Obito had long been dead. What more was there to say? What was there left to discuss? Was he to recount the life of Obito, a man who had already passed? Why would a deceased individual pique Konan's interest? Observing Konan's expression, Itachi continued softly. It is said that Uchiha Obito did not perform particularly well in his studies, perhaps for this reason. During the graduation assignments for Leaf Ninjas, he was placed on the same team as the most talented ninja at the time, Kakashi Hatake, becoming a disciple of the 4th Hokage. A tale of an underdog unfolded from Itachi's lips, shaped by what he had heard from other members of his clan, embellished by his own understanding, creating a narrative of a young man who ultimately became a hero of the Leaf. Konan listened intently, unable to suppress a sideways glance. She had not anticipated that Itachi possessed a talent for storytelling. The narrative of ninjas Itachi spun was far more captivating than Jiraiya's accounts. The book written by Jiraiya, the tale of strong will and perseverance, was so convoluted that it was nearly unreadable, truly inferior to Itachi's tale. Ultimately, Uchiha Obito became a hero in the leaf, resting in a foreign land, while the genius ninja Kakashi Hatake, carrying the will of his comrades, attained the honor of being known as Kakashi of the Sharingan through the gift of an eye from a fallen friend. This story did not constitute a breach of intelligence. Much of it was common knowledge and conveyed the spirit of fire's will. Upon completing his tale, Itachi found himself moved by the narrative he had shared about Obito. Slowly turning to regard the composed female ninja, still puzzled. Was his story not compelling? Had the spirit of fire's will not resonated within Conan? Is that all? Conan's brow furrowed, and had she not known that the mysterious masked man was indeed Uchiha Obito, she might have felt a sense of admiration for him. Itachi's expression soured slightly. He felt that this woman was somewhat beyond redemption. Conan-senpai, what piques your interest in Uchiha Obito? Conan offered no response, merely unfurling the paper wings on her back, her voice as cold as ice. Follow me. Pain wishes to see you. Within the Akatsuki's cavern, Pain, overlooking from the outer path statue, addressed Itachi Uchiha as he entered, stating solemnly, Itachi Uchiha, you are a member brought by Akatsuki. You must be aware of Akatsuki's true identity, correct? Pain did not conceal anything from Itachi, nor did he care about Itachi's thoughts, for when faced with true power, there was no need for subterfuge. Itachi's expression remained unchanged, yet within, tumultuous waves began to surge as he pieced together the implications of his earlier conversation with Conan. The mysterious masked man had long claimed to be Uchiha Madara, yet it seemed that Pain and Conan had now uncovered evidence revealing that the masked man was Uchiha Obito. He deceived me, claiming to be Uchiha Madara. Pain regarded Itachi intently, continuing in a grave tone. In truth, his real identity is Uchiha Obito, a spy sent by Shimura Danzo of the Leaf. Itachi fell into a contemplative silence. The myriad experiences of his past flooded his mind as he began to analyze Obito's true identity through the lens of Pain's revelations. The first time he encountered the enigmatic masked man, the latter ruthlessly eliminated his comrade, compelling him to awaken the Sharingan. As time passed, and Uchiha Itachi matured, the masked man willingly collaborated with him to eradicate the entire Uchiha clan, guiding him toward joining Akatsuki. The masked man's awareness of Itachi being a spy for the third Hokage did not deter him from divulging his plans and continuing their alliance. Every move made by the masked man bore a distinct aura of darkness, reminiscent of Shimura Danzo's handiwork. Who else, apart from Danzo, would harbor the desire to annihilate the Uchiha clan? Upon conducting his reverse analysis, Itachi found himself gripped by panic. If they could ascertain that the masked man was not Uchiha Obito, but indeed Uchiha Kakashi, then he was almost certainly a subordinate of Danzo. Uchiha Obito had a commendable reputation in Konoha, with only a grandmother as family, rendering him somewhat inconspicuous. It was inconceivable for him to act independently in such a nefarious manner without Danzo's orchestration. This was entirely plausible. The number of Uchiha ninjas in the Umbu was scarce, and both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi had been assigned to Danzo's command. It was only natural that Danzo would have another ninja named Uchiha Obito under his wing. Itachi furrowed his brow, realizing that every step he took was orchestrated by Shimura Danzo, a specter that refused to dissipate. Uchiha Obito was a spy for Danzo. Pain, holding a black rod infused with yin-yang release, gazed down at the young man, Uchiha Itachi, and inquired about his true identity. You, who have slain all the Uchiha in Konoha, cannot be a spy as well. Itachi looked up at Pain and gently shook his head, stating, I merely seek a refuge. He claimed to be Uchiha Madara and deceived me. Now that I am aware he is a spy sent by Konoha to monitor me, I will eliminate him next time. Itachi refrained from revealing the truth of his collaboration with Uchiha Obito in the Uchiha clan's demise. To speak such words could potentially exonerate Obito and implicate himself. At this moment, Itachi was unwilling to be utilized by Danzo or find himself in a perilous situation. As for Uchiha Obito, when they crossed paths again, Itachi would undoubtedly devise a method to deal with him. He could not tolerate Danzo's continued surveillance. Very well. Pain nodded and turned to Conan, saying, Conan, the next step is to extract the truth from Zetsu. Should any issues arise, eliminate him immediately. Zetsu served as an intelligence operative for Akatsuki. Given Zetsu's long-standing contribution of information to Akatsuki, Pain was reluctant to eliminate him outright. Instead, he sought to discern Zetsu's true identity and ascertain whether he was a spy or merely a pawn deceived by Uchiha Obito. When Zetsu received the news, Both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend how Obito's identity had been uncovered, nor why he was labeled as Danzo's spy. It was only due to Obito's early attempts to connect with Yahiko that led to the latter's rejection, followed closely by Yahiko's demise at the hands of Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander. From both a temporal and motivational standpoint, it seemed entirely plausible. After a brief deduction from Conan and Pain, it became evident that had Zetsu not been privy to the truth, they might have believed it as well. White Zetsu expressed a hint of melancholy. Though it is merely the speculation of Nagato and Conan, it sounds quite convincing. Our defense may only invite Nagato's suspicion. Indeed, Black Zetsu maintained a composed demeanor, pondering remedial measures. We must stabilize Nagato and Conan, ensuring they do not harbor doubts regarding the plan to collect the tailed beasts. Shall we consult Obito for strategies? White Zetsu quietly suggested. Obito has just returned to our secret base, having had a White Zetsu clone assist him in reimplanting a Sharingan. What transpired? Black Zetsu inquired with curiosity. Did he utilize his Anaji? How could anyone compel Obito, who possesses the Mangeki Sharingan, to use his Anaji? It was Uehara Nara. White Zetsu replied, a perplexed expression crossing half his face. Obito explained that he was overly careless and fell victim to an explosive tag set by Uehara, necessitating the use of his Anaji to escape. Moreover, he is eager to meet with us. Black Zetsu's mood soured as well. Did Obito not claim he would control Uehara Nara? How could he fail against a mere 12-year-old? Indeed, apart from Uchiha Madara, it seemed all other Uchiha were inept. In Zetsu's secret base, once a sanctuary for Uchiha Madara in his later years, several White Zetsu remained to safeguard the area. With the aid of a White Zetsu clone, Uchiha Obito successfully reimplanted a Sharingan and had removed his mask. From this day forth, he no longer needed to masquerade as Madara. Zetsu's form emerged from the ground. Black Zetsu, with a sinister gaze, addressed him. Obito, because you refused to heed our counsel, Nagato has now deemed you a spy sent by Danzo. White Zetsu reproached softly. This matter implicates us as well. To regain Nagato's trust, we must exert effort to gather intelligence on Hanzo. Is there no way to salvage this? Uchiha Obito's brow furrowed, the news unsettling him, as the inability to monitor Akatsuki's actions was disadvantageous. At present, there is no recourse. Black Zetsu shook his head solemnly. Nagato has already concluded your identity. We can only await the moment his anger subsides to gradually clear your name. White Zetsu gently proposed. We must find a way to swiftly embed new personnel within Akatsuki to prevent a loss of control over their operations. And to keep an eye on Uchiha Itachi, who has only recently joined. That is feasible. Uchiha Obito's brow unfurled, smiling, while Uehara remains unsuspecting. I have discreetly communicated with Kisame. He still believes in the Moon Eye plan and will continue to act as my spy within Akatsuki, aiding me in monitoring Uchiha Itachi. Wait, Uehara Nara is still alive? Black Zetsu gazed at Uchiha Obito with incredulity, questioning how he had failed to deal with even a 12-year-old. Uchiha Obito shook his head. Uehara can summon Pain. I cannot confront him directly. What I must discuss next is the most troublesome matter. Uchiha Obito's expression turned grave, coldly surveying Zetsu and the surrounding White Zetsu clones, which rendered them bewildered and perplexed. Someone has leaked my information to Hatake Kakashi. Obito's revelation struck like thunder. I suspect this is the handiwork of Orochimaru, as he happened to be in the land of water alongside Kakashi. White Zetsu immediately seized upon a key point, Hatake Kakashi. Black Zetsu latched onto another, Orochimaru? Indeed, Uchiha Obito affirmed gravely. After all, Kakashi has never displayed any abnormalities. Perhaps Orochimaru uncovered some clues through certain channels and conveyed my intel to Kakashi. Had it not been for Kakashi's sudden exposure of my identity, I would not have hurried to eliminate Uehara Nara, only to be ambushed by that little brat. Uehara summoned Pain and relayed this information to him. Regrettably, I had not yet prepared to communicate with Nagato when he hastily branded me a spy for Danzo. At this juncture, Uchiha Obito could not suppress his frustration, striking the ground beside him with a clenched fist. He remained perplexed as to how events had spiraled into such chaos. Everything had been progressing favorably. He was diligently striving to assist Akatsuki, only to find himself expelled from the organization. It was rather abrupt. Yet, upon reconsideration, perhaps this turn of events was not entirely detrimental. At least Uchiha Obito was now aware that his information was being surveilled from the shadows. which was preferable to being discovered after collecting all the tailed beasts in the future. Orochimaru, unbeknownst to him, was shouldering the blame. This was the first time Orochimaru learned the true identity of the mysterious masked man, and he was already scheming, considering this information as a potential bargaining chip. As for the recipient of this transaction, it would naturally be his close partner. Within Konoha village, in the root space. Due to Danzo Shimura's excessively brutal and cruel methods in dealing with the Uchiha clan, his root organization was disbanded by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and he himself was placed under confinement. Despite Danzo's grievances, he could do little against Hiruzen's resolute actions. Thus this elder could only quietly remain here, clandestinely contacting his former subordinates to gather intelligence while nurturing the young ninjas he had kept in secret. Xin, focus. Take root. You are doing well. Sai. You have just graduated this year. I will find a way to arrange for you to participate in the Chunin exams next year. You must double your efforts. Danzo scrutinized the group of young ninjas below him, assessing their training as though he were a dedicated mentor. However, these young ninjas dared not meet his gaze. Whenever Danzo's eyes fell upon them, each would instinctively shrink back, deeply fearful of the elder before them. Suddenly, a small white snake slithered out from a pipe, its tongue flicking as it approached Danzo. You all may leave. Upon seeing the small serpent, Danzo's expression shifted, and he waved the young ninjas away before retrieving a scroll from the snake's mouth. This white snake was Orochimaru's communication tool. Since Orochimaru's defection, Danzo had maintained contact with him, initially expecting another unreasonable demand, only to find that Orochimaru was merely delivering a piece of information. Uchiha Obito is still alive. Danzo's eyes narrowed sharply as he fixed his gaze on the scroll containing details about the mysterious masked man. Unbeknownst to Danzo, due to the matter concerning the masked man, he had inadvertently taken on further blame in the eyes of Pain and Itachi Uchiha. Now, Danzo yearned to leverage this information to orchestrate a plan to reclaim his lost power from Hiruzen. Hiruzen, my former mentor, was not mistaken. Danzo slowly rolled up the scroll in his hand and cast it into the nearby fire pit, murmuring softly, the Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. Even the disciples of the fourth Hokage can fall from grace. Although he had obtained intelligence regarding Uchiha Obito, Danzo needed to await an opportunity for Kakashi Hatake to return to the village to confront Hiruzen. This opportunity would not be difficult to come by. Meanwhile, Uehara Nara contemplated his system panel, deep in thought. Main quest: fulfill the wishes of the bookshop owner, become the greatest boss in the ninja world. Progress 3. Task completed. As Uehara and his team departed from the land of water, en route back to the land of rain, the main quest's progress inexplicably advanced, suddenly halting at 3. Uehara speculated that this progress might be related to his unmasking of the mysterious masked man's identity. More people were becoming aware of the true identity of the masked man. Yet the true mastermind remained overlooked. There was a peculiar side quest. Unmask the true identity of the mysterious masked man in public. Task completed. Reward: skill, distorted space. Perhaps due to Uehara's initial revelation of Obito's identity, using the innate charm transformation rather than his true self. It was possible that Kakashi had still been skeptical at that time. Now, however, belief was growing. As for the skill reward, it was somewhat frustrating for Uehara. Distorted space. After a delay of 0.5 seconds, it creates a distorted space in the target area that lasts for 3 seconds, isolating the region from the outside world. Anyone attempting to traverse the spatial barrier would be stunned and immobilized, only able to escape through space-time ninjutsu. The duration, area, and chakra consumption of the distorted space were all correlated, with a cooldown of 15 seconds and a minimum chakra cost of 100 points. This skill seemed rather useless. It was weaker than the shockwave of the magic puppet command. Unless the spatial barrier could precisely ensnare Uchiha Obito, it would be utterly ineffective against his Kimui. And even the Flying Thunder God technique could easily evade it. What purpose does this skill serve? Perhaps to act as a spatial prison? That might be beneficial. Although distorted space is categorized as a space technique, it is not specifically aimed at space-time ninjas. Utilizing it against conventional ninjas would be overwhelmingly advantageous. Throughout the ninja world, apart from Uchiha Obito, the fourth Hokage, and a few others skilled in space-time techniques, virtually any other ninja would be trapped within the distorted space. The voice of Kisame Hashigaki interrupted Uehara's musings. Lord Uehara, we are approaching the coast of the land of hot water. Oh, Uehara Nara lifted his gaze. observing their ship entering the harbor of the most peaceful nation in the ninja world, and softly remarked, "After so many days of fighting, let us enjoy ourselves here." Since Uehara was bringing 5 individuals back this time, it was naturally impractical to traverse through the land of fire to avoid any trouble. Thus, they selected a relatively stable route. After departing the harbor, Uehara turned to the group and assigned tasks. Kisame, go to Kuni and book a hot spring inn. Zabuza, please continue training with Kagaya Kimimaro and Haku, or take some time to relax. Kisame and Zabuza looked utterly bewildered. One was a prodigious ninja, yet Uehara had dubbed him a genius steward. The other, a ruthless assassin from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, was now treated like a mentor and caretaker. Kimimaro and Haku exchanged glances with Uehara, quietly asking, "Uehara-kun, aren't you coming with us?" Uehara shook his head gently, saying, I will practice some hand seals with Kisame. We shall meet in the most bustling area of Kuni in the afternoon. Kuni is the most renowned tourist destination in the ninja world, famous for its unique hot spring pools, making it the most comfortable and leisurely place. Even during the Great Ninja Wars, this area seldom faced conflict. Uehara and his companions sailed across the sea, perfectly positioned to rest for a day here. Once everyone had dispersed, Uehara Nara and Kisame Hashigaki found a moment of privacy and began discussing their plans. Uehara's primary concern was undoubtedly Kisame's final clandestine meeting with Uchiha Obito before leaving the Land of Water. "So, did you gain Obito's trust?" More or less." The corners of Kakashi's mouth curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "I informed him that as long as his Moon Eye plan continues its course, I shall persist in aiding the surveillance of Uchiha Itachi once I become his ally, relaying intelligence about him." Before their collective departure from the Land of Water, Uchiha Obito discreetly sought Kakashi for a conversation, and Kakashi's demeanor once again earned Obito's trust. It could be said that Obito had always placed his faith in Kakashi. Although Kakashi had meticulously prepared a plethora of intelligence regarding Uehara, Obito showed no interest in such trivial matters. After all, for these past years, Kakashi had been serving as the covert manipulator behind the 4th Mizukage, and their relationship was anything but ordinary. Furthermore, Kakashi's character was undeniably trustworthy. Once he placed his faith in someone, he would wholeheartedly dedicate himself, even to the extent of sacrificing his own life. It appeared that the plan was proceeding seamlessly. Uehara Nara remained oblivious to the deteriorating situation, which had significantly elevated Kakashi's standing in Obito's eyes. Soon, Kakashi would become a crucial source of information. Uehara, in his navet, reassured his subordinates, "Once you and Uchiha Itachi become partners, you will enjoy a leisurely period." Kakashi laughed heartily and nodded slightly. It seems that Itachi, the wielder of the Sharingan, possesses quite a pleasant disposition. I believe you will get along splendidly." Uehara was quite confident in this. Turning to Kakashi and inquiring, "By the way, have you prepared several sets of hand signs for me?" 13 sets, Kakashi replied, producing a scroll and handing it over with a gentle smile. The hand signs contained within are a blend of truth and deception, primarily involving water and earth style. "Thank you," Uehara said, shaking the scroll and contentedly stowing it in his ninja tool pouch. Uehara had no need for hand signs to unleash his skills. His intention to practice them was merely for amusement and to perplex his opponents, thereby lowering their guard. In the future, he too would be a legitimate ninja capable of performing hand signs. As Uehara practiced the signs, he spoke of Itachi. "Uchiha Itachi is quite easy to get along with. As long as you do not infringe upon his bottom line, he will unconditionally tolerate your actions." Bottom line, his brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Due to their contractual relationship, Uehara had placed considerable trust in Kakashi and divulged all he knew about Itachi. As long as his brother is unharmed, Uchiha Itachi is a ninja easily manipulable. Another one with a brotherly devotion, I see. Kakashi chuckled lightly. It seems that the man known for the massacre shares a weakness akin to that of the Kagaya clan's Manji. Uehara sighed softly. It is the fault of this world. A brother's love for his sibling often veers towards the pathological. After all, the creator of this world is also an avid brotherly protector. In the Land of Hot Water, Uehara and Kakashi entered the ninja village and, as agreed, sought out its most bustling locale to observe the local customs. Surprisingly, the liveliest spot in the village today was a gambling den. Why a gambling house? Uehara mused, his expression subtly shifting as he processed this news. Could it be mere coincidence? It feels as though our visit will lead us to encounter an extraordinary individual. Does Lord Uehara consider this person extraordinary? Kakashi's curiosity piqued, his smile broadening. If it isn't particularly dangerous, shouldn't we seek an audience with this notable figure? Uehara nodded reluctantly. You make a valid point. The peril associated with this individual does appear to be somewhat diminished. In the realm of ninjas, when gambling is mentioned, it inevitably brings to mind a certain woman, one renowned throughout the ninja world. Tsunade, one of the legendary three of Konoha, the most formidable female ninja. Hardly any ninja would dare to harm her. Tsunade hails from the prestigious Senju clan and was the first to advocate for the inclusion of medical ninjas in standard ninja teams. Her mastery over all medical ninjutsu has garnered her immense respect from countless ninjas. While they deem her the most powerful medical ninja in the ninja world, they are acutely aware of her own formidable strength. The renown of the legendary three extends beyond mere healing prowess. In the entirety of the ninja world, aside from the leaders of the major villages, other ninjas pale in comparison before Tsunade. In terms of appearance, lineage, strength, and reputation, Tsunade is virtually impeccable. Yet she possesses a widely known flaw, an insatiable gambling addiction. Unfortunately, her luck has always been rather poor. Ever since Tsunade left Konoha to wander the ninja world, a peculiar moniker has begun to circulate. The legendary fat sheep has arrived. Indeed, it had begun. She had already lost 200,000 ryo. The grand sheep stakes were indeed remarkable, and she was rather large herself. Today, the gambling den was unusually lively, with the village's gamblers congregating here, alongside men attempting to exploit the situation for a quick profit. Uehara absent-mindedly cleared his ears, instinctively dismissing the odd remarks as he surveyed the crowd for his subordinates. Uehara. A melodious voice called out to him. Kagaya Kimamaro squeezed through the throng and approached Uehara, softly explaining, Mr. Kaigaku and Mr. Zabuza are already at the hot spring inn. They mentioned this place is too perilous and sent me to wait for you. Lord Uehara, it is indeed quite dangerous here. Kakashi's eyes twinkled as he caught sight of the golden-haired Kunoichi seated at the center of the gambling table. As ninjas, how could they possibly be unaware of the legendary three of Konoha? Uehara's gaze lingered on the Kunoichi's exposed alabaster skin, and he couldn't help but exclaim. But that is precisely what makes it interesting, isn't it? Please, go ahead. Uehara gestured for Kakashi and Kagaya to leave, only to abruptly add, wait, leave me some money. Isn't Lord Uehara still a minor? Kakashi remarked with a hint of intrigue, just as he was about to say more. He noticed Uehara's impatient expression and tossed him a sealing scroll. What is this? Asking for money from an employee? Uehara accepted the scroll, unable to resist casting another glance at the golden-haired Kunoichi and her commanding figure. As a current minor in the ninja world, Uehara dismissed any errant thoughts and focused solely on completing two rather straightforward side quests. Side quest. Win against Tsunade at the gambling table, 0-1, reward unknown. Side quest. Lose to Tsunade at the gambling table, 0-1, reward unknown. Such simple tasks. Surely, he could manage to complete at least one? Although the quests were uncomplicated, the rewards were unlikely to be substantial. Just as Uehara was about to enter the gambling den, two burly bouncers forcibly shoved him out, grumbling, Kid, you haven't even grown up yet. Are you here to learn how to squander money? Now scram. The customs of the ninja world are rather peculiar. Here, individuals will overlook a minor ninja engaging in battle, arson, or the use of explosive tags, yet they strictly prohibit underage ninjas from entering gambling houses, taverns, and other establishments of ill repute. Even the bookstore proprietors will refuse to sell inappropriate literature to minors. Perhaps this is the last vestige of morality in the ninja realm. Certainly, this reflects the attitude of ordinary individuals in the ninja world. However, among the multitude, there are always exceptions, such as the blonde-haired Kunoichi Tsunade seated at the gambling table. From a young age, Tsunade learned the art of gambling under the tutelage of the legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju, ultimately leading her to ruin, burdened with insurmountable debts. As dusk descended, Tsunade had squandered all her funds. Swaying unsteadily as she prepared to leave the gambling den with her disciple, Shizune, in search of a place to enjoy a drink. Clutching a small pink pig, Shizune furrowed her brow and admonished her, Lady Tsunade, you've lost far too much today. Tsunade, I know you must have hidden some funds for living expenses. Tsunade waved her hand, ready to respond, but her peripheral vision caught a card hurtling towards her. She instinctively leaned back to evade it. Straightening herself, She beheld a card that had inexplicably appeared on the wall, having severed a lock of her hair, embedded deeply into the surface. Who dares? Tsunade whirled around to confront the direction from which the card had come, only to find a youth at the corner, toying with the cards. The boy, Naruto Uehara. Had the cards dancing deftly at his fingertips, he slowly lifted his gaze to Tsunade, offering an innocent smile. Hey, care for a game? The legendary Fat Sheep. Tsunade's face flushed with fury, veins bulging on her forehead as she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Where did this brat come from? Daring to speak so boldly before me. Shizune, lend me some money. Having already endured a dismal afternoon, the audacity of this mere child to mock her was intolerable. The legendary three ninjas of Konoha were not known for their decorum, often taking pleasure in bullying the young. Jiraiya would secretly squander Naruto's savings, while Orochimaru openly sought to usurp Sasuke's body. Tsunade's gamble with Uehara was mere childish play. An hour later, within a room at an inn, Tsunade wiped her mouth, feeling invigorated as she gazed at Uehara, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features. You possess decent skills, kid, but there remains ample room for improvement. Uehara, bewildered, glanced between the contented Tsunade and the smiling Shizune, pondering the peculiarities of this world. Tsunade triumphantly grasped the dice cup, casting a provocative glance at the boy across the table. Kid, shall we continue this game? With a hearty laugh, she continued, I can allow you to incur some debt. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizune did not contest, smiling as she gathered the last stack of money before Uehara, turning to find paper and pen in the room. Uehara, suddenly alert, quickly shook his head, waving his hands in protest. No. That's unnecessary. Today has been sufficient. Having lost continuously for an hour to Tsunade, he had depleted the funds given to him by Kisame Hashigaki. Uehara began to question his very existence. Was it possible that Tsunade's luck was not as woeful as rumored? Or was his own luck simply worse? Just as he was about to leave, Tsunade flicked a bill from her fingers, sending it to land before him. The note sticking to the wooden door. Uehara looked at Tsunade, perplexed. She lifted a cup of tea, sipping leisurely before stating, Kid, you're a foreign ninja, right? You've lost enough to cover your lodging for the night, haven't you? Take it, it's a gift. It should suffice for a night at the worst inn in the land of soup. Uehara's face flushed with embarrassment. Was she pitying him or ridiculing him? Had Tsunade become so conceited, forgetting her status as the greatest debtor in the ninja world? A mere 3 million ryo won this evening was hardly a fortune. Tsunade gleefully kissed the pile of money on the table, laughter spilling forth as she exclaimed, In just 1 hour, I've reclaimed what I lost over several days. Uehara ground his teeth in frustration. 3 million ryo was merely a fraction of Asuma's bounty. Such a trivial sum hardly warranted her delight. Furthermore, the humiliation of losing to Tsunade in a gambling match was not an easy burden to bear. Kid, you are always welcome to challenge me again. Tsunade winked at Uehara, blowing him a kiss. Make sure to bring enough money next time. Haraha. After losing so much this afternoon, I never expected to win it all back tonight. Is today my lucky day? Foolish woman. Uehara pressed his forehead, pocketing the bill before pushing open the room door, the gloom on his face gradually lifting. Today was indeed his lucky day. Despite losing a considerable sum, he gained something far more precious. Side quest. Lose to Tsunade at the gambling table, 1-1. Quest completed. Reward. Fate skill. Fate. The ability to perceive the location of all individuals within a 100-kilometer radius, including those utilizing hidden jutsu, transformation techniques, and shadow clones. Sustained for 6 seconds. Upon activation, one can teleport to any individual within a 50-kilometer range after 5 seconds. The skill's scope and usage are correlated with chakra levels, requiring a minimum of 100 chakra points, with a cooldown of 150 seconds. Thus, if Uehara's chakra reserves are sufficient, the Fate skill could potentially survey the entirety of the ninja continent. This skill is arguably the most potent means of escape he has acquired. Equally effective for hunting down adversaries. No one can evade his grasp. A faint smile played upon Uehara's lips as his discontent from losing to Tsunade dissipated. He turned to glance back at the inn, the sound of Tsunade's laughter resonating into the night, and he contemplated her radiant smile. Surely, she had never been this joyful before. TCH, if it weren't for the mission, who would willingly gamble with that woman? Hey kid. Tsunade suddenly opened the window, calling out to Uehara below, I almost forgot to ask, which village are you from? What is your name? Uehara's expression darkened once more. Did she intend to ensnare him for more? Tsunade leaned over the window, her figure slightly distorted, her curiosity piqued. I'm merely a wandering ninja. I want to hinder your mission. Finally lifting his gaze to meet hers, Uehara replied softly, is the legendary Sannin Tsunade also a wandering ninja? It seems the third Hokage of Konoha lacks discernment. Tsunade was unperturbed, even nodding in agreement. Indeed, the old man has grown senile. His eyesight and mind have both deteriorated. She held no reverence for the third Hokage. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were before her, she would surely have harsher words to express. Does this mean Konoha will soon have a new Hokage? Uehara gazed up at Tsunade, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. How about we wager on it? I have high hopes that you will become the next Hokage of Konoha. Heaving a sigh, Tsunade gazed down at Uehara Nara with a light chuckle. Youngster, at least you ought to suggest a more plausible candidate. How could I possibly be interested in something like Hokage? And do you even have any money? Uehara's confident smile faltered. Indeed, without money, it was difficult to speak with bravado. Losing to you is merely a choice of fate. Uehara sighed, raising his head to look at Tsunade, whose face was adorned with the freshness of spring. Very well, when fate arrives, no one can resist its will. Except, of course, for Uehara himself, who holds the reins of destiny. After uttering this, Uehara waved a hasty farewell to Tsunade, his figure vanishing into the night. Tsunade, seated by the window, felt a wave of despondency wash over her. She merely stared into the darkness outside, her body gradually sliding down to the floor. Fate, is it? Tsunade's eyes brimmed with unshed tears as she pressed her hand against her chest, displaying a visage of weariness and sorrow. Shizune, gather our belongings. We shall depart from here tomorrow. Huh, Lady Tsunade. Shizune approached in astonishment, noticing Tsunade slumped on the ground and hurried to assist her. Lady Tsunade, is something wrong? No. Tsunade extended her hand, gently caressing Shizune's cheek, whispering, I fear that ill tidings may befall us. Go and pack our things. Since her youth, after learning the ways of gambling, Tsunade had always been cursed with misfortune. Even against a notorious gambler like Hashirama Senju, her luck was abysmally poor. Occasionally, she might win, but each victory was invariably followed by calamity. Yet, just moments ago, she had triumphed repeatedly in a game, causing Uehara to question his very existence. Who could foretell what might transpire if she lingered in the hot springs village? Unbeknownst to Uehara, his mere words had dispelled Tsunade's good spirits. All he comprehended was that fate was a remarkable ability. Upon activating it, a myriad of figures manifested as faces within his mind, allowing him to grasp the locations of everyone within 100 kilometers. Uehara swiftly discerned the positions of individuals such as Kisame Hashigaki and Ao, cards materializing beneath his feet. The transport function of fate activated. In the most luxurious hot spring inn of Hot Springs Village, Kisame Hashigaki sat on the upper floor, mending Samahata, occasionally glancing down at his companions in the hot spring pool. Suddenly, the sound of cards being shuffled reached his ears. Kisame abruptly turned to see a scene that nearly caused his eyes to pop out in astonishment. Cards materialized on the floor, overlapping to create a circular area of roughly half a meter. In the next moment, Uehara Nara appeared atop the cards. This was the teleportation function of Uehara's new skill. Fate. As long as Kisame was within its range, he could be teleported directly. Kisame let out a sigh of relief, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he asked, Lord Uehara, is this a space-time ninjutsu? Indeed. Uehara did not deny it and tossed a banknote to Kisame, which Tsunade had deemed a pity and given to him. This is the remainder of the money you lent me. Only 500 ryo? Kisame's expression was comical. Even without calculating the bounty for his completed missions, he had a rough estimate, and it amounted to several million ryo. Unable to restrain himself, Kisame exclaimed, Did Lord Uehara lose a few million ryo today? Sounds like a legendary big spender. Silence. Upon hearing the title belonging to Tsunade, Uehara's expression darkened, his mood shifting to one of gloom as he grumbled. Which room is mine? The largest one next door. Kisame quickly brushed aside the topic of lost money and smiled. Lord Uehara, won't you take a moment to enjoy the hot springs? This is the most luxurious inn in Hot Springs Village. Even ordinary J-nin wouldn't easily indulge here. No, I'm not in the mood. Uehara's form sank into the wall like a diver. By the time Kisame's surprise faded, Uehara had already utilized the mayfly technique to traverse the thick wall and reach his resting quarters. The marvels of fate's teleportation and the mayfly technique utterly overturned Kisame's understanding of ninjutsu. instilling an additional layer of reverence within him. However, thinking of Uehara's gloomy demeanor and the loss of several million ryo, Kisame couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It seems our new superior isn't quite the flawless being after all. Rather than being angered by Uehara's financial misfortune, Kisame felt that the latter had gained a touch of humanity, unlike the enigmatic and fearsome presence he had previously exuded. A splash of water surged into the room as Ao entered. Observing Kisame's beaming face with curiosity, "I just heard someone speaking. Has the Lord returned?" "Yes. Just went to rest." Ao frowned slightly, his expression less than pleasant. "Is the Lord dissatisfied with the inn I booked so early?" "No. It's merely a case of not feeling well." Kisame shrugged, glancing at Ao with a smile. After all, who would be in high spirits after losing several million ryo in a single day? Ao. Finally, Kisame and Ao exchanged glances, suppressing their laughter, each revealing a mysterious smile. "Damn it, it seems we still want to laugh. I thought everything in the ninja world was under Uehara's control. Little did I know that he himself is just a walking cash cow." Uehara Nara tossed and turned throughout the night. Losing millions at the gambling table would keep anyone awake. He had merely intended to complete 2 side missions, but instead, he ended up losing all his money and suffering a blow to his pride, particularly since the one he lost to was Tsunade. If this incident were to become public knowledge, it would tarnish his reputation. In the future, when he ascended to the position of the foremost mastermind in the ninja world, Tsunade might reveal, "Isn't that Uehara Nara, the boy who lost millions to me at the gambling table?" How could he maintain his image after that? Well, no one is perfect. Senju Hashirama was still a fool, and Uchiha Madara had prostate issues. Such trivial matters were inconsequential, and besides, Tsunade had several peculiar side missions with decent rewards and retained a hint of femininity. In the dead of night, Uehara Nara, in a daze, murmured a few words and inexplicably dreamt of Conan clad in a red cloud-black robe. In his dream, Conan's once gentle demeanor had turned cold. As she scolded him, "Naraku, have you taken up gambling?" Behind Conan stood Pain, fanning the flames. "Jiraiya-sensei taught us never to associate with gamblers. This brat, Uehara, is either lured by Tsunade's beauty or attempting to swindle her money. Aren't you curious why such a beautiful woman like Tsunade remains single? It's because she is a gambling addict." The voice belonged to a tall man standing behind Pain, and although Uehara couldn't see his face, he deduced it must be Jiraiya. The dream culminated in a chaotic clash of techniques, where Uehara, aided by Tsunade, ultimately triumphed over the righteous trio of Conan, Pain, and Jiraiya. What a bizarre dream it was. A jumbled mix of nightmares, sweet dreams, and springtime fantasies. As dawn broke, Uehara Naraku rose from his bed, wiping his mouth and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and Kisame Hashigaki's voice called from outside. "Are we continuing our journey today, or shall we stay another day in Hot Springs Village? I've prepared 5 million for you. Let us hasten our pace." Uehara Naraku abruptly flung open the door, glaring at Kisame. "No one knows about my loss to Tsunade, right?" "Everyone who should know is aware," Kisame replied, tilting his head, flanked by his comrades, including Ao, Zabuza Momochi, and Kagaya Kimamaro. White gasped, covering his mouth. Uehara Naraku clenched his fists, surveying the gathered crowd. What happened in Hot Springs Village must not reach anyone else, especially my teacher. Understood? Yes. Kisame nodded with a smile, while the others echoed their agreement, puzzled by Uehara's apparent misstep. Uehara Naraku knew he couldn't divulge the truth. He had to present himself as the perfect disciple in front of Conan, with no blemish that might displease her. For that was the only way he could become an official member of Akatsuki. At the entrance of Hot Springs Village, Uehara Naraku's team encountered Tsunade, Shizen, and their pet pig, who were also departing the village. Tsunade squinted, surveying the peculiar group behind Uehara, before breaking into a smile. "Good morning, little brat. Are you all leaving Hot Springs Village too?" Uehara glanced at Tsunade's somewhat revealing attire and turned to pass her by, without acknowledging the blonde kunoichi. His companions followed suit, trembling as they walked past Tsunade. "Hey, brat," Tsunade called, displeased at his indifference. "You were as tame as a kitten when you were with me last night. Why the sudden change?" "Tsunade-sama." Shizen flushed, waving her hands to halt Tsunade's teasing remarks. "Don't say things that could be misunderstood. That kid is still underage." All right. Tsunade patted Shizune's shoulder, pushing her aside, her expression growing serious. "If I'm not mistaken, Some of those behind that little brat are from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, right? Huh. Shizen was puzzled. Tsunade chuckled confidently. That brat's identity seems quite intriguing. Perhaps we could win some money from him for our travels. What if we lose? That kid looks like a novice. How could I possibly lose? Don't say such things. It's too dangerous. Didn't Tsunade-sama mention that he is accompanied by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? What if they turn hostile? Don't worry, I have complete confidence. Since I began gambling, aside from winning once against Hashirama, I've yet to encounter anyone who could make me lose. I won't let this opportunity slip by. Tsunade had one more thing she hadn't told Shizen. She sensed that the boy she was gambling with was quite interesting, unlike any ordinary gambler. He genuinely wanted to win. If he could just secure one victory, the number of losses would be inconsequential. Tsunade pulled out a bill and called out to Uehara Nara. Hey, brat, do you need a few hundred for travel expenses? Uehara Nara's expression darkened visibly. Seeing this, Kisame instinctively reached for his sword's hilt. But Uehara waved a hand to stop him. Ignore her, little brat. With a light call from Tsunade, a bill flew swiftly toward Uehara, which he deftly caught between his fingers. Finally unable to contain himself, Uehara turned to face the nonchalant blonde kunoichi. Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, regarding Uehara Nara with a smile. Did you run out of money to play with me today? I wouldn't mind taking an IOU. With that, Tsunade licked her lips. Her feminine allure was on full display, making it hard for anyone to meet her gaze. What was this woman thinking? He was just a 12-year-old boy. Just wait a moment. Uehara Nara could no longer endure it. He wasn't a serious ninja. His mind was solely focused on securing the rewards for the side missions from the system. Tsunade-sama. Kisame was utterly dumbfounded, his small eyes filled with confusion. Yet, upon seeing Uehara Nara extend his hand, Kisame reluctantly placed a sealed scroll into Uehara's palm. Uehara began to suspect that Tsunade was cheating. Logically, winning against Tsunade at the gambling table should have been one of the simplest side missions, yet it now felt more challenging than defeating her. Lord, Tsunade is a legendary Sannin. Neither her status nor her strength is conducive to conflict. The others held Tsunade in high regard. In a sense, Tsunade had transcended her identity as a Konoha ninja by promoting the establishment of specialized medical ninjas, significantly reducing casualties among ninjas. But she is provoking me. Uehara Nara tightened his grip on the scroll, coldly gazing at Tsunade in the distance. Kimimaro stays. You all go ahead. We cannot let this woman become too arrogant. I am not a mere bringer of luck. Kagaya-kun Maru and Shiro appeared somewhat bewildered. Kisame couldn't help but chuckle, noting that Uehara seemed to be a leader who truly valued his subordinates. Only Zabuza and Manji found the situation perplexing. Uehara was actually concerned about treating Kagaya-kun Maru, a young ninja still lacking combat prowess, who was gravely ill. These ninjas from the land of water were typically cold-hearted. A youth like Maru, afflicted by such an illness, would only face death. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, would relish their demise. However, Hozuki Manji recalled a rumor that cast doubt on Uehara's intentions. He whispered, but I have heard that the legendary medical ninja, Lady Tsunade, has retired. Since the end of the war, she has not intervened to save anyone. Uehara nodded, gazing at the cheerful blonde kunoichi in the distance, sighing, perhaps it is due to some psychological turmoil of her own. That woman, Tsunade, suffers from hemophobia. Who would have thought that a medical ninja would be afflicted by such a fear, especially one acknowledged as the strongest in the ninja world? Uehara instructed the other members to continue their journey, while he led Kagaya-kun Maru towards Tsunade and Shizu. Tsunade approached them, stopping beside Uehara, bending down to exhale softly against his shoulder, tilting her head and asking, So little brat, you still can't forget me? Let's find a place. Tsunade-sama. Shizun nervously tugged at Tsunade's shoulder. Mind your image. Stop teasing him. He is still a child. Ignoring her, Tsunade listened intently to Uehara's hastening heartbeat. Uehara, exasperated, pushed Tsunade's head aside, sighing, If you want my money, just say so. No need for this. Tsunade smirked. TSK, what a stubborn little brat. I have 5 million ryo. Uehara raised the scroll in his hand, softly stating, I can gamble with you, but I have one condition. Tsunade's nonchalance immediately dissipated as she furrowed her brow. What condition? Please check his health. Uehara gestured to Kagaya-kun Maru beside him, whispering, He is the last of the Kagaya clan. Surely, Tsunade-sama has heard of them? Tsunade not only recognized the name, but also recalled the clan's secrets. If memory serves, Even in times of peace, the Kagaya clan has never produced long-lived ninjas. Their temperament tends to become violent due to their bloodline. Her interest in Kagaya Maru waned as she shifted her focus back to Uehara. "Little brat," she remarked, playfully flicking the scroll in his hand. "We came to gamble, yet you want me to play doctor?" Uehara detected her displeasure and rubbed his forehead. "If you are willing, someone would gladly provide you with money. But at the gambling table, you haven't won much, have you?" A visible vein throbbed on Tsunade's forehead. For Uehara spoke the truth. The anger on her face dissipated as she softly commanded, "Shizun, go check on that Kagaya brat. I'll play a few rounds with this little one." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Shizun nodded respectfully, relieved. Tsunade and Uehara followed behind, finding a nearby resting area with seats. Tsunade retrieved dice from her pocket, while Uehara unsealed the scroll and produced stacks of money. Amidst health examinations, the gambling commenced. The sound of dice rattled echoed. "Single. Double. I win." Tsunade's face lit up as she claimed a stack of Uehara's money, asking, "What is your name, little brat?" "Uehara Nara." The youth paused momentarily, revealing his name. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, continuing to shake the dice. "I don't believe I've heard of any prominent Uehara clan in the Hidden Mist village." "That's quite normal," Uehara responded, shaking his head. "In a village as large as Mist, how could there be a minor ninja like me? Mr. Kisame and the others were merely helping me complete a task." That statement held some truth. However, the task Uehara had accomplished involved recruiting Kisame and others into the Akatsuki. "Heh." Tsunade suddenly halted the dice, looking up at Uehara with a hint of amusement. "You speak of such things, yet your heart swells with pride. You clearly hold the 5 great nations' villages in contempt." "Tsunade-senpai," Uehara retorted defiantly. "I've heard the 3rd Hokage of Konoha is quite old. You could easily inherit the Hokage position upon your return, yet you still wander. You seem to care little for the status of the strongest village leader. You are the truly proud one here, aren't you?" Yet Tsunade indeed had reasons to be proud. Her lineage, beauty, strength, and capabilities were qualities that would instill pride in any woman. "Hokage?" A fleeting look of confusion crossed Tsunade's face. The two fell silent, continuing their gambling. Uehara Naraku's luck at the gambling table seemed to be worse than Tsunade's. No matter his guesses, he never succeeded even once. The side quest to win against Tsunade appeared distant and unattainable. "Forget it. Let us pretend that quest doesn't exist," Uehara consoled himself. According to the understanding of two-dimensional enthusiasts regarding Tsunade's luck, winning against her would hardly yield substantial rewards. Tsunade picked up another stack of money from Uehara, murmuring, "Little brat, I've hardly ever won in my life. Whenever I do, something bad tends to happen. Yet, for the past few days, I've been winning your money." Oh, Uehara was aware of this curse. He felt a tinge of curiosity regarding the potential repercussions of Tsunade winning so many times. Would Konoha experience an earthquake? Or perhaps Jiraiya or Orochimaru would encounter danger? Uehara contemplated his identity. Perhaps it was indeed his status as a mere pawn that was counteracting Tsunade's curse? As an intern of the Akatsuki, a puppet of the shadowy figures in the ninja world, perhaps Tsunade's encounter with him and her failure to eliminate him was her greatest misfortune and regret. Of course, it was unlikely that Tsunade would consider the boy before her to possess shadow-level power. Tsunade's mind, ever active, suddenly erupted in laughter. "Hey, little brat. You won't grow up to be a member of some evil organization, will you? Your identity seems rather complex." "Impossible." Uehara vehemently denied Tsunade's assertion, softly stating, "A ninja like me, hailing from a small village, desires peace in the ninja world more than anyone else. I bet single. I'll bet double." Tsunade replied. Her expression puzzled as she rolled the dice, seizing another stack of money from Uehara. "Peace is far more precious than money or life." Tsunade-sama. Shizun, wearing white gloves, appeared before them, having completed her examination of Kage Maru's condition. Jingyin cast a glance at Junmaro, who stood beside her. Her face etched with remorse and fatigue. "I apologize. His condition is exceedingly complex, and I am powerless to assist." Upon hearing Jingyin's words, Uehara Naraku could not help but look at the woman seated opposite him. Isn't Tsunade-senpai the most renowned medical ninja in the shinobi world? Is there truly nothing she can do? Jingyin replied, "My medical skills are not dissimilar to hers." Tsunade shook her head, glancing at Junmaro, and softly remarked, "If Jingyin is at a loss, then I cannot possibly propose an effective treatment plan. Given her current predicament, she is unable to treat anyone." Uehara nodded. rising to bow respectfully at Jingyin. Though I have long prepared myself mentally, I must still express my gratitude to you, Miss Jingyin. Uehara had not harbored excessive expectations of Tsunade. The future Orochimaru, a polymath in ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, medical knowledge, physics, biology, theology, and chemistry, remained stymied by the bloodline disease within Junmaro. It seemed unlikely that Tsunade, an expert in medical ninjutsu, would be able to cure him, especially since she was currently afflicted by hemophobia. Indeed, the odds seemed exceedingly slim. Junmaro, observing Uehara's gesture, also bowed respectfully to Jingyin. Thank you, Miss Jingyin. I am deeply grateful. It is only fitting to hold respect for those who save lives. Jingyin, feeling awkward, gently interrupted their gestures. Please, do not do this. The inability to propose a treatment plan is already a failure on our part as medical ninjas. I can only suggest that he replenish the necessary nutrients in his body. Understood, I shall remember that. Uehara shook his head, gesturing towards the remaining stacks of money in front of him. Let this serve as your consultation fee, Miss Jingyin. Jingyin hurriedly declined. I couldn't possibly accept this. Tsunade slammed her fist down, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Hey, kid, that's our gambling money. Tsunade's thought process was truly baffling. Always borrowing money to gamble. Now that Uehara offered her money, she insisted on dragging him back to gamble again, openly losing his money to her. I'm sorry, Tsunade-senpai, but we must continue our journey. Uehara chuckled softly, glancing at Jingyin. Tsunade-senpai seems to be perpetually losing. Life must be quite frugal for her, right? Let Miss Jingyin keep this to offset your living expenses. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face flushed with anger. Hey, Uehara, do you think we are out here begging? Jingyin. No. Uehara shook his head, addressing the furious Tsunade earnestly. Many years ago, my teacher received Tsunade-senpai's kindness during the war. Consider this our way of giving back. Tsunade's expression shifted to one of surprise. She had not anticipated such reasoning from Uehara. Perhaps she should inquire about this child's teacher, who had raised such a grateful disciple. Would she be able to borrow some money when she eventually met Uehara's teacher? Tsunade could be quite principled at times, though at others, she lacked any semblance of decorum. With polite farewells, Uehara and Junmaro turned to depart. Tsunade watched their receding figures with a hint of regret, exclaiming, aside from my granduncle, he is the first person I've truly enjoyed spending time with. Tsunade-sama. He isn't even of age yet. Jingyin sighed, collecting the money Uehara had left behind. She genuinely felt fond of Uehara's generosity. That kind-hearted boy must have intentionally lost to Tsunade to repay her for the kindness she once extended to his teacher. Huh. Tsunade bristled at Jingyin's words, delivering a punch to Jingyin's head. What are you saying? I won that money fair and square. Jingyin rubbed her head, agreeing. Yes, yes. But that little guy was indeed quite amusing. Tsunade touched her lip, chuckling softly. Jingyin, do you think that those who give you money are all good people? Orochimaru used to lend me money without ever asking for repayment. An hour and a half later, Uehara Nara and Junmaro rejoined the group. The others could glean the outcome of Uehara and Tsunade's gambling from his expression, and both Kisame and Hoshigaki opted not to comment. Zabuza, a reckless soul, glanced at Uehara and sneered. Kid, lost all your money again, huh? Uehara raised his eyes to Zabuza, mentally noting his name. With so many others silent, why was he the only one speaking? However, seeing the collective gaze upon him, Uehara explained, I found that woman pitiable, so I gave her some money. My teacher also benefited from her kindness in the past, and it wouldn't be right to ignore her living in poverty. The words sounded sincere, almost as if they were indeed factual. Whether it was the money lost to Tsunade or the living expenses left for Jingyin, it could be seen as repaying the debt of gratitude owed to Konan, who had once provided sustenance. Zabuza had intended to throw out more insults, but upon meeting Uehara and Appo's stern gaze, he fell silent. Haku appeared somewhat anxious, glancing at the disheartened Junmaro. Uehara, is there a way to treat Junmaro and Appo's illness? Uehara Nara shook his head, looking at the despondent Junmaro, and softly replied, however, I suspect he may be lacking in calcium, perhaps iron, zinc, selenium, and vitamins as well. Lacking what? The looks of confusion on Haku and Junmaro's faces were evident. In short, he is deficient in nutrients. Uehara Nara rubbed his forehead, recalling the bizarre advertisements from his previous life, and sighed. There's no new calcium supplement around here. Let him drink more milk for now. I will think of a solution later. The Shikatsumiyaku bloodline gathers calcium from the bones, rendering them extraordinarily hard. Yet Uehara could not quite grasp the essence of the bloodline disease. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed. In this shinobi world, many issues could not be resolved scientifically, leaving chakra as the only solution. If chakra failed, he would see if his system offered any remedies. Perhaps he would draw some peculiar skills in the future? If even his system could not resolve Junmaro's ailment, then Junmaro would have to fend for himself. Uehara sighed internally, glancing at the two side quests in his system. Neither of them seemed likely to complete swiftly. Side quest: ensure Haku's survival, 01. Reward unknown. Side quest: ensure Junmaro's survival, 01. Reward unknown. Uehara surmised that he merely needed to help Haku and Junmaro survive until they turned 15. Haku was only 11 this year, and Junmaro was merely 10. Haku's situation did not pose a concern. There was no need to rush regarding Junmaro's matter. As long as Uehara Nara diligently searched through the system panel for tasks that might yield healing skills, there was hope for addressing Junmaro's affliction and possibly preventing any illness that might befall Hoshigaki. Uehara could not help but glance at Hoshigaki, the 13-year-old member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, who had not even managed to secure such side quests. His popularity within the two-dimensional realm seemed exceedingly low. Compared to Tsunade, the disparity was stark indeed. If it were not for the presence of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist accompanying him to report back, Uehara Nara would indeed have considered remaining by Tsunade's side to accomplish several subtly implied side missions. Perhaps among them lay some medical skills. Throughout his journey, the small nations he traversed posed no trouble, and Uehara Nara finally returned to the Akatsuki's base with the team he had assembled. Fate. Uehara Nara gazed upon the Akatsuki's stronghold, quietly activating his fate skill, intending to discern who resided within the base. However, before he could even glimpse the characters inside, his fate skill revealed a woman who was alarmingly close. A smile crept across Uehara Nara's lips as he called out, "Teacher, I have completed my mission and returned. May I now become a formal member of the Akatsuki?" At that moment, when Kakuzu and Haiden noticed Uehara Nara conversing with seemingly empty air, they felt their superior's sanity was questionable. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred the air. The hidden paper jutsu ninja was not something ordinary ninjas could perceive. "How do you see it?" A woman's cold voice unexpectedly resonated in the ears of the gathered. Countless paper butterflies soared into the air, elegantly coalescing into the silhouette of a woman, her brow and eyes bearing an undeniable seriousness. "Because you chose to compete with Uchiha Itachi to undertake a mission. You ventured to the land of water and found yourself in peril. How many times must I say, do not involve yourself with the current Akatsuki." Hey, Konin-sensei." Uehara Nara extended a hand, exhaling a sigh, "But I exceeded the tasks assigned by Lord Yahiko." Konin's expression darkened instantly as she descended from the air to stand before Uehara, her gaze icy. "Do you believe you should take pride in that?" "Not at all." Uehara Nara sighed, shaking his head. "It is precisely because of the summoning items and explosive tags provided by Lord Yahiko and Konin-sensei that I could ensure my safe return." Just as Uehara Nara wished to articulate further, Konin's hand suddenly rested atop his head, and she sighed. "Well, as long as you returned safely." "Yes." Uehara Nara smiled awkwardly. "Did Konin-sensei not give me 1,000,000 explosive tags? And Lord Yahiko also provided me with summoning items. However, I still worry about you." Konin lowered her head, stroking Uehara's hair. Now, endowed with greater power than ever before, she could protect her cherished comrades. Yet she could never amend the regrets of the past. Nearby, Kakuzu, Haiden, and the others listened to their exchange, their expressions shifting subtly. The seemingly obedient youth truly was the reckless Uehara Nara? The atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar. Their new superior had brazenly roamed the land of water, unafraid even to slay the 4th Mizukage, instigating the defection of all 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Yet before that woman, he appeared as docile as a child. After hearing their conversation, Kakuzu and the others exchanged glances, their shock profound. They began to grasp why Uehara was so compliant. This blue-haired woman in the red cloud-black robe, who could nonchalantly gift her disciple 1,000,000 explosive tags, seemed quite formidable. No wonder this woman could be Uehara and Appo's teacher. "By the way, I brought a gift for Konin-sensei." Uehara Nara casually produced a sealing scroll, drawing forth a ninja sword wrapped in explosive tags. On his way back, Uehara had attempted to utilize the explosive tags within the summoned explosive blade, but alas. The tags appeared to be sealed in another form, making it impossible to perform a summoning with them. However, from Hayden's words, he learned of the explosive blade's formidable power. In times of dire peril, it could be destroyed, unleashing a force capable of obliterating even the strongest ninja in the ninja world. Conan, who adored explosive tags, would surely appreciate the explosive blade, right? Yet, upon seeing the explosive blade, Conan's expression gradually stiffened. Naruto, what on earth are you holding? This thing is hideous. She had not realized her disciple was so unrefined. Did Uehara not know that his teacher valued the aesthetic of art? Uehara Nara grasped the hilt, softly explaining, "This is the explosive blade of the Hidden Mist Village, passed down through generations. It is said to contain countless explosive tags. I thought Conan-sensei would like this sword. I actually do not lack explosive tags." Conan sighed deeply, caressing Uehara's forehead, gently stating, "There is no need to prepare gifts for me. As long as you can grow up safely, that is enough." "Yes, teacher." Uehara Nara looked at Conan with confusion and tossed the explosive blade to Hayden, returning it to its rightful owner. That sword was far too unsightly and did not suit his image. The Akatsuki base had not changed much. Only the roster of members had shifted significantly. Aside from Kakuzu now having an immortal partner, Hayden, and no longer needing to worry about him selling teammates for profit, the enigmatic masked man, Obito, had been ousted from the Akatsuki. Uehara Nara could hardly contain his astonishment. He had originally pondered how to continue defaming Uchiha Obito. Yet Pain and Conan had decisively expelled him from the organization. This was astonishing. The mastermind behind the Akatsuki had been dismissed. When Uehara received this news, it felt akin to a company's CEO firing the board chairman and placing him on a blacklist. Was it even necessary for Kakuzu to act as a spy anymore? From this moment forth, Uchiha Obito had been unilaterally expelled from the ranks of the four major players, rendering him unqualified to vie for the position of the puppet master. However, upon seeing Zetsu still within the Akatsuki base, Uehara felt that having Kakuzu spy was indeed still quite necessary. Though Uchiha Obito's followers had departed, his specter remained active in the Akatsuki's midst, perhaps due to the importance of Zetsu's intelligence and the authenticity of Black Zetsu's act. Pain and Conan considered him also a victim deceived by Obito. Conan's disciple was truly terrifying. Zetsu's voice remained as chilling as ever. Upon seeing Uehara Nara and the group behind him, he chuckled lightly, continuing, "The three members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, as well as 2 little brats. You managed to rally so many. Could there be spies from the Hidden Mist Village among them?" After speaking, Zetsu added, "The fact that Uchiha Obito was a spy for Shimura Danzo has only just passed." Uehara Naraku's expression darkened slightly. What exactly was Zetsu trying to accomplish? Why bring up Uchiha Obito before him? Did Zetsu not realize the identity of the instigator? Enough. Pain intervened to halt Zetsu's provocations. Glancing at Uehara Naraku and the group behind him, softly speaking, "Uehara, introduce the newcomers you have gathered." It appeared that 3 among them should be mature combatants, perfectly suited as Scorpion and Itachi lacked partners. After introductions, they could assist in assigning roles. "I refuse." Scorpion, hidden within his puppet, replied in a gruff voice. "These guys are far too unappealing. Even if I were to make them into puppets, they would be unworthy. Only the 2 little brats behind Uehara appear somewhat human." Scorpion was indeed a master at instigating conflict. While it cannot be denied that his true form is indeed quite handsome, he is currently draped in the guise of a grotesque hashigaki, which could be seen as an affront to his own aesthetic sensibilities. The temperamental Kakuzu was instantly enraged, brandishing his decapitating blade and glaring fiercely at Sasori. "You bastard, what did you just say?" Sasori responded with a disdainful smirk. "I said you all are quite ugly." Just then, Pain, perched upon the finger of the outer path, interjected loudly, "Sasori, each member must have their own partner. This is not up for debate." Upon hearing Pain's decree, Sasori fell silent. "Ha. Zetsu, lurking nearby, spoke ominously. "If Sasori is truly unwilling, it matters not. I have found a suitable newcomer to be his partner." During this time, Zetsu had been far from idle. Even the expulsion of Uchiha Obito from the Akatsuki did not deter his dedication. For the Moon Eye plan to succeed, the Akatsuki required additional manpower, and Zetsu had been diligently scouting for powerful ninjas. Serendipitously, Zetsu discovered a talented ninja expelled from a Wagakure, who, despite a somewhat volatile temperament, possessed remarkable strength. Once the teams were allocated, he intended to send a squad to accompany Sasori. Pain nodded in agreement with Zetsu's suggestion and turned to Uehara. Uehara, please introduce the newcomer. Certainly. Uehara interjected, halting the irate Kakuzu and softly stating, "This is Zabuza Momochi, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and the current wielder of the decapitating scythe. The previous bearer was Kisame's partner, the esteemed Hozuki Suigetsu." Upon hearing Suigetsu's name, Itachi Uchiha's gaze slowly lifted to regard the decapitating scythe in Zabuza's possession before he lowered his head once more. The mere fact of being the wielder of this blade and the slayer of the 4th Mizukage rendered Itachi less averse to the notion of Zabuza as his partner. After all, the former bearer of the decapitating scythe had sacrificed himself to save Itachi's life. Uehara then gestured toward the young Hozuki. This is Hozuki Mangetsu, who became a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen at the tender age of 13. Like Mr. Itachi, he is a rare, genius ninja. Uehara continued, a hint of mischief in his smile. Interestingly, the prestigious Hozuki clan has now dwindled to just 2 members, and Mangetsu has a brother whom he despises. Oh. The gathered members immediately perked up with interest. Kakuzu, unabashed, inquired, did this boy named Hozuki Mangetsu also eliminate his entire clan? Uehara shook his head, not quite. The demise of the Hozuki clan was due to the persecution by the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Pain then raised a question that weighed heavily on his mind. Uehara, can you assure us he is not a spy from the mist? Certainly not. Uehara glanced at Mangetsu, who nodded in affirmation, before he continued with a light chuckle. What Mangetsu desires most is to restore the Hozuki clan. When his younger brother matures, he plans to use that brother's hatred as a means of honing his own strength. As he spoke, Uehara observed the expressions of the others, continuing softly, this secret is substantial enough to deter him from betraying us. And I trust the esteemed elders would not wish to harm Hozuki Suigetsu, nor miss the spectacle of fraternal conflict, would you? Humph, intriguing. Kakuzu nodded. And the others followed suit. They held little interest in the tale of a fallen clan's resurgence. Should they encounter Hozuki Suigetsu in the future, they would not choose to eliminate him. The notion of fraternal conflict was indeed a captivating one. Only Itachi's expression shifted slightly before returning to its previous calm. If possible, he would like to voice his frustrations. Why did the tale of Hozuki Mangetsu echo so closely with his own desires? Soon, another member noticed this similarity. Konan approached Itachi, remarking, I can't help but feel that this newcomer's story bears some resemblance to yours, Uchiha Itachi. It's not the same. Zetsu hastily interjected on Itachi's behalf. He personally annihilated his entire clan. Fearing exposure, Itachi pressed his palm against his eyes and stated solemnly, I am nothing like this Hozuki gentleman. I merely await the day my brother matures to test my strength against his life. Hozuki Mangetsu, initially harboring some admiration for Itachi, was now visibly displeased. Is there truly someone who would contemplate killing their own brother? How detestable, this heretic. To think he would wish to harm such a delightful creature as a brother. Itachi, coldly lifting his gaze, fixed his crimson eyes upon Mangetsu, declaring, I aspire to attain greater power, and I would willingly sacrifice everything I have for that pursuit. Uehara interjected. That's enough. No need to dramatize, Itachi. Should the day come when someone truly kills Uchiha Sasuke, I wonder if you would not seek vengeance upon their entire clan? Hozuki Mangetsu cast a disdainful glance at Itachi, stating firmly, I have no desire to partner with someone like that. Nor do I, Itachi replied, lowering his head to conceal his gaze. Deep down, he was actually quite fond of the idea of Hozuki Mangetsu as his partner. 2 brothers protectors could indeed share a great deal of common ground. Yet, Itachi feared that prolonged interaction would reveal his secret, for even a fleeting glance at his brother could betray his true feelings. As Uehara prepared to introduce Kisame Hashigaki, Zetsu unexpectedly interjected, in that case, let us assign Kisame to be Itachi's partner. This was in line with his intentions with Obito. It was imperative to ensure that Kisame and Itachi formed a team, allowing Kisame to monitor Itachi's every move. Uehara shot Zetsu a surprised look and softly remarked, Kisame was originally sought by the traitor Obito for Itachi. I have my doubts regarding his loyalty. I would prefer he first undergo a period of apprenticeship with me. Should Black Zetsu insist upon the pairing of Kisame and Itachi, Uehara would acquiesce. Kisame is a newcomer I recruited for the Akatsuki, Zetsu quickly interrupted, asserting, Kisame certainly wouldn't wish to encounter Obito again. Indeed, Kisame grinned broadly, revealing his shark-like teeth as he exclaimed, "Should I cross paths with that masked fool again? I will ensure he understands the consequences of his deceit." After a moment of silence, Uehara raised his gaze to Pain, suggesting, "Then let us proceed as Zetsu proposes, pairing Zabuza with Mangetsu and Kisame with Itachi." "Agreed," Pain replied nonchalantly, glancing at Uehara's two young companions. "As for the two little ones you brought along." Konan placed her hand on Uehara's shoulder, proposing, "It seems these two lack any significant combat prowess. Perhaps they could accompany Uehara for now." Uehara Nara gazed enviously at Konan as she adorned herself in the Akatsuki's crimson cloud black robe, alongside Kakazu and Haiden, who were distributing the garments and nail polish. He yearned for such attire. Side quest: don the Akatsuki's crimson cloud black robe and bear the name of Akatsuki 01. Reward unknown. Just how popular is Akatsuki? It is renowned as the foremost organization in the ninja world. A task with such a generous reward lay before him. If only Konan would grant him a uniform and accept him as a member, he could claim the reward. Unable to contain his excitement, Uehara approached Konan and said, "Konan-sensei, I have recruited 3 new members for Akatsuki. Could you provide me with a uniform?" He dismissed any irrelevant thoughts. Konan lightly tapped Uehara's forehead and remarked, "Pain informed me that you repelled Uchiha Obito with explosive tags. I assume you have exhausted all the explosive tags I previously gifted you?" Uehara was momentarily taken aback, and before he could comprehend her meaning, Konan produced several scrolls and stuffed them into his arms, ruffling his hair. "Inside are 1 billion explosive tags. Consider it your reward for completing the task." Uehara Nara. Side quest: collect 1 billion explosive tags 100,000,000,000,000,000. Task complete. Reward: 400 gold coins. How could his teacher be so? This was merely a ploy to overwhelm him with explosive tags. Kakuzu and Haiden gawked in disbelief as Konan casually handed Uehara the scroll filled with 1 billion explosive tags. What kind of extraordinary teacher was this, so effortlessly bestowing explosive tags in the millions? Konan seemed unconcerned about her extravagant generosity. In her usual battles, she seldom utilized explosive tags, only deploying a significant number when setting ambushes with the paper jutsu. Uehara, feeling both wronged and overwhelmed, accepted the scroll, unfurling it to reveal a towering stack of explosive tags, which he presented to Kakuzu. "I've cleared my debt with you." Kakuzu, bewildered, accepted the explosive tags from Uehara and distributed a portion to Haiden and Kakuzu as well. They were truly indifferent to Uehara's repayment. If it were merely monetary, it would be one thing, but these were explosive tags. Even in the cheapest of nations, explosive tags could fetch 2,000 ryo, and they were not easily obtainable. Relying on a teacher certainly had its advantages. Upon hearing Uehara's words, Konan furrowed her brow and scrutinized him, asking, "How did you incur debts with them?" Well, Uehara began to contemplate a plausible excuse. Kakuzu, perceptive as ever, quickly spoke up to deflect. "We encountered Lady Tsunade from Konoha previously, and Uehara-sen gambled with her a few times, losing several million ryo." Uehara Naraku's head slowly turned toward Kakuzu, casting a desperate glance his way. What was Kakuzu thinking? He had explicitly warned him not to disclose his losses in the hidden hot water village, and hadn't he already repaid him? In the next moment, Uehara felt a frigid gaze settle upon him. Konan extended her hand, gently turning Uehara's face to meet hers, her expression darkening, causing a flutter of unease within him. Her hand slowly descended, caressing the young ninja's cheek, her fingers halting near his earlobe. Konan's voice turned icy, tinged with frustration. "Naraku, have you taken to gambling?" No, please don't misunderstand." Uehara Naraku fervently shook his head, attempting to explain. "I merely observed that Lady Tsunade was living in hardship. Being a former teammate of Jiraiya-sensei, my primary intention was to seek her assistance for Kenshiki's medical needs. In truth, he was merely fulfilling a task. Could he harbor any ulterior motives?" Konan's piercing stare lingered for what felt like an eternity before softening slightly. "You must refrain from gambling in the future, understood? And Jiraiya has mentioned that Lady Tsunade is beyond help. No matter how much you offer her, she will squander it all in gambling." "Yes, I understand." Uehara Naraku nodded earnestly. He never anticipated that Jiraiya had covertly disparaged his old teammate over a decade ago, His words held a ring of truth. Had Tsunade truly won so much money from him? Ultimately, wouldn't she just end up losing it all? Kakuzu had already donned the crimson cloud-black robe, and upon witnessing Uehara's discomfort, he chuckled lightly. Uehara-san, I shall take my leave to meet with my comrades. Go ahead, Uehara Nara begrudgingly uttered through clenched teeth. Ironically, Kakuzu, whom he intended to infiltrate, had inadvertently divulged his affair to Konan upon joining Akatsuki. This man was far less trustworthy than he had imagined. How could he not keep his mouth shut? If not for Uehara's cleverness in crafting a somewhat plausible excuse, Konan would have withheld her favor for days. Don't blame me. Uehara-san, Kakuzu shrugged, his smile widening. I simply believe you should not engage in activities unbecoming of your age. Perhaps Konan-sensei ought to discipline her disciple more thoroughly. Understood. Thank you for the advice. After nodding, Konan's gaze toward Kakuzu softened with a hint of warmth and trust. After departing the logistics base, Sabuza Momochi remarked with a chuckle. You really managed to offend that little brat, Uehara, didn't you? Did I? Kakuzu replied, his smile unwavering as he glanced at Sabuza, as if regarding a simpleton. I truly hadn't noticed. Hozuki Mangetsu observed Kakuzu thoughtfully and remarked, It seems you should hold your teacher in high regard. He often seems to mention his teacher inadvertently when we return. At least among us, there aren't too many fools. Kakuzu chuckled lightly, offering a disdainful glance at Sabuza before parting ways to meet his new partner. By the lakeside, Uchiha Itachi pondered the intricacies of life. At this moment, he felt a peculiar sense of regret and wonder. Was there truly someone like Hozuki Mangetsu in the ninja world? If the opportunity arose, should he devise a method to understand how Mangetsu managed his brother? The sound of the samahata striking the ground disrupted Itachi's thoughts. Kakuzu stood behind him, softly inquiring, What occupies your mind? The infamous massacre of the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes, choosing silence. Kakuzu stepped closer, leaning in to speak. Do you require assistance in deducing how to conceal your intentions from others, that you, much like Hozuki Mangetsu, wish to protect your brother? Itachi's expression remained stoic as he slowly brushed aside his wind-tousled hair, replying softly, If you have come merely to utter such meaningless words, they hold meaning. Kakuzu's smile turned particularly affable. I merely wish to ascertain that if you truly do not care for your brother, I could arrange for his demise. Allowing myself to acquire a pair of Sharingan. My chakra is abundant, and the consumption of Sharingan would be negligible for me. Uchiha Itachi's fingers involuntarily trembled. Perhaps this new teammate, with a visage reminiscent of a shark, represents the most formidable challenge he has encountered since joining Akatsuki. The members of Akatsuki are all profoundly disturbed individuals, and as Uchiha Itachi listened to the words of Kisame Hashigaki, he found himself unable to discern the veracity of his statements. Kisame subtly observed Itachi's fingers, and the smile on his face grew ever more pronounced. As if affirming the judgment of his superior, Uchiha Obito, once again. It was only when Itachi could no longer contain himself and was about to speak that Kisame preemptively interrupted him. The grin on the shark-like face took on a somewhat sinister edge. All right, I was merely jesting rather than a pair of Sharingan. I would much prefer to witness a duel between brothers. How dull. As Itachi gradually relaxed, he deftly sidestepped the topic of his brother and spoke in a low voice. Tomorrow, we shall accompany Sasori to Awagakure. I trust you will not meet your demise there. Mr. Itachi, you truly are a perilous individual, Kisame grinned. Continuing, both of us were inducted into Akatsuki before Lord Obito's defection. If I were to perish, who would become your next partner? Lord Obito? Itachi's expression shifted dramatically. This spy from the Umbu of Konohagakure immediately deduced Kisame's true identity. He was someone planted by Uchiha Obito. That complicates matters. It doesn't matter. Itachi rose from the lakeside. Kisame remained rooted in place, watching his retreating figure, his smile unwavering. How tragic, even with your Sharingan. How far can you truly see? Upon returning to his chamber in the Akatsuki base, Setsu's figure emerged. Itachi, if there is any intelligence you wish to convey to Obito during this time, I can relay it. Itachi frowned, casting a cold gaze upon Zetsu, and inquired, Is this an order from Shimura Danzo? At the mention of Itachi's words, Zetsu's expression took on a comical quality. They had indeed contemplated a plan to let Uchiha Obito and Danzo communicate, hoping to place the blame squarely on Danzo's shoulders. However, with Kakashi's return to Konohagakure, Danzo was preoccupied with verbal sparring against him, likely unwilling to take on the hot potato that was Obito. Moreover, Obito himself had little interest in collaborating with Danzo. How ridiculous to have fallen to the point of being expelled by pain while still trying to maintain a facade of dignity. Alas, this individual was chosen by Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu could only smirk while correcting Itachi's thoughts. Itachi, have you also been influenced by pain and Konan? Obito is following Madara's will. White Zetsu sighed softly. It is merely that Obito was too hasty, leading to the misconception that he was a spy for Danzo. We shall soon clear this misunderstanding. Obito will return and reclaim his position in Akatsuki. I understand. Itachi nodded, his expression suddenly turning grave. Upon our return from the Iwagakure mission, I wish to meet him. Very well. Black Zetsu acquiesced to Itachi's request. Itachi's gaze flickered, and he murmured, I am quite curious how Obito intends to clear his name. If he cannot regain his position in Akatsuki, my situation will become perilous, as Pain and Konan will inevitably suspect me. Rest assured. White Zetsu replied with a light chuckle. We have received word that Hanzo the Salamander is seeking to eradicate the resurgent Akatsuki. He has sent envoys to contact Danzo. Coincidentally, Konan is currently leading her team to assault the Rain Village ninjas. If we can subtly guide Konan to uncover the truth, this is the advantage of intelligence. As long as they could manage to relay certain information to Konan ahead of time, such as Danzo plotting to assassinate the re-emerged Obito and the truth behind Obito's betrayal of Konoha, Konan would glean part of the truth when she attacked the Rain and Leaf ninjas, thereby clearing Obito's name. It has always been Obito who guided Nagato in developing the powers of the Rinnegan. Once Obito's suspicions are dispelled, a little manipulation would allow him to return to Akatsuki. As for the information Konan would receive, it would certainly be a blend of truth and fabrication, heavily embellished. However, the fact that Hanzo is reaching out to Danzo is indeed genuine. Danzo has also reclaimed his position as the leader of the route from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he seeks to re-establish ties with Hanzo, attempting to gain his support and covet the position of Hokage. After leaving the Akatsuki base, Black Zetsu inquired ominously, when will Danzo and Hanzo's men converge? According to our surveillance, it should be within the next few days. White Zetsu shook his head, looking somewhat perplexed, but this time, Konan has brought along two youngsters. Their pace is rather slow. Will they manage to catch up? It matters not, Black Zetsu scoffed. Once she discovers the union of the Konoha ninjas and the Rain ninjas, she will undoubtedly be unable to resist attacking them. At that moment, she will uncover the truth. Indeed, Konan and Uehara Nara's pace has been rather slow. With their return, the mission to assault the Rain ninjas has been reignited, albeit with the addition of two new members, Kagaya Kimimaro and Haku. Upon learning that they would be embarking on a mission together, Kimimaro gazed in astonishment. Can we truly join you in this mission? I had not initially intended to bring you along, Uehara Nara sighed, casting a helpless glance at Konan. But Konan-sensei believes I should have two teammates, such as the bias within the ninja world. Or rather, it is a lingering consequence of Jiraiya's teachings. Konan now completely emulates Jiraiya's methods in instructing Uehara. She takes on the role of the leading jonin, forming a team consisting of Uehara Nara, Kimimaro, and Haku. Konan hopes for Uehara to experience a normal ninja career rather than constantly yearning to become a formal member of Akatsuki and mingling with that motley crew of deranged rogue ninjas. Uehara, have we become a burden to you? Haku asked earnestly, his expression tinged with confusion. Despite being a youth, his strikingly handsome features were almost more delicate than those of a girl, especially since Haku was particularly considerate. Uehara often felt an odd illusion that Haku was akin to an older sister figure in the family dynamic. Yet, Haku was not significantly older. Such is the plight of a child raised in hardship, maturing too soon. Not at all. Uehara Nara sighed, ruffling Haku's hair gently. It is truly a joyous occasion to form a team with you, even though his original intention was merely to recruit a few charming subordinates. The rewards bestowed upon him by the system were simply too generous. Who would have anticipated that this seemingly simple task would reward him with a space-time skill? Perhaps the essence of the system lies in guiding him through tasks of increasing difficulty, appearing to offer substantial rewards even for simpler tasks, setting him on the path toward becoming an overpowered character from the outset. As a result, he not only failed to join any ninja village, but instead became a member of Akatsuki, embarking on a hellish mode while simultaneously taking on the role of a Prot G. Side quest. Join a ninja team. 1-1. Quest completed. Reward. Secret Art. Compassionate Soulfall. Secret Art. compassionate soulfall, provides a shield to a teammate capable of withstanding a fatal blow, then teleports to their side. Disregarding space-time distances, with a cooldown of 160 seconds and a chakra cost of 100 points. This skill is quite intriguing, whether for support or escape. However, before Uehara suffered defeat against Tsunade, he acquired the ability of Fate Transmission. He was rather indifferent to the transmission capability of the compassionate soul, favoring instead a protective shield that could withstand a fatal blow. Leading the group was Konan, who turned to observe the three young men, particularly Uehara Nara, whose expression suggested he did not resist her arrangements. According to Jiraiya-sensei's description, the typical composition was 2 males and 1 female, designed to ignite the competitive spirit in the boys while the girl would mediate relationships between the two, fostering a unique bond. Unfortunately, this team lacked a female presence. For now, they had to make do with a boy resembling a girl, namely Haku. Konan fiddled with her blue hair, scrutinizing Uehara Nara as he conversed with Kimimaro and Haku, a smile gracing her lips. The 3 prohibitions for ninjas are money, alcohol, and women. Thus, keeping Naraku away from girls might not be such a bad thing after all. The rain began to fall again, and the rain ninjas sought refuge in a shelter. Just as they heard footsteps outside, a voice pierced through the rain, reaching the ears of the rain ninjas. The voice, seemingly from a small individual, playfully inquired, "Have you hidden well? If so, we shall begin our search." As the other ninjas expressed their astonishment, the recently stationed Jonin captain of the Rain Village, Hattori Hirakawa, changed his demeanor abruptly. This Jonin captain, known as the Rain Village's Thorn, had been responsible for protecting the newly arrived Sanju fish, which had perished at Konan's hands. Several ninja teams had also been decimated by Uehara. For this reason, Hirakawa was deemed to have committed a grave error and was banished to this outpost by Hanzo, the salamander. Outside were members of the Akatsuki. Hattori Hirakawa tightened his grip on his ninjat, realizing that Uehara Naraku's appearance here signified the end of this outpost. Rumors of the Akatsuki's resurgence had spread throughout the land of rain. Although reports from the rain ninjas indicated only a woman and a boy were present, their strength was remarkably formidable. As a first-hand witness, Hirakawa felt the gravity of the situation. That boy alone was not someone they could hope to defeat. Hirakawa turned to his subordinates, speaking in a grave tone. "We must disperse and regroup in the Eastern Canyon tonight." However, one rain ninja hesitated, suggesting, "Captain, why not hold our ground here? If we can endure for a day, Hanzo-sama's right-hand man will surely arrive, and we can eliminate these intruders." "Fool," Hirakawa retorted sharply. "If we remain here, we won't last long. Enough of this. Retreat immediately." The rain ninjas, resigned, complied with Hirakawa's orders. But as soon as they exited the shelter, bone projectiles suddenly flew in, piercing their chests and abdomens, splattering blood everywhere. Several rain ninjas fell silent. Only Hirakawa managed to block one bone projectile with his ninjat, though he too was injured by the impact. Looking up, he saw a woman clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, accompanied by 3 youths, one of whom pointed a finger at him. Clearly, it was this finger that had stealthily decimated the rain ninja squad. "Spare him, Kimimaro." Uehara Nara gestured for Kagaya Kimimaro to halt, leaping down and smiling at Hirakawa. "Ah, what an old friend we have here." Indeed, Kimimaro withdrew his finger humbly, having directly killed the rain ninjas with his bone projectiles. Konan furrowed her brow, casting a curious glance at the rain jonin below, softly asking, "Naraku, do you know him?" The last time we encountered." Uehara began to explain about Hirakawa. Previously, when he and Konan had gone to eliminate the Sanju fish, they had coincidentally encountered Hirakawa's ninja team, which Uehara had easily overwhelmed. This Jonin, known as the Rain Village's Thorn, had traded a copy of Intimate Paradise for his life and those of 2 subordinates. "Is this the person who provided you that indecent novel?" Konan's gaze flickered. Her efforts to secure a bright future for Uehara seemingly thwarted by any blemish on his character. Uehara could not help but glance up at Konan, wanting to remind her that it was, after all, a book written by her teacher. Konan, visibly enraged, lowered her head and said softly, "Kill him, Naraku." Uehara sighed helplessly, squatting down to face Hirakawa. "I'm sorry, but with my teacher present, your luck has run out this time." Hirakawa interrupted Uehara, whispering, "I have a complete set of Intimate Paradise here, both volumes." The atmosphere grew strangely tense. This jonin from the Rain Village attempted to barter a set of intimate paradise for his freedom. Alas, he was rather short-sighted. Had it been solely Uehara's decision, he might have spared him, allowing him to return and continue intimidating Hanzo. But this time, Konan was watching from above. Uehara's mood darkened. What do you mean by that? Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Hirakawa, however, offered Uehara an ambiguous glance, suggesting that the Intimate Paradise series was a coveted treasure among ninjas, well understood by those in the know. Uehara found himself in a dilemma. There were still several side quests related to the Intimate Paradise series, but he needed both volumes, which Hirakawa happened to possess. If he killed Hirakawa, the book would surely be confiscated and destroyed by Konan. Uehara gazed deeply at Hirakawa, softly stating, "If you wish to be spared, this price is insufficient. If you possess information about Hanzo's whereabouts, I could never betray Lord Hanzo." Hirakawa firmly rejected Uehara's request, but the next moment, he seemed to recall something, lowering his head and solemnly saying, "If you agree to do one thing, I can disclose information regarding Hanzo's right-hand man, Sandu Shindai. We have no interest in small fry." Uehara waved his hand dismissively. Aside from Hanzo, the ninjas in the Rain Village posed little threat. They were merely insignificant fish. After a moment of silence, Hirakawa whispered, "What if this matter pertains to the survival of your Akatsuki organization?" "Huh?" Uehara laughed. "The survival of the Akatsuki? You overestimate your significance. Those capable of annihilating the Akatsuki are still attending ninja school." Hirakawa did not grasp Uehara's meaning. After all, one would typically say those capable of destroying the Akatsuki had yet to be born. Yet, he had no time to ponder this, merely lowering his head and stating, "What if I told you that Lord Hanzo intends to ally with Shimura Danzo from the Leaf Village?" Uehara's eyes narrowed, and he slowly lowered his head to meet Hirakawa's gaze, coldly responding, "This information intrigues both me and my teacher. But I am more curious as to why you would share this information with me." Thus far, every Rain ninja Uehara had encountered had shown unwavering loyalty to their leader, Hanzo, willing to sacrifice their lives without hesitation. Regarding the intelligence of Shimura Danzo and Hanzo the Salamander rekindling their alliance, it should undoubtedly be classified as top secret within the Hidden Rain Village. Hattori Hirakawa's eyes were red-rimmed as he clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "During the Ninja World War, my parents were slain by Leaf Ninjas. Lord Hanzo could have easily eliminated you all, yet he chose to conspire with the Leaf." "I'm sorry." Uehara Nara disregarded the latter part of his statement, sighing, "But I wish to know what evidence you possess to substantiate this claim. Wars invariably leave behind scars. In the past, the village hidden in the leaves, the village hidden in the stones, and the village hidden in the sands turned the land of rain into their battleground, resulting in countless innocent lives lost, including Nagato's parents, who perished at the hands of Leaf Ninjas. Years have passed, and despite Jiraiya's teachings, Nagato has been unable to forget his parents' hatred, let alone Hattori Hirakawa, an ordinary jounin from the Rain Village. Should Lord Hanzo desire to annihilate the Akatsuki, I would willingly lay down my life for his orders. However, he has chosen to ally with the Leaf." Hattori Hirakawa's fists trembled with rage as he continued in a low voice. "When Lord Hanzo joined forces with Danzo to eradicate the Akatsuki, I chose to leave the village rather than accompany him, for I could not accept collaborating with Leaf Ninjas. Fortunately, you did not go then." Uehara Nara sighed leisurely. Had Hattori Hirakawa participated in the initial eradication of the Akatsuki, he would likely have met the same fate as the wrathful Nagato. However, Uehara Nara suddenly turned to the furious Hattori Hirakawa and softly inquired, "After all you've said, what evidence do you have?" "Of course, I have evidence." Hattori Hirakawa nodded. Continuing in a serious tone, "The salamander, Shindai, is reputed to be Lord Hanzo's right hand. That scoundrel will arrive at the Eastern Canyon tomorrow to meet with Leaf Ninjas. I intended to lead you there to eliminate them." "Interesting." A smirk played at the corners of Uehara Nara and Appo's lips as he patted Hattori Hirakawa and Appo's shoulder, saying, "I hope what you say is true. If there is any conspiracy, then it would be of no use." Hattori Hirakawa shook his head and replied solemnly, "This matter is not an extraordinary secret, but only the jounin teams are privy to this information, as Lord Hanzo has tasked us with ensuring the safety of Shindai's meeting with the Leaf Ninjas." "Indeed." Uehara Nara nodded, murmuring, "Let us discuss that after this matter is concluded. Then, I will have that set of intimate paradise." "I understand." Hattori Hirakawa suddenly broke into a lewd grin. Uehara Nara couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking, what do you even know? When Conan learned of the news from Uehara Nara, though she was still somewhat conflicted, she reluctantly agreed to spare Hattori Hirakawa's life at her disciple's urging, as he was the first rain ninja willing to cooperate with them. Regardless of the veracity of Hattori Hirakawa's claims, they held potential for manipulation. If true, Conan and Nagato would indeed be interested in the prospect of eliminating both Danzo and Hanzo in one fell swoop. If false, any hidden conspiracy would be rendered ineffective against overwhelming strength. Conan and Uehara Nara finalized their plan. Since Hattori Hirakawa's subordinates had already perished in battle, their team would impersonate Hattori Hirakawa's subordinates for this meeting. The only issue was, Conan surveyed her team members, frowning, Naraku, what do you think we should do? Can this bunch of kids pass off as adult ninjas? Uehara Nara, aged 12 and standing at 165 centimeters, Bai, aged 11 and standing at 150 centimeters, and Kagaya Kimimaro, aged 10 and standing at 155 centimeters. Maintaining a transformation technique for an extended period is quite a skill. Uehara Naraku's physique may suffice. But what if Kimimaro and Bai give themselves away? Then it will have to be just the two of us. Uehara Nara smiled, looking at Kimimaro and Bai, softly stating, and should anything go awry, we can make our escape at any moment. Eastern Canyon. This was the designated meeting place for the Rain and Leaf ninjas. Gradually, Rain ninjas began to arrive, and by noon, over 30 ninjas had gathered, including 7 or 8 jounin. Uehara Nara and Conan, cloaked and donning specially designed gas masks from the Rain village, followed closely behind Hattori Hirakawa, observing the situation. Even if they couldn't ascertain definitive information, eliminating all those loyal to Hanzo could still be considered a successful operation. As time drew closer, the gathered Rain ninjas began to grow restless, with several jounin captains appearing visibly anxious and impatient. Why hasn't that bastard Shindai arrived yet? That fool will probably show up at the last moment. Humph. If he weren't Lord Hanzo's kin, I'd have sliced him into pieces. The Rain jounins, filled with ire, openly cursed, disregarding the fact that the person they were to protect was a high-ranking official from their own village. Uehara Nara heard someone nearby hurling insults at Shindai's wife and couldn't resist asking, Hirakawa, isn't Shindai Hanzo's right hand? Why does it seem like he has a poor reputation in the Rain village? Poor reputation? Hattori Hirakawa's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, their insults are far too mild. That waste, Shindai, wields significant power, and without hesitation, he slaughters innocent ninjas and civilians in the name of the Rain, branding them as spies. Most of the jounin captains here have lost friends and family to his blade. Uehara Nara blinked in confusion, realizing that Shindai was akin to a Danzo figure within the Rain village. Hattori Hirakawa continued, if that scoundrel truly acted in the interest of the Rain village, it would be one thing, but all he does is amass wealth for himself, indulging in a life of luxury. It seems this man is even worse than Danzo. Conan inquired curiously, doesn't Hanzo allow his kin to undermine the interests of the Rain village? What can be done? Hattori Hirakawa shook his head, softly sighing. Because he is the most distinguished ninja among Lord Hanzo's kin, Lord Hanzo places his utmost trust in him. It is only natural. After all, the third Hokage of the Land of Fire also appointed his own people to critical positions. It is said that the leader of Konoha's Umbu is the third Hokage's daughter-in-law, and both the Hokage's advisors and assistants are childhood friends of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hanzo likely found himself unable to select a suitable and trustworthy individual for clandestine matters, thus settling for Shindai from among his own kin. Hattori Hirakawa continued bitterly. It is rumored that the recent alliance with Danzo was Shindai's idiotic suggestion. Lord Hanzo is a demigod among ninjas. Why should he conspire with those scoundrels from the Leaf? Uehara Nara shrugged, looking exasperated. Perhaps you all have elevated Hanzo too highly. Maybe he is aware of his own limitations. To prevent Hattori Hirakawa from erupting in anger and disrupting their plans. Uehara Nara refrained from mentioning that the so-called demigod Hanzo was, in fact, somewhat inflated in reputation, due to the fact that few individuals in this era have genuinely witnessed the formidable strength of Senju Hashirama. Many have come to regard Hanzo the Salamander as the ninja closest to him, thus dubbing him a demigod of ninjutsu. Similarly, as few have truly seen Uchiha Madara Susanoo. Even the Reikage of that time has been heralded as the epitome of both defense and offense. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to attain the prestigious title of the strongest Hokage. While Uehara Nara was lost in thought, Konan suddenly reached out and grasped his fingers, softly warning him, "Uehara, they are coming." Upon hearing her reminder, Uehara Nara collected his thoughts and lifted his gaze towards the two teams of ninjas emerging from the gorge. One team bore the forehead protector of the Rain Village, led by a ninja with a fierce red mark on his face, seemingly embodying the ferocity of Hanzo's right hand, the Salamander God. The opposing team donned animal masks and wore standardized attire, appearing far more organized than their Rain counterparts. Could they be the root of Konoha? Uehara Nara quietly activated his fate skill, eager to discern if any familiar faces resided among the Konoha ninjas. Once the fate skill was activated, Uehara Nara's expression shifted dramatically. Among the Konoha root ninjas, he recognized a familiar visage, seemingly named Yamanaka Kaze. But why was this individual present in such proximity? There was clearly a scheme afoot. Beneath the negotiation area, Kurizetsu ominously declared, "Konan has already taken Uehara, that little brat, to ambush them. Once they engage in fierce combat, we shall seize the opportunity to discreetly plant the intelligence on one of the ninjas. Is there any cause for concern?" Shirazetsu hesitantly replied, "What if Konan cannot overcome them? Or if we inadvertently reveal ourselves?" Kurizetsu, disinterested in his concerns, had to placate the other half of his being. Despite the fact that one half was somewhat dim-witted, fear not, Konan's strength is certainly not to be underestimated. Moreover, if even Uehara Nara can summon the Deva Path, how could Konan not learn to summon pain? Kurizetsu felt a nagging sensation that Konan, indifferent to other members of the Akatsuki, might believe her power surpassed theirs. Based on Kurizetsu's analysis of Konan, this blue-haired woman did not strike him as arrogant. If she genuinely believed she could defeat the other members of the Akatsuki, it indicated she possessed such power. Kurizetsu's speculation was indeed correct. Konan was exceedingly confident in her abilities. Noticing Uehara Nara's altered demeanor, she gently patted his arm, reassuring him. "Naraku, what troubles you? There is no need for fear. I shall handle everything." Uehara Nara, somewhat speechless, shook his head in disbelief. Why did Konan assume he would be afraid? After all, he was a ninja of some capability. Could it be that his teacher still believed his survival from the Mist Village mission was solely due to the plethora of explosive tags? He, Uehara Nara, was indeed strong now. However, observing Konan's comforting gesture left him feeling somewhat helpless as he leaned closer to her and whispered, "Teacher, perhaps we should first ascertain the outcome of their negotiations. This group of ninjas seems rather peculiar." Indeed, Konan nodded in agreement. Truth be told, she genuinely believed Uehara was intimidated by the multitude of ninjas gathered, considering they were facing an enemy unlike any encountered before. In contrast to the lackadaisical ninjas of their former strongholds, these were primarily elite ninjas, including several Jonin captains. The term Jonin was, in fact, one of the most nebulous concepts in this ninja world. The legendary Sannin of Konoha, the Yellow Flash, who would dare regard them as mere Jonin? 1 against 7? 1 against 10? The Yellow Flash could single-handedly defeat 50 Jonin without sustaining a scratch. Hattori Hirakawa, upon noticing the arrival of the root ninjas, gripped his ninja blade tightly and inquired, "Are you not going to make your move now?" Uehara Nara and Konan exchanged glances, perceiving him as somewhat dim-witted. To be fair, Konan was likely the most eager among them to see Hanzo and Danzo unite, allowing her and Nagato to eliminate their past adversaries in one fell swoop. Yet, events had evidently not unfolded as she had hoped. As time progressed, the negotiations between the Salamander God and Yamanaka Kaze of Konoha's root appeared to reach a stalemate. Moments later, the two began to argue fervently. Their heated exchange escalated, and both retreated, shouting, "All units, remain alert." The sound of unsheathing ninja blades resonated continuously as rain ninjas revealed themselves, taking positions atop the gorge. Conversely, a group of Konoha ninjas suddenly emerged on the opposite side, eyeing the rain ninjas warily, both sides standing in a standoff, each distrustful of the other. Yamanaka Kaze glared at the Salamander God, declaring, "The Rain Village has lost its integrity. You lack any genuine intent for alliance. It is plainly you Konoha ninjas who wish to evade responsibility." The Salamander God retorted defiantly, "If it were not for Danzo's cowardice and the Konoha ninjas fleeing in battle, the Akatsuki would have been eradicated by now." The two quickly devolved into vehement accusations. Such exchanges were merely a customary tactic in negotiations. aiming to leverage past cooperation failures to assume the role of victims in order to gain the upper hand in the current discourse. The terms proposed by the Konoha root ninjas were that Hanzo the Salamander must first support Danzo's ascension to Hokage, after which he would dispatch a ninja force to assist Hanzo in eliminating the Akatsuki from the Land of Rain. Conversely, the Rain ninjas demanded that Danzo first send support to Hanzo for the eradication of the Akatsuki before discussing any backing for Danzo's Hokage candidacy. Both parties exhibited a sense of cunning, attempting to outmaneuver the other, having suffered from the previous collaboration, where Danzo had indeed sent assistance. Only for Hanzo to later retract his support, the root ninjas now insisted that Hanzo must first publicly endorse Danzo. The goal was to establish a cordial alliance between the Rain Village and Konoha, leveraging the influence of a demigod ninja to alter the perspectives of Konoha's higher-ups. Naturally, the Rain ninjas were reluctant. Who could predict when Danzo might actually become Hokage? Did they not learn from the last collaboration's failures? The Konoha roots were to assist the Rain in eliminating the Akatsuki, and once the Akatsuki was vanquished, Hanzo would undoubtedly support Danzo. The initial round of talks was clearly not destined for a simple resolution. Observing the two sides hurling insults at one another, Conan's mood soured, prompting her to ask, "Naruto, what is going on? Have they reached an impasse?" Evidently, Uehara Nara nodded in affirmation. Conan's brow furrowed, her expression darkening as she muttered, "Is it possible Danzo will not come?" "Perhaps not," Uehara Nara mused, somewhat perplexed. Based on his recollections, it seemed Danzo and Hanzo had only collaborated once. And after Hanzo's demise at Pain's hands, Danzo's presence had been notably absent. Then what are we waiting for? Conan's countenance darkened as she clenched her teeth, whispering fiercely, "Let's eliminate everyone present and collect a bit of interest." Huh. Uehara Nara glanced at his teacher, bewildered. However, this did not sway Uehara's judgment. As she observed Conan about to rush out, Uehara quickly grasped her wrist, pulling her back beside her. "Teacher, do not act impulsively," Uehara urged, pressing down on Conan as she met her puzzled gaze. "Let us first assess the situation. Perhaps we can devise an alternative plan. We cannot allow a mere interest to facilitate the sinister schemes lurking in the shadows." Although Uehara was still unaware of the specifics of Kuro's plot, she understood that for someone aspiring to seize the title of the Shadow of Akatsuki and the position of the Puppet Master, disrupting the plans of rivals was paramount. Two individuals without authority could hardly reach a conclusion. The likes of the Sange Fish God and Yamashiro F were equally incapable of making decisions for their clandestine superiors, prompting both parties to agree to suspend their meeting. The alliance between Konoha's root and Amigakure appeared to be unraveling. "Uehara, the Konoha forces are departing," Conan remarked, casting a worried glance at the orderly retreat of the Konoha ninjas. Beneath the ground, Zetsu was also growing anxious. Uehara discreetly activated her cooled fate ability to survey the surroundings. Zetsu was still lurking. Should they test that treacherous being? Uehara glanced toward the departing root ninjas and whispered, "Teacher, let us pursue the Konoha root ninjas. If Zetsu follows them after they leave, it indicates something amiss. Conversely, if Zetsu poses no threat, we might as well complete some tasks targeting the root ninjas." As the darkest organization in the ninja world, Shimura Danzo and the root ninjas had undoubtedly accrued significant malevolence, thus presenting numerous missions. This endeavor should prove beneficial. "Agreed," Conan affirmed Uehara's suggestion, adding, "When we hunt them down, let us spare one to glean information about Danzo." However, Uehara frowned, hesitatingly stating, "These Konoha ninjas are elite. They may not betray their superior." "True," Conan nodded, softly replying, "Yet it matters not. Once we capture them, I shall elucidate." She undoubtedly aimed to summon the human path Pain. The human path possessed the ability to extract all information from the minds of individuals, rendering it quite useful. If not for intelligence gathering, it would merely serve as a close-range shield, much like the Azura path Pain. "I will accompany you." Hattori Hirakawa promptly grabbed his ninja blade and followed suit. Should they confront the Amigakure ninjas, he would undoubtedly adopt a defiant stance. However, he was quite willing to cooperate in the ambush against the Konoha ninjas. Uehara and Conan exchanged glances, pondering if he believed himself competent enough to contribute in battle. Hattori, perceiving their expressions, muttered in discontent, "Regardless, I am A.J. Nin." "A.J. Nin, indeed," Uehara remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "I just happen to be seeking a few J Nin to test my own strength." "Hattori, Conan playfully tapped Uehara on the back of her head, chuckling. All right, let us take him with us. It is rare to encounter an Amigakure ninja willing to cooperate. Conan and Nagato sought to eliminate Hanzo of the Salamander, not only for vengeance but also to assert control over their homeland, Amigakure, improving their own nation. The ninjas loyal to Hanzo would inevitably become a significant obstacle in their future governance of Amigakure. This was precisely why Conan had persistently led Uehara in assaulting Amigakure strongholds, instilling terror in the Akatsuki, forcing Hanzo to summon his confidants for protection, thereby leading to their eventual annihilation. Hattori lacked impressive strength, yet he bore his own burdens and had begun to display discontent towards Hanzo. Perhaps sparing his life would be prudent. After all, Amigakure was a small nation, and Jainin were scarce. Both Conan and Nagato were acutely aware of Amigakure's limited resources and talent, leading other nations' ninjas to look down upon Amigakure's forces, as evidenced by the Konoha ninjas who had just retreated from the canyon. Yamashiro F., leading his subordinates, concealed himself within a cave, meticulously documenting his initial encounter with the Amigakure ninjas, planning to send it to Konoha shortly. Humph, what do those Amigakure ninjas think they are? A root ninja could no longer contain his disdain. Although the root was relatively obscure, its influence within Konoha was substantial, even daring to attack the Umbu ninjas. Amigakure was merely a small ninja village, often a battleground during wartime, and these Amigakure ninjas believed they could negotiate with the root, expecting them to make concessions. The leader of Amigakure was, after all, Hanzo of the Salamander. Yamashiro F. paused his writing, softly advising, Lord Danzo cannot leave the village for now. The task of this meeting falls to us. We must exercise patience and prioritize our mission. Understood, Captain. Aside from essential reconnaissance personnel, others were instructed to remain indoors. Yamashiro F's fingers gently tapped the table as he quietly commanded, During this period, we shall await Lord Danzo's orders here. Do not provoke anyone within Amigakure. We must not risk losing everything for a trifling matter. Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed from the cave entrance. Before Yamashiro F. and the Konoha ninjas could react, a deafening explosion resonated. Boom. The entire mountain seemed to be obliterated. Yamashiro F. felt the earth tremble beneath him as rocks tumbled, leaving them with no escape. Earth-style, rock pillar prison. Several root ninjas swiftly formed hand seals, employing earth-style jutsu to prevent the cave from collapsing. One sensing ninja observed the surroundings and solemnly declared, Captain, the mountain's walls are thin. We can escape through a breach. Wind-style, vacuum wave. A few ninjas adept at wind-style formed seals, creating a passage to the outside world. Once a group of root ninjas emerged, they were met with a drastically altered environment, their astonishment evident. What has happened? If memory served, Yamashiro F's gaze momentarily blanked as he surveyed the scattered debris, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. When we arrived, this was a mountain, was it not? Where is the mountain now? Aside from the cave they had occupied, now reduced to ruins, the entire hill had inexplicably been blown away. Captain, there are people. A figure stood atop a rock. A woman with blue hair was positioned there, accompanied by several youths of varying heights, with a trembling, ordinary Amigakure ninja at the edge. It was none other than Conan and Uehara. Observing the Konoha ninja's expression, Uehara remarked in disbelief, a bombing of 1 million explosive tags, and yet so many have survived. Is this the power of Konoha ninjas? Cough, cough. Conan lightly coughed, her cheeks flushing slightly. She had merely scattered a layer of explosive tags. The coverage was too vast, and the tags were too dispersed, failing to unleash the full might of the explosive formation. The mountain had indeed been blown away, yet the Konoha ninjas hidden within the cave had survived. However, they had intended to capture the Konoha ninjas alive. Shounen calmly spread her palm, and 2 paper wings gradually converged behind her, lifting her skyward. All right, Uehara, let's begin. This marked Uehara Naraku's first encounter with Shaonan's prowess. In the air, Shaonan resembled a dancer gliding across a battlefield, unleashing a flurry of origami that transformed into a rain of paper, shooting forth from her wings. Among the root ninjas, a few were caught off guard, and in an instant, the paper rain pierced through their bodies, blood splattering in every direction. Earth release, earth flow wall. A sturdy earthen wall shot up from the ground, hastily intercepting the paper rain. However, the thickness of this wall appeared insufficient to withstand the onslaught for long. It might be obliterated in mere seconds. Scatter! Yamaguchi Kaze shouted, swiftly taking cover. The other ninjas followed his command, each seeking a safe position. The very next moment, the earth wall's defense was utterly dismantled by the relentless paper rain. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough technique. Two root ninjas initiated a counterattack against Xiao Nan. The combination of wind and fire techniques ignited a fierce conflagration that forced Xiao Nan to ascend, evading the searing waves of flame. Yamaguchi Kaze assessed the approaching Uehara and his team, pointing to Xiao Nan in the air. Squads 17, 18, and 20, take charge of the airborne enemy. Squads 15 and 16, deal with those pesky little ones. The Konoha ninjas, upon hearing the orders, wasted no time dispersing toward their targets. Understood, Captain. Wind release, wind cutter. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, vacuum serial slash. One by one, the root ninjas unleashed their techniques, momentarily suppressing Xiao Nan's assault through sheer numbers. Seizing the opportunity, Yamaguchi Kaze clasped his hands together, carefully aiming at Xiao Nan's figure, intending to employ his family's secret technique, the heart-turn technique, to eliminate her. Meanwhile, the two squads tasked with confronting Uehara Nara found themselves ensnared in catastrophe. Lightning release, Thousand Thunder Prison. Uehara Nara unveiled a tempest of thunderclouds in his hands, unleashing his most adept skill, crashing into the two squads of root ninjas. The teams, Squad 15 and Squad 16, scattered upon facing Uehara Nara's lightning techniques. Initially, they were unconcerned, using substitution or shadow clone techniques to defend against the oncoming lightning. One ninja, caught off guard, was struck by lightning yet scoffed at its potency. No need to worry, the technique's power is minimal. As he spoke, a second bolt of lightning struck him. Rest assured, the technique's power is quite trivial. Crack! A third bolt hit him, and the burly ninja collapsed, his body rigid and immobile. The once arrogant warrior was now devoid of resistance, succumbing to the relentless barrage of lightning, and within moments, he was silenced. The others were left bewildered. What is happening? Was the arrogance so fleeting? Had it not been for the root ninjas' unwavering trust in their comrades and their first-hand experience of Uehara Nara's lightning techniques, they might have suspected him of being a spy. Conveying false information on the battlefield is a matter worthy of death, especially such life-threatening intelligence. Never underestimate any enemy. Standing beneath the tempest of thunderclouds, Uehara Nara gazed down at the two squads of Konoha ninjas, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he continued. Even a ninja as powerful as myself does not take this battle lightly. What gives you the right to underestimate me? Such peculiar words. Yet, the root members had no time to engage with Uehara Nara, as they were still evading the onslaught of the Thousand Thunder Prison, desperately seeking a way out. Earth release, Heavenly Cap. Earth release, Rock Pillar Prison. A massive, bizarre lid appeared above the heads of the root ninjas, supported by thick rock pillars, shielding them from the lightning strikes. Truly, under Shimura Danzo's command, even lifting a lid is executed with such expertise. A smirk crept across Uehara's face, but it vanished in an instant as he formed a series of intricate hand seals. Water release, roaring tides. A colossal wave surged forth. Earth release, earth flow castle wall. A formidable earthen wall erupted, blocking the deluge. The two squads of root ninjas exchanged blows with Uehara Nara, finally feeling they had stabilized the situation. However, that youthful voice, reminiscent of a devil, echoed once more in their ears. There are no dog heads sculpted on the earthen wall. I must give it a poor rating. Boom. The sound of exploding tags reverberated around them. The once mighty earthen wall began to crack, inch by inch. The towering wave immediately engulfed all the root ninjas, as lightning continued to rain down upon them, resulting in the instantaneous annihilation of both squads. Once the root ninjas fell silent, the enormous lid from the Heavenly Cap technique crashed to the ground, stirring up a storm of mud. After dispatching his foes, Uehara Nara began to examine his system panel, noting several task progress updates. Advanced task: eliminate 10 official Jonin, 310, reward unknown. Side task: annihilate a squad of Konoha root members, 1-1, task completed, reward, skill, Silent Terror. Silent Terror. Use chakra to create a nightmare implanted in the enemy's mind, forcing the target to experience their most terrifying nightmare for 2 seconds, consuming 60 chakra points. With a cooldown of 10 seconds, Uehara Nara was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the Silent Terror skill. Had he just acquired a Genjutsu control technique? How intriguing. At first glance, this skill seemed capable of inflicting greater psychological damage on enemies than Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami, with a broader applicability. After all, Uchiha Itachi only knew his brother's deepest fears, thus his Tsukuyami was primarily used to torment his sibling, forcing him to relive that fateful night of slaughter. In contrast, Uehara Nara's newly acquired silent terror could unearth the deepest wounds of an individual's heart and pour salt upon them. Everyone possesses something they fear, right? For instance, Uchiha Obito's greatest fear might be the death of Rin Noara, while Kaguya Otsutsuki's greatest dread could be the inability to rescue her beloved. Uehara Nara felt a sense of satisfaction in future encounters with the Uchiha clan, should they dare to unleash Jinjutsu upon him. He would swiftly return the favor with a nightmare. The true combat significance of silent terror might not be substantial, it was merely a tool for tormenting others. Next came the final task that had unexpectedly emerged. The task's text was even in purple, signifying its complexity. Hidden Heritage Task. If there is such swiftness, why can it not illuminate the ninja? State a correct name, 01. Clearly, this clue pertained to ninjas. This was the first peculiar task Uehara had ever encountered. Upon reading the phrase, the first thought that sprang to mind was Danzo's cryptic words. You are the Konoha basking in sunlight. I am the root hidden in darkness. Shimura Danzo. Uehara Nara confidently uttered the name. He was even prepared to face the ninjutsu that Danzo excelled in, even without his Anaji. He would at least acquire a set of wind release techniques, right? Yet the system remained unresponsive. After a moment of silence, Uehara Nara shifted his thought process and began to speak. The Master of Shadows, Zed, the Eye of Twilight, Shun, the Rogue Element. Upon mentioning the second name, the system panel provided a prompt. Task completed, Heroic Legacy activated. 4 skills appeared in the task list. Signature Technique. Twilight Blade, summons a Chakra Soul Blade, allowing manipulation for attacks, consuming 2 chakra per second. Signature Technique. Soul Guardian, activates a defensive barrier through the Soul Blade, protecting allies within for 2 seconds from any damage, consuming 40 of one's chakra, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Signature Technique. Shadow Bind, executes an unstoppable dash in a specified direction, consuming 150 chakra, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Secret Technique. Compassionate Soul Fall, skill acquisition repeated, already folded. Twilight Blade. Uehara Nara slowly opened his palm, and a broad purple chakra blade materialized beside him, gleaming with an enchanting sharpness. It was somewhat endearing. A group of resolute Konoha root ninjas fell to Naraku's hand, leading to a richly rewarding legacy task. What a surprise. This is surprise. Yet, it was not the moment for celebration, as Conan's battle was still ongoing. Although Naraku believed the end was near, how could these Konoha root ninjas possibly compete with Conan? Destiny, Naraku murmured, and indeed, the figure of the one known as Zetsu appeared on the Destiny panel. Zetsu was still following them. What schemes could he possibly have? Unfortunately, Zetsu remained hidden underground, shrouded in mystery. Was he merely there to observe them? Below ground, White Zetsu sensed the battle above and spoke softly. That young Uehara Naraku concluded his fight far too swiftly, eliminating 2 squads of ninjas in less than half a minute. If I emerge now, he will surely notice. Patience, Black Zetsu sighed. Let us wait a little longer until the chaos of battle ensues. Then we can discreetly place the intel scroll inside a corpse. Since Zetsu had not revealed himself, Naraku could not simply pierce the ground to extract him. Thus he turned his attention back to Conan's fight. Conan danced gracefully in the air, evading various ninjutsu and ranged weapons, descending towards the Konoha ninjas with an ethereal elegance. Naraku found it somewhat mesmerizing. No wonder Uchiha Madara often spoke of dancing. Some ninjas indeed fought more beautifully than a dance. At that moment, Yamashiro Kazuma, who had been lurking in the shadows observing the battlefield, suddenly spotted an opportunity. He swiftly formed a seal and aimed at the descending Conan. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The next moment, the tables turned. In the ninja world, peculiar secret techniques exist that can achieve astonishing reversals in dire situations, enabling underdogs to stage a counterattack. Suddenly, Conan plummeted straight down. The heart-turn technique of the Yamashiro clan, upon hitting its mark, instantly deprived the enemy of bodily control. Those with formidable mental energy could even manipulate their opponent's body. Oh no, the teacher is in trouble, Naraku thought, bemused, as he leapt into the air towards Conan, intending to catch her. However, as he grasped her, Conan opened her eyes and glared at him, shouting, "You fools. Don't underestimate the ninjas of Konoha." A paper spear shot forth from her hand, aimed at Naruto's chest. In shock, Naruto instinctively attempted to activate his invincible shield to block the ambush and retaliate with a punch to the blue-haired woman beside him. He had numerous skills at his disposal for such situations. Yet, recalling Conan's attitude towards him, Naruto felt a pang of guilt as he felt her warmth and softness against his palm. Gritting his teeth, he avoided the lethal spot of the paper spear, allowing it to pierce his shoulder. Even in the heat of battle, he could not refuse a disciple's request, especially with a teacher's guilt weighing on him. Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained. Only schemes can win hearts. Naruto sighed internally, realizing that Conan's strictness left him with little choice. Should he take this shoulder wound for the sake of donning a red cloud black robe? Or perhaps to gain the privilege of freely observing the realm of intimacy? Only a child would choose between options. Naruto, of course, would desire both. The heart-turn technique of Yamashiro Kazuma could not last indefinitely, particularly as the strength of his chosen target, Conan, exceeded his expectations. She soon regained her senses. Once her eyes cleared, she made no movement, allowing Naruto to lower her safely to the ground. After they landed, Conan's gaze slowly shifted from Naruto's strained smile to the wound caused by the paper spear on his shoulder. Her expression grew increasingly complex. Was it guilt? Was it concern? No, it was fear. In the next moment, she exclaimed, "How dare you take such risks to save me?" Conan abruptly raised her hand. Just as it seemed she would slap Naruto across the face, he felt bewildered and disoriented, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Had he not risked his life to save her? At the very least, a word of comfort should have been in order. Yet, in the next moment, Conan halted her hand, crouched down, and embraced Naruto's shoulders, tears spilling onto him. "I'm sorry." Wind release. Wind cutter. Wind release. Air slash. The Konoha ninjas showed no signs of relinquishing their opportunity, launching shurikens and ninjutsu towards Naruto and Conan. In an instant, her body transformed into sheets of white paper, swiftly forming a paper shield that blocked all incoming wind ninjutsu and shurikens. The paper shield then scattered rapidly. Countless sheets of paper swirled as if caught in a tempest. The root ninjas of Konoha found themselves encircled by rings of paper. "Die!" Conan's furious voice echoed amidst the fluttering sheets, as innumerable folded paper shurikens rained down upon the root ninjas. Within the circle, each Konoha ninja attempted to defend themselves in horror, but they were surrounded on all sides by paper shurikens, leaving no room to evade or protect. After each paper shuriken struck, it would return to the circle, creating an endless cycle. The shurikens pierced through their enemies, staining the white paper with crimson, transforming the entire circle into a blood-red tableau. Moments later, silence fell upon the ninjas. No, one remained alive, Yamashiro Kazuma, the captain of the Konoha root ninjas, an intimate confidant of Shimura Danzo, gazed in terror at the swirling origami around him. "How should I kill you?" Conan's somber voice emerged before Yamashiro Kazuma as she conjured another paper spear, driving it forcefully into the ground beneath him. Kazuma surveyed the bodies of his fallen comrades, a flicker of fear and rage crossing his face. His first instinct was to bite his tongue and end his life. Crack! Conan's kick shattered his jaw. "Teacher, intel." From a distance, Naruto observed the scene and intervened, restraining the enraged Conan. He was currently allowing White to perform a symbolic bandaging of his wound. If White's speed faltered even slightly, his injury might heal before he could finish. After all, the life energy recovery rate of the madman's armor is remarkably swift. Upon hearing Uehara's words, Conan paused her actions, gradually regaining her composure. "I understand," she sighed, her anger and anxiety dissipating. Her palms swiftly came together as she began to weave a hand sign. Ninja art, summoning technique. Human path. When the human path pain emerged, he surveyed the surroundings, glancing at Conan and then at Uehara Nara, first confirming their safety. Uehara is injured? Noticing the wound on Uehara and Appo's shoulder, human path pain and Appo's brow furrowed, his voice darkening. "Conan, what happened? This body has limited chakra. Let and Appo's summon Deva first." "It and Appo's nothing." Conan shook her head, gesturing towards the fallen Kamizuka Zeph. "The enemy has been neutralized. Now we need to extract information about Danzo from his mind." "All right, I understand." Human path pain nodded as he lifted Kamizuka Zeph. After extracting Kamizuka Zeph's memories using the soul extraction technique, his expression grew grim. Consequently, he extracted Kamizuka's soul, killing him outright. Conan softly inquired, "Is there any information about Danzo?" "Yes, Danzo will not come to Rain Village," Human Path Pain replied in a low voice, revealing the information he had obtained. Humph. Hanzo the Salamander is likely unaware that Danzo never intended to cooperate sincerely with him. The third Hokage has forbidden him from leaving Konoha, forcing Danzo to rely on his subordinates. Indeed, Danzo has recently sought to ally with Hanzo, but his actions are constrained. Therefore, he entrusted all negotiations and alliances to this Kamizuka. It seems it was all in vain. Conan's eyes flickered with disappointment as she murmured, "I thought we could eliminate both Hanzo and Danzo at once." "No, there is another piece of information," Human Path Pain stated solemnly. "These ninjas, aside from uniting with Hanzo, are also tasked with tracking down Uchiha Obito, attempting to capture him and bring him back to Konoha. Although Obito has concealed his identity, he is indeed a rogue ninja. There is no need to recruit him again," Conan exclaimed, irritation flaring on her face as she glanced at Uehara Nara approaching. "I warned them to keep their distance from Naraku, yet Obito sought to kill him merely because his identity was exposed. I will kill him eventually. I don't end Appos, do you mind?" Uehara Nara interjected, his expression subtly complex. Looking down at the ground beneath Conan and Human Path Pain's feet, he whispered, "As long as what you and Yahiko-san intend to do requires Obito, I truly do not care about his past actions." Such words seemed rather disingenuous. For Zetsu lay hidden beneath the earth. Zetsu, hearing Uehara's words, felt a slight sense of relief, thinking that Nagato and Conan might eventually accept Obito's return. However, Conan's expression abruptly shifted, her voice growing cold. "Nagato, we should not accept someone who attempted to harm Naraku. Naraku is our family," Human Path Pain replied. "He hasn't said anything yet. Moreover, he does not intend to accept Uchiha Obito either." Nonetheless, in an effort to pacify his agitated friend, Human Path Pain sighed. "Very well, once our mission concludes, let Zetsu find a way to recruit Uchiha Obito, and we can secretly ambush and eliminate him. Is that acceptable?" "Yes." Conan's expression softened considerably. Uehara Nara quietly commended himself. Meanwhile, Zetsu beneath the ground muttered curses about the three above. Fortunately, Zetsu had eavesdropped a bit longer. Or else how could it have known that Nagato and Conan harbored such malicious intentions? Were those two truly so easily deceived? Zetsu found it perplexing. It must be Obito's fault for carelessly attacking Uehara. Knowing that the boy was Conan's disciple, he still sought to kill him to silence him, nearly being counterattacked by the little brat. Truly, a pathetic member of the Uchiha clan. Zetsu deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu exchanged quips about Nagato and Conan before heading off to report the bad news to Uchiha Obito. On the surface, after resolving the matter concerning Uchiha Obito, Human Path Pain and Conan discussed the timing of their next meeting with Hanzo's right-hand man, Kamizuka. Conan planned to take this opportunity to eliminate both Hanzo's right-hand man and the rain ninjas he brought along. Human Path Pain nodded, looking at Conan and Uehara Nara, softly stating, "If you encounter danger, summon Deva directly. I will be ready to respond to your summoning at any moment." "I understand," Conan replied. After Human Path Pain departed, her gaze slowly shifted to Uehara Nara. "Naraku, come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Uehara Nara appeared perplexed. "Kagaya Kimimaro, Haku." And the others watched as the teacher and student walked away, bewildered. It was as if they were merely bystanders. As Conan walked, she seemed somewhat distracted. She silently led the way, even as a new downpour began, the rain cascading upon her head without eliciting a response. A bamboo umbrella materialized above her. Uehara Nara called out to her, pushing the umbrella closer as he gazed earnestly at her. "Teacher, it's raining." "Is it raining again?" Conan slowly raised her head, watching the increasing raindrops fall to the ground before finally speaking. "Let's not move. We can talk here." "All right," Uehara replied obediently. Conan's expression soured as she hesitated, regarding Uehara with a serious tone. "Today, your approach in battle was problematic. When I am in danger, your duty is not to save me, but to escape and preserve your own life. How could I do such a thing?" Uehara Nara shook his head vigorously. He began to comprehend Conan's concerns. This echoed the tragic events from years ago when Yahiko and Nagato risked their lives to save her, resulting in Yahiko's suicide and Nagato's disability. Had he perhaps gone too far today? Was Conan indeed afraid? Yes, Conan was indeed frightened. The iris flower adorning her head trembled gently, her expression growing increasingly frosty. Naraku, I am your teacher. I impart upon you the most correct choices. I see. Uehara Naraku's lips curled into a slight smile amidst the chilling rain, exuding a naive warmth. I understand, teacher. Upon seeing Konan nod, Uehara's smile remained, leading to a soul-searching inquiry. If one day I encounter danger, even to the point of losing my life, what would you do, teacher? I will not allow such a thing to happen again. Konan frowned, refraining from answering directly. Uehara Naraku persisted. What if it is inevitable? We cannot guarantee the caliber of the adversaries we may face. Konan's expression whitened for a moment as she reached out, firmly taking the umbrella from Uehara's grasp. She turned, leaving with the bamboo umbrella while allowing him to stand in the rain. The woman with blue hair walked through the rain, holding an umbrella, and exclaimed loudly, "If such a situation were to arise, I would abandon you and escape alone." Uehara Naraku stood in the rain, watching Konan step further away. He understood that Konan's words were merely in anger, yet he wondered why she had taken his bamboo umbrella, leaving him to endure the downpour alone. Raindrops cascaded down Uehara's hair, soaking his clothes. Slowly raising his head, he spoke in a low voice, gradually drowned out by the heavy rain. "If that day ever comes, I truly hope you can escape on your own, but will you really do that, sensei?" The rain intensified. Paper butterflies swiftly danced through the rain, coalescing into Konan's figure beside him. With a pained expression, she reached out to embrace Uehara's neck. Uehara sighed, realizing he may have overacted. Reluctantly, he wrapped his arms around Konan's body and gently patted her back to soothe her emotions. "Konan-sensei, where is our umbrella?" Konan lifted her chin from Uehara's shoulder, her gaze revealing confusion and perplexity, as if questioning him. Is this truly the moment to discuss the umbrella? Uehara rose on his toes, placing his palm atop her head to shield her from the falling raindrops. "Sensei, the rain is too heavy. Let us find a place to shelter for a while." "All right." Konan nodded in agreement. There exists a remarkable phenomenon in the ninja world. When a ninja appears in the wild, the likelihood of discovering a cave is exceedingly high, especially in the rain country, which has often endured warfare. Kagaya Kimimaro, Haku, and others hid within a cave while Uehara and Konan sat at the entrance, grilling fish and casually recounting tales of the original Akatsuki organization. For the first time, Konan revealed the truth of that year to Uehara. At the height of the Akatsuki's power, our ranks exceeded 100 ninjas. We sought to utilize the strength of the Akatsuki to eliminate the wars in the Rain Country and across the entire ninja world, to help people appreciate the value of peace. However, this power was far too feeble for the entire ninja world, and as nameless ninjas, few were willing to heed our call. Coincidentally, at that time, another individual was striving to end the wars among the 5 great ninja nations. To spread the Akatsuki's ideals, we decided to join him. As Konan spoke, a flame flickered in her eyes. Hard to discern whether it was anger or merely a reflection of the fire. She continued, tending to the flames before her. His name was Hanzo of the Salamander, the most renowned ninja of that time. The title of the demigod of ninjas was indeed astonishing. Uehara nodded, softly echoing Konan's sentiments. Had I not encountered Lord Yahiko and you, Konan-sensei, I might have sought to join the hidden rain village. We did not wish for you to be deceived by his facade, which is why we compelled you to join the Akatsuki. Konan shook her head, softly continuing her tale of the past. Initially, our negotiations with Hanzo went smoothly. The demigod of ninjas had defeated Jiraiya-sensei, and we placed our unwavering trust in him. Yet, right before the negotiations, while patrolling the borders with others, we encountered a premeditated ambush. To protect me, the others fought valiantly, but all perished, among them your father. Konan slowly turned to meet Uehara's gaze, a flicker of guilt and sorrow crossing her features. Uehara paused in his task of rotating the fish, locking eyes with Konan. "Is that why you do not wish for me to risk my life to save you?" "Indeed," Konan nodded, her voice softening. But that battle was merely the beginning of the end for the original Akatsuki. She did not conceal the subsequent events. It was indeed Konan's capture by Hanzo that rendered the Akatsuki powerless during their negotiations. Yahiko, in a desperate attempt to rescue her, was forced to take his own life. Nagato, striving to save Konan, nearly drained his life force and chakra, losing his legs to Hanzo's explosive tags. I was meant to perish there. Konan's fingers tightened around the wooden stick, the sound of splintering wood merging with the crackling of the fire. No one was meant to die. Uehara shook his head, gently taking Konan's hand in his. The crimes committed by the wicked are not our justification for feeling guilty about that calamity. Konan silently lowered her head, clearly unassuaged by Uehara's comfort. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. If Lord Nagato and you, Konan-sensei, are willing, we might attempt to make Hanzo experience the despair of being deceived. What? Konan lifted her head, looking at Uehara with confusion. He continued softly. The Hidden Rain Village and Hanzo are unaware that Shimura Danzo cannot leave Konoha for the meeting. What if we disguise ourselves as Konoha ninjas and arrange a meeting in his name? Upon finishing, Uehara raised his hand in a chopping motion. If it involves someone of Danzo's stature, Hanzo would likely come forth himself. We could seize this opportunity to ambush him. That is impossible. Konan shook her head, vehemently opposing Uehara's plan. Hanzo is exceedingly paranoid. He would not show himself easily. If he detects any flaw regardless, we have little to lose. Uehara spread his hands, looking helplessly at his teacher. If he doesn't come, we've only wasted a bit of time. Konan posed another question. What if Hanzo utilizes this opportunity to command a group of Hidden Rain ninjas to attack us? Sensei Uehara felt a bit overwhelmed, but mustered his spirit to explain. We can set up millions of explosive tags at the negotiation site. Eliminating a group of enemies shouldn't pose much of a challenge, right? A glimmer of understanding sparkled in Konan's eyes as she pondered for a moment before nodding. Previously, in order to deal with Uchiha Itachi, I tested the God of Paper technique twice. Using 200 billion and 400 billion explosive tags respectively. Uehara's gaze momentarily became blank. Konan's expression shifted to a more serious demeanor. This time, I can experiment with 600 billion explosive tags, determining just how long they can explode. Uehara gazed at her with awe, realizing that witnessing 600 billion explosive tags in reality would be an entirely different concept than in the anime. Especially since he had just seen Konan use 1 million explosive tags to obliterate a mountain. Uehara swallowed hard, his voice slightly hesitant. Sensei, wouldn't that be too extravagant? It will not be wasteful. Konan affectionately ruffled Uehara's hair, speaking softly. The purpose of this 600 billion explosive tags experiment is to counter Uchiha Itachi. Once I ascertain the results, I will devise a plan to ambush that individual. Uehara sighed inwardly, knowing that in the original history, 600 billion explosive tags did not ultimately kill Uchiha Itachi. Naruto, I am your teacher. Xiaonan extended her palm, gently caressing the cheek of Uehara Nara. Thus, I shall not permit anyone to harm you. Teacher Xiaonan. Uehara Nara grasped Xiaonan's hand, murmuring, I will not spare those who have inflicted harm upon you. Hearing a 12-year-old boy speak in such a tone, Xiaonan couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Well, we may not be able to ambush Hanzo the salamander, but we can at least intimidate him, allowing the teacher to vent her frustrations. Uehara Nara said, visibly indignant, as he was earnest in his words. As the saying goes, one person's wisdom is short, but three can make it long. Xiaonan informed Nagato of their plan to lure Hanzo out for a discussion under the guise of Shimura Danzo's name, intending to ambush him. Not only did Nagato approve of their scheme, but he also expressed his intention to personally participate. Should Uehara Nara's ambush plan succeed, it would serve as the most exquisite revenge against Hanzo, who had once ambushed them under the pretense of negotiations. Due to the perilous nature of the plan, Xiaonan ordered Kagaya Kimimaro and Bai to accompany Hitaki Hirakawa to another distant stronghold for their mission. She wished to keep Nagato's secret from being widely known. Is Lord Nagato truly coming here? Uehara Nara cast a peculiar glance at Nagato, who was seated in a wheelchair. Deva Pain stood beside him, while the other 5 Pains lingered behind. This was Uehara's first encounter with Nagato. His crimson hair appeared somewhat dull, his cheeks were deeply sunken, his lips lacked color, and his emaciated form seemed exceptionally frail. Alarmingly, several black rods protruded from his back, remnants of the chakra and life force extracted from him by the outer path. He now utilized these rods to control the 6 paths of pain. Xiaonan looked at Nagato with concern, softly advising, Nagato, you should rest and recuperate in the base. Cough, cough. There's no need to worry. Nagato coughed a few times and waved away Xiaonan's concern, raising his head to address Uehara. Both your teacher and I wholeheartedly support your plan. I am merely here to lend my assistance. Nagato, perhaps fearing Xiaonan would object, continued softly, after all, there are only a few of us who are true members of Akatsuki present. I do not wish to miss this opportunity. After stating this, he manipulated Deva Pain to step forward, declaring, this will be a battle of divine intervention in the land of rain. Uehara Nara thought. That sounded good until it turned into something so kitsch. Those who claim to be gods in the realm of anime seldom meet favorable outcomes. While one can act with grandiosity, one must always remain humble in demeanor. Uehara contemplated whether he should advise Nagato against such lofty declarations, lest he falter in the face of verbal duels in the future. Uehara tapped his forehead, softly suggesting, "Lord Nagato, Teacher Xiaonan, let us first discuss our plan." According to the intelligence gathered by Human Path Pain, Yamashiro Kaze had not disclosed to the Rain Village that Shimura Danzo was unable to leave Konoha. All negotiation matters were left to Yamashiro Kaze's discretion. Now that Yamashiro and several root ninjas had perished in battle, communication channels were temporarily sealed. "We do not have much time," Uehara stated gravely. "We have at most 5 days to execute this plan, perhaps even as little as 3, as Danzo will likely dispatch another group upon realizing he has lost contact with Yamashiro." After Uehara nodded at Xiaonan and Nagato, he continued, "Next, we must disguise ourselves as the Konoha ninja named Yamashiro Kaze and proceed to negotiate with Hanzo the Salamander." Xiaonan hesitated to pose a question. Isn't it difficult for ordinary transformation techniques to fool ninjas? It would be easily exposed. Regardless, our plan is merely an attempt. Uehara replied, though he was filled with confidence. He could indeed transform into Yamashiro Kaze, as his innate illusory charm skill surpassed even the transformation techniques of White Zetsu. This skill was far more convincing than the ninja transformation techniques, as long as he did not use his abilities or was not attacked. Most ninjas would be unable to see through it. The operational plan was established with remarkable ease. It consisted of 3 parts. Nagato and Xiaonan would proceed to the designated meeting location to set up explosive tags. Uehara would meet with Hanzo's right-hand man, Kamizuki Jindai, while Kagaya Kimimaro and Bai would launch a surprise attack at the northern stronghold, creating the illusion that Akatsuki members were not present in the Eastern Canyon, thus reducing suspicion and increasing the probability of success. Once they finalized the steps of the plan, Xiaonan expressed her confusion. "Is our plan perhaps a bit hasty?" "That is unavoidable," Uehara sighed, surveying the 6 paths of pain before continuing softly. "Our numbers are simply too few. Thankfully, we have Lord Nagato's 6 paths of pain to impersonate the roots accompanying ninjas." Xiaonan, Nagato. They likely never anticipated that the first task for the 6 paths of pain collectively would be to impersonate the roots accompanying ninjas. Wasn't this arrangement somewhat beneath their status? Nevertheless, if Uehara Nara's plan succeeded, it would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to Hanzo the Salamander, and would serve as an immensely satisfying experience for Nagato and Xiaonan. Utilizing the enemy's methods to vanquish them embodied the very essence of revenge. Nagato sighed deeply, manipulating the 6 paths of pain to don the hidden uniforms of Konoha's root ninjas. The next day, Uehara Nara transformed into the likeness of Yamashiro Kaze, accompanied by the 6 paths of pain to the negotiation site with Kamizuki Jindai, aiming to lure Hanzo the Salamander into a genuine meeting through his right-hand man. This was the agreed-upon time for negotiations between the Konoha and Rain ninjas, and the location remained the same as their last meeting in the Eastern Canyon. Coincidentally, Uehara had previously visited this place with Hitaki Hirakawa. "You are 1 minute late." Kamizuki Jindai scrutinized the figure of Yamashiro Kaze before him, then glanced at the cloaked Konoha ninjas behind him, snorting coldly. "We are engaging with you under the premise of Konoha's sincerity." Uehara Nara, portraying Yamashiro Kaze, hesitated for a moment before speaking. "This is due to us receiving a new order from Lord Danzo. He does not believe our negotiations will yield any results." "What does this mean?" Upon hearing the words, Kamizuki Jindai's expression turned furious. "Is Konoha toying with us? You were the ones who proposed the alliance." Previously, before Hanzo the Salamander, Kamizuki Jindai had been a staunch advocate for the alliance between the Rain Village and Konoha's route to eradicate the Akatsuki organization. Now, Konoha suddenly declared their withdrawal? There is no need to be so agitated. Uehara's version of Yamashiro Kaze shook his head, surveying the Rain ninjas before him, and spoke softly. "We genuinely wish to unite with Lord Hanzo. However, we are not in a position to dictate the terms of this negotiation." "What do you mean?" "Quite literally." Uehara's version of Yamashiro Kaze cast a sympathetic glance at Kamizuki Jindai, continuing in a low voice. "I hold great respect for your unwavering stance on the interests of the Rain Village, but I am no longer a suitable candidate to partake in these negotiations." Kemizuki Jindai appeared somewhat pleased with Yamashiro Kaze's words. The right brow of Hanzo twitched slightly, a sinister smile creeping across his face. So, it seems that Konoha intends to send a significant figure. Indeed, Uehara's version of Yamashiro Fong nodded thoughtfully. Speaking in a deep tone, Lord Danzo will arrive in the Land of Rain the day after tomorrow. He hopes to meet with you in person to discuss the alliance between Konoha and the Rain Shinobi, as well as the number of ninjas we will send to assist you. I cannot agree to this. Yamato Shindai hesitated, shaking his head, and said solemnly, the last time Lord Hanzo and Lord Danzo of Konoha allied, there were some controversies within the village. After all, during the Great Ninja War, some grudges were left behind. After carefully choosing his words, Yamato Shindai continued, this negotiation is meant to be confidential, with only Lord Hanzo's trusted aides present. If more people become aware of this matter, it would not bode well for Lord Hanzo's reputation. Upon hearing this, the 6 Konoha root ninjas nearby exhibited noticeable agitation, which quickly alerted the Rain Shinobi. It was the 6 paths of pain, manipulated by Nagato, who could no longer remain still. If the plan could not succeed, then they might as well eliminate these individuals and collect some interest. Uehara's version of Yamashiro Fong hastily gestured for them to cease their movements, his expression grim as he regarded Yamato Shindai. The reputation of the demigod ninja is indeed important. But Lord Danzo is taking immense risks by coming to the Land of Rain. You might as well inform your demigod that if it were not for our Lord Danzo tirelessly advocating for the alliance with the Rain Hidden Village among Konoha's higher-ups, the Umbu would have long since rampaged through your Land of Rain, stealing intelligence. A wave of fury erupted among the Rain Shinobi, the sound of unsheathing blades rising in a chorus. How could the Konoha ninja so brazenly insult their Rain Hidden Village? This affront was intolerable for the loyal followers of Hanzo. Yamato Shindai's anger flickered away as he raised his hand to halt his subordinates, coldly stating, are you insulting our Rain Hidden Village? If you wish to engage in battle, then come forth. Uehara's version of Yamashiro Fong coldly surveyed the Rain Shinobi, stating solemnly, I do not mind enduring humiliation for myself, but I stand here representing Lord Danzo. This declaration paused the actions of the Rain Shinobi. Typically, those who willingly face death to defend their superiors earn respect, a cultural norm in the ninja world, particularly within the Rain Hidden Village, which harbors a certain samurai ethos. Yamashiro Fong, unafraid of death, merely sought to secure an opportunity for his superior to meet with Hanzo, ensuring that his superior would not return empty-handed. This was somewhat commendable. Yamato Shindai, however, remained unfazed. He furrowed his brow and asked solemnly, I am indeed in favor of allowing Lord Hanzo to meet with Lord Danzo. But regarding the time and place, we have considered this matter. Uehara's version of Yamashiro Fong swiftly seized the opportunity to express his thoughts. If Lord Danzo were to appear in the Rain Hidden Village, it would be detrimental to both Lord Hanzo's reputation and Lord Danzo's safety. At this juncture, Uehara Nara paused briefly before continuing. Therefore, Lord Danzo intends to arrange the meeting at the same location where we previously collaborated to eradicate the Akatsuki, to discuss how to thoroughly resolve this troublesome organization. Yamato Shindai remained silent for a moment before nodding. I will find a way to facilitate this meeting, and I will get back to you as soon as possible tomorrow. If Lord Hanzo agrees, the meeting time will also be communicated then. Very well. Uehara's version of Yamashiro Fong nodded. With the negotiations concluded, there was no need for them to linger any longer. Wait. Just as Uehara Nara and the 6 paths of pain turned to leave, Yamato Shindai suddenly called out to them. If Lord Danzo cannot meet Lord Hanzo's conditions, this meeting may end unfavorably. Uehara Nara halted his steps, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. With his back to Yamato Shindai, he spoke softly. Rest assured, since Lord Danzo is willing to come in person, he will undoubtedly provide Lord Hanzo with a satisfactory answer. A particularly satisfactory answer. Well, perhaps some individuals might find the answer unsatisfactory, but at the very least, Konan and Nagato would be immensely pleased, and that sufficed. Uehara Nara was willing to guarantee it with his integrity. This statement evidently reassured Yamato Shindai, who believed that Shimura Danzo's concessions would surely satisfy Hanzo. Some fools are simply beyond redemption. In a bid to expedite cooperation, Yamato Shindai hurriedly returned to the Rain Hidden Village to report the results of their negotiations to Hanzo, while simultaneously showcasing his capabilities. It was precisely due to his reasoned arguments that the Konoha ninjas had taken a step back. Hanzo, however, dismissed him, frowning in contemplation. Does that fellow Danzo still wish to collaborate with us? After our last alliance, he certainly left us hanging. Danzo frequently sent individuals to press him. Yet Hanzo had no desire to become embroiled in the struggles for Hokage within Konoha. He only sought to utilize Danzo. Hanzo indeed harbored hopes for Danzo's ascension. However, should he publicly support Shimura Danzo, he feared invoking the wrath of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Given the current strength of the Rain-Hidden Village, they might not withstand such repercussions. As the saying goes, a dying camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the Uchiha clan of Konoha had recently perished, leaving them significantly weakened, they were still not a ninja village that the Rain-Hidden Village could contend with. Hanzo, now aging, felt a tinge of fear for his own life. He merely wished to maintain his reputation as a demigod ninja, safeguarding his existing power and prestige. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but if Hanzo and Shimura Danzo were to continue collaborating, he would even consider leaving Danzo hanging once more. After all, Danzo was already over 60, and he hardly seemed fit to ascend to the position of Hokage. Deceiving him would unlikely provoke Konoha's full-scale retaliation. Moreover, considering Danzo's sinister and ruthless nature, he was bound to meet an ill fate eventually. Were it not for the resurgence of the Akatsuki, Hanzo would truly prefer not to continue any entanglements with Danzo, lest he attract misfortune. Recalling his most pressing concerns, Hanzo asked solemnly, "Is there any news regarding the Akatsuki? Have any of their strongholds been attacked?" "Yes," Yamato Shindai nodded, speaking in a low voice. "Upon my return today, I just received news that a northern stronghold was ambushed. 2 formidable young rogues suddenly attacked them, resulting in the death of over half their personnel." After a moment of silence, Hanzo lowered his head and remarked, "The Akatsuki has begun recruiting talented young ninjas, hasn't it?" Shindai agreed to the Konoha ninja's proposal. "I wish to meet with Shimura Danzo." Seeing Yamato Shindai nod in affirmation, Hanzo added, "On the day of the meeting, be sure to bring additional personnel. We must ensure that everything is foolproof." "Understood," Yamato Shindai respectfully pledged. After Hanzo nodded in satisfaction, he continued, "Where will our meeting take place?" "At the location where Lord Hanzo previously besieged the Akatsuki," Yamato Shindai replied in a low voice. This was also a location jointly proposed by the Konoha ninjas and myself, as they wish to prevent Shimura Danzo from entering the village. To avoid any potential dangers, I too prefer not to allow Lord Danzo inside, lest it tarnish Lord Hanzo's prestige. In the eyes of Hanzo, the mackerel fish, a flicker of fear crossed, only to be swiftly concealed. The aged man, frail and weary, clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table. "Very well, let us settle on that location. This time, we must eradicate Akatsuki." Everything unfolded as Uehara Nara had anticipated. Mackerel Fish Shinda agreed to their demands and dispatched a messenger to confirm a meeting for the day after, at a designated spot, the very place where Yahiko had taken his own life. Conan's heart fluttered with excitement. Her nails dug into her palms. "So, does this mean our plan is a success?" "At least half of it," Nagato replied, nodding solemnly. He continued, "If Hanzo truly appears there the day after tomorrow, we cannot let him escape this time." Uehara Nara surveyed the two of them and chuckled softly. "I dare say our dear ninja demigod will be quite surprised indeed. This time, it will certainly astonish him." Nagato clenched his fists in frustration, then turned to Uehara Nara with a hint of confusion. "Uehara, why do you believe Hanzo would choose that location for his meeting with Danzo?" "Because both Konan-sensei and you, Lord Nagato, perceive it as a place of significance," Uehara Nara said, lifting his gaze slowly. "Hanzo, too, will regard it as a site imbued with unique meaning for his next steps in eliminating us. Thus, he will undoubtedly agree to meet there. Perhaps this is what one might call metaphysics? The ninja world is rather superstitious, after all." After a brief pause, Uehara Nara added, "For instance, if I were to fail to meet Konan-sensei one day, I would return to the cave where we first encountered each other, for I know it holds extraordinary significance for her." "Is that so?" Konan pondered, her expression laced with curiosity, and upon reflection, she found Uehara Naraku's reasoning quite compelling. After a moment's thought, Konan posed a question. "Naraku, what places hold significance for you?" Uehara Naraku met Konan's inquisitive gaze, replying, "I am still searching for such a place. Perhaps Konan-sensei will discover the answer before I do." Konan, a woman of profound sensitivity, sensed the loneliness and desolation hidden within Uehara Naraku's words. What could it mean? It was a feeling of being unmoored. She gently approached him, stroking his hair and pulling him close to her chest, murmuring, "Naraku, You can confide in me whenever you are troubled. Uehara Nara found the Akatsuki uniform somewhat uncomfortable, the zipper chafing against his face. Conan's fingers wove through his hair, gently massaging it. You need not see me solely as your teacher. Naraku, I am also your family, do you understand? Yes. Sensei, Uehara Nara replied, a wry smile escaping him as he extricated himself from Conan's embrace. Nagato, seated nearby, cleared his throat lightly, remarking, ahem. Uehara, I feel the same. Though Nagato did not fully comprehend Conan's gesture, he understood it was important to support her at this moment. He regarded Uehara Nara as a younger sibling. With the burden of the Rinnegan, Nagato was acutely aware that his lifespan was not destined to be long. He could not bear to leave Conan alone. Now that Conan had taken Uehara Nara under her wing, a well-behaved and obedient youth, he seemed fit to become the future leader of the Akatsuki. No, not merely the Akatsuki. A glimmer crossed Nagato's eyes. If they could successfully ambush Hanzo, he would meticulously nurture Uehara to become the future leader of Amigakure. The legacy of both the Dawn and the Dark Dawn must eventually be entrusted to this young lad. Unbeknownst to Uehara Nara, he chuckled helplessly. Why do I feel that Lord Nagato and Konan-sensei are acting strangely? Let us retreat to that valley and await Hanzo's arrival. Agreed. Conan adjusted her blue hair, and their group soon arrived at their destination, a valley that had nearly led to the Akatsuki's demise. The torrential rains of the Land of Rain seemed to have spared this valley from significant erosion. Remnants of the past battles still lingered, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Nagato maneuvered the Deva path to guide his wheelchair to a clearing at the valley's base, a shadow of sorrow gradually overtaking his features. Yahiko, you once spoke of your dream to become a god in this world. I shall soon help you realize that. Years ago, Nagato had used Yahiko's corpse to create the Deva path, solely for the purpose of eliminating mackerel fish Hanzo today, to descend upon the world in the name of divinity. By divine decree, he would eradicate all darkness from the earth. By divine power, he would execute those who did not cherish peace. Uehara Nara felt a tumult of emotions within him. In this oppressive atmosphere, he empathized with Nagato. The notion of fulfilling another's dream, while noble, carried a tinge of melancholy. Such aspirations ought to be realized by those who held them. For instance, the vendor who sold him a book. That was where Yahiko had taken his life. Conan lifted her gaze to a dilapidated hill not far from them, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It was there that Hanzo had held me captive. Watching Yahiko collide with the kunai in Nagato's hand. Despite having visited once before, their return to this place inexorably drew them into sadness. Sensei, Uehara Nara sighed deeply, finally deciding to rouse them. Our numbers are ultimately too few. Should a fierce battle ensue here, Hanzo might escape. That is an impossibility. Conan snapped back to reality, her palms slightly rising, causing the earth and rock faces to crack with myriad fissures. Yesterday, I set 6 trillion explosive tags here. Everything has been reconstructed using my God-S paper technique. With that, Conan tightened her fists. In that moment, neither Hanzo nor his loyal ninjas will survive. Sensei, a bead of cold sweat formed on Uehara Naraku's brow. If anything goes awry, we might perish here as well, right? Do not concern yourself with that. The Deva path approached, pushing Nagato in his wheelchair. The battle will primarily be conducted by the Deva, the hungry ghost, human, and Azura paths will provide support, while the Hell and Animal paths will stand at a distance to assist our retreat. Nagato and Conan had long since devised a strategy for dealing with mackerel fish Hanzo, as this was a battle of vengeance. It was only fitting that the Deva path led the charge, with the hungry ghost, human, and Azura paths offering reconnaissance and support. To ensure absolute security, Nagato had positioned the Animal path, specializing in summoning, and the Hell path, responsible for repairing the paths, in a safe location, guaranteeing their secure withdrawal. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, they would obliterate this place. Nagato turned his gaze to Uehara Nara, speaking earnestly. Uehara, both Conan and I fear that Hanzo may act recklessly when faced with danger. Once the battle commences, you must exit the battlefield. Do you understand? Uehara Nara hesitated. His system panel contained several tasks regarding mackerel fish Hanzo, some of which he knew could not be completed, particularly the one involving the title bestowed upon him by the ninja demigod. However, Uehara Nara still yearned to undertake the mission of eliminating the demigod of ninjas. After all, the rewards bestowed by the system were always unpredictable. They might bestow a mere 100 coins as a meager consolation, or, as was the case a couple of days prior, grant an entire series of extraordinarily high-level skills. Now that would be a true surprise. I can stand by to provide support. Uehara Nara glanced at Konan and Nagato, softly declaring, if anything were to go awry, I could simply take flight at any moment. No, Konan promptly dismissed his suggestion, seemingly aware of her rigid demeanor, and softened her tone. Naraku, this is our revenge. Uehara Naraku's expression turned somewhat aggrieved, as if Conan's words had struck a nerve. But just a moment ago, we were speaking of being family, and I can take care of myself. I managed to escape from the formidable Uchiha Obito. As he spoke of the current situation, he couldn't help but cast shadows upon Obito's character. In the eyes of Konan and Nagato, Uchiha Obito had already become a target marked for extermination. There would be no future opportunities to compete with him. Konan remained resolute, continuing her heartfelt persuasion. It is precisely because we are your family that we cannot bear to see you harmed. Let Uehara stay. Nagato interjected, his voice grave. Uehara must eventually shoulder the burdens of Akatsuki and the Village of Rain. We cannot forever shield him beneath our wings. A fledgling must learn to fly on its own. Uehara Naraku listened, increasingly bewildered. While Nagato's initial statement was acceptable, the subsequent talk of bearing the burdens of Akatsuki and the Village of Rain was perplexing. What were these two planning for him? Nonetheless, upon hearing Nagato's words, Konan nodded with regret, saying, then let him stay. With our current strength, we can protect our family. Indeed, Nagato could not suppress a prolonged cough, his hand gripping the wheelchair tightly. Now, let that Hans fellow experience the pain we once endured, and let this world feel that agony. Hans of the Salamander was far more cautious than anticipated. Even in response to Shimura Danzo's invitation, he led a significant number of subordinates. Upon arriving at the valley, the reconnaissance ninja team of the Village of Rain sprang into action, and Uehara Naraku soon caught wind of their presence, hastily approaching to greet them. After all, once a task is undertaken, it must be executed thoroughly. Guided by a group of reconnaissance ninjas, Uehara Naraku met Hans of the Salamander, the man hailed as the pinnacle of ninja prowess, said to be the closest to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Lord Hans, I did not expect you to bring so many subordinates. The Uehara version of Yamashiro Kaze approached, surveying the Rain ninjas before speaking softly. Our leader, Lord Shimura Danzo, has shown his sincerity by bringing only a team of escort ninjas for this negotiation. This statement was not entirely untrue, at least on the surface. Only 4 pain figures occupied the valley. Hans and Appos, as companion, Shinra, scoffed derisively. Humph, it matters not how many ninjas you bring before Lord Hans. Well, Lord Shinra does have a point, replied the Uehara version of Yamashiro Kaze, offering an awkward yet polite smile. With fewer numbers, we can also avoid drawing the third Hokage's attention. Upon hearing Uehara Naraku's explanation, Hans relaxed somewhat. The elder turned to Yamashiro Kaze. Curious about the implications. If the third Hokage's regulations are stringent, how many Umbu can Lord Danzo mobilize to join forces with us against Akatsuki? I am merely a tool in Lord Danzo's hands. I am not privy to such knowledge, the Uehara version of Yamashiro Kaze replied, avoiding a direct promise. Instead, he solemnly stated, however, please trust in Lord Danzo's sincerity. After both of you have conferred, I am sure Lord Hans will receive a satisfactory outcome. Hans's gaze hardened slightly as he observed Yamashiro Kaze for an extended moment before speaking. You Konoha ninjas are truly loyal to Shimura Danzo. You flatter me. Lord Hans, the Uehara version of Yamashiro Kaze humbly bowed his head. Uehara Naraku's performance was commendable, eliciting a hint of envy in Hans's eyes. Who wouldn't desire the ninjas that only obey Danzo's commands? Hans casually inquired further about Danzo, to which Uehara Naraku responded fluently, even subtly praising Hans in return. Hans labeled the root ninjas before him, appreciating their eloquence. However, upon glancing at the 4 figures standing atop the cliff, Hans furrowed his brow. Why had Danzo not come down to greet him? Uehara Naraku, noticing Hans's displeasure, quickly interjected, my apologies, Lord Hans. It appears we did not communicate the process properly. What process? Hans queried, feeling a sense of confusion, sensing something was amiss. The Rain ninjas, initially displeased with Danzo's apparent disrespect, now leaned in to hear Uehara Naraku's words. Our process, you see. Uehara Naraku blinked, suddenly rising on tiptoe and soaring into the air, is to put on a good show before we eliminate you. Uehara ascended gracefully, his form gradually transforming to reveal his true self, causing the rain ninjas to turn pale. From above, Uehara looked down upon the gathered rain ninjas, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Regrettably, it seems this process must be omitted. To be frank, Uehara felt a tinge of disappointment. Hansa's expression shifted dramatically. He raised his gaze to the airborne Uehara Nara, recalling several images. That brat was the very one who had been so active recently within Akatsuki. It's him. Hansa's companion, Shinra, nodded vigorously. Hansa's countenance darkened further, his voice cold. Where is Shimura Danzo? Has he betrayed me? Or is this merely Akatsuki's scheme? Regardless of which scenario it was, neither would bode well for Hans. Uehara Nara descended beside the four figures atop the cliff, casting a disdainful gaze upon Hans and the multitude of rain ninjas below. Indeed, just yesterday, the Konoha ninjas informed us of your meeting here, hoping we would eliminate you. Observing the tense expressions of the rain ninjas, Uehara continued with a smirk. Lord Danzo of Konoha has proposed generous terms, should we succeed in killing you. Konoha will support us in becoming the leaders of the Village of Rain. Pain of the Six Paths pondered. Why does it feel as though Uehara is speaking these falsehoods with remarkable ease? Yet, such an obvious lie would hardly be believed by anyone. The young one from Akatsuki. Hans's expression fluctuated, as he raised his gaze to Uehara Nara and the four shadowy figures beside him. Does that scoundrel Danzo believe he can use you to eliminate me? Do you think the ninjas in the village will support you? Though others may doubt, Hans held firm in his belief. Years ago, when the first Akatsuki organization was besieged, many Rain and Konoha root ninjas perished at the hands of the Outer Path's golem, with Hans being one of the few to escape. Clearly, Hans had been at a disadvantage during that confrontation. Perhaps this was why Danzo sought to change his partners? No. It is also possible that that scoundrel Danzo intends to sow discord between the demigods of the Village of Rain and the Rinnegan users, inciting them to annihilate one another. Regardless of who emerges victorious, it would ultimately benefit Konoha. Shimura Danzo, known as the Shadow of the Ninja World, seems to elicit no surprise regardless of his outrageous actions. While enticing both the Rain Village and the Akatsuki organization, such unscrupulous deeds are undoubtedly within Danzo's capabilities. Hanzo of the Salamander abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Uehara Nara, his voice deep and resonant. Has the Akatsuki organization never speculated that this might be Konoha's attempt to incite the two most powerful factions in the Land of Rain to annihilate each other? This inquiry was indeed intriguing. Uehara Nara chuckled softly, meeting Hanzo's gaze with a counter-question. Did you, Lord Hanzo, never ponder the same when you besieged the three leaders of our Akatsuki? Hanzo of the Salamander was instantly silenced. Uehara Nara spread his hands and spoke gently. Enough of these grandiloquent words, Hanzo. We merely wish to convey to you the sentiments of those who once stood in your current position. Hanzo's expression darkened further. Yet, a smile crept upon Uehara Nara's lips. I believe I've spoken enough. It is time for the true Avengers to reveal themselves. A flicker of trepidation appeared in Hanzo's eyes as he recalled Nagato and the Outer Path Gedomazo, who had nearly claimed his life years ago. If Nagato were truly to ambush him, how could he escape? At that moment, the sound of a wheelchair gradually approached. Nagato and Konan emerged beside the rocky terrain, calmly observing Hanzo of the Salamander below, a sight that sent chills through him. It's been a long time. Hanzo of the Salamander. Even more terrifying was the sight of Pain, who slowly approached, shedding his disguise to reveal his true visage, a figure long presumed dead. Hanzo of the Salamander clenched his fingers tightly, fearfully gazing at the orange-haired figure. You are the deceased child from back then. Aside from Shimura Danzo, all those who were meant to arrive had gathered. Nagato coldly interrupted Hanzo's words, glancing at Konan and Uehara Nara. Konan, Uehara, shall we begin? Konan's fingers spread slightly, raising them, then let us commence. A long-awaited revenge, culminating in a catharsis only now realized. Hanzo of the Salamander's initial confusion, anger, and fear upon discovering the deception were merely the prelude to this banquet of vengeance. The Rain ninjas, evidently inexperienced, transitioned from bewilderment to anger, even finding themselves on the verge of laughter. What a joke! A mere handful of individuals aiming to assault Lord Hanzo. Lord Hanzo is a demigod among ninjas, the sole ninja in decades to rival the legendary sage of the Six Paths, Hashirama Senju. Let us wager. How long can this group from the Akatsuki last? Half an hour? An hour? A bit brief, wouldn't you say? How much longer do you think they can endure? Do you still believe they can fight Lord Hanzo for a day and a night, like the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha? Whenever one mentions the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, it is inescapable to also refer to the ninjas who bestowed the title upon the legendary 3. As time has passed, the power of the legendary 3 ninjas has only grown stronger. Even though they have long since parted ways, their legends continue to resonate throughout the ninja world, indirectly highlighting the immense strength of Hanzo of the Salamander, who conferred the title upon them. In truth, that period marked the pinnacle of Hanzo's life. Listening to the exchanges of his subordinates around him, Hanzo's expression grew increasingly grave. He lacked the confidence that his rain ninjas exhibited. Hanzo himself had aged significantly. He had begun to fear death. Hanzo of the Salamander surveyed his surroundings, discreetly raising his finger, intending to covertly use the body flicker technique to escape. If he could return to the Rain Village, hope would still remain. Remaining here, who could predict how powerful the red-haired ninja with the Rinnegan might become? Not to mention that orange-haired boy who had long since taken his own life. Perhaps the least conspicuous was the blue-haired woman. Hanzo of the Salamander secretly calculated that if any opportunity arose, he might attempt to abduct Konan, repeating the ploy that had once lured Yahiko to his demise. Alas, disappointment awaited him this time. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Konan gazed down at Hanzo, seemingly perceiving his intentions. Her fingers slowly curled, her expression serious as she spoke. Years ago, you ambushed Nagato with explosive tags, destroying his legs. Today, I shall repay you 1,000-fold. The very ground here is disguised with explosive tags. As she gestured, the earth suddenly cracked open. Layer upon layer of explosive tags emerged from the fissures, leaving the rain ninjas in sheer terror. How many explosive tags lay hidden here? One by one, the explosive tags swiftly detached and adhered to the bodies of the rain ninjas amid their dread. I have disguised 6 trillion explosive tags as the earth. Konan's fingers danced like flowers pointing at the ground, her gaze fixed intently on Hanzo. Hanzo, today, you shall not escape. Hanzo of the Salamander could not help but grit his teeth. Slowly, he turned his head, silently assessing the environment. Explosive tags floated ominously in every direction, making escape via his body flicker technique exceedingly difficult. Damn it, does the Akatsuki possess such wealth? Truly, the cycle of reincarnation brings relentless retribution. Years ago, Hanzo had toyed with the 3 leaders of the Akatsuki, and now it was he who faced the dire straits imposed by Konan and Nagato. Nagato coughed lightly, maneuvering pain into the air, softly stating, Konan, eliminate those insignificant pests first. Understood. Konan nodded, a shadow crossing her face. As she gestured, a multitude of explosive tags erupted. Flee. Body flicker technique. Damn it, hurry and run. A throng of rain ninjas, gripped by fear, sought to escape. However, they found themselves unable to break free from the coverage of explosive tags, each becoming ensnared by the tags. One of the rain ninjas, despair evident in his eyes, gazed helplessly as the explosive tags enveloped him, a grimace of resignation on his face. How could there possibly be so many explosive tags? Boom. Uehara Nara stood aloft, silently watching as the rain ninja was wholly consumed by the explosive tags, transforming into a cascade of blood. Lord Hanzo, save me. Lord Hanzo. Lord Hanzo. The sounds of explosions and cries for help echoed relentlessly. The remaining rain ninjas, still struggling, surged toward Hanzo of the Salamander. For only the explosive tags beneath his feet had yet to be revealed. Clearly, Konan and Nagato intended to leave Hanzo for last. Hanzo of the Salamander surmised as much. After contemplating for a few moments, he resolved to prioritize his own survival, leaving the fates of his subordinates to chance. The only recourse available to this demigod of ninjas was to clasp his hands together to unleash a grand water release technique. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A colossal wave erupted from Hanzo's mouth. In terms of water release mastery, Uehara Nara had to concede that neither Hozuki Mangetsu nor Kisame Hashigaki could compare to this demigod, let alone the likes of Zabuza Momochi, who merely flailed in the water. An oval-shaped lake materialized upon the earth. Some of the rain ninjas finally felt a glimmer of hope for escape, scrambling to plunge into the waters to evade the pursuing explosive tags. Hanzo of the Salamander stood in the water as if it were solid ground. As one of the foremost masters of water release techniques in the shinobi world, Hanzo could glide through the water with the same ease as some others. Concealed beneath the surface, he observed Nagato and Konan, as well as pain, his hand suddenly moved. And he shouted, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." A colossal water dragon surged forth. In terms of sheer size and the chakra it contained, Hanzo's water dragon bullet was arguably the most formidable water release technique that Uehara had ever witnessed. Nagato gazed at the water dragon diving toward them, calmly extending his palm and softly uttering, "Hungry ghost path." The gigantic water dragon transformed into chakra and entered Nagato's being. As the embodiment of the Rinnegan, Nagato could unleash all the jutsu of the 6 paths of pain, and he did so without hesitation. Since the moment he revealed himself, to prevent any information from leaking, none of the others present stood a chance of escaping, except for Konan and Uehara. "This is my gift to you." Nagato pointed his finger at Hanzo. In the next instant, Deva Path Pain suddenly appeared above the oval lake, his palm forcefully spread, Shinra Tensei. Just as Hanzo felt a sense of alarm, a tremendous repulsive force cascaded down. In mere seconds, the entire lake was obliterated by Shinra Tensei. The rain ninja concealed within the water were instantly slaughtered. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. A gigantic salamander materialized beside Hanzo. This brown salamander was distinctly different from the one Konan had slain. It was a unique summoning beast native to the land of rain, and its kind appeared to be quite plentiful. Hanzo quickly took shelter beneath his summoned beast. Commanding its body to withstand the assault of the repulsion, he dared not sustain severe injuries so early in the battle. Uehara couldn't help but furrow his brow. Isn't that a bit cowardly? Sacrificing a powerful ally just to save your own skin? After all, he had never truly considered victory. Nagato looked disdainfully at the fortunate survivor, Hanzo, his face filled with contempt. He has forsaken his beliefs and is no longer the demigod who could protect the land of rain. Only a true god can safeguard this nation now. Uehara's expression grew increasingly complex. It was evident that Hanzo only sought to flee. Confronted with the peculiarities of Deva Path Pain and the duo of Nagato and Konan, this demigod of the ninja world recognized the pitiful odds of his success. Rather than relying on his salamander to retaliate, it was wiser to avoid injury and conserve his strength and chakra for escape. Amidst the chaos wrought by Shinra Tensei, Hanzo's figure suddenly vanished from sight, deftly employing the body replacement technique and body flicker technique to flee into the distance. Yet with each step away, his heart filled with dread. For every inch he traversed, he realized the ground beneath him was littered with explosive tags. Just how vast was this area of explosive seals? Universal pull. At Deva Path Pain's utterance, Hanzo found his body uncontrollably drawn back toward him. In a frantic attempt, Hanzo formed hand seals and expelled a colossal wave of water release, water surge. He aimed to use the force of the wave to push back pain, at the very least to escape this inexplicable pull. However, a stout man with orange hair suddenly appeared between them, radiating a sphere of white light. With a mere gesture, he absorbed the chakra of Hanzo's water surge. It was none other than the hungry ghost path pain. Are ninjutsu attacks ineffective? Hanzo tore the scythe from his back, propelled by the force of universal pull into the air. Deva Path Pain ignored Hanzo's scythe, his expression impassive as he addressed him. "Hanzo, I will never forget Yahiko's suffering." Revived from the dead, why is there another pair of Rinnegan? A flicker of fear crossed Hanzo's eyes as he uncertainly gripped his scythe and swung it at Deva Path Pain. He was indeed already dead. Deva Path Pain crouched, evading Hanzo's scythe with ease, his palm landing on Hanzo's chest. "What stands before you now is the true god of this world." Crack! A black rod materialized from Pain's palm. This Inyang released black rod pierced through Hanzo's body. Seizing the moment when Hanzo's chakra was momentarily stifled, Deva Path Pain delivered a swift kick to Hanzo's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. Bang! 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 4 black rods shot forth in rapid succession. Hanzo was pinned to the ground. The Inyang released black rods not only restricted his chakra, but also immobilized him entirely. He was left helpless, at the mercy of his foes. Deva Path Pain approached him, placing a foot upon Hanzo's head. "I expected to revel in a satisfying revenge, but all that remains is endless disappointment. You are truly weak, Hanzo." Hanzo gazed up at Deva Path Pain, who insulted him, and suddenly spat blood, unsure whether it was from injury or indignation. "Just kill him already," Konan remarked with displeasure, raising her hand. Humiliating such a being serves no purpose. Nagato remained silent for a moment before turning to Uehara. "Go, Uehara, eliminate this faithless wretch. He is no longer worthy of Pain's attention." Uehara replied. What do you mean by that? Are you saying he is unworthy of Pain's hand, yet still allowing him to act? Each time you belittle two individuals with a single statement, you truly live up to your reputation, Nagato. Not only Uehara, but even Konan found Nagato's words somewhat excessive. Uehara could genuinely sympathize with their sentiments. It felt as though they had meticulously plotted to assassinate a major antagonist, only for them to toss a shuriken. And the antagonist simply fell. Long ago, when Hanzo was swayed by Shimura Danzo's machinations, attempting to eliminate the Akatsuki organization to solidify his power, he narrowly escaped a counter-assassination. His spirit had already withered. Or rather, since that moment, Hanzo had focused solely on survival. Whom could he blame for this? Only Shimura Danzo. In this shinobi world, those linked to Danzo or brainwashed by him seldom met a favorable end. Hanzo, Yakushi Nan, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi. Of course, there were those who specifically countered Danzo. That would be the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who with the will of fire, forcibly re-educated those on the brink of being led astray by Danzo. One must commend Kakashi Hatake. This white-haired jonin from Konoha managed to endure the dark trials of his youth, resist Danzo's brainwashing, and survive the indoctrination of the will of fire, until he encountered the mouth techniques of a certain blonde-haired boy and ultimately succumbed. Uehara withdrew from his wandering thoughts and approached Hanzo, casually accepting the black rod that Devapath Pain offered him. Hanzo's gas mask fell away as he glared at Uehara, gritting his teeth. You think you can kill me? Child. To be honest, he was terrified of Nagato and Konan. The one who had deceived him, Uehara, seemed truly vile. This child had deceived Hanzo of the Salamander, betrayed the emotions of their village, and directly brought him to his demise. Since that day when he decided to meet with Shimura Danzo, even receiving news that Danzo might relent, Hanzo felt a flicker of joy, believing he could once again leverage Konoha's power to resolve his threats. Who could have anticipated that this was an utterly brazen deception? That scoundrel Shao has led him to this place for execution. Farewell, Lord Hans. Uehara Nara grasped the Inyang released black staff and lunged it towards the ground where Hans the salamander lay, exclaiming, If you harbor any grievances, seek out Shimura Danzo. Upon hearing Uehara's words, Hans's mind momentarily dulled. However, when faced with life and death, Hans ultimately regained his wits. You shall perish first, brat. Hans the salamander unleashed a torrent of venom from his mouth, a toxic gas emanating from the poison sac within him, a potent toxin even he could scarcely endure. Yet, Hans had discreetly concealed a vial of antidote within his teeth, which he could break open to temporarily alleviate the poison. This was his true trump card. Seizing the moment as Uehara Nara drew near, and with Nagato and Konan far atop the cliff, and Pain standing by, unable to react in time, the venom of the salamander erupted forth. Should this group be hindered by the lethal toxin, he would have a chance to escape, as long as he could survive. All possibilities remained open. Uehara, Naraku. The expressions of Nagato and Konan shifted dramatically. In their line of sight, the proud yet naive young ninja who had been by their side all along, undeterred by the encroaching venom, thrust the Inyang released black staff fiercely into Hans's back. Side quest: The Fall of a Demigod, 1-1. Quest completed. Reward: Skill, Star Infusion. Star Infusion consumes 10 of current life force and chakra to replenish the corresponding percentage of life force and chakra for allies. Cooldown time: 6 seconds. Side quest: Collect a new type of super poison, 1-1. Quest completed. Reward: Skill, Spore Creation. Spore Creation utilizes chakra to generate an invisible poisonous mushroom that can be placed in a target area, providing limited visibility within that area. When a target steps on the mushroom, it will explode, poisoning the individual. The size of each mushroom correlates with the chakra value, with a minimum consumption of 100 chakra points. Uehara Nara stood amidst the salamander's venom, glancing at the 2 skills awarded by the system. Feeling that his involvement in the assassination of Hans had indeed been profitable, henceforth, he could also pursue the path of a medical ninja. He just needed to devise a means of explanation. Perhaps he should take some time to learn medical ninjutsu. The salamander's poison was truly of no concern to Uehara. He possessed a purification skill that would allow him to negate the toxin once he left the contaminated area. As for how to explain things to Nagato and Konan, with so many ranged shinobi corpses surrounding them, could they not find an antidote to the salamander's poison on any of them? Uehara Nara calculated astutely. Everything seemed to unfold as he anticipated. Yet, he had miscalculated one aspect. Konan, disregarding her own safety, hastily dove into the toxic mist and grasped Uehara's arm, pulling him to safety. Conan, there's no need to rush. Azurapath Pain pushed Nagato's wheelchair, appearing beside them with a tense expression. I can have the 6 paths of pain enter the poison mist to rescue Uehara. It's fine, let us find the antidote first. Conan urged, clutching Uehara tightly, her voice low and insistent. Nagato, hurry. I promise to protect Naruto. Uehara could only nestle within her embrace, feeling a mix of joy and concern within his heart. Uehara Naruto could only manage a wry smile, feeling somewhat restrained in Conan's embrace. Teacher, please refrain from such irrational actions in the future. Conan spoke calmly, her cheek pressed against Uehara's forehead. Do not speak. Conserve your strength. Understood. Uehara's face flushed slightly as he sensed the warmth emanating from Conan. After a moment, Nagato approached in a wheelchair, with Pain standing beside him, extending his palm which held an antidote. Conan, this should be the antidote to the poison of the pufferfish, but there is only 1 dose. This antidote was obtained from the body of the legendary Hans, despite scouring the corpses of all the rain ninjas. No second vial resembling an antidote for the pufferfish toxin was found. Administer it quickly to Naruto. Conan's expression brightened, yet she couldn't suppress a few coughs, her body suddenly weakening. Clearly, her earlier impulsiveness had resulted in her own exposure to the pufferfish poison. Now, both were afflicted, but only 1 antidote remained. A glimmer of determination flashed in Uehara's eyes as he shook his head at the antidote. Lord Nagato, please reserve this antidote for Teacher Conan. Naruto, be more obedient. Teacher. Uehara gazed earnestly at the dissatisfied Conan. As long as I live, I will not allow you to suffer if anything were to happen to you. How could I bear to continue living? I am your teacher. In a moment of life and death, Conan would not heed his words. Gently lifting Uehara's face, she softly urged, Naruto, my dream is on the verge of realization, while you still have a long journey ahead. Teacher Conan. Uehara interrupted her, his mind racing with a plan to feign death amidst the pufferfish poisoning incident, allowing him to better conceal his identity. He even devised a strategy for his return to the Akatsuki. However, Nagato's words disrupted all his calculations. I suggest none of you use it. Wait for Chio to ascertain whether this antidote is genuine. He possesses a true antidote. Uehara. Conan. Nagato turned the ring on his finger, continuing in a low voice. Itachi, Kisame, and Sasori have successfully recruited Deidara and are heading back to the Land of Rain. I've instructed them to hasten their pace. That's reassuring. Upon hearing Sasori's name, Conan exhaled in relief. After Orochimaru's departure, Sasori is the most adept at antidotes. He once developed an antidote for the pufferfish toxin within the organization. Uehara felt a tinge of despondency. If he weren't resting on Conan's lap, he might have been unable to conceal his disappointment. Once, Granny Chio from Sunagakure had confronted Hans and had researched an antidote for the pufferfish toxin. Having trained under his grandmother, Sasori was exceptionally skilled in both puppetry and toxins, making the creation of an antidote seem trivial. Nagato maneuvered his wheelchair closer and stated solemnly, Pain will remain here with you. I will leave with my original body. Once the poison within you is eradicated, we will retrieve Hans's corpse and take control of the Land of Rain. Understood. Conan nodded. After Nagato finished speaking, all but Pain had gathered by his side and departed. Shortly thereafter, a large white bird landed nearby. A boisterous voice echoed among them. Is there truly a novice in the Akatsuki who can be poisoned? Truly pathetic. Uehara and Conan exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they deduced that the unfamiliar voice belonged to Deidara, the newest recruit of the Akatsuki. Silence. Sasori stepped down from the large bird, reprimanding Deidara with a booming voice before making his way over. Sasori tossed an antidote vial and coldly remarked, Here is an antidote for the pufferfish toxin. I brought it just in case we encountered that old Hans. As a member of the Akatsuki frequently traversing the Land of Rain, Sasori was understandably wary of encountering such a formidable opponent. The reputation of the Sannin was not to be taken lightly. Nagato accepted the vial and handed over the antidote for Sasori to inspect, speaking coldly. There will be no need for such preparations in the future. Oh. Sasori glanced at the entwined figures of Conan and Uehara before shifting his gaze towards a nearby corpse and the numerous fallen rain ninjas. Nagato, maintaining a stoic demeanor, stated, From this day forth, the Land of Rain and the Land of Rain are under our dominion. Could it be? Sasori's eyes widened as he gazed greedily at Hans's corpse. Is that truly the body of the legendary Sannin? Had the leader truly slain the fabled ninja demigod? A slightly astonished voice interjected as two figures descended from the white bird, Itachi and Kisame, who had come to assist Sasori. Itachi's eyes turned crimson as he regarded Hanzo's corpse, a fleeting look of shock crossing his features before he concealed it. Throughout the ninja world, who was unaware of Hanzo's infamous reputation? The realization that Hanzo's corpse lay before them was staggering. This matter must not be disclosed. Nagato surveyed the assembly with a cold gaze, commanding, though Hans may have been ineffective, his name still holds enough weight to intimidate other major ninja villages, granting us ample time to achieve our objectives. The group exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. In the presence of a leader capable of slaying a demigod, complying with his orders seemed only prudent. Even Deidara momentarily curbed his arrogance. Ninjas from the land of earth, wind, and fire were all too familiar with the terror of Hanzo's name, and now, his body lay nearby. Kisame smirked as he observed Uehara, who was grimacing while consuming the antidote. It appears our organization's in turn has also contributed to the effort of slaying Hans. The tone carried a hint of mockery. Uehara shot a resentful glare at his top spy. Ever since Kisame had joined his ranks, he seemed increasingly unrestrained. Did he not understand the risks of offending his superior? Even if it were all an act, such behavior was unnecessary. Yet, a subtle gesture from Kisame signaled that he had vital information to relay. Uehara suppressed his urge to reprimand him. Nagato glanced at Uehara and intoned, Uehara personally devised the plan to assassinate Hans and carried out the deed himself. Kisame's face displayed a well-timed astonishment. I didn't realize that Conan's disciple had grown so powerful. He felt no surprise, rather. He was curious about how much strength Uehara had revealed this time. I should have had Conan's disciple as my partner from the beginning. Sasori, upon hearing Nagato's words, cast a disdainful glance at the nearby Deidara. This brat is simply too loud. Discontented, Deidara exclaimed, "Hey, Scorpion," regardless of the circumstances, that remark was rather disrespectful. I have shown you great respect on the road. Let us not squander time here with pointless quarrels. Coldly, Pain of the Deva Path intervened. Return and prepare. Tomorrow, we shall relocate Akatsuki's base near the Hidden Rain village. After uttering this, Pain turned to Conan and Nagato. Conan, Nagato, bring Hanzo's corpse. We are to take control of the Hidden Rain village. Within the Hidden Rain village, chaos reigned. The body of their leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, was suspended atop the tallest tower in the village, instilling fear among many ninjas who dreaded the village's demise. From this day forth, we shall take command here. A youthful ninja sat atop the tower, flanked by the seasoned Jainin, Hattori Hirakawa, and two young subordinates, adopting a posture of submission. Hanzo had taken most of his loyal followers with him. Those remaining fled upon witnessing his lifeless form, leaving behind only the ordinary ninjas of the Hidden Rain. These ordinary rain ninjas looked up in terror at the boy on the tower. Is this child the one who killed Lord Hanzo? What on earth is happening? A blue-haired woman approached the young ninja and gently tapped his head. Nagato, stop standing in the rain. Come, let me show you the room I prepared for you. Kagaya Kimamaro and the white ninja could not help but chuckle, and even Hirakawa nearby covered his mouth in amusement. Nagato, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and, seizing Conan's hand, stood up. Teacher, please do not always treat me like a child in need of care. All right, I have something to say to the ninjas here. Conan unfurled the paper wings on her back and soared into the air, looking down at the multitude of rain ninjas below. That was my disciple, Nagato. What he said is entirely accurate. From this day on, the Hidden Rain village is under Akatsuki's control. Since the Second Shinobi World War, the Land of Rain has been a battlefield among great nations, and Hanzo has never altered this predicament. However, beginning today, Lord Pain has resolved to transform the status of the Hidden Rain village. He will make the great nations experience the agony of war, ensuring that no foreign ninja shall battle in the Land of Rain. Lord Pain is the true deity. From now on, the Land of Rain shall no longer be bullied. Listening to Conan's oration, Nagato glanced at her, appearing somewhat ethereal in the air, before retreating into the tower. From this moment forth, Conan would be the angel of the Hidden Rain village. Nagato concealed himself within this tower, preparing the resting place of the 6 paths of pain to conserve his chakra. Presently, aside from Deva Path Pain, who was pursuing Hanzo's remaining loyalists and sealing information, the other pains were stationed here. Nagato, why are you here? Nagato frowned slightly, and after a few light coughs, murmured, Did I not instruct you to accompany Conan and learn how to govern the Hidden Rain village in the future? It seemed he genuinely wished for Nagato to become the village leader. Nagato felt his performance was excessive and simply scratched his head. Forget it, Lord Nagato. We are short on manpower. I shall first head out to execute a mission. As Nagato observed Nagato about to depart, a thought struck him, and he called out once more, "Wait. Take this." He suddenly tossed a ring. The ring bore the clear engraving of the character for origin. It appeared to be a unique creation of Nagato's. Nagato's eyes brightened as he reached out to catch the ring. Isn't this the ring for formal members? Has Teacher Conan acknowledged me as a formal member? Where do I collect my uniform? Forget the nail polish. Cough, cough, cough. Conan did not agree. Nagato cleared his throat softly and explained, "This is a ring for communication within Akatsuki. By channeling chakra into it, I can sense your messages through the Rinnegan." So, it was merely a ring. Nagato expressed some dissatisfaction. Moreover, I can also use your black rod, Lord Nagato, to summon the 6 paths of pain at any time. So it feels rather superfluous. If you don't want it, I can return it. Of course, I will take it. Nagato swiftly departed. Nagato extended a hand in a futile attempt to retain him, gazing after Nagato's fleeting silhouette like a lonely elder watching the wind carry away a youth. Wait, you haven't learned the body flicker technique yet. Body flicker technique? Nagato turned back. Never mind. You need not contact the other Akatsuki members. Just keep in touch with me and Conan. You do not require the body flicker technique. Go execute your mission and expel those intruding the land of rain. The entire Hidden Rain village lay in disarray. Their immediate tasks were to hunt down Hanzo's loyalists and to seal off information within the village, driving out and assassinating the enemy ninjas active in the land of rain. However, Nagato's task was merely a pretext. More importantly, upon their departure yesterday, Kisame had signaled him privately, hinting at critical information to relay. After leaving the Hidden Rain village, Nagato utilized his fate skill to teleport directly to Kisame's side, who was conveniently awaiting his arrival. What is it? Nagato frowned. If not for the significance of the information, he would have struck Kisame. Kisame, not one to be vague, spoke in a grave tone. Mr. Itachi wishes to meet with Uchiha Obito privately. Does Lord Nagato intend to ambush Uchiha Obito? You could follow Mr. Itachi in secret to locate Uchiha Obito. It had not been long, yet he referred to him as Mr. Itachi. Nagato scoffed. He had no intention of ambushing Uchiha Obito. Until he had absolute certainty, he would not act against him. Nonetheless, this intelligence was not without merit. It could serve to create some trouble for Uchiha Obito. Understood. Nagato waved his hand, about to leave when he suddenly added, "When we encounter each other in Akatsuki, you might show me a modicum of respect. At the very least, treat me as you do with others, right? Huh, shouldn't I be commanding an intern?" Kisame's eyes widened in confusion, his expression rendering Nagato unable to decipher his true thoughts. Nagato sighed. Encountering such a blunt subordinate was truly perplexing. Had it not been for the swift movement of Itachi's avatar he had seen on the fate panel, he would have contended with Kisame. Very well. I shall take my leave. Nagato offered a token of consolation to Kisame. You are a spy. Learn to protect yourself? All right. Kisame nodded, then inquired. Wait, Lord Nagato. I have also devised a beautiful hand seal technique. No need, no need. My hands are sore from practicing seals. Nagato shook his head vigorously, then, like a diver, slowly sank into the earth, quickly pursuing Itachi's trajectory. Even if Uchiha Itachi moved swiftly, he could not outpace the technique of the mayfly. In a small grove, Nagato successfully reached Itachi before him. He pondered for a moment before transforming into a masked umbu of Konoha. This time, Nagato intended to send Obito a gift. Itachi possessed keen perception. As he stepped into the grove, he immediately noticed the birds fleeing the thicket. A kunai swiftly fell into his grasp. Just as a member of the Konoha umbu discovered the trace of Uchiha Itachi and was about to reveal himself, a flock of crows suddenly appeared before him, forming a vague silhouette of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, are you from the Konoha umbu? A glimmer of red flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes as his form solidified. The kunai firmly resting on the shoulder of the person before him. Did Konoha send you to hunt me down? No. The Konoha umbu ninja quickly shook his head, promptly clarifying his identity. Due to an urgent situation in Konoha, Lord Third Hokage hopes you can gather some intelligence regarding Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi's heart tightened. Few in the ninja world knew he was a spy for Konoha. The only one who might believe he still served Konoha would be the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wouldn't he? That old man thinks he still embodies the will of fire. More importantly, Uchiha Sasuke remains in Konoha. However, even though the Konoha Anbu before him claimed to be sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Itachi wished to use Jinjutsu to test him, to discern his true identity. What if he were sent by Shimura Danzo? The Konoha Anbu, version Uehara Nara, felt a surge of anxiety. Had he acted too hastily to obstruct Uchiha Obito? If he were to face Uchiha Itachi's attack, his true form would surely be revealed, and at that point, he could only seek to eliminate Uchiha Itachi. Or perhaps threaten him with his brother. Just as Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan began to spin, the Konoha Anbu suddenly lowered his head and spoke. Please do not cast Jinjutsu on me. As I possess a special curse seal in my brain that cannot withstand any Jinjutsu attack. Before I die, please allow me to convey important intelligence to you. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan gradually ceased its motion, his voice tinged with a hint of obscurity. It sounds like, you are a dead man, senior? A dead man? You say? The Konoha Anbu gave a sorrowful smile and softly replied, that assessment is not incorrect. It is precisely because my life is nearing its end that the third Hokage entrusted me with this most perilous and confidential mission. After speaking, the Konoha Anbu gestured towards his head and added, moreover, I specifically requested the third Hokage to implant a forbidden curse seal in me, enabling me to detonate my own brain at will. Senior, you are truly admirable. Uchiha Itachi sighed and sheathed his kunai. Although he still harbored some suspicion towards the Konoha Anbu before him, it gradually dissipated. Regardless of whether it was Shimura Danzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen, it made little sense to disclose the village's most critical secrets to an ordinary Anbu. Thus, perhaps this Konoha Anbu was indeed nearing death. The Konoha Anbu listened to Uchiha Itachi's words but shook his head, gazing deeply into Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and praised, compared to me, Uchiha Itachi. You are the one who truly deserves respect. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head in sorrow. Clearly, he believed this dying individual knew all of his secrets. The massacre of his clan would undoubtedly serve the stability of Konoha. For him, the perpetrator of that tragedy, it would forever remain a haunting nightmare. I apologize for speaking too much. The Konoha Anbu shook his head and softly said, now, I have something important to convey to you, Uchiha Itachi. As it may overturn some of your perspectives. Please, go ahead. Uchiha Itachi repressed his sorrowful expression. The Konoha Anbu looked at Uchiha Itachi, suppressing his voice, and solemnly stated, the third Hokage suspects that the escalating conflicts between the village and the Uchiha clan over the years have been manipulated by Uchiha Obito behind the scenes. It is said that during the Nine Tails rampage, Uchiha Obito controlled the Nine Tails through his Sharingan, leading to the demise of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Uchiha Itachi suddenly lifted his head, incredulously staring at the Konoha Anbu. Senior, what did you just say? Do you need me to repeat it? No. I need a moment. Uchiha Itachi rubbed his temples. Uchiha Obito. Why would he kill the fourth Hokage? That was his teacher. And Obito's age. The third Hokage has no way of knowing. The Konoha Anbu, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, this loss belongs to all of Konoha. The Hokage learned this from Uchiha Obito's former teammate, Hitaki Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi. If the information relayed by the Konoha Anbu is indeed true, then the animosity between Konoha and the Uchiha clan over the years has all been orchestrated by Uchiha Obito. This person is utterly terrifying. Uchiha Itachi recalled when he sought out Uchiha Obito to invite him to annihilate the Uchiha clan. That wretch had already been waiting at the South He Shrine, having anticipated that day since the Nine Tails rampage. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists, his manicured fingers digging deep into his flesh, struggling to maintain his composure. If Uchiha Obito appeared before him now, Uchiha Itachi would truly wish to kill him on the spot. The fourth Hokage, upon ascending to power, had tirelessly worked to mend the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha. Moreover, his wife shared a close bond with Uchiha Itachi's mother, Mikoto, which had presented a glimmer of hope. Yet, Uchiha Obito had treacherously harmed his own teacher, publicly using his Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, driving an irreparable wedge between the Uchiha and Konoha. That bastard. After a long pause, Uchiha Itachi's expression gradually softened, and he continued in a solemn tone. Senior, please proceed. Are you all right? The Konoha Anbu hesitated, glancing at Uchiha Itachi with concern for his state. The Hokage instructed me to remind you not to rush in conveying intelligence. Uchiha Itachi nodded. I understand. That's good. The Konoha Umbu sighed in relief and continued. The Hokage has yet to uncover the motives behind Uchiha Obito's actions that led to the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife, as well as the incitement of conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha. We must capture him to unveil the truth. Recently, the Hokage ordered Shimura Danzo to dispatch several teams of Umbu trainees to search for traces of Uchiha Obito in the Land of Rain, but they have since gone silent. Now, the Hokage has no choice but to place his hopes on you, Uchiha Itachi. Understood. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi addressed the Konoha Umbu. I have indeed gathered some intelligence. Please relay to the Hokage that it is best not to act rashly, as Uchiha Obito's power is exceedingly enigmatic. We do have some information regarding Obito. The Konoha Umbu hesitated for a moment before stating solemnly, this is a concern the Hokage has regarding your safety, specifically about Uchiha Obito's Manjiki Sharingan. Previously, when Hatake Kakashi traveled to the Land of Water, he encountered Uchiha Obito and had some confrontations with him. The Hokage privately deduced some of Obito's ocular abilities, hoping it may prove beneficial to you. Uchiha Obito's Manjiki abilities are remarkably peculiar, seemingly rendering his body impervious to any attack, but this technique must have a time limit, approximately between 5 to 8 minutes. Upon concluding his remarks, the Konoha Umbu let out a wistful sigh and stated, regrettably, Uchiha Obito's movements are exceedingly enigmatic, and the intelligence regarding his combat capabilities is rather scant. The abilities inferred by Lord Hokage are limited to these, yet they are still sufficient. Uchiha Itachi, however, remained unfazed. For him, any information concerning Uchiha Obito was of paramount importance, even if it was merely conjecture from Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is no wonder that Lord Hokage excels in ninjutsu. I have only a rudimentary understanding of his abilities, yet I am currently unable to ascertain their duration. Itachi remarked softly, genuinely admiring Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Itachi first encountered Uchiha Obito, he was acutely aware of the peculiar nature of Obito's techniques. Yet, the fact that Hiruzen could deduce the specific duration was indeed impressive. He truly was a master of ninjutsu, capable of calculating even the duration of the Manjiki Sharingan's techniques. The Konoha Umbu continued, moreover, Lord Hokage suspects that he may have stolen Izanagi. Izanagi? Itachi was genuinely taken aback. This technique could render the Uchiha clan impervious to harm for a brief period, but at the cost of one eye's eternal blindness. The Umbu regarded Itachi, nodding solemnly as he continued. Since the night of the massacre, all techniques of the Uchiha clan have been sealed within the Forbidden Techniques room. During his search for intelligence on Uchiha Obito's ocular techniques, Lord Hokage discovered signs of tampering within the Forbidden Techniques room. He speculated that at some point, the Konoha barrier squad reported an unknown intruder, possibly indicating that Uchiha Obito had indeed stolen the Izanagi technique. I will remain vigilant regarding this matter, Itachi replied, his brow furrowing increasingly. The current Uchiha Obito, with his bizarre Manjiki Sharingan techniques, was already a formidable adversary. The possibility that he also harbored the ability to utilize Izanagi made the situation all the more precarious. After sharing this information, the Konoha Umbu inquired softly, does Uchiha Itachi have any messages to convey to Lord Hokage? Rest assured, upon my return, all of this will be entombed alongside my remains at the memorial stone. Gradually, Itachi relaxed his grip. I will endeavor to uncover the truth behind Uchiha Obito's plot against the fourth Hokage and his wife, gathering intelligence on all Akatsuki members. I have already begun to piece together some clues. Itachi furrowed his brow, addressing the issue concerning Obito. Uchiha Obito is not the kind-hearted Konoha ninja of yore. Since acquiring the Manjiki Sharingan, his power has diverged drastically from the past. I implore Lord Hokage to refrain from sending innocent lives to their demise. The Konoha Umbu nodded solemnly. Though it appeared that the Umbu was soliciting information and conveying orders to Itachi, in reality, Itachi had gleaned more intelligence from their exchange. Perhaps this was why he did not harbor any particular suspicions. Nonetheless, Itachi did not extend his trust to the Umbu before him, nor to the higher echelons of Konoha. After all, his younger brother still resided in Konoha. He understood the principle of nurturing the enemy while maintaining a cautious stance. Thus, Itachi refrained from disclosing any information regarding Akatsuki, instead opting to deflect. Once I have gathered essential intelligence, I shall seek an opportunity to return to Konoha and report directly to Lord Hokage. Very well, the Konoha Umbu replied, casting a glance at him. Since I have encountered Uchiha Itachi, my mission is now complete, and I must return to Konoha forthwith. Take care, esteemed senior. Itachi nodded respectfully. As the Umbu prepared to depart, he suddenly turned back to Itachi and said, "By the way, Lord Hokage specifically requested that I convey a final message. Uchiha Sasuke has achieved the top rank in the Ninja Academy." Itachi fell silent for a moment, a faint smile gracing his lips. His younger brother, still attending the Konoha Ninja Academy, represented his only remaining tenderness in this world, his final vestige of warmth. As Itachi smiled, a wave of suppressed anguish and sorrow flickered in his eyes. In an instant, the sadness morphed into a surge of fury. Itachi clenched his kunai tightly, driving it forcefully into the tree trunk, his anger no longer concealed. Uchiha Obito. Itachi, alongside his father Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, had expended tremendous effort to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha, even associating with the duplicitous Danzo Shimura. Yet, Uchiha Obito disregarded all their sacrifices. The information relayed by the Umbu was sourced from Kakashi. Itachi placed his faith in Hatake Kakashi's judgment. If Kakashi was convinced that Uchiha Obito was responsible, then it was undoubtedly true. As a comrade of Kakashi's in the Umbu, Itachi understood the bond Kakashi shared with Uchiha Obito. The white-haired J-nin would never tarnish the reputation of his comrades. After a prolonged silence, Itachi's rationality gradually returned as he leaned against the tree, lost in contemplation. He had squandered too much time conversing with the Umbu from Konoha. It was time to confront Uchiha Obito. Yet, Itachi's sentiments regarding this impending meeting had shifted. Once Itachi withdrew his kunai and departed, a figure stealthily emerged from the ground. Uehara Nara. "I truly am a genius," Uehara mused, stroking his chin. By deducing the known outcomes and fabricating the process, he believed himself to be the ideal puppet master. Initially, neither Konoha nor Itachi knew the identity of the mysterious masked man. Uehara had leveraged his innate illusion skills to expose Uchiha Obito to Kakashi, who then divulged the information to all members of Akatsuki. Now, with Konoha and Itachi oblivious to Obito's abilities, Uehara fabricated further details regarding Obito's Kimui technique and leaked them to Itachi. Moreover, Itachi's future would remain under the watchful eye of Kisame Hoshigaki, ensuring that no secrets could escape. Even if Itachi sought to verify with Kakashi whether Uchiha Obito was responsible for the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife, instigating the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha, he could never disclose the identity of the Umbu he had encountered today. At this rate, Uchiha Obito would inevitably become the target of universal animosity. In fact, it could be said that Uchiha Obito was already a pariah. Uehara even admired his own quick thinking. Had he not concocted that tale of cursed seals earlier, he might have found himself in a dire confrontation with Itachi. Now, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito were destined to become adversaries. Uehara surveyed the fate skill panel, observing the merging icons of Itachi and Obito, a sly amusement dancing across his face. However, beyond this, Uehara had stumbled upon some unexpected gains. Main quest: fulfill the wishes of the bookstore owner. Become the greatest boss in the ninja world. Progress 5. Task incomplete. Reward unknown. Just by leaking a portion of Obito's intelligence, he had achieved a 2 progress milestone. The criteria for this task's evaluation were unclear. Never mind. Let us go witness the spectacle, Uehara thought as his body gradually sank into the ground. If Itachi were to receive the information he had provided and still fail to deliver a satisfactory outcome, Uehara would find a way to exploit Konoha. A couple of days ago, they eliminated the Mountain Wind and a group of root ninjas. Given Shimura Danzo's temperament, he would undoubtedly seek to send another team to investigate the matter. It would be prudent to seize this opportunity to discreetly relay information about Uchiha Obito to Konoha. As for the identity, it could be conveniently borrowed from Uchiha Itachi. Uehara Nara felt a surge of confidence. Aside from Konan and Nagato, who dismissed his impractical ideas, he believed he was on the verge of controlling everything in the ninja world. On a desolate mountain, the encounter between the Uchiha was unfolding as Uehara Nara had envisioned. Uchiha Obito removed his mask, realizing that those who ought not to know his identity already did, rendering further concealment meaningless. His face bore a stark contrast, one side unscathed, the other marred by grotesque scars. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi approach, a faint smile crept onto Obito's lips. "Itachi, I thought you would never want to see me again." Uchiha Itachi's eyes gradually transformed into a deep crimson as he stepped closer to Obito, coldly inquiring, "I wish to understand why our clan's most fervent elder has become what you are now." "There's no special reason, merely weariness of this mundane world," Obito replied, shrugging with a light chuckle. "Isn't it wonderful to create a new world devoid of slaughter and strife?" Itachi furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Obito's ideology. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his inner intentions. A flash of red ignited in Itachi's eyes as a dark, fiery inferno enveloped Obito. The Kodo Amatsukami, Amaterasu. An unpredictable attack. An indelible fire jutsu. Yet, Uchiha Obito stood calmly amidst the flames, gazing at Itachi with an unperturbed expression. "Itachi, do you truly believe that not being Uchiha Madara allows you to kill me? How naive you still are." Though Obito feigned bravado, he was inwardly startled. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and had already activated Kimui's intangibility. Otherwise, he would have been caught off guard by Amaterasu's flames, making it difficult to escape even within the Kamui dimension. "No, I merely sought to test whether you still qualify for our continued collaboration." Itachi remained unfazed by Obito's taunts, keeping Amaterasu active while quietly calculating the duration of its burn. Based on intel from a former Konoha Anbu, Obito could sustain the intangibility for approximately 5 to 8 minutes. The Amaterasu blaze continued to sear. Obito took a half step forward, but Itachi manipulated the black flames to follow his movements, expanding the area of the inferno. Although Itachi was certain Amaterasu had not yet harmed Obito, he was intent on uncovering precise information about him. "Itachi, will you continue to test me?" Obito expressed mild dissatisfaction, looking at Itachi. "If you persist, you might just lose your life." Itachi fixated on Obito's actions, coldly responding, "The power of Uchiha Madara and Senior Obito is undoubtedly on different levels. It is only prudent for me to consider this carefully." By analyzing the known outcomes, Itachi deduced a reasonable conclusion. This man could not maintain his intangibility for an extended period. Unbeknownst to Obito, Itachi's thoughts churned. The latter continued to engage in casual banter. "Uchiha Madara is not as formidable as we imagine. Time has dulled the capabilities of the Manjiki Sharingan, overly glorified by our clan." "Is that so?" Itachi played along, extending the time. Yet one thing was clear to him. Obito's intellect was questionable, or perhaps his mindset was flawed. A weakling, endowed with the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, truly believed himself invincible? A fool who considered himself an absolute powerhouse would inevitably face a severe beating from other formidable foes. Uehara Nara concealed himself in a distant corner, observing the exchange between Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. Obito remained blissfully unaware of Itachi's scheme, leisurely navigating the Amaterasu flames. Such confidence was astonishing. Had Obito forgotten that his Kamui could only last for 5 minutes? Obito certainly had not forgotten. He was merely caught in a predicament. To ensure Itachi remained willing to cooperate with him, he had to maintain an air of indifference towards the Amaterasu flames, showcasing the disparity in their powers. "Itachi, extinguish your Amaterasu." The time for Kimui's intangibility was dwindling, and Obito could no longer suppress his urge to advise. "It is utterly pointless to waste precious Manjiki chakra testing an enemy whose capabilities you cannot fathom. Maintaining Amaterasu would not deplete too much chakra." Itachi was well aware. Ignoring Obito's counsel as blood tears continued to flow from the corners of his eyes, prolonging the confrontation. "Your eye technique is truly remarkable. This is the first time I've seen someone unharmed by Amaterasu." Obito's countenance grew increasingly grim, each time he attempted to step away from the flames. The black fire followed his movements relentlessly. Did this Uchiha Itachi truly not comprehend human speech? If this continued, his Kamui's intangibility would soon expire. This trump card would easily be discerned by Uchiha Itachi. Faced with a ninja talent like Itachi, Obito could not believe that if Itachi discovered the flaws in his technique, he wouldn't devise a countermeasure. Obito's gaze turned menacing. "Do not test my patience. Even a ninja's endurance is ultimately finite." Uchiha Itachi, however, this threat only conveyed to Itachi that Obito was growing anxious. He was indeed agitated. The intel from the Umbu elder had proven accurate. Obito's intangibility could only last for about 5 to 8 minutes. The limit was swiftly approaching. Itachi maintained the black flames of Amaterasu encircling Obito, meticulously counting down the seconds in his mind, each moment precise. Itachi's fingers tapped rhythmically as he silently counted. For minutes. 35 seconds, 36 seconds, 37 seconds. Such a disobedient child. Obito flickered, partially sinking into the ground, utilizing Kamui's intangibility to traverse the earth undetected. However, this felt somewhat undignified, especially if he were to escape the range of Amaterasu. It would signal to Itachi that his Kamui could not withstand a sustained offensive jutsu. Submerged in the earth, Obito contemplated that he must tread carefully in the future to avoid being caught off guard by Itachi. For minutes, 49 seconds. Itachi's brow furrowed. He had lost sight of his target, and continuing to use Amaterasu had become meaningless. He hadn't expected Obito to be more troublesome than anticipated. Suddenly, Obito's figure emerged from the ground, a wooden spike shooting forth from his palm, aimed directly at Itachi's face. Itachi, do not recklessly test those more powerful than you. Water release, water barrier. Itachi's hands swiftly formed seals, his speed nearly imperceptible. In the next moment, a torrent of water erupted from his mouth, forming a defensive jutsu. Yet, Obito, as if unfazed, pierced through the water barrier. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the complexities involved in battling Uchiha Obito. The three tomo in his eyes whirled frantically as he fixed his gaze upon the advancing Uchiha Obito. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan technique. Tsukuyomi, activate. In the next moment, both figures froze in place simultaneously. Just before the illusion of Tsukuyomi could reflect in Obito's eyes, Itachi subtly formed a hand seal, creating a shadow clone. Uehara Nara observed the battle with heightened vigilance, realizing the cunning nature of Uchiha Itachi. This clone might very well be the key to victory. A second later, Itachi covered his left eye, a trickle of blood seeping through his fingers. It appeared that the elder's ocular technique could not impede Jinjutsu. In their earlier confrontation within the Tsukuyomi's illusionary realm, neither had gained the upper hand. Itachi wielded Jinjutsu with effortless proficiency. However, Obito seemed to possess knowledge about Tsukuyomi, enduring its relentless torment and even seizing an opportunity to break free. Nevertheless, Obito's spirit was severely wounded. He knelt on one knee, clutching his eyes, his voice heavy with gravity. Was that the illusion of Tsukuyomi? It seems that after Shirsue's demise, you have become the strongest Jinjutsu user in the world. But before Obito could finish speaking, Itachi's Raven clone suddenly appeared behind him, effortlessly piercing Obito's body with a kunai. Obito looked down in disbelief at the kunai that had pierced his chest. It seems my suspicions were not unfounded. Itachi regarded Obito calmly, remarking softly, after experiencing the agony of Jinjutsu, it appears you have not even considered continuing to employ your ocular techniques. Damn it. Obito could only glare at the composed figure before him, gritting his teeth and hastily retreating with his grievous injuries. Both had suffered in their clash of illusions. The backlash from Obito's spirit was severe. How could he possibly contemplate maintaining his intangibility after this confrontation? Itachi, too, had been mentally scarred by the disruption of Tsukuyomi. Yet he managed to release a Raven clone to launch an attack without a hint of distress. Was this perhaps a tactic he had set in place prior to employing Tsukuyomi? Indeed, genius ninjas are often treacherous individuals. Kakashi is one such example, as is Itachi. At any moment, they would seize the opportunity for probing and assault. Although Itachi held the advantage, he dared not let his guard down against the enigmatic wielder of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He did not possess absolute confidence. After all, Obito could still utilize Izanagi. And to counter Izanagi, only Izanami would suffice, a risk Itachi deemed unworthy. Moreover, he needed to conserve his strength. It was imperative to preserve his power until Sasuke matured. Unbeknownst to Obito, Itachi's intentions were to safeguard his strength. The only trump card left in Obito's hand was Izanagi. Obito's gaze hardened as he glared at Itachi, his previously lofty demeanor now shattered. Uchiha Itachi, are you planning to betray me as well? Obito believed he had deciphered Itachi's thoughts and mocked him. Truly, a traitor willing to obliterate his own clan for the sake of Konoha. Betrayal has become second nature to you, hasn't it? Itachi's fingers clenched tightly, his cold gaze fixed upon Obito. Elder, provoking one's enemy before the outcome is decided is not a rational course of action. Despite his fervent desire to eliminate Obito at that moment, Itachi maintained his composure and courtesy. However, this demeanor only served to infuriate Obito further. As one who fancied himself the puppet master, Obito could not tolerate Itachi's arrogance. After the night of the massacre, it was he who had guided Itachi to join the Akatsuki. It was he who had provided Itachi a refuge. Clutching his wound, blood seeped through his fingers. Even with the remarkable regenerative abilities granted by Hashirama's cells, He could not withstand the fatal strike delivered by Itachi. Obito's expression grew increasingly malevolent as he coldly stated, "Your only remaining ties are Konoha and that younger brother still in school, correct?" Indifferently, Itachi remained composed, exhibiting greater calm than Obito. "Elder, the only remaining spies within the Akatsuki are Jay and Kisame. I assume you would prefer not to see your pawns completely removed from the board?" Damn, both struck at each other's vulnerabilities. Pain was Obito's most critical pawn within the Akatsuki. Although this pawn had begun to act independently and even conspired against him, Obito was reluctant to relinquish control, seeking alternative means to utilize Pain. After all, the crucial tailed beast plan had yet to commence. "Elder, let us engage in a sincere discussion." Itachi's Sharingan gradually faded as he initiated a truce. "I hope you can elucidate why you have transformed into what you are now. Why you have assumed the name of Uchiha Madara, and your true intentions. I once heard Kakashi speak of you as the kindest person, the only Uchiha who aspired to be Hokage." Humph, Kakashi the fool truly has a loose tongue. Obito scoffed, his knuckles cracking. A harbinger of his seething rage, because this world is hell, and all the current Konoha ninjas are nothing but worthless trash in my eyes. Does that suffice for an answer? That answer is quite satisfactory. Obito refused to be confined by Itachi, and with leverage against Itachi in his possession, he merely vented his anger without divulging any information, including his own past. Itachi felt a pang of concern, fearing that if Obito were to lose control, he might seize the opportunity to infiltrate Konoha and eliminate Sasuke, resulting in a devastating loss. Consequently, Itachi proposed to uphold their previous agreement. Obito consented to refrain from invading Konoha or harming its ninjas, while Itachi would remain within the Akatsuki, assisting Obito in gathering intelligence and collecting tailed beasts. Yet, both understood that their relationship could never revert to its former state. It could easily devolve into conflict over a single spark, at least compared to the past. Itachi now held leverage over Obito. They now stood on equal footing. Just as Itachi had once threatened Danzo regarding Sasuke's safety, promising to leak Konoha's secrets. Should Obito harm a Konoha ninja, Itachi would divulge all information regarding Obito's faction to Pain and Konan. Uehara Nara listened in astonishment, unable to contain himself. He stroked his chin. If he were to take on Obito's guise and bully Sasuke and Konoha, would Itachi then leak information to Konan? Wouldn't that directly expel Jay and Kisame? This notion seemed promising. However, such a scheme could easily unravel the truth at that point. A brief conversation could reveal the impersonation of Obito. What if the investigation led back to him, the one who fabricated this charade? Could he possibly shift the blame on Danzo? It appeared feasible. Alas, executing the mission too late might expose flaws. Uehara Nara gazed at the retreating figure of Uchiha Itachi and sighed, expressing frustration. "How disappointing. I've provided you with so much information. Yet you cannot even eliminate a single Uchiha Obito." In truth, Uehara was acutely aware that even if Uchiha Itachi unleashed his full power, he might still struggle against the gravely injured Uchiha Obito. Nevertheless, he still wished to see Uchiha Itachi make the attempt. After all, apart from his eventual defeat by the future Uchiha Sasuke through an act of self-sacrifice, Itachi seemed capable of standing against anyone, even overpowering them when necessary. The situation was almost absurd. Perhaps this was why the adversaries Uchiha Sasuke encountered were somewhat perplexing. How could this young lad have defeated Uchiha Itachi? As Uehara Nara proceeded on his mission to expel and eradicate rival Umbu and ordinary ninjas, he remained unaware that someone had begun to take an interest in him. That someone was none other than Uchiha Obito, who had recently reached a superficial agreement with Uchiha Itachi. Obito hastened back to the underground base guarded by White Zetsu, having wasted yet another White Zetsu clone to replace damaged organs and heal his injuries. What transpired? Black Zetsu inquired, somewhat astonished. "Did you not meet with Uchiha Itachi? Was there a conflict between you?" "Indeed." Uchiha Obito nodded, continuing, "Uchiha Itachi can no longer be trusted. He is leveraging his position as a member of Akatsuki to threaten me. Should we come into conflict, he may readily inform Konan." Black Zetsu could not restrain himself. Then why not eliminate him? Uchiha Obito fell silent for a moment, concealing the truth of how he had nearly fallen victim to Uchiha Itachi's schemes. He whispered, "After all, he is a rare asset." Recently, due to a leak in his identity, Black Zetsu had subtly expressed dissatisfaction with him. If he were to admit that he almost failed against Uchiha Itachi, he would only invite ridicule from Black Zetsu and the foolish White Zetsu. However, Black Zetsu felt the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. He did not believe it was prudent to show leniency. A person capable of igniting a crisis at any moment poses a significant threat to us. Fear not. Uchiha Obito wrapped his fingers on the table, putting forth his demands, as long as I can regain the trust of Nagato and Konan and reclaim control of Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi's threat will be negligible. Black Zetsu's gaze turned enigmatic. Yet Nagato and Konan wish to ambush you, rather than genuinely reintegrate you into Akatsuki. Expressing sympathy for the situation, he lamented, had I known, I would have refrained from provoking that young rascal, Uehara Nara, and thus avoided this current state of uncertainty. I heard Konan has been rather fond of her young disciple lately. Uchiha Obito and Appo's fingers paused mid-tap. Slowly lifting his head, that little brat may appear arrogant and reckless before outsiders, seemingly oblivious to my past actions against him. He likely believes I was defeated by his schemes and, fearing Nagato, has dismissed me entirely. Black Zetsu's eyes flickered. Are you suggesting that if we could persuade Uehara Nara with the Moon Eye plan, we could convince Konan and Nagato to accept me back into the fold? Uchiha Obito's expression darkened, a proud glimmer of cunning emerging upon his face. The ignorant denizens of the ninja world are perpetually ensnared by useless emotions. And Uehara Nara represents the new bond for Konan and Nagato. Indeed, how amusing. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu exchanged looks of incredulity. Did Obito not consider that he was implicating himself with such remarks? Who, after all, was the one risking discovery by Konoha to pay respects at the memorial stone? Was Obito truly oblivious to his own predicament? Uehara Nara was unaware of Obito's intentions. Uehara merely employed some simple, innocuous words. Yet Uchiha Obito genuinely believed he had let go of any grievances. Surely, this emotional intelligence indicated that he had never experienced love? Now, Uehara Nara stood before a group of ordinary Sunigakure shinobi, loudly proclaiming the orders from Amigakure, by the command of Lord Hanzo. All ninja from neighboring countries must immediately leave the borders, as we are commencing the eradication of the rogue ninjas within the land of Rain. However, our mission, the Sunigakure ninjas expressed their reluctance. The number of entrusted tasks in their village had significantly dwindled, and the village's finances relied solely on the 4th Kazekage, Raza, to sustain them. Thus, when external missions arose, both Sunigakure and its shinobi valued them greatly, given the increasingly scarce client resources. Uehara Nara shook his head. Feigning politeness, I apologize, but compared to your mission, I am concerned that should you suffer any misfortune, it could ignite a war between Amigakure and Sunigakure, leading to far greater losses. The Sunigakure ninjas exchanged glances. Were it not for the fact that Uehara was standing on one of their fallen comrades, they might have been tempted to assert their dominance and refuse to back down. Alas, they were not a match for him. The priority now was to relay news of the internal conflict in the Land of Rain. This was precisely Uehara's aim, to expel ordinary task-executing ninjas and have them disseminate information about the Land of Rain. If faced with Umbu spies, however, a different approach would be necessary. Such spies, whose goal was to uncover the most clandestine intelligence, would have to be eliminated. Once the situation in the Land of Rain stabilized and all of Hanzo's trusted aides were eradicated, Amigakure would be sealed off by Pain's Rain Tiger free technique. Uehara Nara looked at the Sunigakure ninjas and inquired, by the way, might there be any J-nin among you? The gazes of the Sunigakure ninjas shifted and landed on the one beneath Uehara's feet. The individual, who could hardly withstand a few moves from Uehara. Was there J-nin, Captain? Are you certain this is a J-nin? Uehara Nara questioned. A hint of skepticism in his eyes. Is the standard for J-nin in Sunigakure so low? The stubborn Sunigakure J-nin raised his head defiantly, glaring at Uehara Nara. You little brat, do you wish to humiliate me? I am the Wind's Blade of Sunigakure. Is this all? Is this all? You insolent brat. I will fight you. Infuriated by Uehara's words, the Sunigakure J-nin gritted his teeth and moved his fingers, prompting one of his subordinates to lunge at Uehara Nara. No, that was not his subordinate, but rather a puppet he had disguised as an ordinary Sunigakure shinobi. This J-nin captain of Sunigakure was a precious puppet master. No wonder he had ascended to the rank of J-nin. An excellent puppet master was indeed superior to the average shinobi in Sunigakure. However, once a puppet master was engaged in close combat, they were essentially resigned to their fate. After the Sunigakure J-nin had exchanged blows with Uehara Nara, He had no opportunity to utilize his puppets in battle before being brought down by Uehara's swift strikes. Now, he was determined to retaliate for the honor of Sunagakure. With a casual flick, Uehara summoned a purple chakra broadsword and cleaved the approaching puppet into a heap of parts. Uehara kicked the scattered pieces. "Is that all? You little brat." The Sunagakure Nin, witnessing this scene, appeared utterly despondent, anger etching his features as he glared at Uehara. That puppet was a gift from Master Chiyo. Chiyo was a revered advisor of Sunagakure, esteemed not for his strength but for his intellect, earning him the moniker the Elder of the Sands among the people of the Wind Country and Sunagakure. In truth, he was akin to Shimura Danzo. Chiyo once possessed all the spy intelligence of Sunagakure. Even in his retirement, he still retained numerous clandestine operatives willing to heed his commands. However, currently, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, was at the height of his power through his golden touch, and few in the shinobi world had heard of Chiyo. This was also the fault of a certain member of the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki Sasori. Sasori's departure from Sunagakure had left his grandmother, Chiyo, disheartened, leading her to withdraw from the world. Chiyo had chosen to retire to accompany her sister, thus remaining in seclusion. Uehara Nara blinked. He had indeed heard of Chiyo's reputation, though he held no significant impression of the elderly figure from the original story. Uehara tightened his grip on the purple chakra broadsword and pointed it at the fallen Sunagakure puppet master. "Do you know where Chiyo and Chiyo-sama are?" Uehara was merely intrigued by the news of Grandma Chiyo, as he had several side quests related to her. Based on Uehara's conjecture, the rewards for these quests would be substantial. Most importantly, one of them involved collecting information regarding reincarnation. This pertained to a technique that could potentially resurrect the deceased, and perhaps the reward would grant Uehara another chance at life. Ideally, it would be an ancient skill known as rebirth. Of course, if the system were to reward Uehara with a resurrection armor that was not even displayed in the shop, he would gladly accept it. As for how to gather information on reincarnation, perhaps selling Sasori's whereabouts or directly impersonating Sasori. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Ugh. He Uehara Nara aspired to be the shadowy master of the shinobi world. How could he stoop to be someone's pawn? "How do you know, Lady Chiyo?" The Sunagakure puppet master's face revealed a hint of surprise, but then he seemed to connect the dots and began to laugh to himself. Indeed, Lady Chiyo once repelled Hanzo of the Salamander. You from Amigakure must fear her arrival here. Why do you prattle on so? Uehara Nara cast an annoyed glance at the loquacious Sunagakure captain, a flicker of rage crossing his face. "No, how dare you insult Lord Hanzo?" With that, Uehara flicked his sword, sending the ninja's forehead protector flying. "When I am questioning you, it is best to focus on answering me." Ha ha ha. The Sunagakure captain burst into derisive laughter, looking down at Uehara Nara with contempt. "Lady Chiyo is right behind our squad. She will soon arrive to take Hanzo of the Salamander's head and eliminate everyone from Amigakure." Grandma Chiyo hasn't retired yet? Uehara Nara was taken aback, quietly opening the panel of fate. Suddenly, Uehara swung his purple chakra broadsword and plunged it into the chest of the Sunagakure captain, cursing, "You dare to deceive me? Do you know who I am?" In the entire shinobi world, only he could deceive others. The remaining Sunagakure ninjas exchanged glances, astonished that such a young ninja possessed such formidable strength, seemingly an extraordinary individual. One brave ninja, gazing at the blood dripping from Uehara's chakra sword, quietly asked, "Who exactly are you, my lord?" "I am merely an inconsequential figure." The Sunagakure ninjas could hardly believe his words. Uehara Nara disregarded whether they believed him, a fierce expression gracing his youthful face. "Do any of you know more about Chiyo's whereabouts?" "We don't." The Sunagakure ninjas were about to shake their heads. Uehara interrupted them, raising his chakra broadsword. "Those who lie shall swallow 1,000 needles." What sort of absurd punishment is that? The Sunagakure ninjas, upon hearing Uehara's threat, found themselves unable to swallow even a drop of water. One of the sand shinobi raised his palm and hoarsely replied, "Lord Chiyo and Lord Erosin are residing in the oasis outside the village." Truly, they are the sand shinobi, deeply embodying the spirit of their higher-ups. Surrender always comes so swiftly. Throughout the ages of the Kazekage and the leadership of Sunagakure, opportunities to seize benefits have often led to war, and when faced with defeat, they would hastily kneel in submission. Uehara Nara acquired the intelligence he sought, and, with a satisfied wave, instructed them, "Hasten to relay this information to your Kazekage, and promptly withdraw your personnel." Afterward, Uehara added, "Otherwise, When we eradicate the rogue ninjas of the Land of Rain, we shall treat all other ninjas still active in that land as spies. The Sand Shinobi exchanged wary glances. Soon, they cautiously regarded Uehara Nara, slowly retreating step by step, and as the distance widened, they fled rapidly into the distance. Uehara Nara paid no mind to their flight. What was transpiring in the neighboring land of Wind Sunagakure was perplexing. Aside from the ordinary ninjas expelled by Uehara, there were numerous Umbu lurking in the Land of Rain. He had his own tasks to attend to. In the ensuing time, Uehara Nara worked diligently. By a small river, an Umbu ninja from Sunagakure extended his palm, receiving a scroll of intelligence dropped by a descending eagle. Upon reading the contents, the Umbu's expression changed dramatically. A command from the Kazekage has arrived, instructing us to leave the Land of Rain immediately. Is this some kind of joke? His companion responded with displeasure. The Kazekage cannot constantly change orders. We only infiltrated the Land of Rain a few days ago. Indeed, another Sand Shinobi voiced his dissatisfaction. The village always calls for war against the Land of Rain, yet it never sees completion. This is an unavoidable circumstance, sighed the Umbu captain, explaining solemnly. Perhaps it is the work of Shimura Danzo from Konoha. Over the past few years, whenever we have made moves against the Land of Rain, Konoha has delayed our progress. After speaking, the Umbu captain slammed his fist against a nearby tree. Those bastards from Konoha simply wished to thwart the rise of Sunagakure. Ever since Sunagakure's defeat in the Third Shinobi World War, they had entered into a treaty of alliance with Konoha, effectively becoming a vassal ally. Each generation of Kazekage leading Sunagakure had been a vassal of Konoha, often succumbing to defeat in wars. It was utterly impossible for the Kazekage to willingly accept failure. Particularly, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, was a leader of remarkable capability, wielding the power of magnetism to consolidate his authority within the village, frequently engaging in subtle maneuvers. Recently, news of the Uchiha clan's annihilation in Konoha had spread, significantly weakening their strength, making it the opportune moment for Raza to claim a prosperous territory for Sunagakure. Of course, Raza dared not take the initiative to attack Konoha and seize land in the Land of Fire, for what if Konoha retaliated with equal force? Instead, Raza set his sights on the Land of Rain. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat displeased, he could hardly voice his objections. After all, the agreements between great nations depended on mutual betrayal of smaller nations' interests. However, Raza's repeated attempts against the Land of Rain were thwarted, either due to the formidable strength of Hanzo the Salamander, the leader of Amigakure, or the resistance posed by Danzo. Now, with the opportunity to strike while Konoha was severely weakened, Raza intended to assert dominance over the Land of Rain, only to find that Amigakure's stance was even more resolute than theirs. Amigakure had dispatched a powerful young ninja, vigorously expelling the ordinary ninjas of Sunagakure, possibly even hunting down their Umbu. Out of 11 Umbu squads deployed, only 3 could still be contacted. At the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain, at the frontline command post of Sunagakure, Raza's confidant, Maki, was diligently reporting the intelligence he had received and outlining his response. I have commanded all other Umbu squads to temporarily withdraw. A mere child? Raza reacted to Maki's report with sardonic laughter. Have our ninja's abilities diminished to such an extent? I have not reduced my financial support for you at all. Kazekage-sama. Maki lowered his head, trembling, unable to meet Raza's gaze. The training of ninjas in Sunagakure had always been elite-focused, yet they now presented a dismal report. Several Jonin team leaders dispatched to the Land of Rain had been slain, and all ordinary ninjas had been driven out. Of the 11 infiltrating Umbu squads, perhaps only 3 remain. A bunch of useless fools. Raza cursed, then sighed. Very well, let us retreat them all for now. I shall personally investigate what kind of genius ninja Amigakure has produced. Kazekage-sama, this may not be the most prudent course of action. Maki furrowed his brow, earnestly advising. Your safety supersedes any action taken by the village. I do not recommend that Kazekage-sama take unnecessary risks. What danger could a mere child pose? Raza waved his hand dismissively, fully aware of his own village's circumstances. Since the Shinobi World War, when Konoha had severely weakened them, it was difficult to find many powerful ninjas. To encourage the ninjas of the village, Raza had lowered the promotion standards for Jonin several times and consistently supported the training funds for some exceptional Jonin. Turning to Maki, Raza suddenly ordered, bring Gaara to me. I wish to ascertain whether our ultimate weapon is worthy. After a moment of silence, A look of fear and unease crossed Maki's face as he deeply regarded Raza and nodded. Gaara was the Jinchuriki of the One Tail in Sunigakure. Due to Gaara's unstable emotions, the village often suffered casualties from the tailed beast's rampages, leading to a growing aversion towards Jinchuriki. Consequently, Gaara, a child who should have been attending the ninja academy, was now personally taught ninjutsu by Raza. Last year, in a fit of rage, Gaara killed Yashimaru, the chunin who had cared for him since childhood, and he had begun to gain control over the One Tail. However, Maki was privy to part of the truth. At least, Maki, as a jonin, was aware that the assassination attempt on Gaara by Yashimaru and the subsequent Umbu were all orchestrated by Raza. Now, the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sunigakure had become thoroughly bloodthirsty, ferocious, and cruel, resembling a beast poised to hunt at any moment. Even Maki, upon seeing Gaara's gaze, could hardly believe it was the look of an 8-year-old child. Gaara appeared as if he could kill at any moment, and he seemed utterly indifferent to the identities of his victims. In these events shaping the Jinchuriki, what instilled the most fear in Maki was not the power of the One Tail, but rather the relationship between Gaara and Raza. They were father and son. Gaara, Kazekage-sama wishes to see you. Maki approached a simple training ground, observing the lonely red-haired boy seated there, evoking a sense of pity. Yet, Gaara did not require sympathy. I understand, Gaara said slowly, rising to his feet as the yellow sand on the ground began to coalesce, forming a gourd of sand behind him. As the yellow sand upon the ground gradually settled, a pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. Maki lowered his gaze to a patch of crimson stains on the training field, unable to suppress his inquiry. Has someone attempted to assassinate you again? Are you unscathed? Little one, are you worried that I might unleash that monster should I be injured? Gaara slowly raised his head, a chuckle escaping his lips. Ha! In this village, how could anyone possibly harm me? Uehara Nara remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had caught the attention of Sunigakure, let alone the intent of the fourth Kazekage to utilize him as a gauge for Gaara's combat prowess. Should this matter reach the ears of Nagato and Konan, they would likely perceive it as a fortuitous delivery of a tailed beast. At present, Uehara Naraku's confidence had swollen to unprecedented heights, for he had once again accomplished his advancement task. Advancement Task 4. Eliminate 10 official Jonin, 1010. Task completed. Rewards: 3,000 life energy, 3,000 chakra energy, 3,000 gold coins. A 100 increase in life energy recovery, a 100 increase in chakra recovery, and the passive skill calm and collected. Uehara Naraku cast a glance at his system panel, which displayed the task of defeating the 5 Kage, perhaps the final advancement task, suggesting that he need not concern himself with its completion in the near term. However, gazing at the over 4,000 gold coins displayed on the panel, he fell into a brief silence, randomly attempting to purchase a second embrace of the Seraph in the shop. To his astonishment, it was available for purchase. This item had no purchase restrictions. Yet, upon further inspection, it appeared that the purchase was indeed limited. In the next moment, Uehara witnessed the embrace of the Seraph being withdrawn from sale, revealing that one could only buy 2 of the same equipment. This was, however, to be expected, given the attributes of the embrace of the Seraph, which reduced chakra consumption by 25 and cooldowns by 20, accumulating enough funds to acquire 5 or 6 of them would mean that each time he utilized a skill, the skill would effectively owe him chakra. Nevertheless, after making his purchase, a frown creased Uehara Naraku's brow as he sensed that something was amiss. The over 4,000 gold coins had mysteriously vanished, leaving him with a mere 20 coins. His expression darkened, for the shop had clearly stated that the price of the embrace of the Seraph was 3,200 gold coins. This faulty system was doomed to fail. It was no surprise that the wares of that unscrupulous vendor at the bookstall were nothing short of a scam, while others enjoyed a second cup at half price. Here, the second piece of equipment had seen a price increase of 50%. With his advancement tasks reaching their limit and the hard-earned gold coins now squandered, significant improvements were unlikely in the short term. Having spent such a considerable amount of time, it was opportune to meticulously examine his acquired possessions. Name: Uehara Naraku. Gender: male. Date of birth: April 4th. 44th year of the Leaf Village Calendar. Identification number: Mosaic. Life energy: 6601. Standard shadow level: 3,000 10,000. Chakra energy: 8415. Standard shadow level: 3,000 10,000. Life recovery: 9 seconds. Chakra recovery: 4. 5 seconds. Skill cooldown reduction: 50 remaining gold. 20 available skills. Sky Dance Technique. Enables flight utilizing chakra, consuming 3 chakra per second, with no cooldown. Command Shockwave. Releases a chakra puppet to generate spatial gravitational pull, drawing enemies towards it. Minimum consumption 100 chakra, cooldown 55 seconds. Wind Barrier. Forms a wall of airflow to shield against enemy attacks. Minimum consumption 50 chakra, cooldown 13 seconds. Heavenly Thunder Prison. Creates a circular thunderstorm around oneself. Minimum consumption 75 chakra, cooldown 60 seconds. Card Trickery. Employs powerful card-throwing techniques. The 4th card thrown will explode, with no cooldown. Life-Form Disintegration Ray. Emits a potent ray from the eyes to analyze and disintegrate an enemy's life features, lasting 5 seconds. Minimum consumption 100 chakra. Cooldown 65 seconds. Moment of Divine Judgment. Grants an invulnerable shield to oneself or an ally for 3 seconds. The invulnerable individual is surrounded by chakra purification blades. Inflicting immense damage. Minimum consumption 100 chakra, cooldown 80 seconds. Mutual Explosive Tag Technique. Utilizes an explosive tag to summon countless explosive tags for targeted detonation, consuming 500 chakra. No cooldown. Innate Illusion. Allows disguise as any living being, which breaks upon receiving damage or using a skill, consuming 100 chakra, cooldown 1 second. Mayfly Technique. Merges with the earth and vegetation, enabling rapid underground movement, ceasing all breath during activation, consuming 3 chakra per second. My Style Ultimate. Mist Array. Releases a smoke area, becoming invisible within it and recovering 40 of chakra. Invisibility avoids targeted ninjutsu, lasting 5 seconds, no consumption, cooldown 10 seconds. Great Shark Assault. Summons a colossal void shark from below to attack a targeted area, surfacing after 2 seconds to consume the souls of all enemies within. Consuming 100 chakra, cooldown 50 seconds. Summon of Fate. If the contract subject of the Dark Spear is nearby, draws the contractor to oneself, rendering them invulnerable and untargetable for 4 seconds. After the skill ends, can throw the contractor in any direction. Minimum consumption 100 chakra, cooldown 75 seconds. Purification. Removes all negative effects from oneself, cooldown 105 seconds, no consumption. Spike Defense. Enters a defensive stance, doubling life energy, during this time. Half of the damage from enemy physical attacks is reflected back, lasting 6 seconds. Minimum consumption 40 chakra, cooldown 3 seconds. Roar of the Raging Tide. Summons a wave from beneath, sweeping away all enemies ahead. Minimum consumption 100 chakra, cooldown 60 seconds. Distorted Space. After a 0.5 second delay, creates a distorted space in the target area lasting 3 seconds, isolating it from the outside. Anyone attempting to breach the barrier will be stunned. Requiring space-time techniques to escape. Minimum consumption 100 chakra, cooldown 9 seconds. Fate. Allows the user to perceive the location of all individuals within a 100-kilometer radius, including those using hidden techniques, transformation techniques, and shadow clones, lasting 6 seconds. After activating the Fate skill, can teleport to any individual within a 50-kilometer radius after 1.5 seconds. Minimum consumption 100 chakra, cooldown 90 seconds. Silent Terror. Uses chakra to create a nightmare implanted within an enemy's mind, causing them to experience their most profound fear for 2 seconds, consuming 60 chakra, cooldown 7.5 seconds. Ultimate. Twilight Blade. Summons a chakra soul blade, which can be manipulated for attacks, consuming 2 chakra per second. Ultimate. Soul Aid. Activates a protective barrier with the soul blade, shielding allies from harm for 2 seconds, consuming 40 of one's chakra, cooldown 9 seconds. Ultimate. Shadow Binding. Executes an unstoppable charge in a specified direction, consuming 150 chakra, cooldown 9 seconds. Secret Ultimate. Compassionate Soulfall. Provides an ally with a shield capable of withstanding a fatal blow, then teleports to the ally's side, disregarding spatial distance, consuming 100 chakra, cooldown 100 seconds. Starlight Infusion. Consumes 10 of current life energy and chakra to replenish corresponding percentages for allies, cooldown 4 seconds. Mushroom Cultivation. Harnessing chakra to generate an invisible and highly toxic mushroom, which can be placed in a designated area to provide limited visibility. Upon contact with a target, the mushroom detonates, inducing poisoning, with each mushroom consuming a minimum of 100 chakra points. Heart of the Berserker. A passive ability that allows for a regeneration of 5 of maximum health energy per second if no damage is taken within a span of 6 seconds. Composed and Collected. A passive ability that restores 20 of both maximum health energy and chakra energy upon the demise of an adversary. Equipment. Embrace of the Seraph. 2 pieces increases chakra energy by 1400 points, reduces skill cooldown by 20, and diminishes chakra consumption by 25. Berserker Armor. Grants 800 health energy, a base health regeneration of 200, and a skill cooldown reduction of 10. Passive ability. Once health energy reaches 3000 points, the effects of Heart of the Berserker are automatically activated. Summoning Contract. Justice Golem Galio. Summoning costs 3000 chakra points. Abyssal Titan Nautilus. Summoning costs 2000 chakra points.